In the land of fire, within the village of Konoha, the night was serene and silent, but by the banks of a small river in Konoha, Shisui, who had fainted on the rocky shore, suddenly regained consciousness. Hiss. It hurts. My head feels like it's splitting apart. At that moment, Shisui was overwhelmed by a piercing headache. What happened? Did I stay up too late watching Naruto last night? He attempted to open his eyes and rise to find some water, but it was too dark. His eyes wouldn't open. Just then, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, flickering like a slideshow. These memories appeared and vanished, and as they washed over him repeatedly, his headache began to subside. What? I've actually crossed over. Uchiha Shisui, 17 years old, once the prodigious genius of the Uchiha clan, had awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan, but fell victim to the nefarious Danzo schemes, losing one of his eyes. To prevent the other eye from falling into Danzo's hands, he entrusted it to his closest friend and subsequently chose to leap off a cliff to end his own life. Without his eyes, if he were to reappear in the world, he would undoubtedly face Danzo's relentless pursuit. As Shisui integrated the memories, he hastily touched his eyes, only to find emptiness. His eye sockets were hollow. Home. If I can return to the Uchiha compound and receive the protection of my clan, I will be safe. However, recalling the original plot of Naruto, Shisui realized that after losing his eyes, the next full moon would herald the Uchiha clan's massacre men, women, and children, over 800 members, with none spared. The next full moon is in 30 days. Even if he returned to the Uchiha clan for a fleeting moment of protection, he could not escape the impending doom. As Shisui attempted to rise again, he was beset by excruciating pain. Recalling the battle from hours prior and his leap from the cliff, he understood. This body was in ruins. He lacked the strength to even return to the Uchiha compound and survive for a month. Golden Finger, come to me. To perish merely a few minutes after crossing over, he must be the most unfortunate transmigrator in the world. Just the effort to rise had completely drained the last vestige of his strength. Ding! Congratulations, host, on awakening the 12 Talismans quest system. As Shisui lay on the beach, a mechanical voice devoid of emotion resonated in his mind. The 12 Talismans quest system, which he would henceforth refer to simply as the system. Amidst his excitement, the cold voice of the system echoed once more. Detected severe damage to the host's body life force is weak. Immediate treatment is required. The system will initiate the first task selection. Please decide within 1 minute. Otherwise, the task will be void, and the system will select a new host. With that, 2 task details appeared in Shisui's mind. Task 1. Escape the political whirlwind of Konoha. Live incognito for a peaceful life. And let the system slumber. Remain inconspicuous, and eventually reap the rewards. Choosing Task 1 grants you the Horse Talisman one-time use. Monkey Talisman permanent, and Snake Talisman permanent. Task 2. Eliminate Danzo within 24 hours, stirring the tides of the ninja world. Starting with Danzo's assassination. Choosing Task 2 grants you the Horse Talisman permanent. Lightning release Kirin, and upon completing the task, the Tiger Talisman permanent, along with 1 random ninjutsu, and an increase in the talents of all Uchiha clan members based on task completion. The look of anticipation and excitement on Shisui's face instantly crumbled. Although he wished to become the strongest in the ninja world and obtain power, this task seemed excessively demanding. The last time he had seen Danzo, his right arm had been wrapped in bandages, and he had certainly lost several Sharingan in the process. With one of his own Mangekyou Hashirama cells and his inherent strength, defeating Danzo was an insurmountable challenge with his current capabilities. Shisui spoke up. What happens if the system task fails? Danzo will kill the host. Host, time is running out. Point 10, 9, 8. Task 2. I choose Task 2. I will kill Danzo. In that moment of indecision, Shisui suddenly understood. Having been reborn, he must stand atop the ninja world, surveying the landscape below and unravel the mysteries of his transmigration, unveiling the enigma of this mysterious system. If his strength was insufficient, he would resort to strategy or call for aid. Shisui refused to believe that as a transmigrator privy to the entire plot, he could perish at the hands of the most cunning and malevolent figure in the Naruto universe, the infamous Danzo. With a thought, he resolved to leverage the power of the Uchiha. The mechanical voice resounded once more. Host has chosen task 2. Rewards: Horse Talisman, Lightning Release Kirin. The 12 talismans included destructive dragon talismans, pig talismans that could unleash flames or lasers, rabbit talismans that granted super speed, and the extraordinary rat talisman, along with the ultimate dog talisman that conferred immortality. The horse talisman, however, possessed the power to heal all ailments, regenerate severed limbs, and even combat cancer essentially, as long as there was breath. The horse talisman could restore life. In Shisui's mind, a peculiar space unfolded, surrounded by an infinite void. A colossal statue of a green dragon coiled at the center of this black expanse. 12 hexagonal slots were meticulously arranged along the dragon's form, with the horse talisman occupying one. Is this the Holy Master? It doesn't quite feel right. The dragon statue bore some discrepancies compared to the image of the Holy Master from his previous life, and Shisui sensed that once he gathered all 12 talismans, something significant would transpire. Nevertheless, healing is of utmost importance. Without further contemplation, he hastily activated the horse talisman with his mental energy. The horse talisman emanated a brilliant violet glow, piercing through Shisui's mental realm, continuously nourishing and repairing his shattered body. Thick smoke wafted from his darkened eye sockets, and the bones in his body creaked. In no time, his sunken eye sockets sprouted eyes anew, while numerous fractures and bruises healed completely, and even the desiccated chakra within him began to flow abundantly. As the brilliance gradually faded and ultimately vanished, the talisman transformed into an ordinary stone adorned with a horse motif. Is it cooling down now? Shisui murmured as his body healed. Clenching his fists, he sprang up with a vigorous leap. Ha ha! I feel this new body brimming with strength. In stark contrast to his previous lethargy, he now felt invigorated, his eyes sparkling with vitality, his ocular power converging and elevating. His formerly dark irises transformed into a vivid crimson, with 3 black tomo swirling slowly. In an instant, the tomo spun rapidly around his pupils, morphing into a 4-pointed windmill shape. The Meijiki has also been restored. The gloom that had enveloped him was dispelled. Opening the system's attribute panel, Shisui began to calculate his odds against Danzo. Uchiha Shisui. Total chakra, 1.8 cards. Bloodline limit. Meijiki Sharingan. Ninjutsu. Kodo Emitsukami permanent temporary. Susanoo. Yada mirror. Lightning release Kirin, Shisui's body flicker technique. The 1.8 cards of chakra were relatively meager in the second state of Susanoo. He could only sustain it for about 2 minutes. Fortunately, the system's gift of lightning release Kirin would conserve chakra and compensate for Shisui's current lack of offensive power. Lightning release Kirin was created by Sasuke in the original story, first employed against Itachi Uchiha, where he launched fire into the clouds to summon a thunderstorm, then guided it with his Sharingan to coalesce into a raging lightning beast. In the original narrative, Itachi needed to activate Susanoo to withstand it. At this moment, Danzo was significantly younger than during his confrontation with Sasuke, his foundational abilities largely unchanged, if not enhanced. With the current strength of the Root organization, attempting to kill Danzo would be tantamount to courting death. Among the rewards listed in the system's task, there was an enhancement for the talents of the Uchiha clan. The system, what form does it take to enhance the talents of the Uchiha clan? Shisui pondered, finding it perplexing how an unseen and intangible gift could be quantified by the system. It increases the probability of the Uchiha awakening their Meijiki Sharingan. As is well known, a strong emotional stimulus is necessary for the Uchiha to unlock this power. Often, it requires witnessing the death of a loved one that once the talent is augmented, the emotional threshold for unlocking the Meijiki will be lowered, making it easier for them to awaken their eyes. In other words, the stimuli required for the Uchiha to activate their Meijiki will diminish, and they may unlock it over trivial matters in daily life. You have grasped the concept well, the system affirmed. Shisui could already envision the peculiar scenario where an Uchiha, tasked with patrolling the streets of Konoha, might unleash their Meijiki during a heated argument with a passerby. This system's reward effectively bound me to the Uchiha. It would never assign me an impossible task, leveraging the Uchiha is the key to my breakthrough. Once he had organized his thoughts, Shisui set out. He stealthily returned to the Uchiha clan's residence. Before the clan leader's mansion, under a moonlit sky, after soothing Sasuke to sleep, Mikoto returned to her chamber. Is it truly appropriate to disturb the clan leader at this hour? Shisui mused, yet his body moved without hesitation, and in an instant, he appeared within the courtyard of the clan leader's residence. Fugaku sensed his presence immediately, though Shisui had not intentionally concealed his aura. In a flash, a middle-aged man clad in a kimono, his gaze sharp, materialized before Shisui. But Shisui could not suppress a chuckle upon seeing Fugaku in the flesh. He was indeed identical to his anime counterpart, complete with the legendary square jaw. Shisui, have you encountered battle? Fugaku inquired, his expression laced with suspicion, feeling that the once mature and composed Shisui seemed irretrievably lost. Though Jishu's injuries had healed, the tattered state of his clothing revealed that he had undoubtedly faced a fierce conflict. Clan leader, please gather all the senior members of the Uchiha clan immediately. I have an important announcement. Shisui did not directly respond to Fugaku's question, but instead spoke in an almost commanding tone, urging Fugaku to convene the clan elders. Fugaku perceived the shift in Jishu's demeanor. The most talented youth of the Uchiha clan in 2 decades had dramatically altered from his usual humility. Despite any dissatisfaction with Jishu's commanding tone, Fugaku, owing to their long-standing relationship, decided to heed his request. Summoning the 3 elders of the Uchiha and 18 elite shinobi stationed at the clan's residence. Summoning technique. Haisu Yu Shunwei. Fugaku formed the hand seals in sequence, biting his finger to draw blood, which he smeared upon the ground before slapping his palm against it. The dark, cryptic symbols rapidly spread outward, and as the smoke dissipated, several ninja cats appeared out of thin air. After briefly explaining their tasks, the ninja cats dashed off in different directions. The summoning technique, the world of ninjas, is truly wondrous. Shisui found himself filled with a newfound yearning for the life of a ninja that lay ahead. Chapter 2. The resolve of Shisui. Within a mere 10 minutes, the upper echelons of the Uchiha clan had assembled in full. Patriarch, what urgent matter calls us together at this late hour? Inquired Uchiha Yaoyong, the clan's esteemed elder. He was a representative of the radical faction within the Uchiha, advocating for a coup as the only means to alter their current plight, a sentiment shared by a significant portion of their kin. Uchiha Fugaku remained silent, his countenance inscrutable. Are we poised to engage in battle? Asked Uchiha Insuan, the second elder, casting a worried glance at the tattered Shisui. Insuan was among the few doves in the clan, yearning for a peaceful resolution to lead their people away from bloodshed and sacrifice, aligning with Shisui's earlier ideals. The term battle naturally alluded to conflict with the Hokage faction of Konoha. Upon hearing the words battle, the elite shinobi of the Uchiha ignited with fervor, their eyes gleaming with excitement, several activating their Sharingan, all adorned with the iconic 3-tomo. Danzo has made his move against me, seeking to seize my Sharingan, Shisui stated coldly. On the night of the full moon in 30 days, Konoha will collaborate with traitors within the Uchiha to execute a genocidal plan. Before anyone could interject, Shisui continued, his words resonating like thunder, shocking every Uchiha present. Genocide? Is this true? Has the Konoha leadership lost their minds? Does the third Hokage not fear our retaliation? Murmured the assembly, aghast at the thought of traitors within their ranks. What could they possibly gain from aligning with Konoha against their own? Silence. Fugaku's voice rang out. Though soft, it bore an undeniable weight. The chatter subsided, revealing the respect commanded by Fugaku's position as patriarch. Shisui, do you have evidence to support your claims? Though skeptical, Fugaku understood that the usually level-headed Shisui would not speak without foundation. Do you understand what lies beneath the bandage on Danzo's right eye? Shisui posed, eliciting gasps from the assembly. Could it be the Sharingan? Indeed, Shisui affirmed. It appears everyone has discerned the truth. This matter shall be reported to the Hokage tomorrow. The third will surely deliver justice for the Uchiha. The second elder spoke, Insuan, do not indulge in unrealistic fantasies. The incident with Danzo is merely a ploy orchestrated by the third to test the Uchiha's limits. The Uchiha can no longer afford to endure, otherwise. We are digging our own graves. As Shisui grew increasingly impassioned, His eyes reddened, and in an instant, the blood-red Sharingan emerged within his dark irises. The Uchiha gazed in awe as Shisui's three-tomo transformed into the legendary Manjiki Sharingan, an overwhelming power radiating from him. Apart from Fugaku and a few elders, this was the first time many clan members had witnessed Shisui's Manjiki. The oppressive aura it exuded was astounding. Truly, he was the Uchiha's foremost prodigy. The reputation of Shisui's swift movements was well-deserved. Shisui's display of the Manjiki invigorated the anxious clan members. Elder Uchiha Yaoyang's face lit up with relief. As a representative of the radical faction, he had often harbored discontent towards Shisui due to his overly gentle nature. Despite being a beacon of talent and strength among the younger generation of the Uchiha and Konoha, Shisui's proximity to the Hokage faction and his naive visions of a bloodless peace had drawn criticism within the clan. "It seems you have finally come to your senses," Yaoyang expressed. "Shisui, is your information truly reliable?" Insuan inquired anxiously. "In 30 days, will the Konoha leadership actually initiate a genocide? Does the third not fear the Uchiha's wrath in such a scenario? Once we confront Danzo, the truth will become evident," Shisui declared. "Brothers and sisters, Danzo has betrayed our comrades, and the third Hokage stands as his accomplice. The Konoha leadership is employing every possible tactic against us Uchiha. This is merely because we possess the Sharingan. It is unjust to bear the blame for our mere existence. Have you not yet grown weary of Konoha's suspicion? We have committed no wrongdoing, yet we endure the villagers' fear and wariness." Shisui's words pierced the hearts of every Uchiha, known for their pride. The Uchiha were not devoid of emotion. Their feelings ran deeper and purer than those of ordinary folk. Uchiha Tianming, a 17-year-old special genin and captain of the Konoha police force, felt a profound resonance with Shisui's sentiments. Although the villagers outwardly respected the Uchiha police, every officer could sense the deep-rooted distrust and disdain in their gazes, believing the Uchiha to be the instigators of the Nine Tails incident 6 years prior. Shisui refrained from continuing his speech. The Uchiha lacked not the genin or Seichnin as a backbone, but rather a figure of unwavering strength to lead them. Susanoo manifested in an instant. The colossal power surged toward the Uchiha, followed by the emergence of a dark green Susanoo skeleton, towering like a mountain. Before the clan could express their astonishment, Shisui's Manjiki began to whirl rapidly once more, as muscles formed around the Susanoo's frame, enveloped in a layer of chakra armor. "Susanoo, second form," he proclaimed, revealing the legendary third power, Susanoo. "Heaven bears witness. Is the Uchiha clan destined to produce another genius like Uchiha Madara?" Yaoyang mused, pride swelling within him as he beheld Shisui's remarkable prowess. In a world where strength was venerated, particularly among the battle-hardened Uchiha, witnessing such celestial power, akin to that of a deity, was utterly awe-inspiring. The prospect of a coup within the Uchiha now seemed plausible. "Shisui, the clan shall fully support your ascent to Hokage," Yaoyang declared, casting a disdainful glance at Fugaku. As the eldest member of the Uchiha, it was he who had championed Fugaku's rise, though Fugaku was undoubtedly capable. His allegiance now tilted towards Shisui. Having showcased his power, Shisui retracted Susanoo, which had consumed considerable chakra and ocular energy. He noticed the elder's disdain for Fugaku and responded with a smile. "Elder, you flatter me. I am but a junior compared to the esteemed patriarch." Fugaku nearly choked, caught between incredulity and irritation. "Are you being humble or sarcastic?" Shisui continued, "A coup cannot rely solely on my strength. Konoha boasts numerous formidable shinobi, such as the copy ninja Kakashi, the taijutsu master Guy, and the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, not to mention the elite from Root." Drawing from his past life's memories, Shisui succinctly enumerated Konoha's elite shinobi. Then, with a slight smile that radiated warmth, he added, "Success will not be mine alone. It requires the collective efforts of every Uchiha. As the saying goes, a single chopstick is easily broken, but a bundle of 10 is unyielding." "Truly, Shisui," the younger generation of Uchiha exclaimed, rallying around him with fervor. "Your strength is undeniable, and your humility is admirable. The third Hokage should step aside and let Shisui take the helm." Led by Tianming, the younger Uchiha were utterly captivated by Shisui. They had become enthralled by his charisma. "Ahem. Shisui, what plans do you have for gathering us all here?" Fugaku inquired. Among the assembly, everyone was pleased with Shisui, save for Fugaku, who found himself increasingly perplexed. At that moment, Shisui basked in the accolades of his kin. Feeling somewhat elated, coming to his senses, he remarked, "I have a plan that requires your esteemed assistance, Elder." Upon hearing these words, Faik felt beads of sweat form on his forehead, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Chapter 3. The Patriarch, your eyes have finally opened, haven't they? A simple statement from Shisui struck like thunder on a clear day. To think that the Uchiha clan could produce two Manjiki Sharingan simultaneously. After 2 decades of decline, could the Uchiha be poised for a resurgence? To restore the glory of the Uchiha. Yet, the most astonished of all was not the Uchiha members, but Faik himself. His expression was one of disbelief. He had witnessed the death of comrades during the Second Shinobi World War and, by chance, awakened his own Manjiki Sharingan. One pair of Manjiki was insufficient to resolve the deeply entrenched issues plaguing the Uchiha, especially for a clan known for its combative nature. Thus, he had resolved to conceal the awakening from everyone. The secret he had painstakingly guarded for decades was now revealed by Shisui in a single breath. After hiding for so many years, perhaps it was time to demonstrate his strength to the clan. "Let us make an appearance, my precious." Faik was filled with fervor. But before he could unveil his eyes, he heard Shisui declare, "Ladies and gentlemen, Konoha has become utterly decayed. I intend to lead the entire Uchiha clan to defect from Konoha and establish a new ninja village." Faik, who had just opened his Manjiki, shut his eyes tightly. He resolutely refused to acknowledge it. He would never concede. As long as he staunchly denied his awakening, Shisui's plan to lead the Uchiha towards extinction could never take shape. "Shisui, from this day forth, you shall be the representative of the radicals." The elder YY was equally taken aback. Meanwhile, the younger generation was eager for action. The 17-year-old Tenmei had already begun to envision himself as a founding figure of the new ninja village, celebrated through the ages. To defect from Konoha? The 4 great ninja villages would undoubtedly covet the Sharingan. Without Konoha's protection, the Uchiha clan would soon be devoured by the other ninja villages. The voice of caution belonged to the conservative second elder, Uchiha Jinchuan. In comparison to Faik and YY's shock, he remained the most rational. After all, he was accustomed to clashing with the radicals and had grown somewhat desensitized to their absurd ideas. Observing the varied reactions of the assembly, Shisui couldn't help but reflect on how such a sincere and straightforward group would ultimately perish within the dark political maelstrom of Konoha. 2 Manjiki might not suffice. Perhaps 3 would. "Patriarch, I can sense your ocular power. Please, open your eyes." The shock Shisui had instigated was overwhelming, leaving everyone somewhat numb. Faik, upon hearing this, embarked on a mental whirlwind. A 3rd pair of Manjiki Sharingan? A traitor within the Uchiha? He found himself increasingly unable to grasp the situation, unable to comprehend. He chose to relinquish his thoughts. Shisui had already brought him too many surprises this night. He resolved to trust Shisui. Faik thought to himself. And then he opened his eyes, releasing his ocular power as a crimson, eerie light emanated from them. The Patriarch had awakened his Manjiki. Uchiha Tenmei displayed a look of aspiration as a 16-year-old prodigy who had awakened his 3-tomo Sharingan. He yearned for the power of the Manjiki to stand alongside Shisui and the Patriarch. In truth, every Uchiha present longed for the near-divine strength of Susanoo. "Faik, when did you awaken your eyes, and why did you conceal it from the clan?" Elder YY questioned. The earlier discontent of second elder Jinchuan dissipated, and he excitedly exclaimed, "The Patriarch must have his reasons. YY, do not take it so seriously. Also, Shisui, where is this 3rd pair of Manjiki you mentioned? Your plan might very well succeed. The elder supports you." Nearly 60, Jinchuan asked Shisui with a beaming smile, his wrinkled face resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, formerly a conservative. Upon hearing the news of 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan emerging within the Uchiha, he suddenly transformed into a radical, one filled with fervor. The Uchiha clan was indeed combative. Yet the usually gentle and cautious second elder, who always sought peaceful resolutions, was an anomaly. Deep within Jinchuan lay a seed of violence and ambition. Yet, the Uchiha clan lacked the strength, and someone always had to bear the burden. Shisui's words ignited Jinchuan's ambitions, nourishing the violent seed within him, causing it to take root and grow into a towering tree. "Do not fret, elder. The 3rd pair of Manjiki will serve as our Uchiha clan's trump card. There are no impenetrable walls in this world. When the time is right, I will reveal it." No one present dared to question Shisui's words, nor did anyone doubt the accuracy of the information. Truly, he was the youngest powerhouse of our Uchiha clan, both wise and brave. The second elder offered lavish praise. Shisui, whatever plans you have, know that the elder supports you. Anyone who obstructs you is opposing me. With that, he cast a casual glance at the still pensive Fayek. Thank you. Elder, I will not disappoint your expectations. The grandfather and grandson harmonized beautifully, transforming what was once a gathering filled with grievances into an unusually harmonious assembly. Fayek, with a stern expression, inquired, You seem different today, Shisui. I simply gained a new perspective after elevating my ocular power, Shisui replied succinctly. Then who is the traitor you mentioned? Fayek pressed on, not dwelling too long on the previous question. With so many eyes present, discussing the traitor is a matter that concerns the honor of the entire Uchiha clan. Let us speak of it privately, Patriarch. Shisui did not provide a direct answer, instead offering Fayek a knowing smile that held profound meaning. No one pursued the matter further. My fellow clansmen, the strength of the Uchiha clan has now reached its zenith. The choice to fight or flee lies within your hands. Make your decision, clan members. Shall we sit idly by and await our demise? Or shall we contest fate and battle to the bitter end? Shisui's voice resonated, stirring every Uchiha soul. Fight! 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 We would rather perish alongside Konoha than compromise. For the glory of the Uchiha clan shall never be enslaved. The crowd erupted with fervent shouts, releasing pin-up grievances, with second elder Jinchuan among the most fervent in his cries. One should never provoke the seemingly placid, for one can never fathom the terror that lies dormant within. Observing this scene, Shisui felt a surge of satisfaction. The emotions of the Uchiha were indeed more intense than those of ordinary folk. Little did they know, the current situation was precisely what Fayek and the elders had hoped to witness. Shisui raised his hands, signaling for silence. In mere moments, the once boisterous courtyard fell utterly silent. The first assault. We shall strike against Danzo and eradicate the root organization. Prepare yourselves, everyone. We will regroup in 30 minutes. In the blink of an eye, the elite shinobi vanished in a flurry of movement. Fayek gazed at Shisui, who was issuing commands, and chose not to intervene. He had already placed the future of the Uchiha in Shisui's hands. Chapter 4. The sudden assault on Danzo's lair in the dead of night. The formidable warriors residing within the Uchiha compound had gathered. A total of 18 elite shinobi comprised of 16 J-nin and 2 special J-nin stood ready. The 3 elders, despite their advanced age and diminished physical and chakra prowess compared to their youthful zenith, remained invaluable due to their extensive experience and cunning. Even the usually taciturn third elder possessed strength that rivaled that of an average J-nin. Leader, please take charge. Fayek implored, nodding slightly as a sign of acquiescence. Taking advantage of the night, the Uchiha clan traversed a considerable distance across Konoha. Along the way, they encountered several patrolling Umbu, who were swiftly subdued by Shisui's Jinjutsu. Utilizing Shisui's prior memories, the group soon arrived at the headquarters of the Root organization. Located on a nameless hill to the west of Konoha, the Root's headquarters was concealed within a cavern at the mountain's base, surrounded by a barrier that rendered it undetectable from the outside. Let us pause here for a moment. Akira and I will scout ahead. Signal us with a large-scale fire jutsu and ensure you arrive promptly. Shisui's orders were clear and concise. The assembled Uchiha J-nin nodded in unison, acknowledging his command. Fayek likewise expressed no dissent, relinquishing command to Shisui. For dual leadership was unwelcome on the battlefield. Activating his Sharingan with 3 Tomo, Shisui found the barrier of root to be inconsequential, particularly for a Jinjutsu expert such as himself. He and Akira utilized the body flicker technique to infiltrate the inner sanctum of the root organization. The atmosphere was cold and damp, yet spacious enough. Stone walls surrounded them, with moss creeping along the junctions between the ground and the walls. Before them lay a dark, seemingly bottomless passageway. Let us proceed, Akira. The duo dashed forward when suddenly, a shuriken whizzed past. Shisui drew a kunai to deflect it, revealing a ninja clad in a combat uniform and wearing an animal mask. Intruders. Enum, he began, but before he could finish, Shisui's Jinjutsu swiftly eliminated him. Just a minor foe, Shisui scoffed. In an instant, 2 plumes of white smoke erupted in the tunnel. They had transformed themselves into root members. Shisui, is it true that Danzo's left eye is indeed a Sharingan? Akira inquired, recalling his previous encounter with Danzo during a mission. He had found Danzo to be admirable, especially when compared to the perceived weakness of the third Hokage. Continue forward, and you shall see, Shisui replied enigmatically. The passage opened up, revealing two massive iron doors, akin to the gates of a fortress, sealing off a stone-hewn chamber. A formidable lock hung prominently, signaling no entry. Standing guard beside the door were two more sentinels, also adorned with animal masks, their designs more intricate than that of the previous lackey, draped in dark robes. "Step aside. We have been dispatched by Lord Danzo for a covert mission. We bear a secret order," Akira proclaimed with fervor. "You didn't tea here? Without a secret order, you are to be eliminated on the spot." Shisui activated a jinjutsu residing in his left eye, capable of temporarily altering the will of others. "Please, esteemed gentlemen, do enter. What are you waiting for? Hurry and open the door before you delay Lord Danzo's affairs." One guard, bewildered, produced a key and unlocked the door, struggling to push it open alongside his companion. What an impressive ability, Shisui. It can silently manipulate another's will. Quite terrifying, Akira thought as they stepped inside. The interior was increasingly dim, the scent of blood growing ever more pungent, sending shivers down their spines. They had entered a clandestine prison. As they ventured deeper, they discovered rows of narrow, confining iron cages. Both activated their Sharingan, seeking clarity on the identities of the imprisoned. Has the Uchiha clan truly become Danzo's hounds? A voice taunted. Akira was taken aback to see a member of the Hyuga clan confined here. Why is a member of the Hyuga clan imprisoned? Shisui smiled knowingly, realizing that Danzo's greed extended beyond Sharingan to the Byakugan as well. The man, Hyuga Kid, misidentified them as Danzo's agents come to experiment on him. He was a special Jainin from the Branch family, missing for a year during a mission, presumed dead. His attire was tattered, bloodied, and his limbs shackled with heavy chains. A peculiar green curse seal marked his forehead. "Looks like a caged bird has saved you," Shisui remarked, noticing that the Hyuga's eyesight had deteriorated from prolonged confinement, rendering him incapable of discerning their true identities. Once they confirmed their surroundings were clear, Shisui and Akira dispelled their transformation jutsu. "Shisui, what brings you here?" Kid, recognizing Shisui as a prominent figure of the Uchiha clan, expressed his bewilderment. "Please, let me out. The Hyuga clan will reward you greatly." "Patience. First, I must eliminate the Hokage's aide, the esteemed leader of Root, Lord Danzo." "Impossible," Kid gasped in disbelief. "Tonight. Wait for me." With those words, Shisui led Akira onward, leaving Kid's pleas behind. After traversing a mere 50 steps, they discovered a multitude of powerful beings imprisoned, not only from the Hyuga but also from the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans. Their distinctive garb and features allowed Shisui to easily identify them. It appeared that Danzo sought not only the bloodline limits but also the secret techniques of various clans. Among them were those who had recently arrived, others who had endured extensive interrogation and lay battered, awaiting their demise. Some had already perished, their bodies left unclaimed. Shisui, acting swiftly, sealed 3 corpses within a scroll. A foreboding sense filled Akira's heart. If all these clans were here, what of the Uchiha? They continued deeper into the prison, coming upon the largest cell. At its center, a frail boy lay, breath shallow, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. Akira gathered wind chakra atop a kunai, slicing through the bars of the cage. Wordlessly, he approached the boy, who came a weak, raspy voice. Akira gently lifted him, recognizing the boy's vacant gaze, eerily reminiscent of Shisui's upon his resurrection. Both eyes had been gouged out by Danzo, and his body bore numerous burns, particularly his left arm, which had nearly turned to ash. It was his younger brother, Uchiha Tenyu. Missing for half a month after a mission, he had been declared dead in battle by the Umbu, in a world where brotherly bonds were cherished. Akira and Tenyu shared a profound connection. Little did they know they would reunite under such harrowing circumstances. Cradling his brother in his arms, Akira shut his eyes, powerless to prevent the departure of his dearest sibling. Tears of blood streamed down his face. When he opened his eyes again, the 3 tomo had transformed into the enigmatic and mystical pattern of the Mangeki Sharingan. Water-stop brother, whom do you suggest we eliminate? Chapter 5 introduces yet another pair of kaleidoscopes. When the Uchiha clan experiences intense emotional fluctuations, a unique chakra surges within their minds, manifesting in their visual nerves and causing their eyes to undergo a transformation. This is characterized by blood-red irises and a varying number of tomo. However, beyond these tomo lies an even more formidable kaleidoscope form. The terrifying ocular power radiating from Tianming is coupled with a chilling chakra imbued with hatred and sorrow, which seems to solidify in the air. The unfolding narrative appears to deviate from my predictions. Shisui contemplates deeply. Unbeknownst to him, the rampant chakra currently erupting from Tianming has already attracted the attention of the sensory ninjas within the Root organization. A significant number of elite Root members are dispatched for reconnaissance. Uchiha Tianyu has gone missing, ultimately deemed deceased during a mission, with no body found to this day. However, Shisui, having traversed time, has pieced together the truth behind these events. It is undoubtedly the work of the enigmatic bandage-clad man, the notorious Danzo, a specialist in ocular extraction. The two recent disappearances of the Uchiha clan over the past 5 years are inextricably linked to him. If Shisui had not been resurrected, this would mark the third such incident. The primary objective of bringing Tianming into the fold was to uncover the truth, hoping that before engaging in war with Konoha, the Uchiha clan would unveil a fourth pair of kaleidoscopes. Though this is undeniably cruel, the truth will eventually surface. And it is merely a matter of time before Tianming learns of his brother's fate. The only miscalculation lies in Shisui underestimating Danzo's capacity for cruelty. Despite Tianyu's eyes being gouged out and his body bearing severe burns, Danzo did not grant him mercy, instead imprisoning him in a foul, lightless dungeon to languish in agony. Had it not been for Shisui's intervention as a time traveler, this young life would have surely perished in endless despair and darkness. Such a detestable taste for cruelty. Must I resort to that technique? Shisui muses aloud, ensuring Tianming hears him. Brother Shisui, what are you talking about? Is there a secret technique that can save my brother's life? At this moment, he clings to the last shred of hope, desperately questioning Shisui. Not only can this save your brother's life, but it can also restore him to his former self. It is one of my kaleidoscope abilities. However, it will result in a permanent decline in vision, and excessive use may lead to blindness. Brother Shisui, I implore you, please save Tianyu's life. I can offer you my kaleidoscope. Tianming kneels before Shisui, assuming a posture of deep reverence. There is no need for such grand gestures regarding your Sharingan. Your brotherly bond is evident, and since you have asked, I shall honor your request. Shisui replied with solemnity. He had comprehended the usage pattern of the Horse Talisman. The cooldown period resets at midnight, with the current limitation allowing for only one use per day. Channeling his mental energy, Shisui activated the talisman. A vibrant green light enveloped Uchiha Tianyu, rapidly healing his external injuries, and his empty eye sockets sprouted eyeballs, resembling Shisui's own restoration. The sight of this miraculous resurrection astonished Tianming to the core, reminiscent of a divine miracle. Coupled with the heart-wrenching reunion between the brothers, Tianming was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears streaming down his face, unable to utter a single word, weeping like a child. Tianyu awoke, disoriented. Have I arrived in paradise? My body no longer aches. Ah, brother. Have you also perished? Perished? Nonsense. Shisui playfully struck him on the head. Subsequently, Tianming pressed his brother's head down, mirroring the earlier gesture, but this time, it was a brotherly display of gratitude. I am eternally indebted for this revival. In the future, we shall heed your every command, Lord Shisui. My dear brothers, please, just call me Shisui. Such is the bond of kinship, Shisui encouraged warmly. Now that you, Tianming, have also awakened your kaleidoscope, the three of us shall work together to revive the Uchiha clan. His ancestors had instructed him that when assisting others, one must embellish the effort to a degree, ensuring that gratitude is duly acknowledged. Shisui was well aware of this principle. By concealing the talisman as a trump card, he had truly gained 2 allies. Pleased with his performance, Shisui feigned exhaustion from chakra depletion, staggering as if about to collapse. Seeing this, Tianming rushed to support him, pulling a soldier pill from his pocket. We must not linger here. Let us retreat for now, and postpone our assault on Danzo. We can explain everything once we are in a safe location, Shisui remarked. Glancing at the still-dazed Tianyu, Tianming nodded in agreement. Bang, bang, bang. They utilized the transformation technique once more, moving outward. The decision to halt the assault on Danzo was not made lightly. With the Horse Talisman cooling down, he had lost his greatest advantage for the night. The current chakra reserves would only allow for 2 minutes of Susanoo, and he estimated that Danzo possessed 3 to 5 Sharingan. Having witnessed the Sasuke versus Danzo confrontation, the formidable nature of Danzo's abilities was well established. Even if Danzo's Sharingan count was less than in the original narrative, he was still rejuvenated by over a decade and enhanced by Hashirama's cells, making him undoubtedly formidable. In the original tale, Sasuke wielded an unparalleled mastery of lightning and fire techniques, potent genjutsu, and devastating ninjutsu like Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. In terms of skill set and combat resolve, Shisui knew he paled in comparison to Sasuke. Defeating Danzo would be no simple task. The original Horse Talisman was intended as Shisui's ace against Danzo, providing double the duration of Susanoo and potentially allowing for 4 uses of Izanagi if necessary, combined with Fugaku's support, would almost guarantee Danzo's demise. However, fate had other plans. Danzo had allowed him to escape, and Shisui resolved not to engage without preparation. As he pondered this, he took account of his gains while exiting. 1. One kaleidoscope from the Uchiha clan acquired. While its powers remain unknown, its pattern resembles Sasuke's, likely related to ninjutsu. 2. Evidence of Danzo's remnants among the Leaf Ninja collected. However, given his close ties to the third Hokage, relying on this evidence to bring Danzo down seemed implausible. He would have to navigate the political landscape between the third Hokage and the various clans. 3. He had garnered the first batch of individuals in this world who could truly be of use to him. Although Shisui was confident in his persuasive abilities, he was acutely aware of the limits of his influence. His words held sway only due to the prevailing circumstances and the tacit approval of the clan leaders and elders. Once Danzo was dealt with, and the Uchiha gained an advantage in their rivalry with Konoha, these proud clan members would surely align themselves with him. Shisui activated his Sharingan, discerning the exit through the barrier. The exit lay less than 50 meters away. My apologies, Hinata's eldest brother. Please endure a few more days, Shisui thought. Recalling his earlier words to Hinata keyed. I truly played the fool. Suddenly, a dozen root members surrounded the trio in an instant. Cursed oversight, Shisui exclaimed, shocked. How could our flawless transformation be uncovered? Chapter 6. The Dawn of Power. Encounter with Danzo Tianming and his companions found themselves surrounded by 12 members of the Root organization. Each of these individuals, varying in height and stature, donned animal masks that obscured their faces. The 12 ninjas swiftly prepared for the imminent battle, drawing out kunai, shuriken, and forming hand seals to unleash lethal ninjutsu upon their foes. Is this a gathering of the zoo? Shisui quipped. Tianming, why not test your kaleidoscope ability? At his words, the 3 Tomo in Tianming's eyes began to whirl furiously, transforming into a kaleidoscopic form reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's. The 3 Tomo intertwined, forming a circular pattern. In an instant, Tianming lunged forward, approaching a female ninja adorned with a snake mask. Before anyone could react, a crimson line of blood erupted from her neck. Can you accelerate your taijutsu? Shisui mused. Let's call this technique divine speed. Incredibly, with a single strike, he had defeated the special Jonin Sai, Earth Style, Earth Flow Spear. Shouted the female ninja's companion at Tianming. Water Surge Wave, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Lightning Style, Lightning Ball. A torrential barrage of shuriken rained down upon the trio. The Root ninjas frantically unleashed their techniques, as if they were free to do so without consequence. Tianming exchanged a knowing glance with his brother, and in an instant, they understood each other. Wind Style, Great Breakthrough. Tianyu formed seals, showcasing his expertise in wind techniques. The near-solid gale swept through the entire space. Fire Style, Great Fire Annihilation. Divine Speed. Not only did divine speed enhance the speed of his taijutsu, but it also appeared to augment the release speed and attack power of his ninjutsu. A renowned martial arts master once proclaimed, without the essence of martial arts, all techniques are invincible, yet only the swift remain unbroken. Tianming's abilities were formidable and held immense potential for further development. Before Shisui could ponder, the overwhelming flames, propelled by the mighty wind, engulfed the entire area. The 2 techniques complemented each other, and coupled with the advantage of the terrain, they formed a devastating combination of ninjutsu. The roaring inferno surged forward, bursting forth from the cave, resembling a volcanic eruption. Leader, a signal. Look, there's Fire Style. It's not the Great Dragon Fire technique. Leader, a signal. Look, there's Fire Style. Not the Great Dragon Fire technique. Wait a moment. Faike reassured the anxious Uchiha Jonin. The searing flames consumed the Root ninjas that stood before the trio. With the enhancement of divine speed, Tianming's Great Fire Annihilation reached nearly double its original speed. The 6 ninjas had scarcely any time to react before the tempestuous wind accompanied by the flames rushed toward their faces. Among them, the quickest to respond. A male ninja wearing a fox mask attempted to form the earth flow wall for defense. However, midway through his hand seals, he met his demise in the inferno. As the flames dissipated, the once numerous pursuers were reduced to a mere 5 remaining in the rear. This exemplified the terror of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, in a single encounter. A being of special Jonin caliber was vanquished, and with another technique, 6 elite ninjas were annihilated. Shisui let out a sinister laugh upon witnessing this scene. "Well done, Xiaoming," he exclaimed, grasping his brother's hands as they bolted toward the exit, leaving the remaining 5 in disarray. "Shisui, can you refrain from laughing like that? Why? You don't look like a good person when you laugh like that." The 3 conversed as they ran outside. Finally, breathing in the long-awaited fresh air, Shisui let out a long sigh of relief. "Fortunately, we did not encounter Danzo. They were merely small fry. The strength of the root organization is nothing extraordinary." As they prepared to rendezvous with the clan leader, Shisui suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Vacuum Great Sphere. A transparent chakra sphere hurtled towards them at alarming speed. "That was close. We almost fell victim." Just as they were about to be overwhelmed, Shisui activated Susanoo at the last moment, absorbing the damage. The vacuum sphere, Danzo's signature technique from the original story, possessed tremendous power, and a direct hit could have been fatal. "That was close. Thank you, Shisui," Tianming exclaimed. "Everyone, enter battle mode. We must take this seriously," Tianyu warned. "If we delay even a moment longer, Danzo could emerge from any direction." Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Technique. 3 orange-yellow flames in the shape of gigantic chakra dragons soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and illuminating the night. Goodness, do they have to be so serious? Does the root organization have this many members? The flames illuminated their surroundings, revealing a myriad of ninjas wearing the distinctive masks of the root organization, surrounding them in layers. At the forefront stood an elderly man whose hand and arm were wrapped in bandages. Upon closer inspection, there were over 60 masked ninjas, using the Sharingan to sense chakra. Tianyu discerned that among them were at least 20 Jonin. Upon seeing the elder leading them, Tianyu's expression darkened. This was the wretched man who had stolen his eyes, leaving him in darkness. The last image he recalled was that of this wrinkled face. "Danzo Shimura, Uchiha Tianyu, weren't you imprisoned in a cell awaiting death? How have you returned to your former self, even regrowing your eyes? And that person beside you, Shisui, after I plucked one of your eyes, how could you possibly recover? Does the Uchiha clan possess a secret technique stronger than Izanashi?" Chapter 7, The Malevolent Danzo, Uchiha vs. Root. Upon witnessing the individual he had personally blinded regain his sight, Danzo was rendered utterly astonished. In the midst of his shock, he felt an exhilaration akin to that of a child. Shisui and the young members of the Uchiha clan had regained their eyes, and Shisui had just employed Susanoo to deflect his attack. This meant he could once again seize Shisui's eyes, thereby acquiring further opportunities to utilize Kotoeme Tsukumi. With such divine prowess at his disposal, the position of Hokage would be within his grasp, and Danzo was resolute in leading Konoha toward prosperity and strength. He must obtain Shisui's eyes, regardless of the cost. Danzo vowed to restore the glory of the first Hokage, casting his gaze upon the 3 Uchihas. A greedy and malevolent smile spread across Danzo's face. The secret technique for restoring the Sharingan was now his to claim. "Ha ha ha, Uchiha. It is your honor to serve as my vessel for the Sharingan. An ambitious man, powerful yet fraught with danger, but forever relegated to the shadows." This was Shisui's first impression and assessment of Danzo. "Shisui, if you surrender the secret of restoring the Sharingan, along with your 2 Manjiki, I might consider granting you a swift end." Danzo noted the recently awakened Tenmyo. "No wonder you cannot become Hokage, instead of honing your own strength. You covet the bloodline limits of others. Danzo-sama, I have heard that when the second Hokage selected the third, he decisively chose Lord Hiruzen, who was of comparable strength to you at that time. It appears the second made a sagacious choice," Shisui retorted, mocking Danzo. "Currently, not only is your strength inferior to the third's, but your temperament is also quite ordinary." Danzo squinted his exposed eye, desperately attempting to conceal his emotions. The desire to become Hokage had transformed into an obsession, as his hesitation had cost him the position, a regret that haunted Shimura Danzo throughout his life. Moreover, the nature of his feelings had never been disclosed to anyone. How could Shisui know? Indeed, only someone as gentle as the third is deserving of the title of Hokage. Tenmyo chimed in. During their time at the Ninja Academy, Tenmyo had the fortune of receiving encouragement from the third Hokage at the opening ceremony. "You young lads know nothing. Konoha requires a strong Hokage. Hiruzen is merely a hypocrite. Do you think I acquired so many Sharingan without Hiruzen's tacit approval?" Danzo scoffed. "What does it matter if a dying man speaks a few words? Let them die with clarity." Danzo was thoroughly incensed by the sharp words of the group, striving to prove that he was not inferior to Hiruzen. Hiruzen is no more noble than I. The position of Hokage rightfully belongs to me. Danzo-sama. Does your definition of Hokage entail the slaughter of fellow villagers and the sacrifice of innocents beneath your grand dreams? Shisui skillfully delayed for time. Not only have you imprisoned the Uchihas, but you have also detained ninjas from other clans. Your appetite is quite insatiable. As you seek to control all bloodline limits and unique techniques within Konoha, do you even recall the true meaning behind the first Hokage's establishment of the village? Shimura Danzo, you have betrayed the will of fire. The two brothers, Tenmu and Tianyu, echoed in support. Yes, you are unworthy of being Hokage. Tianyu grumbled, his frustration mounting. Shisui, however, found himself at a loss for words. He had never contemplated outsmarting Danzo. He was not Naruto, and against such an enemy, only death could quell the chaos. To end the cycle of killing was to pave the way for future peace. Patriarch, please hurry. It seems we may not escape tonight. Shisui, who had been fervently speaking, was inwardly anxious. Danzo's group was numerous and formidable. Shisui utilized his Sharingan to assess Danzo's chakra, which was abundant and vigorous, bolstered by the cells of Hashirama. At this moment, he was at the pinnacle of his strength. Even with 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan on their side, victory would not come easily. Tenmu had only just awakened, and his chakra reserves were insufficient. During battle, he could barely summon Susanoo, their ultimate weapon. Should he be defeated, not only would he lose his life, but the Uchiha clan would suffer a devastating blow, reducing their strength by half and relegating them to a lower-tier clan. Even if they lost their threat to Konoha, for the next 30 years they would be suppressed, unable to lift their heads. The Uchiha would become Danzo's and the Third's breeding ground for Sharingan. Have you finished your last words? I sincerely apologize, young ones, but my mercy is run dry. Our conversation ends here. Any further words will be reserved for the afterlife. Wait, do you not wish to know the secret of how we restored our eyes? Not necessary. Once you perish, there will be individuals assigned to probe your memories. Danzo referred to the ninjas of the Yamanaka clan, who possessed the ability to invade the minds of others, sparing not even the deceased. The secret to restoring our eyes is, without a moment's hesitation, Danzo decided to act, his movements decisive and ruthless. However, upon hearing Shisui voluntarily reveal the secret, he gestured to his subordinates to halt their incomplete ninjutsu attack. The secret is to perform eye exercises twice daily. Shisui replied cheekily. Danzo's expression darkened. The battlefield was rapidly evolving, and just as Shisui's words fell, another voice echoed from a distance. Amaterasu. A conflagration of black flames erupted in the densest area of Root's ninjas. Ah, it's scorching. Quick, use water release. Water release. Water surge wave. Root ninjas swiftly formed hand seals. It cannot be extinguished. Please help me. Seeing that the black flames could not be quelled by fire release, a desperate member of Root resorted to kicking his comrade. After 3 kicks, the flames remained unextinguished, instead igniting him as well. The kicked partner succumbed to unconsciousness. Scatter. Keep away from the ignited. Fugaka's abilities were Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. The Patriarch had finally come to their aid, Shisui remarked. The elite Uchiha forces arrived in an instant. All Uchiha Jonin swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of fire release techniques. Fire release. Great Fireball Technique. Fire Release. Dragon Flame Song. Fire Release. Great Fire Extinguish. Fire Release. Great Dragon Fire Technique. Dozens of large-scale fire releases were unleashed. Fire Release was the signature technique of the Uchiha clan, a skill honed from childhood. The overwhelming fire techniques surged toward the Root members like a colossal wave, enveloping the scene in a crimson haze, reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Shisui activated Susanoo in its skeletal form to shield the 3 Root ninjas hastily formed hand seals, intending to employ defensive ninjutsu to withstand this onslaught. Shisui exchanged a glance with Tenmu, who nodded in response. Godspeed. Reversal. The speed of hand seals for dozens of Root members slowed to a crawl. What was once a blur became a slow-motion spectacle akin to film. Approximately 30 weaker ninjas were affected by this. The consequences of failing to complete their defensive ninjutsu were dire, as they were incinerated by the flames. The tide of battle, once unfavorable for the Uchiha, had swiftly turned. Chapter 8. Confrontation, Danzo versus Shisui. After extensively employing this technique, Tianming's Sharingan abruptly reverted from its kaleidoscopic form back to the standard 3-tomo state. Almost immediately, it transitioned from the 3-tomo pattern to an ordinary black pupil. His gaze was weary, with copious amounts of blood streaming from beneath his eyes, an unmistakable sign of the toll taken by the intense use of the Manjiki Sharingan, marking the exhaustion of chakra and the irreversible depletion of ocular power, simultaneously managing dozens of individuals, even though the most formidable among them was merely slightly inferior to him. Merely delaying their movements for a fraction of a second exacted an unimaginable cost upon Tianming. Yet, it was this precious fraction of a second that turned the tide of an otherwise lopsided battle. Amaterasu, in conjunction with fire release, consumed the lives of over 30 root ninjas. Danzo's expression darkened. He had underestimated the resolve of the Uchiha clan, originally believing he was merely hunting 3 insignificant mice. He was astonished to see even the clan leader, Fugaku, was involved. The light emitted by the fire release illuminated half of the Konoha sky, and villagers seemed to sense the arrival of daylight. Lord Third, a battle appears to have erupted in the southern part of Konoha. Should we investigate? An Umbu ninja queried respectfully, kneeling in the study of the Uchiha clan's residence. The third Hokage contemplated for a moment while gazing at the crystal ball on his desk, then commanded, dismissed. Notify Kakashi to prepare an elite team on standby. At this moment, aside from Tianming, the Uchiha clan still had 18 elite J-nin remaining, nearly unscathed. Conversely, Danzo was flanked by the most elite ninjas of the Root organization, the last remnants of their living strength. Tianyu, how's he here? Wasn't he supposed to be missing? You have yet to realize that the orchestrator behind Tianyu's disappearance is none other than Danzo. Shisui just went to rescue Tianyu. The Uchiha clan was ablaze with fury, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. The Uchiha ninjas prepared to confront the surviving elites of the Root. Shisui cast a fleeting glance at Danzo before rapidly activating his Susanoo skeleton, launching a powerful punch toward Danzo's face. Fugaku, an exception among them, was a formidable elite J-nin in his own right. Upon activating his Manjiki Sharingan, he possessed strength rivaling that of a weak Kage. 18 versus 25. Although the Uchiha were slightly disadvantaged, they could still hold their ground. Fugaku recalled the words Shisui had uttered during their journey. Clan leader, when the fight commences, do not hesitate to utilize the Manjiki abilities. I know overuse can lead to blindness, but I have a method to restore it. Fugaku activated his Susanoo skeleton and charged into the fray. The previously balanced battlefield was shattered in an instant, as if entering a realm devoid of adversaries. Danzo braced himself against Shisui's Susanoo punch. Utilizing his Anaji, Danzo's body gradually became transparent, reappearing behind Shisui. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A transparent wave of compressed air surged toward Shisui. Without delay, Shisui rapidly allowed his Susanoo skeleton to sprout muscle and skin. In his memory, he recalled that Danzo's wind release, combined with summoned beasts, could even breach Sasuke's second form of Susanoo, the one clad in armor and wielding a bow. In the blink of an eye, Danzo beheld a gigantic armored green figure materializing before him, akin to a deity descending upon the earth. The formidable chakra coalesced into a tangible form, revealing a semi-transparent green chakra giant, with a massive crimson tomo floating at its chest. The Uchiha clan was indeed terrifying. Merely acquiring 2 Manjiki Sharingan could awaken this miraculous third power. Without allowing Danzo a moment to marvel, Shisui fervently activated the tomo at Susanoo's chest. Instantly, countless rapidly rotating chakra tomo shot forth toward Danzo. The tomo, creating friction in the air, approached the speed of sound, emitting a cacophony of noise. Danzo barely had time to react before his body became transparent once more. Danzo-sama, that hand of yours is quite repulsive. The hand, composed of Hashirama's cells, was embedded with 4 3-tomo Sharingan. It confirmed Shisui's suspicions. The old thief Danzo had indeed embedded Uchiha Sharingan into his own arm. How despicable. You still dare to claim to uphold the will of fire. The Uchiha clan seethed with revulsion as Danzo unraveled the bandages encircling his arm, revealing the transformed limb. One eye was already closed. Witnessing this, the Uchiha were filled with a chilling dread. The Hokage's advisor, the leader of the Root organization, standing atop the power hierarchy of Konoha, was responsible for the oppression of the Uchiha clan. It is all for Konoha. When Konoha thrives, everyone thrives. And the Uchiha will also prosper, Danzo shamelessly proclaimed. Amaterasu. Fugaku, enraged by Danzo's brazen justification, unleashed a devastating punch from his Susanoo skeleton, killing the masked ninja before him. His eyes focused, and he activated Amaterasu, engulfing Danzo in roaring flames. the black fire said to represent an eternal sun that would never extinguish. Those caught in its inferno could do nothing but await their demise. Activating Izanagi once more, Danzo disregarded Fugaku. Knowing that as long as he remained within the duration of Izanagi, he was invincible. Wind Release, Vacuum Blade. Wind Release, Shuriken. Danzo infused Wind Chakra into a Shuriken, hurling it toward Shisui's Susanoo. The diminutive Shuriken, now several times larger due to the Wind Chakra, sliced through obstacles as if they were mere tofu. Shisui grinned wryly as he dispelled his chakra-consuming Susanoo. Shisui style, instant body technique. Shisui instantly created several clones, dispersing them in all directions. Fire Release, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fireballs concealing Shuriken flew toward Danzo, followed closely by Shisui's 3 clones, all drawing their short blades to strike. Summoning Technique. Danzo waved his hand toward the ground. With a bang, thick smoke dispersed, revealing a massive beast resembling an elephant before Shisui. The Dream Eater, a legendary creature that thrived on devouring dreams, possessed the ability to manipulate both dreams and hurricanes, correlating to Genjutsu and Wind Release. The Dream Eater opened its mouth, summoning a gust of wind. Its immense suction seemingly capable of drawing everything around it into its maw. Shisui activated his Susanoo once more. If the original plot were to unfold, Danzo should now unleash a vacuum wave to breach his defenses, Shisui mused. Wind Release, Vacuum Continuous Wave. Fire Release, Great Fireball. The 2 ninjutsu were unleashed almost simultaneously, inflicting significant damage on their targets. The Dream Eater, having absorbed the Great Fireball into its stomach, vanished in an instant, while the injured summoned beast returned to the summoning space. Meanwhile, Danzo's overwhelming Wind Release inflicted damage upon Shisui's Susanoo, peeling layers of green chakra armor, skin, and muscle to reveal the underlying skeletal structure. At that moment, Danzo glanced at his arm. His second Sharingan had become inactive. Shisui's expression grew grim. He had nearly exhausted all his trump cards. The remaining chakra would only suffice to maintain his Susanoo for approximately 40 more seconds. Chapter 9. The Arrival of Fugaku. Danzo's resolve. Having experienced 2 great wars in the ninja world, Danzo's combat experience naturally surpasses that of Shisui, who is yet to reach the age of 18. With a keen eye for detail, he detects Shisui's fatigue and, without wasting words, swiftly unleashes 2 jutsu. The seal spread towards Shisui's feet. This is bad. He has been ensnared. In the blink of an eye, Danzo appears less than a meter away from Shisui, raising his right hand. Would Release, Tree Root Burial. Danzo analyzes that the vulnerability of Susanoo lies beneath. Indeed, at this moment, Shisui can no longer channel chakra to sustain his full Susanoo. The half-formed Susanoo becomes his weak spot. Enormous roots erupt from the ground, already scraping his large nose. If he does not take action soon, he will meet his demise at Danzo's hands. With no alternative, Shisui transforms his eyes into the ordinary 3-tomo form, attempting to employ Izanagi. Boom. Just as Shisui is about to complete the technique, a colossal red chakra giant rushes in. Fugaku's Susanoo, at this moment, lacks armor. It has merely developed muscles and skin, manifesting legs and wielding a long sword. This is the most agile form at this stage. With a swift kick, Fugaku sends Danzo flying, then strikes down at the rapidly growing Would Release technique. The blade's descent alters the very fabric of the world. Grasping Shisui, he places him in a safe location before charging at Danzo, who is in the midst of activating Izanagi. With each swing of the sword, Danzo has no time to react and can only endure the blows. 1 strike, 2 strikes, countless strikes. Die, revive, die, revive. In the span of a mere minute, Danzo maximizes the value of the Sharingan. Shisui counts and realizes that he has revived 48 times. Impressive, my Danzo. As the final strike falls, Fugaku's Susanoo dissipates, and the kaleidoscope returns to a black pupil. The battle has exhausted every last drop of chakra. Fugaku's kaleidoscope, hidden for 10 years, has been entirely consumed in a single night. At this moment, he can feel his ocular power steadily diminishing. If he continues, he will undoubtedly lose his sight within 3 more uses. Danzo, panting heavily, has already closed 3 of the eyes on his arm. The clan leader's arrival signifies. Shisui turns to see that the Uchiha clan's battle against Root has concluded in victory. Miraculously, despite Fugaku's reckless use of his kaleidoscope abilities, the Uchiha clan has suffered no casualties. The most severely injured is a special jonin who lost a hand, while the rest are simply exhausted or bear minor injuries. The clan leader orders a retreat, with those still capable of fighting remaining a kilometer away for support. Danzo still has trump cards. They have done remarkably well. The rest is up to me. Having said this, Shisui discreetly signals to the uninvolved timing nearby. Danzo glances toward the main battlefield. Huff, huff. Danzo's chest heaves violently, even more so than during the battle. This has been his labor of love for over a decade. In order to establish root, he willingly cloaked himself in darkness. Addressing various unsavory tasks for the third Hokage, you have destroyed the peace of Konoha. Danzo shouts in anger. Shisui falls silent. At this stage of the battle, there is no need for further words. Second stage of Susanoo. The massive chakra giant rises once more, clad in armor, exuding an oppressive aura that causes the surrounding air to crackle. Danzo activates the last Sharingan on his arm. 8-span jewel, fire release, great fireball, fire release, dragon flame song technique, wind release, great breakthrough, wind release, vacuum wave. Both have completely abandoned defense, unleashing a frenzy of ninjutsu. The cells of Hashirama, what a remarkable asset. How can the old man's chakra still be so abundant? At this moment, Shisui approaches his limit. He glances at Danzo, who appears slightly disheveled but shows no signs of chakra depletion. Lord Danzo, can you hold on a little longer? The aloof Shisui suddenly falters, hoping to buy some time. I have a secret about the third Hokage. His words have no effect. The ninjutsu continues to rain down like a torrential storm. Old bachelor. For the sake of a mere Hokage, you've spent your entire life without a woman. You are far inferior to the third. At this moment, Shisui lacks the chakra necessary to maintain the second stage of Susanoo. With only 20 seconds left, he decides to dispel Susanoo and activates the body flicker technique. Running while hurling insults. Danzo frowns. It's not chakra depletion, but rather the filth of Shisui's insults that is overwhelming. Kodoame Tsukumi, let it work. My final trump card. Under the relentless barrage, Shisui is battered and bloodied, resembling a veritable bloodied figure. For the peace of Konoha, let us be good friends, Shisui. I believe that mutual understanding is possible. At this moment, Danzo has transformed into Konoha's dove of peace, the guardian of love and harmony in the ninja world. Truly, the skill that took 10 years to develop wields such terrifying power. It is a pity to waste such divine prowess on Danzo. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurs. After merely a few seconds of respite, Danzo becomes transparent and begins to fade away. When Shisui sees him again, he has removed the bandage from his right eye, revealing the four-cornered windmill kaleidoscope that rightfully belongs to Shisui. I never anticipated that a mere 3-tomo Sharingan could counter your kaleidoscope. The weakness of Kodoame Tsukumi lies within Izanagi. Damn it, the original text did not mention this. For Shisui, Kodoame Tsukumi is indeed ineffective against those within the time frame of Izanagi. It is as unexpected as it is logical. With chakra nearly expended, Danzo still possesses about 1/3 of his chakra. Observing Danzo's evident superiority, Shisui can't help but scoff. The cells of Hashirama are too overpowered. With the Senju cells, Danzo can control a dozen Sharingan, and even in old age. His chakra reserves far exceed that of ordinary shinobi. After Obito transplanted the Senju cells, he utilized an ordinary kaleidoscope as an eternal one, entirely unconcerned about chakra or ocular power depletion. The dark clouds in the sky resemble rolling plumes of smoke, with thunder and lightning streaking across. A storm is brewing. Izanagi. Faced with the relentless onslaught, Shisui finds himself unable to withstand any longer. In the next moment, his right eye becomes clouded, transforming from the ethereal, lively Sharingan into a lifeless gray orb, defiant to the end. Both harbor ulterior motives, refraining from attacking, instead silently observing one another. Danzo aims to launch Kodoame Tsukumi against Shisui once Izanagi's duration concludes, while Shisui waits for the opportune moment to employ Kiranin. Looking up at the sky, the time for Izanagi is about to end. Kodoame Tsukumi. Danzo's right eye widens in realization. Now is the timing. Long sky stand, a technique residing within Uchiha Timing's kaleidoscope. The deity of time from Japanese mythology. A mysterious, ancient golden seal emerges from Timing's eye, appearing slow, yet in an instant, it rushes toward Danzo, who is about to activate his technique. Enveloped by the seal, Danzo stands motionless. Timing sacrifices one eye, losing his sight, to freeze Danzo for a second with the power of time. When it comes to ninjutsu involving the laws of space and time, the cost is inevitably steep. Lightning release. Kirin, a massive surge of lightning gathers above Shisui, forming a colossal thunder beast with long, curved horns. Shisui waves his hand, directing the thunder beast toward Danzo. Kirin, formed from natural lightning, represents the pinnacle of both power and speed among lightning techniques. With thunder, he shatters the darkness. As Shisui cried out, the thunderous beast surged towards the liberated Danzo. Unaware of the unfolding chaos, Danzo was momentarily mesmerized by the azure expanse before him, only to be engulfed by the tempestuous lightning. The once mighty warlord, Shimura Danzo, had fallen, succumbing to a fate he could not foresee. Without even a final word to utter in the presence of the unresponsive Kirin, exhausted, Shisui and his comrade Timing exchanged knowing smiles as they collapsed to the ground. Their physical strength and chakra utterly depleted. Ha ha ha, we can only muster a single pair of eyes between us. Shisui chuckled, seeking solace and humor amidst the aftermath. Leaning against each other, they found themselves powerless to move, left to await the arrival of their Uchiha kin. Chapter 10. The reaction of the third generation in the Hokage residence of the Sarutobi clan in Konoha village. A purple crystal orb emitted a series of intense glows. A reaction triggered by the telescope technique encountering a powerful chakra disturbance. The light illuminated the face of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, revealing a sinister and ruthless demeanor. A stark contrast to his usual benevolence. The legendary third force, the Susanoo, said to rival the gods, wielded a terrifying power. Everything transpiring in the battle had been clearly perceived by the third Hokage through the crystal orb, making him a third witness to the conflict. Hiruzen pondered his chances against the two Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. However, the Uchiha had now become like a toothless tiger, unable to stir much trouble. Of the 3 pairs of Sharingan, 2 had been rendered useless. The long-hidden Fugaku had now become an open book, no longer a threat. As for Danzo, while he had once been a sharp sword for Konoha, adept at handling clandestine tasks, his death rendered him worthless, merely a discarded piece. Indeed, the Uchiha represented the greatest threat within Konoha. He ordered Itachi to proceed with the plan as scheduled. The third S expression darkened. The Uchiha's power was stronger than anticipated, and it seemed he would have to intervene personally. Send Kakashi to bring Shisui to me, he commanded. The awaiting Umbu acknowledged and vanished in an instant. Outside the root, Organization S base, the 3 Uchiha who had just slain Danzo sat back to back, gasping for breath. The battle had taken a tremendous toll on them. After the exhilarating clash, Shisui and Tenmei experienced a surge of endorphins and dopamine flooding their brains. The near brush with death was now a distant memory, overshadowed by the euphoria of victory. It must be said, the Uchiha were indeed a race born for battle. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Eliminate Danzo, 24-hour limit. Reward, Tiger Talisman, permanent. Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha clan aptitude increased by 30. With a thought, Shisui activated the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, one of the few techniques capable of contending with the Hokage. Facing the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara, he felt a newfound confidence. That beast, who had murdered his master and slaughtered his kin, was one of the instigators of the Uchiha massacre. The Tiger Talisman could divide a person into 2 distinct personas of good and evil, materializing them into avatars. It was merely a variation of the shadow clone technique. The good avatar was overly benevolent, while the evil avatar was excessively ruthless, showing no restraint. Shisui hesitated to utilize this talisman for now. In contrast to Shisui's victorious elation, Fugaku of the Uchiha bore a troubled expression. Leading 18 Nin to annihilate the root organization was indeed a significant achievement, a major battle in the entire shinobi world. However, after recklessly employing his Manjiki Sharingan abilities, he sensed a severe decline in his vision. If he continued using them, he would likely go blind. Furthermore, the new generation of Uchiha, Shisui, and Tenmei could barely muster a single pair of eyes. The third Hokage would not let the annihilation of the root organization go unpunished. Fugaku harbored a faint suspicion of betrayal within the Uchiha clan. At this moment, the Uchiha faced both internal and external crises, akin to a dilapidated vessel navigating a stormy ocean, where a single misstep could lead to ruin. Sensing Fugaku's unease, Shisui reassured him, "Rest assured, clan leader. After this battle, the Uchiha clan has undergone a rebirth. You will notice the difference upon your return." Fugaku's expression softened slightly. He interpreted Shisui's words as a testament to the clan's revitalized spirit following their victory. Without further ado, Shisui activated the Horse Talisman, subtly transferring its power into Fugaku. He felt his waning ocular power rejuvenate, chakra surging within him, and his previously murky gaze gradually cleared. Upon unlocking the Tiger Talisman, Shisui discovered that the Horse Talisman, originally usable only once a day, could now be activated twice daily. Fugaku raised an eyebrow, poised to speak when Shisui interrupted, "Clan leader, we have reinforcements. Let us discuss matters upon returning to the clan." 5 individuals had come to assist. Fugaku regained his mobility, and Shisui arranged for one to escort Tenmei away. The remaining individuals focused on rescuing the imprisoned Hinata Kid and other clan ninjas. One severely injured ninja was rescued by the Uchiha Shisui. The members of the Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, as well as even a member of the Senju clan, witnessed the Uchiha and Shisui's valor, their prior prejudice against the Uchiha dissipating. These so-called battle maniacs had become their saviors. Without Shisui's generous assistance, they would have languished and perished in the darkness of the dungeons. The gaunt Akimichi member wept, "Thank you, friends of the Uchiha. Without you, I would have starved to death in Danzo's dungeon." Narashika thanked them profusely. "I, Narashika, express my gratitude to all of you." The gratitude was overwhelming. The longest imprisoned Hinata Kid spoke, "I extend my heartfelt thanks to Lord Shisui and all Uchiha brothers for saving my life. Should you require my aid in the future, I shall not hesitate. I bid you farewell." Having not seen his daughter for over 6 months, the longing overwhelmed him, and he yearned to return home to reunite with his family. Everyone cannot return home just yet. Shisui's voice echoed like thunder, sending chills down the spine of all present. Even the Uchiha were perplexed by Shisui's statement. "Are we not returning from one prison to another?" queried the ninjas from various clans. "Calm yourselves. Many of you have been missing for days, some for over half a year. I suspect your standing within your clans is not high. If you return openly, it will expose the remnants of Danzo's misdeeds. The third Hokage and Danzo are in collusion. He has eyes on the entire village. I wager he already knows of your survival. Once you set foot on the path home, the Umbu will come for you." Shisui's words shocked everyone. Upon reflection, they recognized the truth. Without the third's tacit approval, how could Danzo have so effortlessly fabricated their disappearance? "Let us return to the Uchiha clan and stay for a few days. When the time is right, we can return to our families," Shisui offered, not wishing to impose but allowing for voluntary participation. After much discussion, they unanimously decided to heed Shisui's advice and return to the Uchiha. Within the crystal orb, the third Hokage's expression was grim. "That fool Danzo has left such a significant trace," he seethed. "Assassination squad, move out. Ambush the traitorous ninjas," commanded the masked ninja. Ready to depart. Little did the third Hokage anticipate that the gathered group would not afford the assassination squad a single opportunity. Chapter 11. The first encounter with the third generation. As Shisui concluded his conversation with the group and was about to rise, a white-haired youth clad in Umbu battle attire, his face concealed beneath a fox mask, appeared before him in an instant. "Uchiha Shisui, the Hokage has summoned you. Come with me." The young man's slightly languid voice, combined with his distinctly recognizable appearance, allowed Shisui to identify him immediately. It was Kakashi Hitaki, the man who had become synonymous with the measurement of chakra. "By the way, my chakra reserves have now reached 5 cards. Shisui mused playfully to himself. "Why has the third summoned him?" Fugaku inquired, his expression clouded with concern. "I do not know. The third's orders were simply to bring Uchiha Shisui along. There is no need for the clan leader to worry. I will handle the matters back in the clan," Shisui replied, exuding an air of confidence, as though he were the very pillar of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku opened his mouth, intending to voice further concerns, but Shisui silenced him with a mere glance. "Let us proceed. Copy Ninja Kakashi." Kakashi was taken aback by Shishui's calm demeanor, for it was evident that he was in trouble, yet remained so composed. Truly, he was the most gifted of the Uchiha clan. However, after the recent battle, Kakashi's body had reached its limits, making it impossible for him to traverse to the Hokage's building unassisted. Before long, Kakashi had hoisted Shisui onto his back and was hastening toward the heart of Konoha. "Kakashi, the White Fang is a predecessor I hold in great esteem." Kakashi replied, "Do you not find the circumstances surrounding the White Fang's demise rather suspicious?" His brow furrowed, his expression darkening as if he could squeeze water from it at any moment. How could news of the White Fang's failed mission spread throughout Konoha when high-ranking officials had ordered a complete news blackout? Never heard of it. The renowned genius of the Uchiha clan, the illustrious Shunshin Shisui, engaging in such trivialities. Flattery will get you nowhere. I am now blind in one eye, rendered nearly useless. Mention of his blindness caused Kakashi to momentarily halt, the shadow beneath his mask darkening further. Enough of this. Jishui's words cut deep, igniting a fury within Kakashi that simmered due to his current low spirits. Allow me to finish. The White Fang was powerful and humble, making him the ideal candidate for Hokage. Jishui concluded with a knowing expression. Kakashi appeared to have absorbed Jishui's words. Throughout their journey, no matter what Jishui said, Kakashi offered no further response. Jishui, you have arrived. Why are you still dawdling? Quickly fetch a chair for Jishui. Jishui had just delivered the count of talismans used today to Fugaku, assuring that no further battles would ensue. In the past, Jishui had been a staunch ally of the Hokage, maintaining a close relationship with the third Hokage. Each time he met the third, he would adopt a demeanor of utmost respect. Hokage-sama, may I inquire the purpose of your summons? Jishui feigned ignorance. Jishui, you stand accused of the murder of high-ranking Konoha officials, including Danzo Shimura, the leader of the Root organization. The evidence is irrefutable. You are hereby arrested on charges of murder, with a trial to follow. The third donned a pained expression before continuing. Jishui, I have nurtured you as my successor. Why would you resort to such actions? The third's coaxing was clear. Should Jishui pledge his loyalty, the death of Danzo and the downfall of Root could be laid to rest, for the deceased hold no value compared to the living. Jishui, contemplating the third's true intentions, was interrupted by a chilling mechanical voice in his mind. Ding. The host has activated a new mission. Mission 1. Pledge loyalty to the third, temporarily becoming his most faithful hound. Your life will be secure. Reward. Dog Talismans permanent. Mission 2. Viciously berate the third, exposing all his misdeeds alongside Danzo. Note, you will be imprisoned by the third, with unknown release time. No reward for this mission. However, the system predicts that someone from the Uchiha clan will awaken the Manjiki Sharingan as a result. The Dog Talismans grant eternal life and perpetual youth. Yet their power affects only one individual. To alter the fate of the Uchiha clan, Jishui knew he must take full responsibility. I choose option 2. You, third, as Hokage, colluded with Danzo to harm your own village, driving the White Fang to his demise, while the death of the fourth Hokage is also tied to your inaction. As Hokage, you neglect the village's progress, consumed by your lust for power. Has the will of fire been fed to the dogs? Jishui's fervor escalated, rising from his chair in agitation. At your age, you still gaze into your crystal ball at the women's bathhouse. Do you not feel any shame? He pointed an accusatory finger at the third, spitting words in his face. At this moment, the third, seldom prone to emotional outbursts, felt his mind spinning as Jishui laid bare the unspeakable deeds he had committed over the years. Enough. The third huffed coldly, his chakra erupting as the aura of a seasoned ninja descended, instantly overpowering Jishui. This was the power of the Hokage. With a mere thought, he subdued Jishui. A terrifying display indeed. Uchiha Shisui, you are accused of murdering Danzo Shimura. Guards, incarcerate him in Konoha prison and await sentencing. As soon as the third finished speaking, several Umbu swiftly seized Jishui, offering him no chance to protest. No one noticed the obscure, cryptic symbol that had suddenly appeared on the leg of the chairs Shay had occupied. Slow down. Be gentle. The Umbu disregarded Jishui's protests, casting him into the most secure cell of Konoha prison. A barrier? The cell was enveloped in defensive and surveillance seals. Any attempt to use chakra would result in immediate detection. Well, I suppose I can rest here. Yet, how is this bed so hard? Never mind, I shall sleep. After enduring a night of intense battles and confrontations, Jishui was thoroughly exhausted. Whether the bed was hard or not, he could sleep even on the floor. As Jishui slumbered soundly, the Uchiha clan erupted in turmoil. Fugaku shared the triumph of the night with 3 elders. This battle has showcased the might of our Uchiha clan. 20 members of Root have been obliterated. Who will dare question the Uchiha's dominance as Konoha's foremost clan? The most exuberant was the conservative second elder, long suppressed, his warrior instincts awakened by this victory. Haha. The Uchiha clan is destined to conquer the ninja world. The first and third elders exchanged glances. Second elder, do remind the younger generation to maintain composure. By the way, where is Jishui? The first elder inquired. He was taken by the third Hokage for questioning. What? The third Hokage for questioning? Clearly, this is no benign summons. Fugaku, do you not accompany him? What if something happens to my little Jishui? The second elder grew increasingly agitated, having come to regard Jishui as a beloved grandson. In the next moment, his ocular prowess surged, and the second elder awakened his Manjiki Sharingan. Since when did it become so easy to awaken? In a single night, 2 pairs of Manjiki had manifested. The Uchiha were truly on the rise. Not only Fugaku, but all three elders stood bewildered in the wind. Awakening seems less daunting than I had thought. The second elder remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. All thanks to little Shisui. The previously silent third elder proclaimed. If Shisui were present, he would surely praise him as a sage who sees through the essence of matters, the true leader among the Uchiha elders. As the clan reveled in their victory, an Umbu appeared at the entrance of the clan leader's residence. What? Little Shisui has been imprisoned? Clan leader, shall we mount a rescue? The second elder, whose Mangeki had yet to fade, stated nonchalantly. The second elder remained composed, suggesting that they deliberate on the matter with care. At the very least, a plan ought to be devised. The dialogue among the three aged men instilled a sense of trepidation, particularly upon glimpsing the second elder's unusually striking eyes. Although he was unfamiliar with the concept of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, his instinct as a ninja compelled him to state, "Esteemed gentlemen, the message has been conveyed. I shall take my leave." Were the three elders truly contemplating a prison break? The second elder quietly stroked his beard and replied, "No. It is simply a means to convey an attitude to the third Hokage." Chapter 12. The Great Escape, Shizue's leisurely life in Konoha prison. On this particular night, Shizue, thoroughly exhausted from chakra depletion, slept exceptionally soundly. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. New mission triggered. Reluctantly, he arose. Grumbling to himself, they really leave me no time to rest. After completing the mission to eliminate Danzo, Shizue had hoped the system would grant him a 2-day respite, considering there were still many days until the night of the massacre. A balance of work and rest is the most effective training regimen. After all, constant tension can drive a person mad. Mission 1. Assassinate the third Hokage by completing the Flying Thunder God mark left at the Hokage building. Reward, Dragon Talisman, permanent. To be honest, upon seeing the Dragon Talisman, Shizue felt a surge of excitement. The flames produced by the talisman were not ordinary. They were the legendary Dragon's Breath, capable of melting anything in its path. With the Dragon Talisman in his possession, few in the ninja world would withstand the force of his Dragon's Breath. However, upon reviewing the mission requirements, Shizue instantly regained his composure. Having struggled so much to defeat Danzo, he perceived the assassination of the third Hokage as tantamount to seeking his own demise. The third Hokage, lacking bloodline limits and sage techniques, had risen to the pinnacle of the ninja world solely through ninjutsu, single-handedly resisting the 4 great ninja villages during the Third Shinobi World War, which spoke volumes of his prowess. What is the second task? Shizue inquired. Mission 2. Escape from prison, wander around Konoha, and experience its culture, with a chance of triggering a storyline mission. Reward, Chakra Ramen X1. The second task was indeed to Shizue's liking. What, pray tell, was Chakra Ramen? Each bowl of Chakra Ramen could increase the host chakra by 2 units, exclusively for the host's use, with a 50 effectiveness reduction for others. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Shizue was elated. This would perfectly compensate for his chakra deficiency. He wouldn't have to be so frugal in his next battle. I choose mission 2. But how should he make his exit? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and the image of the dragon statue illuminated in his mind. In the next instant, 2 versions of Shizue appeared in the cell. One bore a gentle expression, while the other wore a sinister grin. The talisman had split Shizue into 2 distinctly different personas. One embodied his benevolence, while the other represented his malevolence. Good clone. Stay in the prison while I go explore. We can switch places later. The malevolent clone deceived the benevolent one. All right. No rush. You can come back when you've had your fill of fun. Sounds good. See you in a bit. The malevolent clone turned away, a triumphant smile curling on his lips. Flying Thunder God technique. Shizue sensed the coordinates he had left upon being imprisoned yesterday. In a flash, he had traversed beyond the prison walls. The prison's barrier detected the chakra disturbance, and alarms blared instantly. Within mere moments, numerous guards surrounded Shizue's cell. Brothers, it was an accidental trigger. Just a mistake. Shizue pleaded. The head guard warned, that's odd. Why would such a seemingly harmless person end up in prison? Wasn't there a guy who killed Lord Danzo brought in yesterday? Which cell was he in? The head guard muttered, as he glanced up at the number of Shizue's cell, 007. Upon observing the gentle Shizue, he thought, my goodness, he doesn't seem like a ruthless criminal at all. There must be a mistake. The benevolent Shizue smiled foolishly. You know nothing. If I say to watch closely, then you better watch closely. The head guard smacked the head of the speaking guard, who dared not retort and quickly complied. Unbeknownst to them, the other Shizue had already emerged onto the bustling streets of Konoha. disguised as an ordinary man. He marveled at the vibrant life around him. The streets were alive with a throng of people, bustling with energy. Humph. These commoners have no idea who bears the burden for their sake. The malevolent persona scoffed inwardly. He then seized a passerby by the collar and demanded, "Let me ask you a question. You must answer truthfully. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences." The passerby, trembling in fear, found Shizue's grip akin to a vice, rendering him unable to escape. "A ninja, sir, what is your question?" The passerby stuttered, clearly intimidated by the fierce gaze of the malevolent Shizue. "I ask you, where can I find a Chiraka ramen? You make such a fuss just to ask for directions?" The passerby weakly pointed him toward the ramen shop. "Very well. I shall let you off this time, my dear." Shizue flashed a wickedly charming smile. "Crazy." The passerby spat aside, just as he was about to retaliate. Shizue's attention was drawn to a more entertaining scene unfolding nearby. Monster. Orphaned wild child. Fox monster. A group of 8 or 9-year-old children were mercilessly beating a small boy with yellow hair and 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks. "Oh, it is the prince, Naruto Uzumaki." Shizue recalled the original plot, recalling how some mischievous children mocked Hinata's Byakugan, leading Naruto to stand up for her, ultimately resulting in a severe beating. It seemed that this was when Hinata first developed feelings for Naruto. The audacity of Konoha's common folk was increasing by the day. They dared to bully the son of the 4th Hokage and the princess of the Hyuga clan. Shizue mused with intrigue. The 4th Hokage, Minato, and his wife had both perished for the village. And this is how Konoha treated their children? With villagers ostracizing and their children bullying Naruto. While the village officials seized the 4th's legacy, Shizue found it hard to believe that the 4th Hokage's fortune was insufficient for Naruto to lead a relatively affluent childhood. Enough. Stop this at once. Anyone who dares to lay a finger again will regret it. Shizue shouted as he stepped forward. Even in his malevolent persona, he could not bring himself to harm children. Upon the appearance of the seemingly fearsome adult, the group of bullies instantly quieted down. Yet one exception remained, the tallest and oldest among them, a boy of the same age as Naruto, towering half a head above him. Ignoring Shizue's warning, he continued to pummel Naruto, hurling insults like monster and freak. The malevolent Shizue's fury ignited. Damn it, these brats need a lesson. In the next moment, the child king felt himself lifted off the ground. Shizue grasped his ankle with one hand, hoisting him upside down, rendering him powerless to escape. The delightful sound of smacking and the child's wails intertwined in the air. The other children looked on in fear. The little rascals prepared to bolt. But Shizue's voice rang out. "I dare anyone to try running." Chapter 13. The malevolent Shizue. The ominous sound of Shizue, accompanied by a menacing glare that promised dire consequences for disobedience, instantly froze the unruly children who had scattered in disarray. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How shameless to gang up on one. The 5 children stood in a row, their faces contorted with reluctance as they braced themselves for Shizue's reprimand. "Hand over all the money you have," he commanded. "Why should we? You're an adult. What right do you have to rob children?" One of them protested. "Exactly. What gives you the right to take money from us?" Another chimed in. "Oh, so you 5 think it's acceptable to bully one? Simply because I am an adult and inherently stronger, you are obliged to heed my words," Shizue replied with a sinister smile, addressing the indignant children. We. The children were rendered speechless by Shizue's twisted logic. The self-proclaimed leader of the group shouted defiantly, "We won't give you anything." With that, he turned to flee, leading the others in a hasty retreat. However, they were no match for Shizue, renowned for his instantaneous movement. The leader soon found himself on the receiving end of a harsh beating. Who else dares to run? You can fetch your own money. I want to lay a finger on you. Faced with an insurmountable situation, unable to argue, fight back, or escape, the children reluctantly surrendered their money to Shizue. What spineless kids these Leaf Village children are? Shizue scoffed as he counted the bills. Once they had relinquished their money, the children dared not linger a moment longer, fearful that this wicked man might concoct further mischief. This will suffice for several bowls of ramen, Shizue mused, having just emerged from prison with not a single coin to his name. After counting the money, he cast a meaningful glance at Naruto, his bright blue eyes and golden hair strikingly beautiful, yet his small stature and frail frame betrayed a history of malnutrition. The son of the 4th Hokage had fallen to such depths. Even the malevolent Shizue found it difficult to bear. "Take this money. Treat yourself to something nice," Shizue insisted, pressing the recently acquired funds into Naruto's hands. "This isn't my money. I can't accept it. But thank you for helping me. Naruto insisted stubbornly. We haven't even introduced ourselves. I am Uzumaki Naruto, and my dream is to become Hokage and earn everyone's respect. Upon hearing this, Shizue's malevolent mind churned with a new wicked plan. Naruto, do you know why you were just bullied? Why? Naruto asked, puzzled. Because you are not strong enough. If you possessed a kunai, those children would not dare to harass you. If you mastered a powerful jutsu, they would respect and fear you. And do you know why you lack money for food? Naruto fell silent, aware of the truth. He was an orphan, raised on meager welfare that barely sustained a normal life. Before he could respond, Shizue interrupted. Because you are not strong. If you were powerful enough, wealth would flow into your pockets, or you could simply take it, like I do. Naruto protested. That's not true. Enough with the excuses. If you wish to grow stronger, meet me here tomorrow at the same time. Shizue commanded. Naruto remained silent, torn between his yearning for acceptance from the villagers and the truth in Shizue's words. Indeed, possessing strength would prevent others from mistreating him. Make your choice wisely. With that, Shizue vanished in an instant. At just 6 years old, Naruto had yet to attend the ninja academy and had not yet undergone the indoctrination of the will of fire that Konoha espoused. His aspiration to become Hokage was merely a means to attract attention. Shizue correctly deduced that the third Hokage was likely preoccupied with state affairs and had no time to monitor Naruto through the crystal ball. His immediate concern was to deal with the Umbu watching the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Less than 2 minutes after departing from Naruto, a white-haired Umbu wearing a fox mask found Shizue. Who are you, and what is your purpose in approaching Uzumaki Naruto? As expected, this was Kakashi on a surveillance mission. From what I gather, Uzumaki Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, correct? How do you know? That is classified information. Huh. The entire village knows about Naruto being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Yet, the identity of the fourth son remains a secret? How laughable. Why didn't you intervene when Naruto was attacked? Shizue revealed his incomplete Manjiki Sharingan, with only one eye intact. Uchiha Shisui, I was merely fulfilling my surveillance duties. Still reeling from the blow, are we? Reflect on what I told you yesterday. I meant no harm. I simply wished to provide the hero of Konoha with a joyful childhood. Shizue added with a devilish grin. Kakashi remained silent and vanished in an instant. Am I unable to outwit you, yet you evade me? Shizue mused, pleased that his words had made an impact. He hoped Kakashi would not report his interaction with Naruto to the third Hokage. If he could keep it under wraps for a few days, it would be worthwhile, especially since he intended to sever ties with the third in a month's time. As Shizue contemplated this, he soon arrived at the renowned Ichiraku ramen. Ding. System task activated. Task 1. Provoke Uncle Ichiraku, telling him that his ramen is terrible. Risk. Possible existence of Tsutsuki in disguise. The host may face life-threatening danger. Reward. Recipe for a ramen. Task 2. Pack a serving of ramen for Naruto. Allow him to experience the warmth of family. Reward. Sage mode. Shizue found himself conflicted. He was the embodiment of Shizue's malevolent persona, relishing the misery of others. Task 1 was clearly more suited to his nature, yet what was this ramen nonsense? Ding. The host need only taste Ichiraku's ramen for the system to analyze its components, yielding a 1 recipe and optimizing it for superior flavor. Should the host establish a ninja village, would it not require an exquisite ramen shop? Though the concept of Task 2 repulsed Shizue, the allure of Sage Mode was undeniable. Such a lavish reward could compel him to act against his better judgment. Upon entering the ramen shop, he hastily ordered to go. Famished, he found himself with just enough money for a single bowl of ramen, having given the rest to Naruto. Why didn't he, the malevolent Shizue, simply dine and dash? Any fool could see the obvious choice when faced with the Tsutsuki Ichiraku. Bang, bang, bang. Customer, Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement. His humble abode rarely saw visitors aside from the monthly welfare deliveries, sometimes personally from the third Hokage. Who could it be today? With eager anticipation, Naruto opened the door. It's the brother who helped me fight. Shizue presented the ramen before Naruto. Eat up. You haven't had lunch, have you? With that, the resilient Naruto burst into tears, overwhelmed by kindness for the first time. Someone had stood up for him when he was bullied, imparted peculiar life lessons, and even brought his favorite Ichiraku ramen. From Shizue, Naruto felt deeply the warmth of being cared for. Wait, I haven't even asked, what is your name? Naruto whimpered between sobs. Just call me Shizue. With that, Shizue vanished once more. He was ill-equipped to handle such an emotional scene. Watching Shizue depart, Naruto felt no disappointment. only in eager anticipation for their next meeting. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Reward acquired. Sage Mode. Chapter 14. Naruto's training the following day. In the morning, Naruto appeared punctually at the designated spot to meet with Shisui. Before him stood the malevolent persona of Shisui. Initially, the two contrasting clones had agreed to alternate their time. Yet the benevolent Shisui's navet made him an easy target. The wicked persona needed only to employ a subtle ruse to confine him to a metaphorical prison, while he himself roamed freely. The innocent Shisui was bound to suffer. I am merely safeguarding him, the malevolent Shisui mused. Unlike yesterday, after a night's recovery, Shisui had healed himself using the Izanagi. The oblivious Naruto failed to notice this minor detail. Their reunion filled Naruto with joy. The previous night, he had been anxious about whether this kind individual would honor his promise. Brother Shisui, what ninjutsu are we learning today? Naruto asked excitedly. The two ventured to a secluded clearing. Shisui revealed a knowing smile and addressed Naruto. Today, I shall teach you the Gale Palm. What is Gale Palm? Is it an exceptionally powerful ninjutsu? I assume the difficulty of learning such formidable techniques must be considerable. But worry not, Brother Shisui. I shall study diligently and certainly live up to your expectations. Observing Naruto's apparent ignorance, Shisui decided to refrain from teasing him further and solemnly declared, Today, I will teach you a C-rank ninjutsu, the Gale Palm. With that, Shisui formed hand seals, and a tempest gathered in his palm. He then thrust his hand forward, effortlessly snapping a small tree in half. Although Shisui was not particularly adept with wind chakra, executing a C-rank ninjutsu was still well within his capabilities. Wow, amazing! Naruto exclaimed, his azure eyes sparkling with wonder. Mimicking Shisui's hand seals, he attempted to channel chakra, feeling a gentle breeze swirl from his palm. Could it be that I am an extraordinary prodigy? He thought, but the natural wind soon dissipated the gathered air. Another attempt. Failure. After 10 attempts, frustration mounted. Why isn't it working? Naruto cast a pleading glance at Shisui. While forming hand seals and channeling chakra to his core, Shisui lifted Naruto's hand, guiding him to the correct chakra point. With focused eyes, Shisui activated his unique Manjiki Sharingan, transforming his ordinary black irises into a vivid crimson. In an instant, Shisui's consciousness was transported to a dark, damp corridor, the ceiling space within Naruto's body. The corridor, seemingly endless and covered in moss, resembled a sewer, with water pooling at the ground. Shisui strode purposefully down the corridor, creating ripples in the stagnant water. At the corridor's end stood a colossal cage formed of crimson pillars. Is this where the Nine Tails is imprisoned? Shisui pondered. Uchiha, what brings you here? The once quiet Nine Tails erupted in fury upon seeing Shisui's sinister Manjiki Sharingan. Recalling his past humiliations under its control, Uchiha Madara had toyed with him like a pet, ensnaring him in illusions, only for him to awaken in captivity once more. Decades later, another masked figure claiming to be Madara had ensnared him again. In a surge, crimson chakra flooded the area, crashing towards Shisui like a tsunami. A mere trifle. And you dare to challenge me? Shisui remained unfazed, standing his ground as the chakra threatened to engulf him. Kurama, you should be aware of how powerless tailed beasts are before the Manjiki Sharingan. Cease your petty tricks. If you desire freedom, then cooperate with me. Why should I cooperate with you, you wicked Uchiha brat? The Nine Tails seethed, anger boiling over from his past indignities, fully understanding the terrifying might of the Sharingan. In a fit of rage, he swatted at the crimson pillars, his nine tails thrashing violently, shaking the very ground. Yet Shisui remained unmoved. If only I could rewrite the will of the Nine Tails directly. Naruto's inability to control his chakra is your doing, isn't it? The Nine Tails felt a slight tremor in his chakra, which significantly affected Naruto's control. Without the Nine Tails' interference, it should have been a breeze for Naruto. Inheriting the legacy of the fourth Hokage to master a C-rank ninjutsu. How do you know my name? The Nine Tails retorted, sidestepping the question. The Sage of Six Paths told me. Beyond that, you need not know. Do not continue to disrupt Naruto, or else. As Shisui released his mental pressure, the Nine Tails felt the weight of the Manjiki's dominance. The immense influx of information caused the Nine Tails' mind to momentarily crash. Silence should keep you compliant for now, Shisui thought, channeling his mental energy back to the real world. Brother Shisui, look, Naruto exclaimed, successfully gathering a stream of air in his palm, which remained steady. He swung his hand to the ground, sending dirt and stones flying, leaving a fist-sized crater in the earth. Shisui clapped his hands in approval. Well done. You're learning quickly. Thank you, Brother Shisui. Your praise is too generous. Although Naruto feigned modesty, pride was evident on his face. At merely 6 years old, having learned a C-rank ninjutsu after just one glance, he could be deemed a genius among his peers, rivaled only by Itachi and Kakashi in Konoha. Without the Nine-Tails' interference, Naruto indeed learned swiftly. Seeing his triumphant expression, Shisui's mischievous side emerged. This isn't enough. Your hand-sealing speed is too slow, and your ninjutsu lacks potency. You might manage against one opponent, but face 5, and you would surely suffer defeat. Remember how you were bullied yesterday. Relish in your minor achievements, and you shall never rise to greatness. What are you? Shisui demanded. Brother Shisui, I am Uzumaki Naruto. No, you are a novice. Repeat after me. What are you? I am a novice. Not loud enough. With such a feeble voice, do you think you can become a ninja? Reporting, Brother Shisui. I am a novice. After a prolonged exchange that left Naruto's throat dry, Shisui finally relented. All right, you're full of spirit. Naruto, now Horse, pondered if he truly lacked skill. Despite his efforts, he struggled to release the technique consistently after numerous attempts, and its power was limited to shattering dirt and scattering pebbles. The path to becoming strong appeared long and arduous. He resolved to strive diligently to keep pace with Brother Shisui. Brother Shisui, I understand your good intentions. I will work hard. What have you understood? Shisui queried, perplexed. Call me the devil. Naruto hesitated, but eventually complied. Yes, devil brother. In the distance, Kakashi, who had been observing, was left speechless by the spectacle. Mastering a C-rank ninjutsu in mere minutes was nothing short of astonishing. Even he, during his own training, had started with D-rank techniques and took 3 days to grasp them all. More astonishingly, Shisui was dissatisfied with Naruto's progress. Thus, it was said that a strict teacher produces outstanding disciples. The Uchiha clan's legacy thrived through such rigorous training, maintaining its prominence in the shinobi world. Teacher, may you rest in peace. Naruto is a once-in-a-lifetime talent and shall undoubtedly become a formidable ninja, a valuable asset to Konoha. What Kakashi remains unaware of is that his encounter with Shisui has irrevocably altered Naruto's fate. With innate talent and the burden of the Nine-Tails, he is destined to emerge as a formidable ninja. However, whether he will contribute to Konoha or possibly betray, it remains a concern for Shisui Uchiha. Meanwhile, Kakashi is so astounded by Naruto's exceptional abilities that he fails to notice the peculiar and cryptic conversation between Shisui and Naruto. Kakashi, come out. Shisui calls out, fully aware that Kakashi is nearby, observing. What is it, Shisui-senpai? Kakashi, who has witnessed Naruto's entire education, now addresses Shisui with a respectful title. Kakashi, I am here to guide you on the proper utilization of the Sharingan. Shisui-senpai, at this moment, Kakashi has not yet fully developed the capabilities of his Sharingan. The opportunity to receive guidance from a formidable member of the Uchiha clan is undeniably desirable. Yet he hesitates due to Shisui's current status. Sensing Kakashi's apprehension, Shisui reassures him, it's perfectly normal for a senior to mentor a junior within a village. Shisui-senpai, I would be grateful for your instruction. Chapter 15. The Silent Kakashi. What do you consider the Sharingan to be? Kakashi pondered for a moment and replied. The Sharingan is a unique bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, possessing the most formidable insight in the entire ninja world, capable of replicating an enemy's movements and even their jutsu. Shisui nodded in agreement, encouraging Kakashi to continue. However, the Sharingan I possess is ill-suited for me. Lacking the Uchiha bloodline, it cannot be deactivated and perpetually drains my chakra. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a mission. Mission 1. Diligently teach Kakashi the proper usage of the Sharingan. Reward, mastery in teaching techniques, your student's comprehension increases by 30. Mission 2. Seize the opportunity to thrash Kakashi. Reward, Chakra Ramen X1. I favor the second task. I shall choose that one, while simultaneously alleviating Kakashi's chakra deficiency. It is rather undignified to be treated merely as a unit of chakra. Shisui aimed to win Kakashi over, intending to bind him and the Uchiha to the chariot of rebellion against Konoha. After all, possessing a Sharingan is no trivial matter. The benefits of the Uchiha clan are not easily claimed. Come at me. Let me witness the prowess of a genius who became a Nin at the age of 12. But, Senior Shisui, did you not say you would teach me how to properly use the Sharingan? The Sharingan is inherently meant for battle. Only through combat can its true potential be realized. Fear not, attack with all your might, and do not hold back. Then I shall comply with your request. A flash of silver light sliced through the air, aiming directly at Shishui's neck. In a split second, he dodged. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Earth release, earth flow wall. The two exchanged jutsu in a tentative manner. Suddenly, blue lightning coalesced in Kakashi's hand, thunder roaring like a multitude of birds in distress. The A-rank jutsu, Chidori, had once severed lightning during Kakashi's missions, now upgraded to Raikiri, the lightning cutter. Kakashi's feet struck the ground with force, utilizing his peculiar body technique to evade Shishui's dazzling fire techniques. His form flickering like lightning, arriving before Shisui in an instant. It was merely a shadow clone. Kakashi had unwittingly missed, thrusting the Raikiri into the chest of Shishui's clone, only to feel emptiness. Before he could process the shock, Shisui held a kunai against Kakashi's throat. The sensation. It was undoubtedly the real deal. The cold, sharp kunai pressed against Kakashi's carotid artery. I concede. Kakashi sighed, promptly adding, however, Senior Shisui, I clearly struck the clone. Yet the attack was on your real self. Shishui's body flickered with the body flicker technique. Each clone is a physical entity, and they are all clones. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Shishui's words were shrouded in mystery, leaving Kakashi bewildered. Yet upon hearing Shisui express a desire to teach him this extraordinary clone technique, he nodded with enthusiasm. Bang! Shisui lifted his leg, executed a kick, and retracted it with fluid grace, delivering a kick that sent Kakashi flying several meters away. Smoke billowed. Kakashi was momentarily dazed, having thought they had already conceded. Yet he was still struck. The next moment, a green chakra solidified around Shisui, forming a protective skeletal structure. With a mere gesture, the skeleton transformed into two arms. Massive chakra arms swung towards Kakashi, delivering uppercuts, hooks, and straight punches. Help! Just as Kakashi was about to call for help, he was struck by the sudden onslaught of fists, leading to an abrupt silence. The youth of today have such resilient bodies. They endure blows without uttering a sound. Shisui did not wish to bully Kakashi so ruthlessly, but the system's mission mandated a thorough beating, leaving him no choice. This was the only way to unlock the system's rewards. Unlocking the system's rewards would enable him to assist Kakashi with his chakra deficit, after all. This was all for his benefit. I hope Kakashi will come to understand my good intentions in due time. Shisui bore a gentle, maternal expression while inflicting punishment. I do this all for your growth. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Thrash Kakashi. Reward, Chakra Ramen X1. The green chakra skeletal structure dissipated. As the smoke cleared, Kakashi lay in a pit, bruised and motionless. Though the display was grand, many punches had been deliberately misdirected, as Shisui had intentionally held back. Naruto, witnessing this scene, silently gulped in admiration. Such is the strength of a formidable ninja. Brother Shisui, you are truly incredible. Naruto. Go fetch some water to awaken Kakashi. All right, Brother Shisui. Naruto transformed into Shishui's ultimate fanboy. Cough, cough. Naruto miraculously found a small stream and, lacking a container, resorted to taking water in his mouth. Pooh! He sprayed a mouthful onto Kakashi's face. Instantly, the dazed Kakashi jolted awake. What on earth? Naruto looked innocently at the masked man, secretly mocking. Your strength is lacking, yet your temper is quite large, unlike Brother Shisui. Had Kakashi been aware of Naruto's thoughts, he would have surely been driven to exasperation. Senior Shisui, I never expected our strength disparity to be so vast. Kakashi felt somewhat embarrassed at that moment. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Do not fret, you are still in your growth phase. Here, consume this bowl of ramen and recuperate. Saying this, Shisui produced a steaming bowl of ramen from somewhere. He deftly picked up some noodles with chopsticks and began feeding them to Kakashi. Remove your mask. Wait. No. Kakashi had no time to resist as Shisui pulled down his mask. After feeding him a mouthful, he placed the bowl in Kakashi's hands. A single bite of chakra ramen would yield effects, and Shisui had no intention of feeding him bite by bite. Brother Shisui, I want ramen too. Brother Shisui, you should hit me as well. Naruto, thrilled to see Shisui produce a steaming bowl of ramen, was ecstatic in his eyes. Shisui had become omnipotent. Such a powerful ninja capable of summoning ramen at will is only natural. After consuming the ramen, a warm current surged through Kakashi's body. Not only did his chakra increase, but his meridians also expanded, allowing for more efficient chakra output. Senior Shisui, what have you given me? Is it effective? Kakashi nodded, bewildered. It is simply marvelous. At that moment, he felt that his chakra had at least doubled. Could this miraculous ramen truly double one's chakra? Of course. You are a unit of measurement. It can certainly enhance by precisely 1 unit. Shisui did not respond, but instead asked, "Young man, do you truly wish to grow stronger?" Both nodded fervently. Kakashi, sensing Shisui's immense power and the mysterious ramen, mirrored Naruto's enthusiasm. No ninja would not yearn for formidable strength. Kakashi too. Clearly, Shisui could aid him in becoming stronger. Then let us train together next time. After you both return home, take time to digest what you have learned today. Naruto nodded vigorously. He was determined to grow stronger and earn brother Jisui's recognition. Kakashi, do you have any money? Lend me 1,000 ryo. Chapter 16. Return to the Uchiha. Come on, Naruto, let me treat you to ramen, Jisui exclaimed. Witnessing this scene, Kakashi felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Thank you, brother Jisui. Naruto's eyes sparkled at the mention of ramen, his stomach growling after a morning of rigorous training. These two are just using my money to showcase their master-disciple bond. Kakashi thought to himself, speechless. By the way, Kakashi, just call me Jisui. We're the same age, Jisui said. The appearance created by his transformation technique made him appear somewhat older, leading Kakashi to instinctively assume Jisui was more mature. Kakashi remained silent. After bidding farewell, Kakashi returned to the shadows to continue his surveillance mission, while Jisui led Naruto through the streets. As they walked down the bustling avenues of Konohagakure, Jisui suddenly heard whispers from the nearby women. How can someone be so close to the Nine Tails? Have you heard? Being near the Nine Tails brings bad luck. Isn't that the truth? It's so unlucky. With that, they exchanged disdainful glances. As a ninja with keen senses, Jisui easily caught every word. The Uzumaki clan was renowned for their strong perception abilities, and Naruto, bearing the Uzumaki bloodline, was no exception. The sharp-tongued remarks fell painfully on Naruto's ears, causing his head to droop as they walked. Brother Jisui, maybe you shouldn't walk with me anymore. Let us just meet up for ramen later. Naruto forced a bright smile. Without a word, Jisui picked up Naruto's small frame and hoisted him onto his shoulder. Brother Jisui, in the past, Naruto had always envied other children when he saw adults carrying them on their shoulders. It was a longing he had yearned for yet deemed unattainable. Thank you, brother Jisui, he exclaimed, making a face at the mocking villagers along the way. Unbeknownst to Jisui, Naruto had already resolved that earning just his approval would be enough. Father, this big brother saved me. A melodious voice rang out. It was Hinata, who had witnessed Naruto being bullied the day before. Jisui looked up to see a long-haired man accompanying Hinata on their outing. Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan and Naruto's future father-in-law. Jisui playfully patted Naruto's backside and urged, "Quick, call him dad." Naruto looked confused, while Hinata blushed deeply. Jisui exchanged an encouraging glance with her, and they understood each other's sentiments. Hayashi spoke up, "Thank you for your assistance, sir." His tone was polite yet detached, and he intended to swiftly take Hinata away. He could immediately discern that this man was not ordinary. It wasn't merely Jisui's charm that caught his attention. He recognized the transformation technique that concealed Jisui's true appearance. Moreover, the proximity to the Nine Tails Jinchuriki indicated that he was likely not a good person. The common folk of Konoha were oblivious to Naruto's lineage, but Hayashi, as the clan head, was acutely aware. The third Hokage aimed to isolate Naruto within the village, ensuring that Naruto would feel indebted for small favors, making him easier to control. Oh, trying to escape? Hayashi thought, sensing something amiss. He was evidently reluctant to approach Naruto. Just as he was about to leave, Jisui stepped forward. Lord Hyuga, please hold on. I see you are quite distinguished. You must be Hayashi Hyuga, the leader of your clan. May I inquire what brings you here? Lord Hayashi, if you have a moment, do visit the Uchiha compound. Upon hearing this, Hayashi's expression changed instantly. The mention of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Uchiha stirred troubling thoughts within him. Based on what he knew, the two previous incidents of the Nine Tails rampaging were closely associated with the Uchiha clan. Before Hayashi could speak, Jisui continued. I wonder if the esteemed clan head is aware of Hyugakid? She has been missing for quite some time, and with ninjas from your clan disappearing. How could you not know? Hayashi nodded slightly. If he had the chance, it would be prudent to visit the Uchiha. Perhaps he could uncover useful clues. Is it possible that the Uchiha kidnapped Hyugakid? Hayashi was taken aback, but upon reflection, he dismissed the thought. The Uchiha clan was too proud to engage in such actions. What could be the truth? The situation grew increasingly convoluted. You will discover the truth for yourself, Lord Hyuga, Jisui stated before walking away with Naruto on his shoulder. As a riddle master, Shisui was quite adept. Hyuga and other ninjas should be well cared for within the Uchiha clan. After all, the Uchiha were the most prestigious family in the village. With that in mind, he regretted not contacting clan head Fugaka during his 2 days of escape. He wondered if his identity as Shisui within the Uchiha was still secure. How careless of me. I should have reassured my family. Little did he know, during the past 2 days of Jisui's confinement, the Uchiha's second elder, Jin Chuan, had been fervently protesting to the third Hokage, demanding Jisui's release or at the very least, permission to visit him. However, the third Hokage had rejected all his pleas, determined to avoid any further complications regarding the clan extermination he had planned. After finishing their ramen, Jisui hurriedly departed, finding a secluded spot. He activated his transformation technique once more. With a poof, he assumed the guise of an ordinary Uchiha and strode confidently into the Uchiha compound. Inside the Konoha Guard headquarters, in Fugaka's office, Jisui knocked on the door. Without waiting for a response, he pushed the door open. Fugaku frowned at the sight of an unfamiliar young clan member, disturbing his moment of respite, annoyance brewing within him. Just as he was about to reprimand the impolite newcomer, Jisui activated his transformation technique, revealing his true appearance. "Jisui, aren't you supposed to be imprisoned?" Fugaku exclaimed. "It's a long story, clan head. At least the third Hokage is unaware of my presence outside," Jisui replied. During their conversation, Jisui learned that the Uchiha clan had undergone significant changes. In the brief span of his absence, 3 new Manjikyu Sharingan had emerged within the clan. The second elder had awakened his Manjikyu upon hearing of Jisui's imprisonment. Jisui found this amusing. When did we become so close? Moreover, 2 elite Jounin had awakened their Manjikyu for rather mundane reasons, one due to a mix-up at a restaurant, and the other following an argument with his wife. Is this what the system meant by an enhancement of Uchiha talents? Jisui mused. The system's rewards were overwhelmingly powerful. He could already envision a future where every Uchiha possessed a Manjikyu Sharingan. Clan head, we must keep the emergence of the new Manjikyu a secret. Otherwise, we should eliminate the restaurant owner who witnessed it, Jisui remarked, his darker nature surfacing. He had been suppressing his murderous intent to appear more like a normal person, facilitating his objectives. The restaurant owner is an Uchiha. Don't worry, I've kept the secrecy intact. Only the elders and I are privy to this matter, Fugaku assured him. Jisui's eyes glimmered with disappointment before he said, "Clan head, I will employ a secret technique to restore your eyesight." Fugaku was deeply moved by this offer. "No need. The cost of your secret technique must be significant. If it's unnecessary, then forget it." Jisui rolled his eyes, turning to leave the office. "Wait, Jisui," Fugaku called out, feeling embarrassed yet earnest. Activating the magical talisman, a gentle light enveloped Fugaku's eyes. The next moment, he felt clarity wash over him. Even the lingering injuries from years of battle were lifted. He sensed himself rising to a new level of power. After the treatment, Jisui coughed up blood. "Phew, as long as the clan head is well, I shall take my leave." Observing the silent departure of Shisui, the affluent individual remained silent for a considerable time, deeply moved. Shisui truly is a remarkable child. Upon exiting the office, the weary Shisui, having previously coughed up blood, appeared vibrant once more. There was no alternative. The usage of his talismans was limited, and should others discover that he could heal without any cost, he would undoubtedly become a target of envy. In an instant, he arrived at Uchiha Timing's residence. Having endured a fierce battle, Timing was still recuperating from his injuries. "Brother Shisui, you have returned." It had been 2 days since their separation, and prior to their parting, Shisui had expended all his chakra, resulting in the loss of one eye. Timing had been anxiously concerned for Shishui's safety. Seeing his brother safe and sound, Timing's anxieties dissipated. "You have truly endured much." Gazing at Timing, who wore an eye patch, Shisui felt a surge of emotion. With just a word from him, Timing willingly sacrificed his eyesight to perform the secret technique, Eternal Heaven, to control time. "This may also be attributed to my personal charm." "Brother Shisui," Timing began, but Shisui raised his hand to interrupt him, activating the talisman once more, employing the same technique to restore Timing's eye. Unlike the previous incident with Fugaku, where blood was coughed up, this time Shisui collapsed directly onto the tatami mat of Timing's home. Chapter 17. Returning home after Jisui fainted, he naturally fell into a deep slumber. During his nap, Tianming, anxiously pacing like an ant on a hot pan, hoped fervently for Jisui to awaken soon. He refrained from seeking a doctor, for Jisui had entrusted him with the secret of his presence, which he must keep from everyone. Upon awakening, Shisui stretched and yawned, relieved that he was not disturbed. He had grown weary of the cramped and rigid single bed in prison. The dark and damp surroundings were unbearable. The malevolent side of Shisui made a resolute decision. He would not return to the prison to switch places with his benevolent self. The kind-hearted must always bear more burdens. Shisui opened his attribute panel. Name: Uchiha Shisui Chakra Amount 4. 5 cards Ninjutsu. Lightning Release. Kirin. Flying Thunder God Technique. Sage Mode. The ninjutsu displayed on the panel was solely what Shisui had acquired from the system. He had never had the opportunity to utilize Sage Mode. Currently, the task reward he most anticipated was the 8 Gates of Doom. The full name, the 8 Gates of Doom Formation, was Jisui's all-time favorite skill in the original work, without exception. Given Jisui's present physical condition, he could only open up to the 3rd gate, Life Gate. Even if he wished to push beyond to the higher gate or the shock gate at the cost of severe injury or near death, he found himself powerless. The training method for the 8 gates was remarkably simple. Even a low-ranked ninja could master it with ease. However, to successfully execute it, one must tirelessly hone their taijutsu and enhance their physical prowess, committing to years of training to touch the threshold of opening the gates. Just like Might Guy in the original work, who trained for 2 decades in obscurity, remaining a lowly ninja, only to unleash his formidable strength at the last moment of his life, vanquishing half of the 7 ninja swordsmen. To cultivate the 8 gates, one must possess an extraordinary willpower. There are no shortcuts, only relentless practice can yield results. Jisui mused that once everything settled, he would diligently refine his physique. The fusion of the 8 gates with Sage Mode, what marvelous sparks would it ignite? Blending the lightning release chakra mode of the Cloud Village with the 8 gates. To what heights would his taijutsu ascend? Allowing his thoughts to expand, a subtle smile appeared on Jisui's face. Indeed, the world of ninjas was fascinating. His thoughts were not without reason. In the later stages of the Naruto series, Otsutsuki were abundant, and the Rinnegan was as common as dogs. Anyone could absorb ninjutsu at will. Only space-time techniques and taijutsu remained the eternal version T0. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, Jisui had not yet mastered it. He could only use it for travel. Accustomed to the Shunshin technique, he had not fully integrated the Flying Thunder God into his combat system. There was still ample room for growth. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, in Konoha prison, the benevolent persona of Jisui sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he remained blissfully unaware that he had become a pawn, destined to remain in prison until the conflict with the 3rd Hokage reached a breaking point. Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have happened? The malevolent Jisui's personality resonated more closely with his original character, albeit with a more resolute approach. It was difficult to discern who was good and who was evil. Jisui keenly sensed that after being separated by the Tiger Talisman, although his strength had not diminished, his soul felt incomplete. Confronting the 3rd Hokage with the Reaper Death Seal could lead to dire consequences. As the decisive moment with the 3rd Hokage approached, it would be wise to lift the Tiger Talisman. Reflecting on his own strength, Jisui realized there was one significant task remaining: to safely escort the various clan ninjas he had rescued from Danzo back home and seize the opportunity to discuss collaboration with the prominent clans. Even if they could not unite against the old coot of the 3rd Hokage, he hoped to gain a favor from them, making it easier to deal with the Uchiha in the future. The clan ninjas were arranged in a courtyard behind Fugaku's residence. Jisui strode in. The courtyard was a quintessential Japanese-style garden, complete with tatama mats. The trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi were conversing on a platform partially exposed to the outdoors. To be fair, the food from the Uchiha clan was indeed exquisite. The speaker was a ninja from the Nara clan. In just 2 days, unlike the first meeting where he appeared gaunt and sunken, he had transformed into a normal-looking individual. All you do is eat. Can't you think of something else? Hinata keyed. Resting inside the room, felt an ever-growing longing for family, rendering him indifferent to the banter around him. The members of the Hyuga clan truly bore deep grievances. That Waihashi was no exception. Jisui's languid voice drifted to the group. Lord Jisui, they greeted in unison. After several days living among the Uchiha, they had come to comprehend Jisui's esteemed position. It was he who spearheaded the eradication of the root organization. It could be said that Jisui was their savior. You all have been in the Uchiha clan for quite some days. I presume you must be longing for home. I shall escort each of you back. Wonderful. Finally, we can return home. Home to enjoy roasted meat. You only ever think about eating. Everyone, please remain calm. I will return you to your families one by one. Do remember not to be discovered by the Umbu. If you are, I shall have no choice but to abandon you." Seeing the grave expression on Jishui's face, the group ceased their chatter and, after hastily gathering their meager belongings, embarked on their journey home. The first to be returned was a ninja from the Nara clan. The Nara clan, the family to which Shikamaru belonged in the original work, was known for having the highest average intelligence in Konoha, excelling in shadow manipulation techniques and various secret arts of the Shadow series. It was precisely because of their possession of such techniques that they had caught Danzo's eye. Initially, Danzo had merely requested the Nara clan to send ninjas to join the root organization, but the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, who lived in the sun, would not easily comply. Who is the current leader of the Nara clan? Lord Shikaku. Do you know where he resides? Turn right at the upcoming intersection. The courtyard at the center of the Nara compound is the leader's residence. The two soon arrived at a quaint, traditional Japanese-style courtyard, stepping inside to find it brimming with charm. Shikaku, with a solemn expression, gazed at Jishui and the clan members who had been missing for days. Upon seeing Jishui, Shikaku, possessing keen intellect, instantly understood the situation. Even though the third Hokage had concealed the news of Danzo's demise and the fall of the root organization, the higher-ups of various clans had heard whispers of it. "Thank you, Mr. Jishui, and the Uchiha clan for your assistance," Shikaku said sincerely. "Should you require help in the future, I, Nara Shikaku, will certainly lend my support." Shikaku spoke on his own behalf, not on behalf of the Nara clan. His extraordinary intelligence allowed him to see through the undercurrents in Konoha, and he wished to keep his family uninvolved in the affairs between the Uchiha and the Hokage. Under the eaves of a collapsing nest, how can one expect to have unscathed eggs? Surely, Lord Shikaku understood this principle. Mr. Jishui is jesting. The Nara clan has always been loyal supporters of the Hokage. The clansmen were gentle and modest, never stirring up trouble. Oh, when Danzo kidnapped Nara ninjas, did the third Hokage not benefit? If they were gentle and modest, would the old man not covet your clan's secret techniques? Shikaku understood this well. However, at this moment, Jishui had laid these truths bare. This also signaled his stance. The Uchiha clan was determined to confront the third Hokage to the end. This indirectly conveyed to Shikaku that it would be wise for the Nara clan not to assist the third in dealing with the Uchiha. Lord Shikaku, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans have maintained good relations for generations, led by the Nara. What I say today is also what I have conveyed to the other two clans. So I ask you to relay this message. Shikaku's expression grew grave. The Uchiha clan had indeed produced an extraordinary talent. At merely 17, he had comprehended the intricate dynamics of Konoha so thoroughly. The interests and familial ties of various clans and factions within Konoha were all clear to Jishui. With formidable strength and a ruthless disposition, it was said that Jishui held considerable prestige within the Uchiha clan. Perhaps the Uchiha clan might succeed this time, thought Kushina. After Shisui finished speaking, he swiftly departed. He still had to escort several other clan ninjas back home. Chapter 18. The cattle talisman Jisui meticulously escorted Aki and the shinobi from the mountains back to their homes, refraining from any unnecessary exchanges with his kin. He trusted that Riku would convey his intentions effectively. Phew, there was but one final delivery left. At this moment, Jisui resembled a delivery man, returning each ninja to their abode. Given that these ninjas possessed only average strength, akin to that of a nin, it was nearly impossible for them to return to their families unnoticed by the Umbu. Why did Hinata Hayashi not come to collect them himself? Jisui had assumed that upon being notified, Hayashi would swiftly make his way to the Uchiha clan to ascertain the well-being of his missing kin. It seemed that the fate of the branch family held little significance for Hayashi, or perhaps he simply wished to avoid entanglements with the Uchiha. Unfortunately, matters did not unfold as Jisui had envisioned. With everyone else sent home, it felt inappropriate to leave Hinata keyed alone. Jisui arrived at the residence of the Hinata clan. Unlike the Uchiha, the ordinary members of the Hinata clan could awaken their Byakugan through diligent trainings, leading to a rather peculiar and oppressive division between the main and branch families. The main family represented the true lineage, ensuring the purity of bloodlines, while the branch family was akin to servants, their fates entirely at the mercy of the main family. The existence of the branch family was akin to that of caged birds, their lives subject to the whims of the main family. If the main family wished for them to perish, they would have no choice but to comply. It was a stifling environment. Hinata Kid led Jisui to the residence of Hayashi, which was rather grand, far surpassing the humble abode of Fugaku. Approaching the home of the clan leader, Keed could not suppress his anxiety, the imposing visage of Hayashi looming in his mind, causing his legs to tremble. Brother, what are you afraid of? Hayashi won't consume you. Jisue thought, bemused. The Hinata clan was indeed steeped in feudal traditions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Hayashi residence glowed with lights, seemingly preparing for an important event. This visit from the Cloud Village is significant. The Hokage has entrusted us with the task of welcoming the delegation. Let's make the necessary arrangements, as the high-ranking officials from the Cloud Village are expected to visit the clan leader. Why come to the Hinata? Are you foolish? The Hinata clan is the foremost clan in Konoha, representing its facade. The Cloud emissaries are surely here to pay their respects. Jisue's eyes twitched at this blatant display of arrogance. The Uchiha were indeed the true leading clan of Konoha. This branch family was beyond redemption. Wait, is the visit from the Cloud Village a precursor to that fateful event? At this moment, Jisue lacked not jutsu or chakra, but rather opportunities to engage with formidable opponents. Ding! The host has triggered a mission. Annihilate the Cloud delegation to uphold Konoha's dignity. Reward, Twelve Talisman, permanent. Jisue was rendered speechless. The system was no longer pretending. From the outset, it had been steering him towards chaos. Am I destined to become a public enemy in the ninja world? Jisue shook his head, dismissing the thought. Regardless, once I gather all 12 talismans, who could dare to challenge me? Upon accepting the mission, the two made their way to the tea room where Hayashi often resided. Two long-haired young men, nearly indistinguishable from one another, were engaged in tea and conversation. However, one bore a white bandage on his forehead, marking him as the branch family member, Hinata Nizashi, who was born merely minutes after his elder brother, yet relegated to the status of a servant within the clan. Who goes there? What is your purpose? Hayashi and Nizashi inquired in unison, their synergy evident. Lord Hayashi, we have met before, do you not recall? Jisue, what brings you here? The Hinata and Uchiha clans had historically been at odds, seldom interacting. Brother, why have you gone to see the Uchiha? Hayashi seemed to sense something amiss. The clan leader is indeed a person of many forgetful moments. You were supposed to visit the Uchiha. Hayashi remained silent. Hinata keyed. Nizashi exclaimed upon spotting the figure behind him, his joy palpable. Unlike the stoic Hayashi, Nizashi valued each member of the clan. Esteemed clan leaders, Keed respectfully bowed. After Jisue recounted the events that transpired, Nizashi's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Jisue, for your assistance. I extend my heartfelt thanks on behalf of the Hinata clan. In contrast to Nizashi's warmth, Hayashi's demeanor remained devoid of emotion, his white eyes betraying no thoughts. Jisue was struck by an unsettling notion. Could it be that you and Danzo have struck a deal? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Trading a ninja with a 100 guarantee of not leaking the Byakugan for some advantage was indeed a shrewd transaction. Jisue shook his head. He had yet to navigate the intricacies of the Hinata clan. His immediate priority was to elevate his strength to a level where he could confidently confront the third Hokage. However, Jisue regarded Nizashi with admiration. If he could assist in resolving the branch family's plight, perhaps he could align the Hinata clan with his own ambitions. I shall not intrude upon your gathering any longer. I am off to indulge in ramen. Hayashi remained silent, while Nizashi remarked, Mr. Jisue, he truly has a hearty appetite. Jisue had to prepare adequately for the impending conflict, and thus, a full stomach was paramount. At Ichiraku Ramen, he ordered a bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen and settled into a corner seat. Just as he was about to feast, a disheveled child with yellow hair entered the shop. Boss, one bowl of tonkatsu chashu ramen. Hold the tonkatsu and the noodles. Sure thing, coming right up. Naruto, you've worked hard today. The owner, though fond of Naruto, could only do so much in the realm of business. After a day of rigorous training, Naruto's appetite had surged, compelling him to visit Ichiraku Ramen rather than returning home for instant noodles. Ichiraku Ramen was not expensive. In fact, it was quite affordable and generous in portion. Even after Jisue lent Naruto the 1,000 ryo borrowed from Kakashi, the financially strapped child refrained from frivolous spending. Boss, fill his bowl to the brim with chashu. It's on me. Brother Jisue, Naruto exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Jisue's voice. Today, Jisue had not come to seek him out, leaving Naruto to train alone. Looking up, he was met with the unfamiliar face of a young man with a prominent nose, leaving Naruto puzzled. Naruto, have you forgotten my face after the change? Brother Jisue, it truly is you. But how did you? The transformation technique is a fundamental skill for ninjas. as he became more audacious after realizing he could traverse Konoha in his own form without consequence. The arrival of the Cloud delegation had drawn numerous Umbu on missions, while the third Hokage's crystal ball seemed to serve merely as a voyeuristic tool. The steaming ramen arrived. Shisui and Naruto devoured their meals with gusto. Brother Shisui, I had a successful day of training. I can now release the Gale Palm within 2 seconds, and its power has significantly increased. After their meal, the two parted ways, Jisui's figure gradually melding into the night of Konoha. Chapter 19. The Pursuit after parting ways with Naruto. Shisui swiftly arrived near the residence of the Hyuga clan leader, quietly anticipating the unfolding of a significant event. Unlike the humble abodes of ordinary Hyuga clansmen, the clan leader's mansion, the home of Hyuga Hisashi, was ablaze with light and lively activity. In the reception hall, ninjas from Konoha and Kumogakure toasted to one another. Bruin, the leader of the Kumogakure delegation, was an elite jonin. Following the Third Great Ninja War, a period of peace was relished among the major ninja villages, as they sought to recover from the immense toll the war had taken, particularly on Konoha. Although Konoha had ultimately triumphed, the cost was grievous. The Kumogakure delegation's ostensible purpose for visiting Konoha was to forge a peace treaty, yet ulterior motives lurked beneath the surface. The true target of their endeavor was none other than the Byakugan princess, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hinata. The fourth Raikage, though appearing to be a mere brute, was cunningly shrewd, aware that even if their plan to abduct the Hyuga princess were to be exposed, Konoha, particularly the third Hokage, would hesitate to confront them openly. Thus, they operated with audacity. Lord Hisashi, this toast is for you. Bruin raised his cup in salute to Hisashi. The Hyuga clan is indeed the foremost family of Konoha. Nonsense. The Hyuga clan is the premier family of the ninja world. Laughter erupted, and the flattery from the Kumogakure ninjas buoyed the spirits of the Hyuga clan members. Though intoxicated, who would not feel pride in such sincere compliments? On the surface, the atmosphere was congenial. While Kumogakure's ninjas exchanged pleasantries, their hearts secretly berating the Hyuga for their perceived superiority. It was clear to any discerning observer that the Uchiha clan was the true leading family of Konoha. The Hyuga clan merely served as scouts, their abilities, aside from the Byakugan, pale in comparison to the prowess of Kumogakure's taijutsu. This was part of Bruin's strategy to lull the Hyuga into a false sense of security, allowing them to forget their adversarial identity. Shisui stood outside the courtyard, observing when Kumogakure's ninjas would make their move. He recalled from the original narrative that it was a brown-skinned ninja named Clayton who had abducted Hinata. Shisui-senpai, what brings you here? A voice startled him. It was Kakashi, a masked Umbu, perched on a nearby tree. Kakashi had greatly benefited from their last training session, and with the mysterious ramen Shisui had provided, his chakra had doubled, resolving his greatest deficiencies. Now, he stood as a formidable opponent among elite jonin, even capable of confronting shadow-level shinobi. Seeing Kakashi, Shisui felt no need for formality. Kakashi, aren't you on a mission to monitor the Jinchuriki? The Hokage has instructed me to oversee a few Umbu members to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Kakashi, usually stoic, acknowledged Shisui's words without dispute. His trust in Shisui had deepened, and he had not reported his chakra enhancement or proximity to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the third Hokage. The situation surrounding his father, Konoha White Fang, was far from simple. Since you're here, observe closely. Tonight you shall witness the true nature of the third Hokage. Shisui replied calmly. The two remained silent, intently watching the movements of the guests at the banquet. Excuse me, I need to use the restroom, Clayton. The mastermind behind Hinata's abduction excused himself, making his way to the back courtyard where Hinata was resting. The young princess, deep in slumber, was blissfully unaware as a burly man broke in and swiftly carried her away, leaving her no chance to protest. The Hyuga princess was now in his grasp. Once they escaped Konoha and rendezvoused with the awaiting team outside the village, the Hyuga bloodline would belong to Kumogakure. When you grow up, you shall bear many more Byakugan children for Kumogakure. Clayton reveled in his triumph, envisioning the accolades he would receive from the Raikage. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Hyuga residence, the Hyuga and Kumogakure shall forever be good friends. To peace in the ninja world, let us drink. Hisashi, intoxicated, seemed transformed. Usually reserved, the alcohol had unleashed a fervor within him. The Hyuga clan is truly magnanimous. Cheers. The Kumogakure ninjas echoed in agreement. Yet, Daisher, Hisashi's elder brother, voiced concern. Brother, perhaps you should drink less. You're losing composure. Drink on, for the friendship between Konoha and Kumogakure. In the original narrative, Hisashi should have visited his sleeping daughter during Clayton's restroom break, preventing the Kumogakure delegation from absconding with Hinata. However, following a displeasing encounter with Hinata's return to the clan and Shursue's demeanor, Hisashi's spirits plummeted, leading him to drink excessively. Shursue sensed the situation had deviated from expectations. Yet he recognized the opportunity amidst the chaos. A smile crept upon his lips. This situation favored his plans. He had been contemplating how to eliminate the Kumogakure delegation silently. But now, all he needed to do was let them exit the village before taking action, an effortless resolution. Remain patient, Kakashi, Shursue urged, pressing a hand down to halt Kakashi's impending body flicker technique. What do you mean, Shursue-senpai? Do you harbor a grudge against the Hyuga family? Kakashi, do you comprehend the will of fire? The will of fire is about not causing trouble for the Hokage. If we let the Kumogakure envoy die on Konoha's territory, wouldn't that be a burden for the Hokage? We shall wait until they leave Konoha's bounds. Then we strike and eliminate these treacherous Kumogakure ninjas in one fell swoop. That is the optimal solution, do you not agree? Fear not, Kakashi, we shall act together, and none of these Kumogakure scoundrels shall escape. Shursue's expression turned serious as he extended his right hand into a fist. But why not simply capture the ninja responsible for Hinata's abduction? There is no but. Just follow my lead. Shursue's authoritative demeanor left Kakashi with no room for argument. Resigned, Kakashi summoned his Ninken, instructing his accompanying Anbu to remain on standby and continue surveillance. While he pursued Shursue. Chapter 20. Hinata's fate. Let us name this mission the battle to reclaim Hinata. Kakashi, somewhat speechless, thought it was hardly the time for jesting. Shursue, let us hasten, Kakashi urged, his brow furrowed. It was no wonder he felt this way. The princess of the Hyuga clan had been abducted by rogue ninjas from another village, and her fate hung in the balance. As a frontline ninja tasked with the rescue, his anxiety was palpable. Ryukuten, bearing the unconscious Hinata upon his back, arrived at the northern outskirts of the Hidden Leaf village. The north of Leaf was a vast forest, cultivated by the first Hokage with wood-release techniques. Even the slenderest of trees required at least 3 individuals to encircle. The stout trunks could measure up to several dozen meters in diameter. That cloud ninja fled to the north of the Leaf. A pug dog informed Shursue and Kakashi. This was none other than Pakken, the leader of Kakashi's summoning nindogs. Thank you for the information. You may return now, Pakken, Kakashi said. Shursue found it quite fascinating to see a talking dog. He playfully attempted to ruffle Pakken's wrinkled head, but in an instant, there was a puff of smoke. And Pakken vanished. What a peculiar creature, Shursue remarked, noticing the dog had cast him a glance as it departed. Time is of the essence. The cloud ninja has headed north. Let us make haste. Why the rush? If you are so reckless, how can you aspire to become Hokage? At this, Kakashi's usually indifferent eyes seemed even more vacant. I have no interest in being Hokage, he mumbled softly. Give me your hand, Shursue said calmly. At these words, Kakashi felt a pang of nervousness. Surely, Shursue did not harbor some peculiar inclination? Without waiting for Kakashi's compliance, Shursue swiftly placed his hand upon Kakashi's shoulder. Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves beneath a great tree deep within the forest north of the Leaf. Long ago, when Shursue had first mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he had taken the time to mark the Leaf and its surroundings with the technique's sigils. Those who observed the prominent landmarks or transit points would discover the intricate network of Flying Thunder God marks that Shursue had woven throughout the village. Isn't that the teacher's technique? Is there someone else capable of wielding the Flying Thunder God independently? Kakashi's astonishment was evident, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. After all, since the passing of the 4th Hokage, no one had been able to utilize the technique alone. Even the elite guard chosen by the 4th from among the thousands of ninjas in the Leaf could only execute it in unison. Shursue, you can use the Flying Thunder God. The truth could no longer be concealed. Kakashi, do you understand why I wish to know about your training? Why I sought to aid you in overcoming your chakra deficiencies? Why I wish to assist Naruto and know his training? Kakashi was momentarily bewildered by this barrage of questions. Shursue, unable to restrain himself, entered into his persuasive mode, for the Flying Thunder God technique was no trivial skill that just anyone could master. The Flying Thunder God. Naruto? The son of the 4th? What is your connection to the 4th Hokage? Indeed, I have not only inherited the 4th jutsu, but also his will. The will of the teacher? Yes, the 4th entrusted me with a mission. To remove the 3rd from power and support Kakashi in becoming the 5th Hokage. Why would the teacher want me to become Hokage? Because of your popularity. No, I cannot divulge everything just yet. There are matters I am aware of, such as who was responsible for the death of your father and your teacher. One day, when you are strong enough, you will be able to avenge your teacher and your father. Kakashi clenched his fists, lowering his once proud head in contemplation. Kakashi, I will not harm you. Your teacher, the fourth Hokage, would never harm you either. Let us focus on the task at hand for now. Feeling dazed and overwhelmed, Kakashi shook his head. The amount of information he had absorbed today was staggering. Yet, one thing was certain, he could trust Shisui. I am truly a master of persuasion. The Shisui faction is about to gain a formidable ally. Regaining his composure, Kakashi understood the importance of their mission. He raised his head and scanned the surroundings. They were at the rendezvous point where the Cloud Ninja sought to meet his comrades. Their objective was to lie in wait and ambush. The two concealed their presence, striving to blend into the environment. Shisui felt like a true ninja at that moment, hiding his tracks and preparing to deliver a lethal blow to the enemy. In contrast, his former self had merely been a berserker capable of piloting a giant mech. Soon, he grew weary of this game of hide-and-seek with Ryukuten. Piloting a mech was far more exhilarating. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps and leaps. It was Ryukuten, a genin from the Cloud Village. Ryukuten, carrying Hinata, maneuvered through the trees with agility despite his nearly 190 centimeters stature, appearing heavy yet surprisingly nimble as he navigated the branches. Let us follow him. As they ran, Ryukuten sensed a chill at the nape of his neck but dismissed it. He believed their plan was flawless. Blinded by ambition, he was eager to reunite with his comrades and return to the village as a hero. Unbeknownst to him, his negligence would lead to his companions meeting their demise in the Leaf Forest. Once Ryukuten had gone far enough, Shisui and Kakashi revealed themselves, tracing the footprints he had left on the branches. Oi, finally, you've arrived. You sure kept us waiting. Haha. The Hyuga clan leader has poor drinking habits, and yet he insisted on indulging, causing a slight delay. Are the Leaf Ninjas truly fools? This young lady is indeed charming. She is truly the princess of the Hyuga. Indeed, once we reach the Cloud Village, we shall keep her for a few years and produce some little Byakugan. The team that came to assist Ryukuten consisted of 5 elite genin, underscoring the Cloud Village's seriousness regarding this operation. Make haste. The sooner we return to the village, the better. I have an ominous feeling. Ryukuten instructed the reinforcements as he handed over the spoils of this espionage mission, Hinata, to the awaiting team. Ryukuten felt an overwhelming sense of relief, hoping that the decoy he had left in Hinata's room would not be discovered too soon. As long as they could endure until morning, the Cloud delegation would avoid much trouble. With this thought, Ryukuten smirked. Even if they were discovered, the third Hokage would have no means to retaliate. Our Cloud Village fears not the specter of war. Chapter 21. Yuin vs. Shisui. Please, everyone, let us take a moment. All the esteemed guests of Yuin must be weary from their journey. Why not rest in the village of Konoha? The languid voice of Shisui echoed from afar. The expressions of the 6 elite jonin shifted dramatically. They had been followed by Konoha's ninja. Didn't you say we wouldn't leave a trace? Night Moon Ming, the most seasoned and powerful among the 5 reinforcements, scolded. Historically, all Reikage have hailed from the Night Moon clan, making them the most prestigious clan in Yuin, comparable to the Senju of Konoha. However, while the Senju have declined, the Night Moon clan flourishes in Yuin, with their ninja excelling in lightning techniques and body arts, making them formidable foes. When did they catch up? Kyurton expressed his astonishment. As one of Yuin's finest sensory ninjas, he had sensed nothing of their pursuit. In the next instant, a kunai embedded itself in the ground, and Shisui appeared before the Yuin group. Kakashi materialized behind them. You were surrounded. Put down the girl on your back and cooperate. I might consider sparing your lives. Copy Ninja Kakashi? Instantaneous Shisui. Shisui's playful attempts at negotiation bore no fruit, instead igniting the fighting spirit of the Yuin ninjas. Both he and Kakashi had made names for themselves in the ninja world, but the intelligence circulating among the villages was slightly outdated. In Night Moon Ming's mind, they were merely elite jonin. The outcome of their clash was uncertain, unbeknownst to him. However, Kakashi's chakra had doubled, bringing him perilously close to the level of a Kage. An ordinary jonin would not withstand a single strike from him. Cloud rising, instantaneous, Night Moon Ming unsheathed his short blade, performing the unique Yuin sword technique. In the blink of an eye, he charged directly at Shisui. Akin to a ravenous beast, swift and fierce. Yet, Shisui was even faster. Renowned as instantaneous Shisui, he possessed both the Flying Thunder God technique and the Sharingan. When it came to reflexes, perhaps only the fourth Raikage could match him among the living shinobi. A dark kunai whizzed past Night Moonming's cheek, leaving a slender line of blood. The Uchiha's aim leaves much to be desired, he remarked, tilting his head to narrowly evade the attack. But it was too late. In a flash, Shisui appeared behind him, drawing his short blade and thrusting it forward. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Lightning Release Armor activated. Night Moonming had no time to dodge and reluctantly invoked the secret body technique of Yuin, Lightning Release Chakra Mode. This technique stimulated every cell in his body, greatly enhancing his reaction time and muscle strength. The Lightning Release Armor enveloped his body, forming a remarkably defensive chakra armor. The third Raikage had once used this technique so effectively that even a Rasengan could not breach its defenses. As Shisui's blade struck, the sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Both sides quickly understood each other's prowess. The Yuin ninjas were solemn expressions. For Shisui had utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, a skill etched in the memories of those who had survived the Third Great Ninja War. Among them, some had witnessed Konoha's Minato Namikaze single-handedly suppressing the fourth Raikage and the perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, using this very technique. Has the Flying Thunder God technique resurfaced? They observed that Shisui was not entirely adept in its use. We must retreat. After all, are you foolish? No matter how fast you run, you cannot escape the Flying Thunder God. Enough. Night Moonming interrupted the cacophony of voices. If we do not eliminate those two, we will not leave here today. This esteemed gentleman from Yuin certainly understands. Shisui responded with a smile. As soon as Shisui finished speaking, a circle of purple shadows appeared around his eyes. Senjutsu mode. Once activated, Shisui could effortlessly sense the natural energy surrounding him, manipulating a portion for his own use with ease. If Yuin can transform, then Konoha ninjas certainly cannot lag behind. The reason Shisui offered the Yuin ninjas a chance to negotiate was to absorb natural energy in the process. Senjutsu, a power system distinct from chakra, allows the absorption of natural energy to become part of the user's body. Upon entering Senjutsu mode, Shisui felt the natural energy surrounding him as if it were an integral part of his limbs, as though it was inherently his to command. So this is how Naruto's frog kata is employed. So this is the essence of Senjutsu. Kakashi, choose your opponent. Shisui gestured to Kakashi, indicating he should select a target. Initially, Shisui intended to take down the Yuin ninjas single-handedly, but he also wished to ensure Kakashi was not bored, eager to witness Kakashi's true strength. I truly excel at looking after others, Shisui muttered to himself. Without allowing anyone a moment to react, a blood-red hue ignited in his gaze as three tomos spun wildly. Against foes of such caliber, there was no need to activate the Meijiki Sharingan. In the next instant, Shisui's form began to blur, and dozens of Shisui appeared before Night Moonming. Lightning Release, Lightning Spear, Water Release, Water Surge at Night Moonming's command. The Yuin ninjas swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing their signature techniques. How lacking in the spirit of the samurai, you Yuin scoundrels! Dozens of Shisui echoed simultaneously. We are ninjas. What has that to do with samurai? Despite their rough appearances and seemingly honest demeanor, Yuin ninjas could be just as cunning and petty as any. Ninjutsu surged towards the Shisuis. A torrent of water infused with lightning hurtling toward them. Yet Shisui's speed remained unimpeded as he charged toward the Yuin ninjas, accelerating with each moment. What followed was a miraculous scene. Shisui's clones effortlessly navigated through the violent waters and raging lightning, reaching the Yuin ninjas. Where did the real one go? One Yuin ninja dismissed the clones, believing them to be mere illusions. The next moment, a Yuin ninja of average build, with an unremarkable face, felt a line of blood appear across his neck. This was the work of what they had thought was a mere illusion. Darm, the slain ninja was named. A Jonin from Yuin. His death incited fury among his comrades. A Jonin of Yuin, in a 5-on-1 battle, had only managed to release a single ninjutsu before falling to the enemy's blade. Each of his clones was an illusion, yet each also possessed substance. In essence, Shisui's true form could manifest at any one of his clones. Night Moonming shared the intelligence gleaned from Darm's sacrifice with his companions. Shisui sought to employ the same tactic, teleporting to the clone nearest Night Moonming. Heaven and Earth slash, he proclaimed, swinging his blade with fervor, muttering incomprehensible phrases. With that, Shisui brought a short blade down with force, but Night Moonming, already prepared, pressed his kunai tightly against Shizue's blade. Shizue's strength intensified. Yet the Yui ninja proved to be more adept in physical combat. As Shizue's blade descended, despite being in a disadvantageous position, Night Moon Ming held his ground, successfully neutralizing Shizue's attack with a technique to dissipate force. The battle of ninjas is ultimately a battle of information, when strength is evenly matched. If ninjutsu is countered by the enemy, it becomes increasingly challenging to wield it effectively. Shizue's mind raced. Frog kata. But no, he sensed that his senjutsu mode did not derive from the Fukasaku clan of Mount Myaboku. Thus, he decided to name this technique Senjutsu, Ordinary Fist. My apologies, Saitama-sensei. Shizue formed a single-handed seal, activating the Flying Thunder God, appearing before one of the Yui ninjas. Ordinary Fist, he declared loudly. The speed of this punch was not swift. For a master of ninjutsu like the Hidden Cloud Warrior, it could be deemed exceedingly slow. The Hidden Cloud Ninja did not even move his feet but merely twisted his body, effortlessly evading the grand strike of Shizue. But that was not the end. Upon Shizue's declaration, a glaring fist mark appeared on the temple of the Hidden Cloud Ninja. Bang! The Hidden Cloud Ninja was sent flying for several dozen meters. And the resounding impact of the punch against his head drew the attention of Kakashi, who was engaged in battle with Clayton. How ferocious Shizue-senpai was. This was indeed the legacy of the Fourth's will. At this moment, Yue Ming was drenched in sweat. Having barely begun the fight, his side had already lost 2 comrades. He could profoundly sense that he and Shizue were not on the same level of strength. Chapter 22. The first encounter with Obito. What kind of ninjutsu is this? There is absolutely no fluctuation of chakra. What is happening? Witnessing such an astonishing scene, the 2 remaining jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village had lost all desire to fight. The situation, which had originally been 5 against 1, had swiftly transformed into 3 against 1 after just a couple of exchanges. In the distance, Clayton, engaged in battle with Kakashi, felt an ominous foreboding. Just as he became distracted, Kakashi sheathed his short blade and formed hand seals. In an instant, the lush forest was filled with the chorus of 1,000 birds. Blue lightning gathered in Kakashi's right hand, contrasting sharply with the crimson hue in his eye. Raikiri, did no one teach you not to lose focus during a fight? During this exchange, Kakashi thrust his lightning-infused hand into Clayton's heart. Blood gushed forth from the wound. Clayton, the jonin of the Hidden Cloud and perpetrator of Hinata's abduction, met his demise. Kakashi, you have certainly grown. Further away in the forest of Konoha, a man enveloped in a mysterious white substance emerged from the trees. It was none other than Obito Uchiha, the second most notorious member of the Uchiha clan, who, after the death of his beloved, exhibited no psychological restraint in slaughtering his master and mistress, unleashing his wrath upon the innocent. With his Sage Mode activated, Shisue's perceptive abilities were significantly heightened. Someone was watching us. Their strength was formidable. Remaining quiet, he was unperturbed, for Shisui currently possessed the talisman of the horse, rendering him unafraid of any potential opportunists. Just as his thoughts settled, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Had the time for Sage Mode ended? The purple eyeshadow on Shisue's face gradually faded, and with it, he lost his connection to the surrounding natural energy. As expected of a seasoned elite jonin, Yagura quickly disowned Shisue's weariness and seized the opportunity. Lightning Release. Chakra Mode, activate. Lightning Release. Falling Cloud Blade. The razor-sharp blade, infused with violent chakra, cleaved towards Shisue's face. This strike embodied 30 years of mastery. Yagura regarded this as his final gambit. The remaining 2 Hidden Cloud ninjas also unleashed their jutsu towards Shisui, not seeking to hit him, but rather to hinder his movements and disrupt his hand seals to evade the blade. Shisui-senpai. Kakashi, having finished off Clayton, called out with concern. Fear not. In an instant, Shisui shall fall into my grasp. The end is nigh, Shisui declared, activating the Horse Talisman and restoring his waning state. As Yagura's blade struck, a cloud of smoke erupted. According to the law of smoke and injury, Shisui emerged unharmed. As the smoke dissipated, he was enveloped in a swirling mass of dark green chakra. This was the ninjutsu he had witnessed that night, the third power of Susanoo. As revealed by the third Hokage, Divine Strength, Kakashi held a profound impression of this ninjutsu, for the instructor's evaluation of it was exceedingly high. The reason Shisui had refrained from utilizing Susanoo earlier was to master the combination of Sage Mode and Flying Thunder God in battle. Now that his objective had been achieved, he was prepared for swift resolution. What is this? Power? At that moment, Yagura was engulfed in utter despair. To withstand his strongest strike and scathe had ignited a thought in his mind. Could he preserve his life by surrendering? Before he could utter a word, Shisui's eyes began to whirl with a tempestuous energy. The chakra skeleton gradually morphed into a skeletal form, then transformed into flesh, skin, and finally armor. This was the high celestial dog form of Susanoo. The colossal chakra giant descended like a deity, rendering the 3 remaining hidden cloud ninjas paralyzed with fear. At this moment, their minds echoed a singular thought. Uchiha Shisui was invincible. Lord Shisui, please spare me. I am of the Yagura clan, and the 4th Raikage is my cousin. One might wonder who could envision a brawny, dark-skinned man kneeling at the feet of Susanoo, pleading for mercy. Yagura, steady yourself. Have you forgotten the will of lightning? 2 of his subordinates remained resolute. What on earth is the will of lightning? Shisui couldn't help but scoff. With a single strike, Susanoo effortlessly dispatched all 3 hidden cloud ninjas. Shisui-senpai, why not leave one alive for interrogation? I have already seen through the 4th Raikage schemes. Leaving a survivor would be a burden. Shisui naturally could not divulge that this was a mission from the system. Alas, he was about to sever ties with Konoha. And now he would be at odds with the hidden cloud. The 4th Raikage was fiercely protective in the original narrative. Upon learning that his brother Killer Bee had been captured by Sasuke, he obliterated Susanoo with a mere punch, as if it were child's play, not to mention his strength. Shisui certainly did not wish to provoke such a ruthless individual for no reason. Yet the system compelled him to create chaos. However, with the Talisman of the Ox in hand, my power should be sufficient to contend with the 4th Raikage, this brash warrior. Kakashi, carry Hinata back to Konoha and seek out Hayashi. I suspect that old man has drunk himself into oblivion. What about you, Shisui-senpai? Kakashi inquired as he hoisted the unconscious Hinata onto his back, glancing back at Shisui, who had yet to engage Susanoo. Go ahead, Kakashi. I will deal with some loose ends. Upon our return, the Hyuga clan will surely be in an uproar. Kakashi trusted in Shisui's strength and believed he would face no danger alone. Thus he departed with Hinata in tow. What could Uchiha Shisui be planning? Had he discovered my presence? That shouldn't be possible. White Zetsu's infiltration abilities are second to none in the ninja world. Boom, boom, boom. 8-span jewel. Countless red chakra jewels rained down upon Obito, whose body was still half concealed in the tree, lost in thought. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. The jewels pierced through Obito's form. Flying behind him, as he appeared akin to Shisui's recent clone, a projection from another realm, lacking corporeal substance. Kamui, one of the most formidable abilities in the Naruto universe. Young Obito could manipulate the entire ninja world with nothing more than a single Kamui Sharingan and Hashirama cells. Shisui observed the jewels pass through Obito's body without inflicting harm and remained calm, as it was precisely as he had anticipated. Obito's ability to evade injury stemmed from his capacity to shift the parts of his body that were about to be attacked into the Kamui dimension, creating the illusion of an attack passing through him. Thus, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, 2nd phase of Flying Thunder God could injure him, but at Shisui's current proficiency. Mastering the dizzying intricacies of Minato's technique would require extensive practice. What a delightful surprise. Uchiha Madara, I never expected our paths to cross in such a manner. Chapter 23, Uchiha's Great Deceiver Ding. The mission to thwart Uchiha Obito's Moon Eye plan has been activated. Mission reward, Snake Talisman, permanent. The system's cold mechanical voice resonated within Shisui's mind. The Snake Talisman allows its bearer to erase their presence, rendering them invisible. However, the Snake Talisman does not quite align with my preferences. I am more inclined towards a berserker style. Nonetheless, it is better than having nothing. This mission issued by the system aligns perfectly with my desires. To truly establish myself in the world of Naruto, Uchiha Obito is an insurmountable obstacle. Uchiha Obito, the foremost fool in the Naruto universe, was duped by Uchiha Madara and has served him for over a decade, having personally killed his teacher and the newly birthed wife of his mentor. Shisui's assessment of Obito is that he is an eternally ungrateful wolf, a villain only second to Itachi in the Naruto universe. Out of grief for his unrequited love, he turned his blade against the innocent. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi is a heavyweight, known in the original narrative as someone who could think with the wisdom of a Hokage at the tender age of 6. The path to peace he envisioned was the annihilation of all Uchiha men, women, and children. Of course, Itachi's abstraction cannot be separated from his father Fugaku's indecisiveness. It seems the clan leader still requires further refinement. With this thought, Shisui revealed a wicked smile. Shisui's presence has already induced some changes in Uchiha Fugaku. Instantaneous Shisui. As he gazed at Obito, who sensed him and promptly launched an attack, a complex expression emerged from beneath Obito's mask. He was still contemplating how to engage with Shisui. Lin, how I long for you. I must create a world with you in it. Uchiha Madara has thoroughly deceived this foolish Uchiha. He was exceedingly confident that his stealth abilities would go undetected by Shisui. As Shisui remained silent, he commenced his deception plan. Are you the legendary Uchiha Madara? Indeed, the wielder of the Sharingan ability that renders all ninjutsu ineffective. The architect of the Nine Tails incident 6 years ago. The man standing at the pinnacle of ninja history. The ancestor of the Uchiha clan. In an instant, Shisui transformed into a fervent admirer. Does he see me as Uchiha Madara? Obito was slightly taken aback. It was surprising to discover that there existed such a fervent devotee of Madara within the Uchiha clan. According to his knowledge, Madara's reputation in the clan was far from favorable. Child, what is your name? Shisui, Uchiha Shisui, he replied, feigning innocence. Madara-sama, it is indeed my fortune to witness such a powerful ninja as yourself. Do you remember that dark and stormy night when you invaded Konoha, controlled the Nine Tails, and killed the fourth Hokage? You showcased the might of our Uchiha clan. Obito relished Shisui's flattery. Though Shisui praised Madara, the events he recounted were indeed Obito's own doing. Obito nodded in satisfaction. While Shisui spoke, the four-cornered windmill in his eyes rotated slowly, almost imperceptibly. He did not employ genjutsu but subtly guided Obito with his ocular prowess, gradually leading him to lower his guard and unwittingly alter his will. Shisui's Manjiki Sharingan excels in genjutsu, and through ocular guidance and eloquent speech, he garnered the trust of others, which is one of his unique abilities. Despite Obito's peculiarities, he was still a young man at heart, and with just a slight nudge, Shisui had elevated himself to the ranks of those Obito could trust. Uchiha Shisui, you may indeed join the Akatsuki and serve me. Madara-sama, such grand tasks you undertake personally. I am willing to contribute to your Moon Eye plan. The Moon Eye plan. How did he know about the Moon Eye plan? Upon hearing Shisui's words, Obito's inner turmoil surged. The Moon Eye plan should only be known to him and that old Uchiha Madara, not to mention Kagaya and Black Zetsu. At that moment, Obito's mind raced as he considered himself exceptionally clever. Why do I say self-proclaimed? How intelligent can one be if they intend to destroy the world due to the death of an unrequited love? The Moon Eye plan aims to gather all nine-tailed beasts, amalgamating their chakra into the Ten Tails body to initiate the infinite Tsukuyomi and create a peaceful, perfect world. Madara-sama. Am I correct? The expression on Obito's face shifted from neutral to astonishment. How could this Uchiha know so much? Before Obito could respond, Shisui added, Madara-sama. Such a monumental plan cannot succeed without assistance. The Moon Eye plan is something I glimpsed on the Uchiha stone tablet. Only those who have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan can decipher its contents. Obito learned of the Moon Eye plan through Madara's narration. He had never heard of the Uchiha stone tablet. However, under the influence of Shisui's ocular prowess and his sincere, flawless rhetoric, Obito chose to trust him. Hearing Shisui's words, Obito nodded with satisfaction, as if a pillow had been provided for his slumber. Having tirelessly pursued the Moon Eye plan, he genuinely required a capable assistant. Though Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were indeed useful, adept at surveillance and information gathering across the ninja world, they had their limitations in strength. A Manjiki wielding Uchiha was indeed worthy of trust. Under the influence of Shisui's ocular prowess, Obito swiftly succumbed to the belief that Shisui was captivated by his dominating presence. Since you are so sincere, I shall grant you the opportunity to serve Uchiha Madara. This unfortunate child. He actually expects me to steal the Nine Tails for him. How is this any different from those unscrupulous bosses in my previous life? Bah, this fool Obito, believing he could seize the Nine Tails Jinchuriki amidst chaos on the night of the full moon, had entirely misconstrued Shisui as a fellow madman. A fervent believer in the Moon Eye plan. What chaos he intended to exploit, Obito did not elaborate. However, Shisui was entirely aware that Obito was wary of his strength. As Itachi had been executing tasks outside the village for the third Hokage, oblivious to the significant changes occurring within the Uchiha clan. At this point, Shisui envisioned the beautiful scene of Itachi and Obito heading to the Uchiha clan while being observed by 4 or 5 pairs of Manjiki eyes. He pondered whether his time-stopping ability could catch Obito off guard. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. From his initial hesitation and fear, Shisui's growing strength fueled his anticipation for a future understanding with the third Hokage, the Uchiha, and Konoha. Obito, walking away, was in high spirits. Today, he successfully acquired a formidable ally and secretly clenched his fist. I will certainly create a world with you in it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission. Reward received. Snake Talisman, permanent. The cold voice echoed within Shisui's mind. 3 of the 12 talisman positions in the Azure Dragon statue have now been illuminated. Shisui silently felt a newfound power emerging within him from the Snake Talisman. The usage count for the Horse Talisman has increased to 3 times per day. Subsequently, activating the Snake Talisman, Shisui's body gradually became transparent, and his presence vanished without a trace. It was as if he had never existed in the world. There was no fluctuation of chakra, no aura, no shadow, an invisibility technique surpassing even the highest levels in the ninja world. Even if the Hyuga clan's Byakugan were to be employed, they would be unable to perceive Shisui standing right before them. Having tested the invisibility effect, Shisui was thoroughly pleased. So stealthy, I absolutely adore it. When the time comes to strike, I shall strike. When it is prudent to remain hidden, I shall do so. When boldness is required, I shall act without hesitation. Shisui felt no psychological pressure whatsoever. Without dispelling the invisibility state, he sought to test whether the usage of the Snake Talisman had any limitations akin to that of the Horse Talisman. The capabilities of the Snake Curse and the Flying Thunder God are remarkably complementary. With teleportation and invisibility at his disposal, it can be asserted that, should he desire it, there would be no one in the entire shinobi world capable of detaining him, maintaining the state of invisibility. Shisui utilized the Flying Thunder God to return to the village of Konoha. Chapter 24. Impulsive Decisions in the Hyuga clan of Konoha Village. Hinata, the gentle young lady, breathed steadily. Uchiha looked at his polite and adorable niece with a tender gaze. Your brother is drunk. Let your second uncle take care of you, he murmured. In the dimly lit bedroom, Uchiha tucked Hinata under the covers, preparing to leave. But suddenly, panic gripped him. Breath. Where's her breath? Uchiha was drenched in cold sweat. Had Hinata passed away? As a branch family member, his duty was to protect the main family, to safeguard the Hyuga bloodline. He could not allow any misfortune to befall Hinata. This was his immediate reaction upon sensing something was amiss. It could be said that, whether as the head of the branch family or as Hinata's uncle, Uchiha was deeply responsible. Could it be? The banquet, the Cloud Village. Could it be that they took Hinata? The thought struck him as a chilling realization. Outsiders had coveted the Hyuga bloodline for far too long. The cage bird was meant to ensure that the Hyuga lineage remained untainted. The branch family existed to protect the main family. With meticulous planning, neither Konoha nor the Hyuga clan anticipated that the Cloud Village would commit such treachery under the guise of peace. At that moment, Uchiha could already envision the inhumane treatment that Hinata, the princess of the purest Hyuga bloodline, would suffer in the hands of the Cloud Village's savages. They would not hesitate to extract every last bit of value from her. As Uchiha's thoughts raced, he hurried to his brother Nichizu's room. Brother, Hinata is missing. She may have been kidnapped by the Cloud Village. But Nichizu, still inebriated, failed to grasp Uchiha's words. Come, Uchiha, let us share our hearts. Cheers. Uchiha shook his head helplessly, recognizing that his usually calm brother transformed completely when intoxicated, unable to control himself despite his poor tolerance. The continuation of the Hyuga clan. The honor of a 1,000-year lineage seemed to rest solely on his shoulders as the branch family head. Clenching his fists, he swiftly departed. At the Konoha reception area, where the Cloud Village's envoy was stationed, that brat Kraton should have met up with Yatsuki by now. We shall leave Konoha at dawn tomorrow. This mission will be deemed a success. Boss, why not leave now? Fool. We came to discuss a peace treaty. It would be illogical to leave the village in the dead of night. But what if we are discovered? Enough. Everyone, stay calm and composed. I've already arranged with the third Hokage. We will depart at sunrise. As for the Hyuga princess, it is unlikely anyone will notice her absence for a while. Besides, even if they do, what can Konoha do to us? Let us not forget the mission Raikage entrusted us with. Our first task is to seize the Hyuga bloodline, and our second is to provoke Konoha and test the third Hokage's temper. The leader of the Cloud Envoy, Brui, articulated each word with precision. His statements were not merely meant to reassure the crowd. With Orochimaru's defection, the White Fang's suicide, Tsunade's blood phobia, and Jiraiya's wanderings, Konoha's elite were nearly all dead or gone. Konoha was currently in a dire state of transition. given this precarious situation. The Cloud Village deduced that even if the third Hokage suffered a loss, he would be loath to engage in war. Konoha could not afford such a conflict. Nichita, desperate to rescue Hinata, stormed into the Konoha reception area. "You bastards from the Cloud Village, hand over Hinata at once." His voice startled the resting Cloud ninjas. The third Hokage, who had been asleep, was awakened by the umbu. "Hokage-sama, there is an urgent matter requiring your decision. What could possibly be so pressing that it cannot wait until morning? I will age prematurely if I stay up all night." What? Nichiha is causing trouble with the Cloud Envoy? Hinata has gone missing. Why did you not report this sooner? Just moments ago, Sarutobi Hiruzen was filled with drowsiness. But now he was wide awake. The conflict between Uchiha and the Cloud Envoy, coupled with the disappearance of Princess Hinata, could easily ignite a war. Just as Brui had stated, Konoha could not afford to engage in battle at this time. During the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had fought against the 4 great ninja villages and emerged victorious, showcasing its formidable strength. However, the fundamental reason for that victory was Konoha's prosperity and talent, which was no longer the case. The so-called professor of ninjutsu, the revered Sarutobi Hiruzen, had also grown senile. His avarice for power and his indulgence of Danzo's misdeeds had eroded the very foundation of Konoha. Did Itachi return to the village yesterday, or is it tonight? Reporting to Hokage-sama, Captain Itachi just finished his report in the umbu. Then let Itachi take action. "Nichita, what are you doing here at this hour? Are you drunk?" Nichiha was not an impulsive man. He had activated his Byakugan before coming. Within a kilometer radius, there was no sign of Hinata or Kraton. Had they already left Konoha? Nichiha furrowed his brows, ignoring the insults hurled at him by the Cloud Ninjas. Damn it, if only I had discovered this sooner. Hey, Uchiha of the Hyuga clan, what exactly is happening? I have no idea. One of the Cloud Ninjas approached, placing a hand on Nichiha's shoulder with an expression of sincerity. In Nichiha's eyes, that sincere face felt like mockery, ridiculing his failure to protect Hinata. In the next instant, veins bulged around his eyes. Byakugan activated. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm. With a single strike, a Cloud J-Nin fell lifelessly, brain matter spilling forth, his eyes bulging grotesquely. The flow of chakra was obstructed, and the J-Nin's internal energy reacted violently with Nichiha's technique, causing him to explode. Alas, why is your Hyuga clan so impulsive? In the original narrative, Nichizu had killed Kraton with a single blow, leading the third Hokage to placate the Cloud Village's rage by forcing the Hyuga clan to bear the consequences. As the head of the main family, Nichizu could not be threatened, leaving Uchiha to take the fall. At that moment, Shisui, concealed in the shadows, observed Nichiha's actions, contemplating how to intervene. He never expected Uchiha to act so rashly. Given the third Hokage's disposition, he would surely sacrifice Uchiha as a pawn. Shisui would find it difficult to protect him. Ding. Mission activated. Protect Uchiha. Silly people are the most lovable. Why should he die? Rewards. Uchiha fire release power increased by 50, and Nichiha's favorability greatly enhanced. The system's cold mechanical voice echoed in Shisui's mind. Oh, if this continues, the Uchiha could unify the ninja world. With a 50 increase in the power of fire release techniques, which the Uchiha already excelled at, Shisui dared not imagine the resulting scenario. Nichiha's favorability? What is that? I have no interest in such things. Shisui then addressed the system. Does possessing Uchiha bloodline enhance fire release power? The system seemed to understand, responding, the host has the power to define the Uchiha. In simple terms, after receiving the reward, Shisui could exclude certain individuals like Obito and Itachi from consideration. The Cloud Ninjas watching Uchiha, who dared to act, were momentarily stunned. No one expected a mere branch family head to be so formidable. Lord Hayaka, you are suspected of murdering the envoy from a neighboring nation. Come with me to meet the Hokage. A figure clad in a cat-faced mask emerged before Hayaka. Suspected? The deed was done right before my eyes. Hayaka retorted, is there no law left in Konoha? You shall not depart. Who knows if you will return? Konoha is shielding the true culprit. Shisui's face gleamed with excitement. He had finally encountered his long-cherished aspiration, the Hokage, the most formidable being in the world, Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 25. The Brainwashing of the Will of Fire. One cannot deny that Uchiha Itachi's prowess is indeed formidable. With merely a glance, the previously chattering hidden cloud shinobi became utterly motionless. It was not a matter of choice, but an inability to act. The terror of the Sharingan's Jinjutsu is truly overwhelming. The last time he met Itachi was when he relinquished his remaining Sharingan to him before leaping off a cliff in despair. In the original narrative, Shisui was remarkably naive, believing that such an act could usher in peace. However, Shisui's demise was not in vain. He, akin to a brother, both mentor and friend, perished before Itachi, gifting him his eyes in his final moments, which drove Itachi to awaken his own, possessing 2 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan. Even if he could not vanquish Konoha, he could at least engage them in a contest of strength, thus avoiding the tragedy of extinction for his clan. Yet, both clan leader Fugaku and his son Itachi lacked clarity of thought. One was indecisive while the other was obsessively fanatical. Now that he found himself in the world of Hokage, as a member of the Uchiha clan, he could not stand idly by while disaster loomed. Accused of murder? Yet the hidden cloud had kidnapped Lady Hinata. Upon seeing the arrival of the Umbu, Hisashi was overjoyed. The Umbu represented the will of the Hokage. Since the Hokage was aware of the situation, he would undoubtedly ensure justice for the Hyuga clan. However, as soon as Itachi spoke, Hisashi sensed a shift in demeanor, as though he were indeed a criminal of Konoha. Surely, the Hokage was merely protecting me, Hisashi thought to himself. Had Shisui known Hisashi's current mindset, he would have likely muttered a curse, lamenting the folly of one who, having been betrayed, still counted the coins of another. Shisui's expression towards Hisashi relaxed somewhat compared to the earlier tension, which had been palpable. Very well, I shall accompany you. I trust the Hokage will deliver justice, Hisashi declared, casting a condescending glance at the hidden cloud shinobi present as if to say, it is indeed a comfort to have support in our village. Observing Hisashi's reaction, Shisui could not help but feel a few strands of annoyance. By the heavens, you have fallen from the dragon's pool into the tiger's den. Just as Itachi prepared to escort Hisashi away, the hidden cloud shinobi suddenly interjected, we demand to see the 3rd Hokage. Is Konoha preparing for war? We of the hidden cloud do not instigate conflict, but neither do we fear it. It is too late today. The Hokage requires rest. Come to the Hokage Tower at dawn, Itachi replied, simultaneously releasing the power of his Sharingan. Although he was currently in the state of 3 Tomo, having unlocked the Mangekyou, the potency of Itachi's 3 Tomo far surpassed that of an ordinary 3 Tomo Sharingan. As the momentary release of Itachi's ocular power washed over him, Brui felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. The instincts of a shinobi warned him that the combined strength of the hidden cloud delegation would pale in comparison to this man before him. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of composure, stating, humph, by morning, Konoha must provide an explanation to the hidden cloud. Itachi remained silent, vanishing into the night with Hisashi. Shisui refrained from acting impulsively. He sought an opportunity to approach Itachi when the 3rd Hokage was not vigilant. In the original tale, Shisui and Itachi were not merely brothers but shared an unbreakable bond, and with the memories of his past life merging with his own, Shisui felt a pang of compassion. Itachi, let me see if you truly are beyond redemption. In the Hokage Tower, beneath the celestial glow of a crescent moon, the entirety of Konoha lay in darkness. Its citizens long since succumbed to slumber. Only the Hokage's office remained illuminated. After returning Hinata to the Hyuga clan, Kakashi stood before the 3rd Hokage to report. He recounted the events in detail. The hidden cloud envoy, Kraton, had seized Princess Hinata during the banquet. A meticulously orchestrated plan evident in its execution. The smoke billowed from the 3rd Hokage's mouth as he inhaled from his pipe, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. As Hokage, his emotions could not be easily discerned by his subordinates. Hisashi has killed a hidden cloud shinobi. Kakashi has also taken a life, and a whole squad at that. Indeed, Kakashi confirmed to the 3rd Hokage. Although the Hokage felt a pang of frustration, he could not help but feel a sense of pride in Kakashi's capabilities. The fact that he had returned safely after confronting 5 elite hidden cloud J-nin was commendable, but to have annihilated them was remarkable. As a ninja from the Hokage's lineage, the 3rd Hokage naturally wished for Kakashi's continued strength. Yet, when he thought of Hisashi, the 3rd Hokage's expression darkened. That fool, he muttered coldly. He then made a chilling decision. Kakashi may be spared, but for the sake of peace in Konoha, the Hyuga clan must make sacrifices. Hokage-sama, you must uphold justice for our Hyuga clan. Hisashi lamented, tears streaming down his face as he recounted the atrocities committed by the hidden cloud against Hinata. Though he had not witnessed it firsthand, his imagination conjured many dreadful scenarios based on his recollections of the hidden cloud shinobi. Hokage-sama, the hidden cloud shinobi have disturbed Konoha. You cannot allow them to escape. Hinata had been kidnapped, and she was likely far from the village by now. He pleaded for the Hokage to take action. Ninja of Konoha cannot leave the village indiscriminately. Departing without a mission is tantamount to treason. As the third Hokage fell silent, Hizashi grew increasingly anxious. Unable to restrain himself from speaking further, the third Hokage abruptly interjected. Enough, Hizashi. Hinata has been rescued by Kakashi, unharmed. How wonderful, Hizashi exclaimed. But before he could fully rejoice, the third Hokage's tone shifted. Though Hinata is safe, you have undeniably killed a hidden Cloud J-nin. Tomorrow morning, they will retaliate, and trouble will surely ensue. Hizashi, Konoha can no longer withstand war. Hokage-sama, the situation was dire, and in your moment of impulsiveness, you took the life of a hidden Cloud shinobi? Do you understand how many of Konoha's brave souls may perish on the battlefield if your recklessness ignites a conflict with the hidden cloud? The third Hokage spoke with gravity, emphasizing each word. Hizashi, drenched in cold sweat, felt the weight of his actions. He rapidly processed the potential consequences of his rashness on Konoha. Hizashi, consider the greater picture. As the inheritor of the will of fire and a pillar of the new Konoha, certain sacrifices are unavoidable. The third Hokage's tone softened from its previous severity. The will of fire, the greater good. The third Hokage advised Hizashi to return home and reflect deeply, suggesting that if he had lingering doubts, he should consult his most trusted elder brother, Hizashi Hyuga. Exiting the Hokage Tower, Hizashi wandered aimlessly, muttering about the will of fire and the spirit of Konoha. Concealed by a snake curse seal, Shisui witnessed this and could not help but curse under his breath. Is Konoha's brainwashing truly this potent? Or has Hizashi, as a branch member of the Hyuga, grown accustomed to such manipulation? With that, Shisui's figure gradually emerged in the streets of Konoha. He discovered that the duration of the snake curse seal was a mere 30 minutes. Chapter 26. The Silent Waters of Comedy, Rumors Afloat. The following day. At dawn. Have you heard? The envoy from the Cloud-Hidden Village, ostensibly here to sign a peace agreement, actually harbors ulterior motives. What do you mean? Just last night, a certain member of the Cloud-Hidden delegation committed a most audacious act. Can you guess what it was? They kidnapped Princess Hinata of the Hyuga clan, intending to bring her back to Cloud-Hidden Village to bear offspring with the Byakugan. Shisui and his shadow clone engaged in a lively exchange at a breakfast shop in Konoha, their somewhat exaggerated performance instantly captivating the attention of most villagers present. Good heavens! If what you say is true, then the ambitions of Cloud-Hidden are far-reaching. The Hyuga clan is a prominent family in Konoha, a lineage steeped in a millennia of history from the Warring States period. They cannot simply swallow this affront. Indeed, I heard that yesterday, the deputy head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, struck down a Cloud-Hidden envoy with a single punch, and rumor has it, the envoy was even a jonin. One punch. Is it that the Hyuga are exceptionally formidable, or the Cloud-Hidden simply inept? Shisui and his shadow clone deliberately concentrated their chakra in their throats, ensuring that their voices, though soft, resonated with clarity, allowing every patron in the breakfast shop to overhear their morning banter. After Shisui spoke, an elderly gentleman at the neighboring table rose with a thump, exclaiming, "Well done, Lord Hayashi. That punch restored Konoha's dignity and the honor of the Hyuga clan. Though I am of advanced years, I fought in both the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, clashing countless times with the ninjas of Cloud-Hidden. They may appear reckless, but they are indeed the most treacherous. Such actions are not surprising. Kidnapping Hinata and seizing the bloodline limits of other villages is characteristic of those brutes from Cloud-Hidden." Drawing from his own experiences, the old man elaborated, concluding that Cloud-Hidden is nefarious, and Hayashi's punch was commendable. Upon hearing the elder's words, the breakfast shop buzzed with increasing liveliness. The brutes from Cloud-Hidden are truly despicable. Indeed, when they first arrived in Konoha, I sensed they were no good. Dark and sinister, lacking any semblance of humanity. Those loathsome creatures. Is there still a hint of racial prejudice? Shisui mused, enjoying his breakfast while listening to the villagers' comments. The denizens of Konoha possessed a certain pride. Despite being common folk, their spirits remained unyielded, especially as the foremost of the 5 great shinobi villages. This effect was precisely what Shisui desired. Public opinion began to align with his expectations. If my daughter were to marry such a dark fellow, I would surely break his legs. Not so, uncle. Why would you wish for your daughter to marry a dark-skinned man? Hey, it seems you merely want to assault the child. Shisui secretly scoffed. This gentleman is of similar mind. Two balding middle-aged men commenced sharing their rather lackluster parenting experiences. As the discussions began to fade, or perhaps shift to other topics, Jisui's shadow clone interjected. "Excuse me, good sir, do you know the whereabouts of Lady Hinata?" With the shadow clone's inquiry, the previously noisy crowd fell into a hush. "I heard she was rescued by a masked ninja named Kakashi, just as she was being taken out of Konoha. It appears she was in a perilous situation, but ultimately unharmed." Jisui's main body promptly responded, then called upon the surrounding villagers. "Everyone, please keep a watchful eye on your children. Even within the safety of Konoha, nothing is guaranteed." Jisui's earnest demeanor quickly garnered the approval of the parents present. Even someone of Hinata's noble status can fall prey to kidnappers. What then of our ordinary children? This young man speaks the truth. In this era, child trafficking is alarmingly prevalent. Kakashi, my idol, is indeed formidable, incredibly powerful. Yet, one can only imagine how relieved young Hinata must have felt upon her rescue. Kakashi is so gentle. A love-struck girl at a nearby table lit up at the mention of Kakashi, akin to a fervent fan from a past life. Kakashi, I recall now, the top prodigy of Konoha, graduated at 5, became a chunin at 6, and was promoted to jonin at 12. To support Kakashi's bid for Hokage, one must subtly influence the villagers of Konoha, though the village may not yet be entirely democratic, without the backing of the populace. Kakashi's aspirations would be but a fleeting dream. My efforts are truly benevolent. Jisui donned a benevolent smile. He continued harmonizing with his clone. The third Hokage has borne great burdens. The patrons of the breakfast shop once more fell silent. And there is more. Today's breakfast has proven remarkably worthwhile. The third Hokage has sacrificed immensely for Konoha. In light of Hayashi's actions, Cloud Hidden Village will undoubtedly seek retribution. The Hokage will certainly protect the ninjas within the village. After Jisui concluded, the customers erupted into fervent discussion once more. Even if Hayashi took a life, it was Cloud Hidden who instigated the conflict. Yet, given Cloud Hidden's formidable strength, can Konoha truly withstand them? Nonsense. Are you not aware that the third Hokage is renowned as the strongest Hokage? Surely the Hokage does not lack resolve. If Cloud Hidden dares to challenge Hayashi, the Hokage will ensure they face dire consequences. The elderly gentleman's remarks resonated deeply with the crowd. Under the influence of the will of fire and the narrative of the strongest Hokage, the ordinary villagers and ninjas of Konoha held deep reverence for their third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in their eyes, could be described as almost divine. Observing this scene, Jisui could not help but smile slyly. The effect of public opinion had fully aligned with his intentions. This was a brazen scheme, one that the third Hokage could hardly counter. Should Hayashi choose to take his own life, news of such an event would spread rapidly and with a little guidance from those with ulterior motives. The noble image that the third Hokage had painstakingly cultivated among the villagers would shatter in an instant. And those with ulterior motives were none other than Jisui himself. Should the third Hokage opt for a firm response, Konoha and Cloud Hidden may very well plunge into war, rendering the freshly inked peace agreement void. Of course, that was a matter for another day. Jisui would relish any conflict Konoha engaged in, having already resolved to facilitate the Uchiha separation from Konoha for their independent development. Jisui's overall impression of the villagers of Konoha was that they were remarkably naive, believing whatever he proclaimed. Having been an avid internet user in his past life, he found it astonishing how effortlessly he could sway the crowd's sentiments. Jisui now fully grasped the immense power of public opinion. Even a ninja as illustrious as Hatake Sakomo could be swept away by the tide of popular sentiment, leading to his tragic demise. Guided by those with ulterior motives, the hero's son, Naruto, could also transform into the Nine-Tails Fox. However, harnessing this power of public opinion for his own ends was certainly advantageous. Jisui then signaled his clone, preparing to venture toward another crowded location. 1 spreads to 10, 10 to 100. Jisui will compel the third Hokage to conquer the hearts of all Konoha residents without leaving his abode. Chapter 27. The Sacrificed Birds After a Day of Fermentation. The rumors grew increasingly absurd. Aunt Kimura, have you heard? The Hokage has declared war on the Hidden Cloud. The entirety of Konoha was in a frenzy. And who was unaware of it? This war is destined for victory. It is said that the Hokage himself will lead the charge against the Hidden Cloud. The third Hokage, still in his prime, will surely restore Konoha's glory and dignity. Within a single day, Shisui performed no less than 20 comic skits in Konoha and through his clones. The residents of Konoha, upon hearing Shisui's fabrications, began to embellish the news of the third Hokage's impending war against the hidden cloud, propagating it from one to another until the entire village was in a state of uproar. The tale became increasingly ludicrous. Originally stemming from the incident where ninjas from the hidden cloud kidnapped Hinata, leading to a rift in relations, Konoha's response hardened. Gradually, with Shisui's instigation and the townsfolk's gossip, the narrative transformed into a tale of two villages on the brink of war, with the venerable third Hokage himself set to take the battlefield. The residents and civilian ninjas of Konoha all believed this news with unwavering conviction. In a short span, the village was ablaze with excitement, with some families already preparing for the impending conflict, while some citizens were anxious about the impending war. The thought of the third Hokage personally leading the charge acted as a potent tonic. At the Hyuga clan's patriarch's residence, Hinata lay on the tatami mat, her body trembling incessantly, suffering from a high fever. This was a manifestation of extreme shock. The trauma of being kidnapped the previous night had left a profound psychological scar on the 6-year-old girl. Shizuka, hurry and fetch a doctor from the Konoha hospital. Hizashi commanded a girl of about 20 with a pure demeanor. Shizuka, a member of the branch family, was meticulous in her duties but lacked ninja prowess, thus shouldering the responsibility of caring for Hinata's daily needs. Yes, Lord Hizashi, it's all my fault. If only I had spent more time with Lady Hinata yesterday. Shizuka lamented, feeling a deep sense of guilt for Hinata's abduction, believing it to be her responsibility. Hizashi, hearing Shizuka's words, maintained a stoic expression, while Hayashi gently reassured her, "Do not burden yourself with this, Shizuka. It is not your fault. Had you been present, you likely would have been silently eliminated by the Hidden Cloud's elite." Shizuka, on the verge of tears, felt slightly uplifted by Hayashi's words, offering him a grateful glance before departing. Once she left, Hizashi and Hayashi fell into silence, with Hayashi's earlier gentleness replaced by a grave demeanor. Hizashi had already grasped the events of the previous night, Hinata's kidnapping and Hayashi's confrontation with the Hidden Cloud's elite ninjas. The remnants of his intoxication dissipated upon hearing this news. The Hyuga clan had landed in a dire predicament. That Hinata had not been taken by the beast of the Hidden Cloud was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. Gazing at Hinata lying on the tatami, Hizashi exhaled deeply. As a father, he could hardly fathom the treatment Hinata would have endured had she fallen into the hands of the Hidden Cloud. He stood and wet a cloth to place on her forehead once more, hoping to alleviate her fever in this manner. "Brother, the situation between the Hidden Cloud and Konoha is rather grim. This morning, the envoy from the Hidden Cloud threatened the third Hokage, demanding that the Hyuga clan provide a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, the envoy reserves the right to nullify the recently signed peace treaty and plunge Konoha into the depths of war." According to the information received by the Hyuga clan, the third Hokage was indecisive, seemingly wanting the Hyuga to resolve this matter themselves. "Brother." Hayashi's face bore a look of grievance akin to that of a child who had misbehaved. "Hayashi, you must go and apologize to the envoy from the Hidden Cloud. After all, it was you who killed one of their own. But brother, you were quite intoxicated yesterday. There are no buts. The purpose of the branch family is to protect the main family." Hizashi's expression turned stern. He was psychologically prepared to act without hesitation should Hayashi defy his orders. Personal interests could never outweigh the collective good. Only through appropriate sacrifices could the prosperity of the whole be secured. And the Hyuga branch was inherently destined to be the sacrificial lamb, forever trapped in its cage like a bird unable to escape. To appease the wrath of the Hidden Cloud, Hayashi murmured, all according to the head of the family's command. He had thought that as the elder brother, Hizashi would protect him. Sacrifice and devotion? Hayashi turned away, revealing a smile more sorrowful than tears. For the peace of Konoha, for the village's greater good, for the will of fire. How grandiose it all sounded. Hayashi was all too aware that merely humbling himself before the envoy of the Hidden Cloud, even to the point of kneeling and cracking his skull upon the ground, would yield no favorable response from them. Although the third Hokage and Hizashi did not explicitly state it, Hayashi, seasoned in the ways of political strife, understood the implicit pressure in their words. As a member of the Hyuga branch, the curse of the caged bird had shackled him for over 20 years. Under the control of the caged bird for so long, Hayashi had lost any thoughts of rebellion or resistance. He and his clan were deeply bound by the shackles of fate, with no hope of escape. Let it be. If I must perish, I shall do so with some semblance of dignity. Niji, take care of yourself. Hyuga Niji, a rare prodigy of the Hyuga clan, at the tender age of 7, had already comprehended the 8 trigrams 16 palms. In an era of peace, such talent was extraordinarily rare. Yet, the identities of father and son from the branch family condemned them to be forever trapped in the cage of fate. No matter how exceptional Niji's gifts, he would ultimately live under the shadow of the main family, never to know freedom. With these thoughts, Hayashi, disheartened, departed from Hinata's room, his once vibrant spirit now diminished. Head bowed as he walked out like a dog with its spine broken. Entering a secret chamber, he resolved that his demise should not be witnessed by his son, Niji. Summoning his chakra, Hayashi concentrated the full might of an elite J-nin into his forehead. He intended to disrupt the caged bird seal upon his brow with his own chakra. The impact would rapidly destroy his brain, as the seal could not withstand such force. Yet, the caged bird would inevitably first inflict damage to his brain, leading to his demise. The caged bird's curse was not merely a matter of brain damage. Members of the Hyuga branch family were marked with its seal from birth. This meant that from the moment of Hayashi's birth, the caged bird had been poised to strike. It hung over him like a sword, perpetually threatening every member of the Hyuga branch. Should there be any risk of the main family's Byakugan being exposed, the caged bird would unleash its fury, either destroying the branch's Byakugan or directly claiming their lives. With a deep sigh, a man who had lived under the specter of death since birth felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The facade of cheerfulness he had maintained all this while was finally at an end. In that moment, he reconciled with the world. Farewell, O beautiful world. I hope that in my next life, I may become an ordinary person, free from the burdensome fate of the Hinata clan. With these words, Nichi revealed a serene expression, preparing to channel his chakra. Spare him. Nichi must not perish. Jishui burst through the door. Chapter 28. The underlying scheme of Shirzue. Fortunately, he made it in time. Shirzue let out a sigh of relief. The place where Hinata had attempted to take his own life was exceedingly remote. Initially, Shirzue believed that by leaving a flying thunder god mark with the Hyuga clan, he would easily locate Hinata. Alas, reality proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. At that moment, Hinata, interrupted during his spellcasting, was utterly bewildered. Could he not die in peace? Is the Uchiha brat being overly excessive? Wait a moment, the Uchiha clan? How did Shirzue get here? Mr. Shirzue, what brings you here? Though Hinata was quite unwilling to engage with Shirzue, truthfully, he wished to avoid the sight of anyone. His centuries-old upbringing compelled him to inquire politely. He was almost on the verge of failing his mission. No, it was fortunate he arrived just in time. You need not die. How did you know I intended to take my own life? Isn't it obvious? You are dressed so neatly, kneeling so rigidly, and you have even revealed the caged bird on your forehead. The only reason I can fathom for this is the pressure of self-termination. Hinata nodded. The Uchiha's perceptiveness was indeed exceptional. He had to concede that although the Hyuga clan prided itself as the foremost clan in Konoha, the Uchiha deserved that title more rightfully, perhaps even holding the potential to be the greatest clan in the ninja world. However, even if the Uchiha were the paramount clan, it granted them no right to interfere with his decision to end his life. How infuriating. Why does everyone harbor such malice towards me? The third Hokage, the main branch of the Hyuga clan, even this Uchiha. Lost in thought, Hinata, a man of considerable stature, felt the sting of tears welling up. Indeed, he was rather foolish. Shirzue gazed at the melancholic Hinata, a few dark lines appearing on his face. He was already lost in despair. If you truly wish to die, I shan't stop you, but have you considered the feelings of Niji? Even if you perish, have you thought about how your elder brother will treat him? Can Konoha truly provide Niji with fair treatment? Hinata, do not forget the plight of the fourth Hokage's son, Naruto Uzumaki. Upon hearing this, the previously passionate Hinata calmed down. Could his elder brother, who could not even care for his own daughter, truly look after Niji? The indifference shown to his own brother would surely extend to Niji. The treatment of Naruto, the son of a hero, was well known. He ended up labeled as the Nine-Tails Vessel. How utterly absurd. What would he be remembered as after his death? A sinner who disrupted the peace between Konoha and Kyomogakure, leaving Niji to bear the burden of being a sinner's son? But if he chose not to die, the third Hokage would remain a wolf in sheep's clothing. Though he appeared kind and amiable, the moment his interests were threatened, he would become a ravenous beast. But Hinata hesitated. There are no buts. You need not die. Come with me to the streets, and you will understand. Without further ado, Shirzue placed a hand on Hinata's shoulder and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting them to the bustling streets of Konoha. Hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. Sometimes, Words cannot compare to witnessing something firsthand. In an instant, Hinata felt a blur before his eyes, and upon opening them again, they found themselves in a narrow alleyway leading to the most vibrant street of Konoha. The Flying Thunder God technique. How astonishing that a member of the Uchiha clan had mastered such a technique, the signature ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage. Hinata was taken aback. When would the Hyuga clan produce a prodigy like Shisui? Before he could fully absorb this revelation, the two heard conversations from passers-by. Hey, did you hear? The Hokage has declared war on Kumogakure. Those scoundrels dare to covet our bloodline limit. Their intentions are treacherous. That news is from last year. It's outdated. Let me share a scoop with you. What scoop? Is it reliable? Rest assured it is. My neighbor's son is a ninja working in the Hokage building. Could he possibly lie? Hurry and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. Why the rush? All right, I'll tell you. This time, Konoha is going to war with Kumogakure, and the third Hokage will personally step onto the battlefield. The two conversing were animatedly discussing at the entrance of the alley. What is happening? Just last night, the third Hokage was urging me to prioritize the greater good, and now he intends to lead the charge into battle? Hinata listened, utterly perplexed. Shisui, observing the scene, smiled with satisfaction. This was the desired effect. Unbeknownst to Hinata, the orchestrator of this entire affair stood right beside him. Taking a deep breath, Hinata's mind raced. The situation in Konoha was becoming increasingly peculiar. Since the previous night, he had been on an emotional roller coaster. His wife Hinata's disappearance, inadvertently slaying a Kumogakure envoy, and now the news of impending war. Even though his thoughts felt muddled, and despite his stubborn character, he was an elite jonin and the head of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, so his analytical skills remained sharp. Soon, he regained his composure. Someone is manipulating the situation. This is a scheme directed at the third Hokage in Konoha. Hinata meticulously pieced together the limited information available. He had directly witnessed the third Hokage's reluctance to intervene in the feud between the Hyuga and Kumogakure. Clearly, fomenting war was not in the third Hokage's interests. Someone is deliberately steering public opinion, just as they had with Lord White Fang. Hatake Sakomo, the sharpest blade in Konoha's arsenal, the best candidate for the fourth Hokage, was driven to despair by public opinion after a mission failure. It was inconceivable that no one had meddled in that affair. However, who was spreading the rumor of war between Kumogakure and Konoha while emphasizing that the third Hokage would personally lead the charge? Hinata furrowed his brow, displaying a look of confusion. Could it be the Hokage's advisor, Danzo? Or perhaps a member of the Konoha Advisory Council aiming to usurp Sarutobi Hiruzen and seize the position of Hokage? Hinata turned to look at Shisui, who appeared relaxed and confident, a smile gracing his face. Could it be Shisui Uchiha? Shaking his head, Hinata dismissed the thought. He was merely 17 or 18. How could he possibly devise such an intricate scheme? Even the most cunning of individuals, like the third Hokage, would find it challenging to navigate such a web. Hinata's gaze returned to the seemingly carefree Shisui. Chapter 29. The Struggles of the Cloud-Hidden Ninja. Before we come to a conclusion, let us first take a stroll along the streets of Konoha, suggested Shisui. The two ambled through the bustling commercial district of Konoha, where villagers continued to fervently discuss the impending conflict with the Cloud Hidden, their enthusiasm unabated. Of course, there were still some rational villagers among them. The Hokage is of advanced age. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure. I believe it is best for the Hokage to remain in Konoha, strategizing from within, remarked a slender middle-aged man, adjusting his glasses. Preposterous. The third Hokage is renowned as the strongest Hokage. His strength has only increased with age, retorted another. In the face of war, uttering such words is treacherous. Are you a spy sent by the Cloud Hidden? Intrigued by this exchange, Shisui stepped forward and joined the villagers in admonishing the rational man. Faced with their collective disapproval, the man had no choice but to retreat in embarrassment. Observing Shisui's response, Hayashi could almost conclude that he was the driving force behind the prevailing public sentiment in Konoha. The Uchiha clan has truly birthed an extraordinary individual, Hayashi murmured to himself. Throughout history, the Uchiha clan had merely been a group of strong-willed yet volatile individuals. Even the formidable Madara Uchiha, despite standing at the pinnacle of the warring states, was severely suppressed by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. After Madara's demise, despite the emergence of numerous talented ninjas, the Uchiha clan remained firmly under the thumb of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Even after Tobirama's death, The policies he left behind continued to marginalize the Uchiha clan from Konoha's power structure, while it appeared they held significant authority by overseeing the Konoha police force. Their proud and obstinate nature made it nearly impossible for them to foster good relations with the villagers and fellow ninjas, resulting in their ostracization from the village. Thus, the Uchiha clan, collectively, could never outwit the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Now, however, the Uchiha clan had given rise to a prodigy who not only mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, invented by the second Hokage and later refined by the fourth, but also possessed an uncanny understanding of human nature. Shisui, to what heights will you ascend in the future? At that moment, Hayashi, despite possessing the Byakugan, could not discern the depths of Shisui's abilities. He sensed that Shisui's future would extend far beyond the confines of Konoha. As Shisui occasionally pondered and murmured to himself, the two continued their walk until they came upon a small building that towered above the surrounding structures, the Konoha Reception Hall. This location was the eye of the storm, the center of the whirlwind that had engulfed Konoha. The third Hokage was likely using a telescope technique, peering through a crystal ball to observe the unfolding events. Unbeknownst to Shisui, the third Hokage was embroiled in a heated argument with two advisors in his office, leaving him little time to concern himself with the situation outside. Shisui activated a spiritual technique to invoke a snake talisman, rendering his body gradually transparent, his presence fading entirely. "Where did he go?" Hayashi exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of his companion. Even with the Byakugan activated, he scanned the area within a 360-degree radius, yet there was no sign of Shisui, nor any chakra fluctuations. Hayashi even slightly turned his head to compensate for the dead angle of the Byakugan, which had a 1-degree visual blind spot extending from the spine. Vanishing without a trace was not unusual for a ninja. Many techniques could accomplish such feats. However, the absence of chakra fluctuations was alarming. There was only one plausible explanation. Shisui had employed a body flicker technique. Impossible. No matter how swift the body flicker technique, it should not escape the range of my Byakugan. "Lord Hayashi, you need not search further. I am right beside you," Shisui said, placing a hand on Hayashi's shoulder. Startled by the sudden touch, Hayashi turned, but even with the Byakugan activated, he could see nothing. This revelation shattered his long-held worldview. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan could not discern a mere invisibility technique? Shisui, satisfied by Hayashi's astonishment, smiled knowingly. "The power of talismans is indeed unreasonable. Now, do not dwell on this. I will remain by your side until you find clarity." Shisui's words were laced with a sense of mischief, leaving Hayashi feeling uneasy. Before he could respond, the two heard a commotion in the distance. Cloud-hidden ninjas, leave Konoha. From afar, the enraged villagers had encircled the Konoha reception hall, their shouts echoing with indignation. "Filthy scoundrels of the Cloud-hidden. My noble Hyuga bloodline is not something you savages can covet." The Uchiha members of the Konoha police force struggled to maintain order amidst the chaos. Among them was Uchiha Tenmei, wearing the captain's armband, whose power had surged following the awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan, elevating his status within the clan. The Uchiha were valiantly trying to prevent the villagers from storming the reception hall, though the Uchiha clan was preoccupied with enhancing their strength in preparation for the impending conflict. They had not neglected their responsibilities as the Konoha police force. "Are you Uchiha in league with the Cloud-hidden?" "Of course not. Maintaining order is our duty," Tenmei replied. His face flushed as he faced the wrath of an irate villager. "Then why don't you tell the police to stand down?" The villager roared, her voice as fierce as a lioness. Even Tenmei, a seasoned jonin, found it hard to withstand her fury. "Why is the villager's reaction so intense?" Shisui mused, frowning slightly. The villager's response exceeded his expectations. "If you had children, you would understand the villager's anger," Hayashi remarked, addressing the air. Understanding dawned upon Shisui. He recalled hearing phrases like child traffickers should perish amidst the insults. Indeed, regardless of the world, those who engage in the abduction of children are universally despised. "Tenmei, just put on a show. Do not take it too seriously." "Eh? Is that your voice, brother Shisui?" Tenmei, upon hearing Shisui's voice, reacted similarly to Hayashi, even activating his Sharingan to scan the surroundings. "Do not look around, Tenmei. It is not an illusion. Let them in. If anything happens, if the Cloud-hidden ninjas inflict harm, I am here. You need not worry," Shisui assured him, and Tenmei ceased to inquire further, trusting Shisui's words completely. After exchanging gestures with the Konoha police force members, The Uchiha began to ease their stringent blockade against the villagers. A few subtle openings appeared in the wall formed by the Uchiha clan. "Everyone, come this way." Observant villagers quickly identified the openings and began to pour inside. Inside the Konoha reception hall, a cloud-hidden ninja exclaimed, "When did commoners gain the audacity to bully ninjas? Let me teach them a lesson." The third Hokage spoke this morning about ensuring accountability to the cloud-hidden. Is this the accountability he meant? Silence. "But Chief, are we to let our comrades die in vain?" The cloud-hidden ninjas peered through the windows, exchanging heated words as they vented their frustrations. Historically, no commoner from the cloud-hidden had ever dared to speak to noble ninjas in such a manner. "Be quiet." The leader of the cloud-hidden envoy, Bruin, was becoming increasingly agitated. "Sellers, go downstairs and investigate. Engage in negotiations with the Konoha Guard. After all, we are guests in Konoha, and it is incumbent upon them to ensure our safety. Remember, do not engage with the civilians of Konoha, should any harm come to them. Konoha would have every justification to detain our entire group." Brui instructed his subordinates. "Understood." Chapter 30. A bright future. Look, everyone. It's the cloud-hidden protector. Do you dare to show your face? A throng of villagers from Konoha surged into the inn, fists raised, ready to strike at Sellers. Reminiscent of the legendary Lu Zhishan who vanquished the town's tyrant with mere punches. Yet, these villagers were astute in assessing the situation. Only one person from the cloud-hidden faction had descended, and behind him stood Hyuga Hinata, who had just slain a cloud-hidden jounin, flanked by members of the Uchiha police force. Thus, these seemingly simple, yet perceptive villagers concluded that even if Sellers had 10 times the courage, he would not dare retaliate. In truth, Sellers was indeed too intimidated to act, as he was the weakest among the cloud-hidden delegation, barely meeting the standards of a special jounin. As he observed the brazen villagers of Konoha, he felt an urge to retaliate, not to kill, but to deliver a small shock of ninja prowess to these ignorant townsfolk. Just as Sellers was about to unleash his chakra, he suddenly sensed an intangible pressure, and upon looking up, he saw none other than Hyuga Hinata, the vice-head of the Hyuga clan, who had killed a cloud-hidden jounin the previous night. Hinata activated his Byakugan, his veins bulging, prepared to prevent any unforeseen events. Not only was Hinata's gaze fixed intently upon Sellers, but Sellers, as a sensory ninja, also perceived several hostile glances directed at him. The Uchiha police members activated their Sharingan, their eyes fixated firmly upon this particular cloud-hidden jounin. Uchiha Tianming issued a decisive order. If the cloud-hidden envoy dares to attack Konoha civilians, eliminate him on the spot. Leave no survivors. Oh, Tianming displayed such audacity. Shisui, observing Tianming's fierce demeanor and resolute command, could not help but marvel at the younger brother who usually obeyed his every word, now exhibiting such commanding presence. Shisui, hidden nearby, nodded slightly, recognizing the potential in the young man. Damn it, where did this group of red-eyed individuals come from? Sellers recognized the owners of those crimson pupils, the Uchiha clan, an ancient family rivaling the Hyuga in strength. At that moment, Sellers remained motionless, fearful of any fluctuations in his chakra. Under the dual pressure from the Hyuga and Uchiha, the usually hot-headed cloud-hidden faction found themselves cowering, like frightened kittens, as the Konoha villagers unleashed their wrath upon Sellers. Shisui commented from the sidelines, "Ha ha. They certainly know how to gauge the situation, adeptly navigating their strengths and weaknesses." Sellers, being a cloud-hidden ninja skilled in taijutsu and possessing a robust physique, withstood the villagers' blows, which merely left him bruised and battered. Without weapons, no number of civilians could breach his defenses. The enthusiastic villagers surrounded Sellers in layers, taking turns to strike until they grew weary, only for others to step in. "Captain, shouldn't we stop? After all, they are merely civilians. Disperse them, but instruct everyone to be cautious. The villagers are quite riled up. We must avoid any accidental injuries," Tianming commanded. Upon hearing Tianming's orders, Shisui grew increasingly impressed. He was wise in knowing when to retreat, a promising individual indeed. The police force carefully dispersed the villagers, who had vented their frustrations but were not truly intent on killing the cloud-hidden ninja. Having released their pent-up emotions, they ceased their assault. "Phew, count yourself lucky this time, you little thief," from the cloud-hidden. As the villagers departed, they hurled curses in Sellers' direction, whose eyes glinted with fury. He could no longer endure the humiliation. Looking up, he noticed numerous hostile gazes still fixated upon him. A man must possess both humility and resilience. Though the law may not punish the masses, the sight of a once mighty ninja being beaten was intolerable, especially as an outsider. It would be prudent to depart quickly. Just as the villagers had entered in a rush, they exited en masse, leaving behind chaos and a bruised Sellers contemplating his fate on the ground. Seeing this, Shisui stepped forward and, in his concealed state, placed his foot upon Sellers' face. There was no harm in taking advantage of his invisibility. "Who dare step upon me?" Sellers exclaimed, bewildered. With the Konoha villagers gone, the Uchiha police also departed, their duty fulfilled in maintaining order. The scene was left empty, with only Sellers remaining, disheveled and confused. "Captain, with such commotion outside, do you think Sellers will be in danger?" "Rest assured, we must place our trust in our comrades' abilities. After all, we have witnessed Sellers' strength firsthand," replied Brui, the leader of the cloud-hidden delegation, turning away with a resigned expression. "Someone needs to calm the fury of the Konoha villagers. It is unwise for a group of civilians to create turmoil at their doorstep." But alas, Sellers, being the least experienced among us, was sent out. Brui had anticipated that Sellers would be targeted for trouble. He was chosen for his keen perception and ability to navigate tense situations, knowing when to display bravado and when to show restraint. Should someone else have acted rashly, it could lead to harming a civilian, and that would be a grave issue. "Hinata, do you see the current state of affairs?" Jisui's address to Hinata shifted from Lord Hinata to "Hinata, my brother." He aimed to seize the opportunity to forge a genuine bond with this member of the Hyuga branch family. Returning to Hinata's side, he whispered, "First, you need not perish. Secondly, I can offer you a chance to regain your freedom on behalf of the Uchiha." "Are you implying that I can be freed from this cage?" Hinata inquired tentatively. Years of living as a branch family member having instilled in him the belief that only death could release him from his fate. The mission of the branch family is to protect the main family. Before he could finish, Jisui utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to transport Hinata to the Uchiha clan. When Hinata opened his eyes again, he found himself in a courtyard adorned with traditional Japanese aesthetics, the walls emblazoned with the Uchiha crest. This was Jisui's residence, constructed by his grandfather Uchiha Q and passed down through generations. Upon entering, Jisui felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. This was his first return home since his rebirth. The mission of the branch family is to protect the main family? Spare me. Every individual is born with their unique significance. Furthermore, death pales in comparison to a heart that has ceased to live. When you decide to take your own life, your feelings towards the Hyuga and Konoha dissipate, do they not? Hinata lowered his head, realizing Jisui's words rang true. When he resolved to end it all, he had already extinguished his emotions for Konoha and the Hyuga. From that moment on, he and his brother, Hyuga Hisashi, became mere strangers. Yet now, amidst the fervor of public sentiment, he no longer needed to sacrifice himself for a facade of peace. The third Hokage would not foolishly allow him to perish. Hinata's thoughts began to shift. He wished for everything to revert to a time before, living life in tranquility. "I have said, the mission of the branch family is to protect the main family. It matters not whether it exists or not. Stop deceiving yourself. Hinata, a man of stature, driven to such despair by a mere seal upon your forehead. You have wasted a lifetime. Think of your son, Hyuga Niji. You have spent your life as a vassal to your brother, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Do you wish for your son to repeat your sorrowful fate?" Jisui spoke each word with profound resonance, as the 2 decades of living apart had nearly extinguished his inherent wildness. However, Niji would not succumb. He was still young. Niji deserved a luminous future, not one that mirrored his own, perishing due to the absurd fate imposed by the branch family of the Hyuga clan, tasked with safeguarding the main family. Jisui was lost in reflection. In the original narrative, Niji indeed could not escape the shackles of destiny. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Niji sacrificed himself to protect Hinata, falling victim to Obito's technique. On the very day Niji, the brother-in-law of Naruto, met his demise, Obito was redeemed, and Naruto even uttered the outrageous phrase, "Obito is the coolest." Contemplating this, Jisui's lips curled into a smirk. "How ludicrous. Allow me to shatter this absurd destiny for you. Do you truly possess the means to liberate the caged bird, Mr. Jisui?" It mattered not what happened to him, but he yearned for Niji to embrace a radiant future, unshackled by the so-called fate that bound him. Chapter 31. The Liberation of the Caged Bird. Observing the expression of anticipation on Nichiha's face, Shisui chose not to withhold the truth. The secret technique of the Uchiha clan, to be precise, was the technique of my Mangeki Sharingan. What price must be paid for it? Upon hearing the term secret technique, Uchiha instinctively recognized that such a formidable skill would undoubtedly come with a significant cost. Shisui replied candidly, I cannot ascertain the precise effects of this technique, but the success rate is approximately 50%. At the mention of 50%, Uchiha frowned. He could never gamble with his son's life. A 50% success rate was far too perilous. Shisui then shifted his tone, stating, if the initial attempt succeeds, subsequent attempts will yield a 100% success rate. However, should it fail, the cost will be death. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Uchiha. Let this technique be executed upon me first. What is the cost of initiating this technique? Uchiha inquired. A decrease in ocular power, potentially resulting in permanent blindness. Shisui answered decisively. But rest assured, utilizing it several times should not be an issue. What do I have to sacrifice? Having grown accustomed to the harsh realities of the ninja world, Uchiha was skeptical that anyone would extend goodwill without ulterior motives. He could not fathom what Shisui stood to gain from aiding them in breaking free from their confines, aside from possibly winning over 2 Hyuga ninjas. To help others is a virtue. I am a bearer of the will of fire. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns eternally. You understand? It is that will of fire we learn about in the Ninja Academy, the principle of villagers assisting one another, is it not? Uchiha remained speechless, thinking. Do not presume me a fool. At that moment, Shisui felt perplexed. The third Hokage must have used similar words to persuade Uchiha to take his own life. So why was his approach ineffective? Conflicted, Shisui contemplated whether to act swiftly and execute the technique before Uchiha could comprehend what was happening. The modified version of the Kodoame Tsukumi could temporarily alter another's will, residing within Shisui's right eye. However, he understood the mechanics behind the caged bird seal. While Uchiha's brain had been compromised, his body remained unharmed. Mr. Shisui, I am but a child now. What harm is there in you telling me the truth? Uchiha discerned Shisui's hesitation. Let's do this. If necessary, I can always bring him back with the Rinnegan. Shisui was unwavering in his belief that Uchiha would eventually obtain the Rinnegan. You. In that moment, Shisui's eyes transformed from pitch black to blood red. 3 black tomos spinning wildly until they coalesced into the shape of a 4-pointed pinwheel, the Mangeki Sharingan. Now you are completely at my mercy, he cackled, his laughter taking on a sinister edge. The Kodoame Tsukumi temporarily altered Uchiha's will, with veins bulging around his eyes. He concentrated his chakra upon the caged bird seal atop his head. In an instant, the seal emitted a brilliant green light, signaling the activation of the caged bird. Uchiha collapsed, his brain suffering damage from the caged bird, while the green seal vanished entirely. At that moment, Uchiha's heart continued to beat powerfully. Hold on. Shisui quickly connected with the seal hidden in his mind to heal Uchiha. Focusing his mental energy on Uchiha, approximately 30 seconds passed before Uchiha's breathing began to stabilize. His previously pallid complexion regained some color. After another half-minute, Uchiha gradually regained consciousness, the effects of the Kodoame Tsukumi dissipating. Now awakened, Uchiha possessed his own consciousness. This is a success. Regarding Shisui's manipulation through genjutsu, Uchiha felt no resentment. After all, he intended to brave these turbulent waters for his son. He aimed to secure a future of freedom for Niji. However, Shisui's subsequent words sent a chill down Uchiha's spine. You are awake? How do you feel? Very well. My mind feels remarkably clear. Upon the removal of the caged bird seal, Uchiha's Byakugan's visual range expanded from 359 degrees to a full 360 degrees. That's excellent. Since you have accepted my treatment, it means we are now inextricably linked. At this moment, Uchiha felt an ominous sensation. His throat tightened, and he involuntarily swallowed. Uchiha, you must assist me in defecting from Konoha, or rather, help the entire Uchiha clan escape from Konoha. Uchiha almost choked, the words caught in his throat. Are you jesting? Even if the third Hokage were to annihilate the Uchiha clan, he would never allow them to sever ties with Konoha. Joining a ninja village is simple, but extricating oneself from it is fraught with peril. Moreover, the Uchiha, a clan of formidable strength and volatile temperament, faced a daunting challenge. Although the Uchiha were indeed powerful, Uchiha knew that without a top-tier figure like Uchiha Madara, resisting an entire ninja village was a fool's errand. You need not worry about the Uchiha strength. Allow me to take you on a tour within the clan, and you will comprehend that our might has evolved beyond measure. Shisui spoke with confidence, for he had his own assurances. He was not merely showcasing the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan. When he had just lifted the caged bird seal from Uchiha, a system notification had resonated within Shisui's mind. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and successfully saved Uchiha Hyuga's life. Reward. All members of the Uchiha clan experience a 50% increase in fire release potency. Shisui excluded figures such as Obito, Itachi, and Uchiha Madara from his considerations. There was no way he would arm his enemies. He felt it prudent to observe Itachi's stance further. To Shisui's delight, possessing the Sharingan qualified one as a member of the Uchiha clan, allowing him to enhance Kakashi's fire release. Shisui planned to support Kakashi's rise to the position of Hokage. Thus, he unreservedly chose to assist Kakashi in augmenting his fire release capabilities. Has the Uchiha clan grown stronger? Uchiha murmured, repeating Shisui's words. Do not dwell on the Uchiha any longer. Rather, consider your own situation, brother Uchiha. Upon returning to the Hyuga, how will you explain to the clan head, Hayashi? I understand that the head of the Hyuga clan can sense the caged bird seals of his clan members. This was one of the reasons for Uchiha's earlier hesitation. Hayashi could detect the caged bird seals on each of the branch family members, and returning to the Hyuga clan would inevitably expose him. The elder brother and the ancient elders of the Hyuga would undoubtedly execute him on the spot. Uchiha felt somewhat at a loss. It seemed that his only recourse now lay in collaborating with Shisui and the Uchiha clan. I promise you, do not involve Niji until our plans are realized. His sole aim was to ensure Niji's safety. Excellent, brother Uchiha. Let us explore the Uchiha clan together. Shisui beamed, his smile radiating warmth, reminiscent of a sunny neighbor, exuding a sense of comfort. However, as Uchiha beheld that expression, a chill ran down his spine. What manner of monster had the Uchiha clan birthed? Yet, looking at him, it was unfathomable that the one orchestrating schemes to spread rumors in Konoha, digging pitfalls for the third Hokage, and binding himself to a war chariot was none other than this youth, barely 20. Chapter 32. The Tsundere Sasuke at the Uchiha compound, in the training grounds. There lies a small lake at the center, designated for the Uchiha clan's practice of fire release techniques. The surface of the lake is engulfed in flames, the immense heat evaporating portions of the water. The fundamental technique of the Uchiha clan, fire release, great fireball technique, is demonstrated as I instructed. By first condensing chakra and temporarily storing it in the mouth or chest before releasing it in one powerful breath. On the wooden bridge by the lake, Fugaku instructs his younger son, Sasuke, in the great fireball technique. This technique is considered a fundamental course for every Uchiha. Sasuke, at the tender age of 6, is a charming little boy, earnestly seeking his father's approval. Father is so amazing. Sasuke is taken aback by Fugaku's extraordinary fireball. Not only is Sasuke astonished, but Fugaku himself is somewhat bewildered. He had not exerted his full strength while performing the technique, yet the fireball he unleashed was larger and hotter than usual. Am I truly the chosen one? The Uchiha clan's revival shall be realized through me. Fugaku muses with excitement. Oh, is the clan leader teaching little Sasuke the great fireball? Shisui and Hisashi leisurely approach the father and son duo. Congratulations, clan leader, on your remarkable progress, leading the Uchiha clan towards imminent revival. Hello, brother Shisui. Little Sasuke greets cutely. Although he often feels annoyed by Shisui for stealing his brother Itachi's attention, he strives to be a polite child in his father's presence. Upon seeing Shisui, Fugaku's expression darkens. He is certain that Shisui is the reason for his inexplicable enhancement of the fireball technique. However, Shisui has undergone significant changes after a brush with death. Though he now exudes a polite and gentle demeanor, his previous warmth came from within. The current Shisui is more calculating, wearing a smile while harboring his own agendas. This is beneficial, as the Uchiha clan members tend to be overly naive and stubborn. The moment Fugaku sees Shisui, a myriad of thoughts flood his mind. Hisashi? What brings you to the Uchiha training grounds? Fugaku notices that Hisashi is not adorned with a bandage on his forehead, nor does he bear the caged bird seal. He naturally mistakes Hisashi for the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. Confused, he wonders what the Hyuga clan's branch head is doing here. The clan leader is mistaken. This is my elder brother Hisashi. Shisui clarifies, adding, he is our Uchiha clan's most loyal ally. At this moment, both Hisashi and Fugaku are astonished by each other. How could Fugaku's fireball possess such immense power? Hisashi, an experienced J-nin skilled in perception, cannot fathom how the fireball Fugaku released is beyond normal strength. The legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, could not be much stronger than what he just unleashed. Fugaku's heart races with excitement. Shisui has managed to lift the caged bird seal that has controlled the Hyuga branch for centuries. Fugaku breathes heavily. The Hyuga clan's ancient patriarch imposed the caged bird seal on his kin to prevent the bloodline from flowing outside. Though well-intentioned, it led to resentment as the lives of the branch family members were perpetually controlled by others. Over time, those in the main family may develop a sense of superiority over the branch members, wielding their power with arrogance. This is human nature. The Uchiha merely needs to identify the discontented branch members, assist them in breaking the caged bird seal, and provide them with protection. The Hyuga bloodline is not beyond their grasp. Fugaku dares not imagine the sparks that might fly when the Uchiha and Hyuga bloodlines collide. Noticing Fugaku's infatuated expression, Shisui understands that they are on the same wavelength. Little Sasuke, observing his father's demeanor, feels a twinge of fear. His usually serious father appears somewhat lecherous today. Father, Sasuke tentatively calls out, prompting Fugaku to regain his composure. Cough, cough. He clears his throat, quickly resuming his serious demeanor and engaging Hisashi in conversation. As the clan leader, Fugaku is not foolish enough to inquire how Shisui managed to lift the caged bird seal from Hisashi's forehead. That remains Shisui's secret. Instead, he discusses mundane matters with Hisashi, like parenting and their son's growth. The two fathers find ample common ground, as both of their sons are prodigies. Shisui, seeing them engrossed in conversation, decides to tease little Sasuke. Truly, the most handsome man in the entire Hokage lineage, even at 6, he shows great promise. Little Sasuke, come let brother Shisui teach you the great fireball technique. Sasuke pouts, seemingly in silent protest. This big-nosed brother not only intrudes on his time with Itachi, but also disrupts his moments with his father. How outrageous. Shisui sees through Sasuke's thoughts, recognizing his tsundere attitude, and pinches his cheek playfully. By the way, clan leader, isn't the ninja school starting soon? Fugaku replies, in 2 days. With Itachi's brilliance in mind. Fugaku's expectations for Sasuke are evidently tempered. Thinking of Itachi, Fugaku feels an indescribable unease. It has been a while since they sat down for a heart-to-heart. Father, look. Eager for his father's recognition, Sasuke disregards any notion of politeness. Mimicking his father's hand seals, he attempts the Uchiha clan's signature technique. Great fireball technique. Compared to the small fireball Sasuke first released in the original story, this version, enhanced by the system, showcases greater power and size. Sasuke, you did exceptionally well. You were nearly at Itachi's level. Fugaku expresses his satisfaction with Sasuke's performance, although he does not quite match Itachi. He is far superior to Fugaku's own initial attempt at the great fireball. Hisashi stands nearby, visibly envious, as the Uchiha clan is truly brimming with talent. The feudal clan rules have stifled many prodigies, with only his son Neji rising to prominence in this generation. Sasuke, Itachi will come to pick you up from school in 2 days, right? Upon hearing Shisui's question, little Sasuke shakes his head vigorously. Do you want to steal my brother away again? Understanding, Shisui thinks, then I will just wait at the school gate to meet Itachi when Sasuke finishes. What a pity. Shisui feigns disappointment, his exaggerated act easily fooling little Sasuke. A broad smile spreads across young Sasuke's face as he thinks, I am so clever. My brother is mine alone. Foolish child, do you not realize that in a few days, your brother may wipe out your entire family? I'm trying to save you. It is all for your own good. Shisui quietly contemplates, deciding to have a serious talk with Itachi, now a captain in the Umbu. Itachi has not returned home in quite some time, partly due to the influence of the third Hokage. What extent has the will of fire brainwashed him? Chapter 33. The plan falls apart in the Hokage Tower. Within the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk with a grave expression. A rumor had spread like wildfire throughout Konoha, claiming that the third Hokage had unilaterally declared war on the Hidden Cloud Village. The situation had escalated beyond urgency. Who could be so malicious as to propagate such a falsehood? Standing before Hiruzen were 2 elderly gentlemen of similar age, Tsunade Koharu and Hamura Mitokado. They were contemporaries of the third Hokage and former members of the second Hokage's elite guard. Now, they served as advisors to the Hokage, holding positions of significant influence within Konoha, just a step away from the pinnacle of power. Especially after Danzo's demise, their authority had grown exponentially. Although the third Hokage had reclaimed some of Danzo's powers, there remained aspects that he could not oversee. The 2 advisors exchanged glances, a hint of unease crossing their faces. Were there corrupt dealings regarding Konoha's projects on the verge of being exposed? Hamura, with his wrinkled visage, pondered silently. Meanwhile, Koharu felt a flutter in her heart. Hiruzen retained an undeniable charm even in his old age. His temper seemed to carry an allure. How unfortunate that she had to watch him be with that manipulative woman from the Lake Biwa. Koharu had harbored feelings for Hiruzen since their youth, but, out of respect for their camaraderie, had never confessed. In the end, she felt regretful to see him with someone else. Hiruzen, observing the two advisors with their hidden agendas, slowly began to speak. You must have heard the latest news circulating in Konoha. The villagers are claiming that we have declared war on the Hidden Cloud. You both are aware of Konoha's current strength. We are in no condition for battle. Some even suggest that I, as Hokage, should personally take to the field. Do you two wish to hasten Konoha's demise? Koharu and Hamura frowned, their expressions darkening. Could it be that this was indeed orchestrated by the third Hokage himself? They possessed their own intelligence networks and were well informed of the prevailing sentiments within the village. However, they had assumed this was the third Hokage's handiwork and thus did not intervene in the dissemination of such rumors. While Hamura maintained his composure, Koharu appeared increasingly agitated, her face turning an alarming shade of purple as if she might faint from the intensity of her anxiety. Not only had she failed to halt the spread of the rumors, but she had also believed that Hiruzen intended to engage in battle with the Hidden Cloud and had, in fact, subtly encouraged the gossip. The formidable image Hiruzen projected among the villagers was partly due to Koharu's efforts. She had anticipated receiving his commendation. As Hamura glanced sideways, years of collaboration allowed him to discern the truth. Indeed, a love-stricken woman could be quite terrifying, he mused, while his own little treasures remained endearing. You two seem to wish for my tenure as Hokage to end sooner rather than later? Shall I step aside and let you take the reins? Hiruzen thundered, nearly roaring the words. The situation was maddening. He feared incompetent allies. Hamura feigned indifference. This matter does not concern me. You may dispatch the Umbu to investigate. Hiruzen sighed, his frustration transforming into resignation. These two old friends possessed little capability, and their positions stemmed more from seniority than merit. At least they had not actively harmed him, he reassured himself. He was certain that the true mastermind behind the current turmoil lay elsewhere. Rubbing his temples, Hiruzen struggled to fathom who within Konoha, aside from the two advisors, could devise such a scheme against him. He had initially suspected that with Danzo's death, the two advisors would vie for the position of Hokage. Now, however, the situation appeared far more convoluted than he had anticipated. At that moment, an Umbu operative appeared, interrupting Hiruzen's train of thought. Understood. I shall take my leave. The Umbu reported the incident involving Konoha villagers assaulting Hidden Cloud ninjas in detail, and under Hiruzen's direction, did not withhold information from the two advisors. These villagers are audacious. What's wrong with having some spirit? The advisors engaged in a minor dispute over the matter. Hiruzen, however, began to question why the Konoha guard had not intervened to prevent this farce. His thoughts turned to a certain individual imprisoned in a cell, Shisui. Could this wave of public sentiment be connected to the Uchiha clan? No. He recalled a report from the previous day indicating that Uchiha Shisui had been behaving rather docile in captivity. Hiruzen squinted his already narrow eyes, the matter becoming increasingly perplexing. The immediate priority was to ensure the safety of the Hidden Cloud envoy, who was now the target of public ire. They could not afford to suffer further casualties. His aging body might not withstand a direct confrontation with the Fourth Reikage. Perhaps he could leverage a favor from the Hyuga clan. Hiruzen contemplated. Initially, he had intended to let the Hyuga clan handle the situation themselves, especially after their vicehead had taken his own life in atonement. Even the aggressive Hidden Cloud would find it difficult to pursue further action under such circumstances. Meanwhile, at the Konoha reception inn, Bruin addressed his subordinates. Are we just going to leave like this? Won't we be embarrassing the Hidden Cloud, or even Lord Reikage? Indeed, if the villagers see us, they might think we are afraid of Konoha. Bruin rubbed his temples, exasperated by his simple-minded subordinates. The situation in Konoha was uncertain. The third Hokage repeatedly proclaimed his commitment to maintaining peace in the ninja world, touting a fraternity with the Hidden Cloud. Yet, what was the reality? The entire village was comprised of warhawks, and not a single soul regarded their envoy with any respect. To judge a person, one must not only consider their words, but also their actions, Bruin imparted sagely, realizing that they needed to band together in this foreign land for mutual support. They must leave this perilous place at once. Konoha was fraught with danger, appearing harmonious on the surface yet hiding treachery beneath. Bruin had reached an agreement with the third Hokage regarding the safe exit of the hidden cloud delegation from the village. The terms of the peace accord would remain unchanged, with the third Hokage promising to assist them in their departure. The sooner, the better, and secrecy was paramount. The fewer who knew, the better. As for the peace agreement, a mere jest. Preserving their lives took precedence. Once they returned to the hidden cloud, Lord Rakage would take care of them. After Bruin's heartfelt counsel, his comrades grasped his intentions. With no objections raised, they swiftly tidied up and prepared to depart. Anything unnecessary could be left behind in Konoha. Oh, and don't forget to bring the local specialties we purchased, Bruin reminded them, emphasizing the importance of the storybooks they had acquired in Konoha, titles such as Intimate Paradise and Ambiguous World. Little did they know, the bags containing these books bore a strange black seal on the inside, placed there amidst the chaos by Shisui. Like a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, it awaited the opportune moment to strike the hidden cloud delegation with lethal force. Chapter 34, The Cloud Village Envoy, Destruction, Part 1. In the depths of the Konoha forest, aided by the Umbu, the Cloud Village group stealthily departed from Konoha. They had a journey of 3 days ahead of them, and they hastened their pace. Tonight, we shall not rest. We must push forward and strive to return home by tomorrow. Konoha, Rakage will surely make you pay for this. The members of the Cloud Village fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts as they traversed the path. Some yearned to escape this land of turmoil and reunite with their long-absent families, while others were already concocting plans for vengeance against the Konoha ninjas following the inevitable clash between their villages. As they swiftly navigated the thick branches of ancient trees, the sound of rustling leaves accompanied their every leap. Just as they were about to exit the Konoha forest, a mysterious dark figure materialized within their ranks. In an instant, a blade was drawn, and the life of a cloud ninja was extinguished. The intruder was Shisui, who had left a flying thunder god mark on Brui's backpack. Without transformation techniques or concealed identity, he left no survivors. This was the essence of secrecy. The cloud ninjas widened their eyes in shock. Where had the enemy come from? Even the seasoned leader Brui found himself momentarily at a loss. Everyone braced for battle. Yet, he quickly regained composure and issued effective commands. The cloud ninjas formed a defensive circle, back to back, assuming combat stances. Lightning Mirage, Lightning Pillar, Lightning Release, Lightning Ball. Without hesitation, the cloud ninjas unleashed their signature lightning release techniques. In the midst of uncertainty regarding their opponent's capabilities, seizing the initiative was paramount. As the saying goes, the first strike is the strongest, the last is fraught with peril. Shisui, however, did not remain idle during their moment of reaction. He embedded multiple kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God technique into the surrounding trees, creating an intricate web of potential escape routes. Confronted with an onslaught of ninjutsu, he swiftly formed hand seals. Flying Thunder God technique. To his dismay, his chakra unexpectedly faltered at a critical moment. To Shisui's eyes, the incoming attacks appeared sluggish, and he could have dodged them with a simple body flicker technique. Alas, the lightning release was upon him before he could react, leaving him no choice but to brace himself against the impending strikes. As the powerful lightning technique struck, a cloud of smoke erupted, accompanied by the scent of singed flesh. Shisui bore multiple charred wounds, yet miraculously, he did not bleed. Brui, witnessing the scene, unsheathed his trusted ninja blade and lunged toward Shisui. Though reckless, such extreme circumstances often lead to personal breakthroughs. Shisui, reflecting on his audacity, recognized that most ninjas would exercise utmost caution in battle, unlike him, who treated the chaos of combat as a mere training ground. His boldness stemmed from a sense of confidence. Dance of the solar eclipse. In an instant, flames erupted as Shisui drew his short blade once more, clashing with Brui's weapon. Brui intensified his assault, and Shisui felt himself faltering under the pressure. Perhaps due to his injuries or simply because Brui, a skilled Cloud J-nin, possessed superior strength. Seeing their leader locked in a stalemate with Shisui, the remaining Cloud ninjas seized the opportunity to unleash their techniques, gradually encircling him. Shisui clenched his teeth, forming hand seals once more as he prepared to execute the Flying Thunder God technique. It must succeed. Suddenly, a cry of agony erupted from behind the Cloud ninjas. Just as Shisui completed his technique, he was a heartbeat too late. One of the ninjutsu struck him squarely in the lower back. Pain surged through him, sharp and relentless. Shisui grimaced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The lower back is indeed a vital point for any man, he lamented, hastily activating a healing charm. if he did not remedy his wounds, he would be unable to continue the battle. In an instant, a green light enveloped him, and his injuries healed completely. Even restoring the chakra expended in executing the long-range Flying Thunder God technique. The previous attack had not truly harmed him. The superficial damage was merely due to the sensitivity of his skin and the relatively minor power of the technique. Before the Cloud Ninjas could celebrate their recent success, Shisui's wounds vanished as if they had never existed. "Leader, should we retreat?" one ninja suggested, as fear crept into their hearts upon witnessing Shisui's swift recovery. Shisui was overpowering 7 opponents effortlessly, employing the legendary Flying Thunder God technique of the 4th Hokage. It was well known that during the 3rd Great Ninja War, encountering the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could compel one to abandon their mission without punishment. The sheer strength of Minato and Shisui was insurmountable. In the next moment, Brui struck decisively, severing a head that remained defiantly upright. Those who falter in battle and disrupt the morale of their comrades must face dire consequences. Instantly, the Cloud Ninjas regained their composure. They realized that this Konoha ninja was not invincible. Even with the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he was not the 4th Raikage himself, and the healing jutsu he had invoked surely came at a cost. The surviving ninjas did not blame Brui for his cold-bloodedness. Rather, they felt a surge of gratitude, reigniting their fighting spirit. Brui was acting for the greater good of the team, in essence, saving them. Observing the shift in the Cloud Ninjas' expressions, from shock to gratitude, Shisui surmised their emotional journey and coldly remarked, "How adept you are at self-persuasion." Flame of the Phoenix Flower, 5 kunai, imbued with wild flames, shot forth towards Brui and the 2 nearest ninjas. The system's rewards had enhanced the Uchiha's fire techniques by 50%, including Shisui's. The power of the Phoenix Flower technique had escalated, now incorporating explosive properties, each kunai resembling a detonating tag in potency. Brui executed a lateral leap to the right, narrowly evading Shisui's attack. However, another ninja was not as fortunate, caught off guard and meeting a grim fate beneath the ensuing explosion. Boom! A cloud of smoke engulfed the area. Shisui's assault had merely been a test. Chapter 35. The Yuan Hidden Envoy, Destruction, Part 2. In the next moment, Shisui surged into the crowd once more, wielding his blade with deft precision while evading attacks from the Yuan Hidden Ninjas, masters of close combat. The battle was devoid of dazzling ninjutsu. Only the sparks and clangs of clashing weapons filled the air, fraught with peril. A moment's distraction could earn Shisui several bloody gashes from the relentless onslaught. As 3 kunai struck from various angles, they effectively sealed his escape route. Flying Thunder God technique. In the face of this overwhelming assault, Shisui formed a hand seal with one hand, attempting the technique once more, only to fail again. He raised his short blade to deflect a lethal strike aimed at his neck, though he managed to block the critical blow. The other 2 kunai landed solidly on his arm and thigh, instantly causing a profusion of blood. Enduring the pain, he sought to relocate himself to a safer position. He could still utilize the Horse Talismans one last time, having already employed one to free the caged bird and used it twice in this skirmish. His opportunities to invoke the talisman were now exhausted. Jisui's brow furrowed. He needed to master the Flying Thunder God technique to the extent that he could employ it at will during battle. He remained uncertain whether the 3rd Hokage could breach the defenses of Susanoo. Only by completely mastering the Flying Thunder God could he ensure his invincibility in combat against the 3rd Hokage. After several rounds of conflict, the Yuan Hidden Ninjas reached a consensus. This Uchiha ninja before them, despite appearances, possessed a combat strength that was not particularly formidable. Defeating him was not an impossibility. Boss, his instant healing jutsu should be out of commission by now. Brui nodded slightly, recognizing Jisui's dire predicament and dwindling strength. There's a chance. The morale of the Yuan Hidden rose significantly. Eliminating a ninja who mastered the Flying Thunder God would be an immense achievement for their village. Little did they know, it was Shisui who had driven himself into this so-called desperate situation. Since his rebirth, after neutralizing Danzo, the ticking time bomb, his strength had progressively increased, alleviating his burdens. However, the pace of his advancement had slowed considerably. Even though the divided persona of the Tiger Talisman tried to masquerade as a normal individual, it remained somewhat obsessive, willing to employ any means to achieve its ends. Shisui was ruthless with himself as well as others. He sought to transcend his limitations in this relative deadlock. He had no time to engage in leisurely training. For the Uchiha, the optimal way to progress was through constant combat, enhancing their ocular prowess and honing their combat techniques and experiences through endless battles. The more perilous the fight, the more potential one could unleash. Sometimes, one must force themselves to the brink. Lightning release, thundercloud blast. Lightning release, lightning pillar. Accompanying the ninjutsu were shurikens flying through the air. Shisui had no means of escaping this strike. He would likely be perforated. Forming seals, he controlled the flow of chakra, attuning himself to the spatial coordinates. Let it work. Flying Thunder God Technique. In the blink of an eye, Shisui appeared on the opposite side of the Yuan hidden ninjas. All their attacks missed. Indeed, only in the face of life and death could one's potential be truly awakened. Continue the assault. Do not give him a moment's respite. The Yuan hidden continued to unleash jutsu upon Shisui, doubting his ability to consistently execute the Flying Thunder God technique. It must have been mere coincidence. Once, twice, thrice, Shisui deftly evaded the relentless barrage from the Yuan hidden, not by luck or chance. After 2 encounters, he had fully integrated the Flying Thunder God into his repertoire. Such a rate of improvement would leave even the 4th Hokage astounded. It was astonishingly rapid. Shisui attempted the technique several more times. Yes, he had indeed mastered it. Then you are of no use to me. After consecutively deploying the Flying Thunder God 7 or 8 times, Shisui found himself with approximately half of his chakra remaining. If he continued, he would exhaust his chakra reserves, and without the rejuvenation from the Horse Talismans, he would be doomed. There was still room for optimization. Shisui felt that he could improve both the timing of his use of the Flying Thunder God and the flow of chakra during its execution, thus mitigating the excessive chakra consumption. No longer evading, he threw a kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God seal. In an instant, he appeared beside Brui. Dance of the Sun Halo. He infused his fire chakra into the kunai, capable of channeling chakra. All the powers of his 3-tomo Sharingan were activated. Shisui, clad in black, wielded a flaming short blade. His movements were fluid and precise, devoid of hesitation. Like a graceful dancer, he whirled amidst the beleaguered Yuan hidden ninjas, who were struggling after expending vast amounts of chakra. Huff, huff, the Yuan hidden ninjas gasped for breath, desperately resisting Shishui's onslaught. Only their leader, Brui, remained somewhat composed. After several rounds, the once numerous Yuan hidden forces were reduced to Brui, the strongest among them, desperately holding on. Before you die, allow me to show you the power of a god, Shisui proclaimed, and within his crimson Sharingan, the 3-tomo whirled violently, morphing into the shape of a 4-pointed windmill. Susanoo, second form. Brui, a powerful and wise ninja, was ruthless and decisive in his actions. He was also a worthy opponent. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength. To fall at my hands is no shame. Upon witnessing the colossal chakra giant resembling a deity, Brui instantaneously lost his will to fight, bitterly laughing. So you've been concealing your strength all along. It appears we were merely sharpening your blade. The terrifying chakra of Susanoo surged outward as it raised its hand to strike Brui. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted. This strike did not land on Brui. Shisui observed as, in the instant he launched his attack, Brui raised his blade and ended his own life. This battle, the Yuan hidden had lost thoroughly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission, annihilating the Yuan hidden envoy to Konoha. Reward, permanent Ox Talismans. In Jishui's mind, the statue of the Azure Dragon shone brightly at the position of the Ox Talismans. As the brilliance faded, a talisman emblazoned with a mighty bull insignia appeared, exuding an aura of strength. Thus, Shisui had acquired 4 talismans: horse, tiger, snake, and ox. The power of the talismans was indeed remarkably useful. Shisui could not help but marvel. These 4 talismans corresponded to healing, duplication, invisibility, and strength. In this world filled with ostentatious jutsu, they appeared plain, yet were exceedingly practical, each ability proving beneficial to Shisui. He couldn't help but wonder what heights his strength would reach upon gathering all 12 talismans, and whether he could rival the Sage of 6 Paths. The prestige of the talisman seemed slightly lacking compared to the Sage. Moreover, once he collected all 12 talismans, would the colossal dragon swirling in his mind truly resurrect? Countless secrets awaited his discovery. Shaking his head, Shisui dismissed these thoughts. Focusing on the task at hand was of utmost importance. Forming hand seals, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in a blink, Shisui returned to the Uchiha clan's enclave in Konoha. A night passed in silence. The following day, With only one day remaining before the Ninja Academy commenced. Boss, 2 skewers of dango, please. Shisui visited Konoha's renowned dessert shop. Eager to savor the dango favored by both Mitarashi Anko and Itachi in the original story. The matcha is decent. This red bean one is truly delightful. If you like it, that's all that matters. Our shop's mission is to provide the best sweets for the villagers. In the tranquil morning, the shop was sparsely populated, as few would venture out to enjoy meatballs at this hour. Consequently, the proprietor engaged in casual conversation with Shisui. I have finished my meal. Please pack 2 more skewers for me to take away. Certainly, esteemed guest, please hold on a moment. Farewell. We look forward to your next visit. Having savored 2 skewers, Shisui was still not satiated. He intended to visit Naruto before the commencement of school. Whether it was to sway the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki or to guide Naruto towards developing an independent and authentic persona, both endeavors intrigued Shisui immensely. Knock, knock, knock. Upon arriving at Naruto's modest apartment, 3 firm knocks echoed, yet there was no response. After several fruitless attempts, Shisui proceeded to the window, peering inside to find Naruto absent. He must be at the training grounds. How industrious. Shisui murmured to himself, pondering how Naruto's wind release, Gale Palm training was progressing. With ample time at his disposal, Shisui opted not to use the Flying Thunder God technique, instead choosing to leisurely stroll to the training grounds. The weather was splendid, and Shisui found the architectural style of Konohagakure quite fascinating. Wind release, Gale Palm. A youthful voice resonated from a distance filled with such determination. Chapter 36. Naruto's Growth Wind Release, Gale Palm. The voice of Naruto? Before Shisui could reach the training ground, he was intrigued by Naruto's use of ninjutsu. Why was Naruto employing ninjutsu in the village? Could it be that a fight had broken out? Despite being reborn, he could not shake off the innate curiosity that people had for commotion. In the next moment, Shisui activated his body flicker technique, positioning himself not far from Naruto. In an open area, the same group of unruly children from before was present. Although Naruto appeared battered, there was a stark contrast to his previous battle. All the raucous children, save for their leader, lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in pain. Naruto's face was swollen like a pig's. Yet the others were not faring any better, groaning in agony as they writhed on the ground. The results were evident. Were the children of the Naruto world so wild? Even Shisui, who had just endured a fierce battle, could not help but admire Naruto's prowess. He truly had some skill. Indeed, the making of a ninja begins at a young age. The leader of the ruffians bore bruises as well, stumbling as he walked. Yet he still did not yield to Naruto. Just days prior, this was the very same boy who had bullied him. How had he grown so strong? Ninetales, perish. In merely a few days, the transformation in strength was astounding. Only the Ninetales could provoke such peculiar changes. The ruffian leader incessantly brainwashed himself, gradually believing his own rhetoric. He then spotted a stone, slightly smaller than his head, beneath his feet. Grabbing it, he charged at Naruto, aiming to smash it against his head. Sometimes children are not purely innocent. They can also harbor malice, driven by sheer wickedness, without reason. Naruto, unwilling to back down, swiftly formed hand seals, gathering wind chakra in his palm. Wind release, Gale Palm. Naruto swung his right hand toward the stone. I am not the Ninetales. I am Uzumaki Naruto. With his left hand shielding his head, Naruto struck at the leader's neck with his right. Shisui called out loudly, reminding him. In the original story, Naruto possessed a strong fighting spirit. Upon hearing Shisui's words, he immediately understood and complied. At that very moment, both of them struck each other simultaneously. Blood flowed from Naruto's left hand, and his head felt dazed. Meanwhile, the ruffian leader's neck caved in, his breathing becoming labored. Without timely intervention, he could face dire consequences. Shisui was not a gentle soul. His current persona was that of a darker nature. His previous normal demeanor, merely a facade, he had chosen to suppress. Upon witnessing the ruffian leader brandishing the stone, Shisui felt a surge of disdain. Had Naruto not mastered that particular ninjutsu, even as a robust Jinchuriki, a solid hit to the head could be perilous. Brother Shisui, Naruto exclaimed excitedly upon seeing him. The man he respected most always appeared at critical moments. Naruto, were you just trying to shatter the stone in his hand with your Gale Palm? Naruto nodded slightly. Brother Shisui, my Gale Palm has already shattered the stone. Indeed. But targeting an opponent's weapon in battle is not always the optimal strategy. Naruto pondered for a moment, then raised his head, his azure eyes gleaming as if to convey that he comprehended Shisui's meaning. Understanding is key. After the battle, ensure to deliver the final blow, and speak less. Shisui proceeded to impart a plethora of advice on combat tactics, feeling a sense of responsibility as Naruto's mentor to share such experiences. Wait, don't. Upon hearing Shisui mention delivering the final blow, Naruto picked up the stone used by the ruffian leader, intent on hurling it at each child who had bullied him. Shisui hurriedly intervened, knowing that should he actually injure a few civilians, even as a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he would face severe repercussions, ultimately being accused of inciting juvenile delinquency. Shisui then remarked nonchalantly, "By the looks of your leader, he has at most 5 minutes left. If you wish for him to survive, hurry and summon his parents." The ruffian leader lay on the ground, gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of losing consciousness. The other children, feigning death, instantly broke into a sweat upon hearing Shisui's threat, with some even bursting into tears. Only one, bolder than the rest, stumbled towards the leader's home, nearly falling multiple times as he ran. Shisui shook his head in exasperation. It was said that children in the Naruto world were precocious. Kakashi had been on the battlefield at the age of 6, and others were similarly mature. Even Naruto had grown significantly under Shisui's guidance, no longer acting recklessly. Yet, these particular Konoha brats seemed relentless, each incident worse than the last. Shisui surmised this must be tied to their parents' influence. If reprimanding the children bore no fruit, it was necessary to teach their parents a lesson instead. Looking down at the ruffian leader, Shisui noted the boy's face had turned a deep shade of purple. "Poor child, may your parents arrive swiftly," Shisui thought. Wasn't this the same boy who had stolen pocket money from Daichi? Before he could see them, he heard a coarse yet sharp voice approaching from afar. A plump woman, adorned in lavish jewelry, hurried towards them, her every step shaking. Accompanying her was a slender young man with a scarred face, likely in his mid-20s. "Oh, interesting. The ruffian leader's parent possesses a distinct aura." Shisui smirked, knowing he would find it difficult to act against an upstanding Konoha citizen. "It is I. What of it?" Shisui replied, his words deliberate, showing no signs of urgency. Chapter 37. A lesson for Naruto. You are courting death. The tall, gaunt man glared at Shisui, his small eyes widening in a menacing manner. "Doji, wake up." A plump woman knelt beside the child king, weeping as she slapped his face, hoping to rouse her son from his stupor. "Sister, stop crying. Once I teach this bully a lesson, I will take him to the hospital," the lean man said, his expression fierce as he directed his ire at Shisui while proudly displaying his ninja headband. The man was named Kubo Kojiro, a CH Nin of Konohagakure. As a distinguished CH Nin who had once completed an A-rank mission alongside Lord Orochimaru, how could he possibly fail to subdue an ordinary-looking villager of such youth? With a swift punch, he struck. Bang! Shisui caught the blow with a single hand, gripping it like a vice and exerting force instantly. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts." Kojiro cried out, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "He is a ninja. How could I have imagined that a ninja would involve themselves in a child's brawl?" Kojiro thought, realizing the folly of underestimating Shisui. In that moment, he comprehended the gravity of his mistake. Before he could beg for mercy, Shisui pinned Kojiro to the ground, straddling him. With a flurry of fists, he unleashed his fury. "Ah, no." Kojiro's cries echoed as Shisui's rapid strikes rendered him nearly unrecognizable. "Beating you is not the goal, it is a lesson. If your son dares to bully Naruto, an orphan today, what will he do tomorrow? I shudder to think." Shisui admonished with a grave tone. "My lord, we will discipline our child properly when we return home," Kojiro managed to stammer, powerless under Shisui's might. Shisui then stepped down, advancing toward the fallen child king, swatting aside the plump woman beside him. The sight before him was a riot of colors, a testament to the woman's brutality. Shisui's lips twitched. Her method of awakening her son was nothing short of savage. The child king struggled to breathe, his complexion darkening, blood oozing from his mouth due to her desperate attempts to revive him. Utilizing a sealing technique, Shisui locked his focus on the child king. "This is not worth a life," he thought. Gradually, the child's color returned, and aside from the blood at the corner of his mouth, there were no visible signs of injury. "Naruto, let us go," Shisui said as he picked up a bag of dango and handed it to Naruto. "Thank you, big brother Shisui," Naruto replied, and the two departed the training ground without a backward glance. "Victim? Describe the man who assaulted you." He had a big nose, a round face, black hair, and wore dark clothing. The little boy seemed to call him Shisui, within the Konohagakure guard. The tall man recounted Shisui's appearance to the captain, seeking justice from the authorities. "Big brother Shisui?" The captain was none other than Uchiha Tenmei, a prodigious talent of the Uchiha clan. After hearing Kojiro's account, Tenmei murmured to himself, how could Big Brother Shisui have a conflict with a commoner? Kojiro, tear-streaked and snotty, narrated the event, albeit with a touch of embellishment. Captain, please, you must help me. All right, I understand. You can return and await further notice, Tenmei replied, his tone devoid of warmth. This was not the response Kojiro had envisioned. The newly appointed captain was known for his promptness and reputation in the village, surely. Upon hearing of his plight, he would take immediate action against his assailant? Kojiro stood bewildered, grappling with the unexpected reaction. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and leave. If there are new developments, I will inform you. Faced with this, Kojiro dropped to the ground, clinging to Tenmei's leg, weeping and pleading for the capture of his attacker. A crisp sound echoed in the guard's hall as Kojiro stared in disbelief at the silver handcuffs that had appeared on his wrists. Assaulting a public servant in Konohagakure. You are to be detained for 7 days, Tenmei stated flatly, not addressing Kojiro but signaling to his subordinates to escort him to prison. How dare you think you could bully someone on Uchiha territory? While I maintain fairness in my duties when family interests are at stake, I will always side with my own. Tenmei silently chastised himself, aware that he was trusted by Shisui for his ability to discern allies from foes in critical moments. A stark contrast to the brainwashed Uchiha Itachi. Unbeknownst to Shisui, events were unfolding within the Konohagakure Guard. At that moment, he was leisurely strolling through the bustling streets of the village with Naruto. Thank you, Big Brother Shisui. Naruto gazed at him with admiration. Naruto, what is your dream? I want to become a ninja as cool and powerful as Big Brother Shisui. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto answered, clearly inspired by Shisui's influence. Oh, my undeniable charm. Before Shisui could revel in the moment, he caught sight of Naruto's attire. It was the height of summer, yet Naruto's short sleeves were faded and bore several small holes. Ill-fitting as he was growing quickly. Tomorrow is the start of ninja school, isn't it? Let us buy you a couple of new outfits as a back-to-school gift from me. Big Brother Shisui, you don't have to. No arguments, Shisui insisted, pulling Naruto into the nearest clothing store. Welcome. Are you shopping for clothes for the child? The enthusiastic shopkeeper greeted them as they entered. Naruto, come here. This one looks nice, and these two are also good. Just take them all and try them on. Shisui no longer needed to borrow money from Kakashi. Upon returning to the ancestral home of the Uchiha clan, Shisui found that the wealth accumulated from his previous missions, as well as the inheritance left by his grandfather and father, was more than sufficient for him to live a life of leisure in the world of shinobi. Brother Shisui, this place is too expensive. Perhaps we should reconsider. What? Why that expression? If the folks from the neighboring Kumogakure see this, they might think I can't afford it. Just a moment, dear customer. I shall wrap your items right away. The shopkeeper, delighted by Shisui's extravagant display, was thoroughly impressed by the young man's apparent wealth. However, the moment he recognized Naruto's identity, his demeanor shifted dramatically. The Nine-Tails Fox. Get out. We do not welcome you here. The previously accommodating shopkeeper quickly turned to Serbik, not out of a desire to forego profit, but due to the haunting memories of that fateful night 6 years ago when his wife and children perished in the chaos wrought by the Nine-Tails. Unable to exact vengeance, he chose to channel his resentment towards Naruto. Shisui, rummaging through his wallet, felt a twinge of annoyance. It was understandable, given human nature. Yet he had no interest in the tragic backstory of the shopkeeper. Brother Shisui, let us leave. Naruto's expression remained devoid of disappointment or sorrow. Instead, he wore an air of tranquility. With Shisui's unwavering support and concern, the villager's acceptance and his dream of becoming Hokage paled in significance. Naruto, allow me to impart another lesson. With that, Shisui's eyes transformed into a crimson hue, activating his Sharingan with 3 Tomo. A simple genjutsu ensnared the ordinary shopkeeper, and then, glancing at the price tags on the clothing, he extracted several bills from his wallet and placed them into the shopkeeper's hands. Let us depart with our belongings. The lesson I wish to teach you is this. Those with power may act as they please. However, one must always pay for their purchases. Chapter 38. Shattered filters. The following day, in the Hidden Leaf Village, at the Ninja Academy, parents gradually escorted their children to the school gate for registration. Observing Naruto walking alone, he appeared somewhat like a stray dog. A few children from civilian families jested at him as he approached. Hurry along, focus on your studies. And avoid that boy, their parents urged. Just as they were critiquing Naruto, Shikaku, accompanied by Shikamaru, witnessed the scene. Father, has Naruto done something wrong? Why does everyone isolate him? Shikamaru pondered aloud. Shikaku replied, what do you think of that boy? I don't particularly wish to befriend him. Yet I don't think he deserves to be ostracized. Although he can be a bit foolish at times, he is quite an interesting person, Shikamaru contemplated. Then treat him as you see fit, his father responded with a knowing smile. Hey, Naruto, Shikamaru called out. Alongside him was a chubby boy with circular marks on his face, Choji. Shikamaru. Choji. We're in the same class. Naruto exclaimed with delight, thrilled that his few companions from their village were now classmates. Influenced by Shisui, Naruto no longer yearned for the villagers' elusive approval. Nor did he aspire to become the so-called Hokage. He recognized that those around him were of utmost importance. Uzumaki Naruto lived solely for himself and for those he cherished. The trio linked arms as they entered the auditorium of the Ninja Academy. Thunderous applause erupted as the third Hokage took time out of his busy schedule to grace the school with his presence. The sound of clapping resonated throughout the hall. The newly enrolled children gazed up in awe. He was the most powerful and wise Hokage in all of Konoha. The Hokage was the idol of most children in the village. It seemed the old man's prestige in Konoha remained undiminished over the years. The third Hokage relished the fervent gazes directed at him by the children. However, there were a few exceptions in the audience. Shikamaru yawned to the side, while Choji shared new flavored chips with Naruto, and Kiba played with his dog. Sasuke stood apart, gazing up at the ceiling with an air of aloof indifference, his expression radiating a don't bother me attitude. Yet, deep down, he was thinking, this afternoon, I will finally see my brother. He must have had a tough time on his mission these past few days. I must give him a big hug. A few girls stealing glances at Sasuke blushed at the sight. Ahem. Where the leaves of Konoha flutter, the flames of life continuously burn. You are the new branches of Konoha, my dear students. I hope each of you will grow and thrive. Our generation is willing to be the fuel that nurtures your growth, shining brightly to illuminate your path forward. This is the true essence of the will of fire. The applause was thunderous, especially the children from civilian families, who were deeply moved, some even bursting into tears. The third Hokage's heartfelt speech had an immense impact on these sheltered children. Wa, Hokage-sama, when I grow up, I will surely repay Konoha. Hokage. Hokage-sama. I must become a ninja and shine for Konoha. The third Hokage nodded slightly, beaming with joy. Good children, you are the future of Konoha. Certainly. The Hokage could manage a group of children with ease, yet he felt an immense pride. His speech was truly invigorating and brimming with emotion. Among the audience, Naruto felt a twinge of doubt. Shisui had informed him that when evaluating a person, one must not only listen to their words but also observe their actions. The Hokage declared he would shield the seedlings of Konoha from the storm, willing to burn himself for their sake. However, Naruto did not sense that the third Hokage had fulfilled his promises. That old man is nothing but a smooth-talking charlatan. This was the conclusion he arrived at through independent thought. Naruto pouted, feeling betrayed after having admired him so much in the past. From that moment on, the filter through which Naruto viewed the Hokage was irrevocably shattered. Chapter 39. Naruto Uzumaki rejects brainwashing. Dear classmates, I trust that through today's discourse, you have gained a profound understanding of the will of fire. Let us once again express our gratitude with a round of applause for the splendid speech delivered by Hokage-sama. In an instant, the venue erupted with thunderous applause. The third Hokage beamed with satisfaction, feeling immensely proud. All present are the future of Konoha, the rightful heirs of the village. However, he noticed a few young figures who not only refrained from clapping but were engrossed in their own pursuits. It seems the time has come to admonish these members of noble clans. Naruto, step up and expound upon what the will of fire means. Upon hearing his name called, Naruto paused for a moment, pointing to himself. Me? Don't dawdle, Naruto. Hurry up to the stage. Hokage-sama will guide you in responding, urged Iruka, standing beside the third Hokage. Shikamaru, nearby, patted Naruto's shoulder. You're in for it now. Fortunately, he had managed to snack discreetly without drawing attention. The surrounding children wore expressions of amusement, not believing that Naruto, who appeared less than astute, could provide a satisfactory answer to the third Hokage. Slowly, Naruto approached the podium and took the microphone from the Hokage's hands. I believe the will of fire signifies the unity of knowledge and action. After delivering this insightful remark, he cast a meaningful glance at the third Hokage and continued, I, Naruto Uzumaki, am unreserved in my declarations. I will become a formidable ninja. Hey Naruto, you seem to be straying off topic. The third Hokage frowned slightly, sensing an underlying implication in Naruto's words, though lacking evidence to substantiate his feelings. Nevertheless, he reconsidered. After all, Naruto was still quite young and likely not burdened with such heavy thoughts. Hearing Naruto express his ambition to be a powerful ninja, the third Hokage nodded, deeming it a commendable response. "Humph, the Nine-Tails is certainly boastful," muttered one of the onlookers. "My father told me he's a monster and advised me to avoid him." After Naruto articulated his aspirations, the audience erupted in jeers. Within the twisted atmosphere of Konoha's public opinion, nearly no commoner harbored goodwill towards Naruto. "Naruto-kun, you will surely become a powerful ninja." Hinata, blushing, offered her soft support from the audience. "I do not require your validation. The acknowledgement of that man is all that matters." With that, Naruto made a face at the mocking children. "Naruto, weren't you previously eager to become Hokage and gain everyone's recognition?" The third Hokage, with a gentle expression, crouched down to meet Naruto's gaze. He was dissatisfied with this answer. The rebellious mindset of the Nine-Tails host was troubling. Naruto shook his head and descended from the stage without replying. This was one of the lessons taught to him by Shisui. In the absence of strength, silence is preferable. It seems that enhanced guidance for Naruto is necessary. The third Hokage chose not to delve deeper, recognizing that on the journey of a ninja's growth, one is bound to stray or falter at times. Sasuke, having heard Naruto's bold proclamation, felt a surge of admiration. In this adolescent phase, he was drawn to such audacious declarations. "Naruto-kun." As he descended the stage, Naruto happened to pass by Hinata and playfully patted her shoulder. Instantly, Hinata's previously fair complexion flushed crimson, reminiscent of a crab in a steamer. In the next moment, she even began to emit wisps of steam. Bang! "I merely patted her. How did she faint?" Normally fearless, Naruto was momentarily flustered. Could this be a ruse? Shisui told me that some individuals exploit such tactics for profit. He checked his pockets, feeling somewhat uneasy. He wouldn't be able to compensate if he had to pay for this. Casting a desperate glance at Irika, he sought assistance. Irika, arriving to investigate, extended his fingers to check for a pulse. There's still breathing. He gently pried open her eyelids and pinched her acupressure point. It appears to be a case of excessive excitement. She merely needs to rest. "Two girls, please assist her to the infirmary." With a sigh of relief, Naruto was grateful he wouldn't need to bear the financial burden. Upon returning to his designated spot, CHG remarked, "I didn't realize, Naruto, you possess such a unique character. Naruto, if you no longer desire to become Hokage, I shall gladly take your place. Without any competition, it would be rather dull," joked Kiba from the side. If Shisui had heard Kiba's words, he would have surely laughed. While the Inuzuka clan is not small, their strength pales in comparison, and the legacy of Hokage is predominantly passed down through master-student relationships. Without a mentor from the Hokage lineage, even the formidable Might Guy could not ascend to the role of Hokage. Naruto, however, was indifferent. "If you wish to take it, be my guest. I only seek that man's acknowledgement. I have been curious about the identity of that man you keep mentioning. Who is he?" "That's a secret." Shikamaru couldn't help but inquire, but Naruto, with an air of mystery, chose not to reveal anything. Naruto's speech was merely a brief interlude. After the third Hokage's address concluded, the leadership of the ninja school delivered a lengthy admonition. The interminable opening ceremony finally came to an end after an entire morning. "Irika, you know Naruto has been an orphan since childhood. The village harbors many unfavorable rumors about him. As a proud teacher of the ninja school, you should be able to discern the truth. Irika's parents had perished during the Nine-Tails incident. Although, as a ninja, he possessed the judgment to understand that Naruto was not to blame for his parents' demise. The repeated rumors had inevitably instilled some resentment within him. Hokage-sama, I shall guide Naruto onto the right path. You can entrust him to me without worry." As the homeroom teacher of many privileged children in Konoha, the third Hokage had thoroughly vetted Irika's background. Yet, he unhesitatingly entrusted Naruto's education to him. This was a testament to the third Hokage's adeptness in managing people, often referred to as a form of psychological manipulation. Once Irika successfully navigated this challenge, a devoted inheritor of the Will of Fire, wholly committed to serving Konoha, would emerge. One cannot deny that the third Hokage possessed a certain finesse. As the school day drew to a close, Shisui found himself in a secluded alley beside the entrance of the ninja school. On the first day of the new term, many prominent figures from Konoha gathered at the school gates to welcome their children. Shisui deemed it prudent to remain somewhat concealed. Those who cannot learn ninjutsu will never become ninjas. Give it up, laggard. Without mastering ninjutsu, you shall never graduate from ninja school. Do the children of Konoha enjoy bullying others so much? Shisui, shrouded in invisibility through a serpent curse, remarked disdainfully. He observed a group of robust students from the ninja school cornering a boy with a middle parting against the wall. Rock Lee, one of Shisui's favorite characters from his previous life, was renowned as a diligent genius among the 12 young ninjas. Though he ultimately fell victim to the narrative's bias toward bloodline and background, leading to his unfortunate weakening in later stages. I will become a great ninja. No one can hinder me from realizing my dreams. With that declaration, Lee raised his hand and struck down the strongest student among the group. Yet, he soon found that 2 fists could not contend with 4 hands. Why are these children so obstinate? Wouldn't yielding just save them from a beating? Shisui continued his critique while disengaging the Serpent Curse's invisibility mode. With a swift punch, he dispatched each of the children. In that moment, Rock Lee seemed to behold an angel. Young man, do not inquire about my name. Your diligent training is the greatest reward you can offer me. With that, Shisui radiated a bright smile before activating the Serpent Curse in his mind, gradually fading from view, leaving a bewildered Rock Lee in a state of confusion. I'm sorry, but it seems there is no content provided for me to edit or translate. Please provide the text you would like me to work on. Chapter 40. The Stubborn Uchiha. After bidding farewell to Lee, Shisui returned to observe the Ninja Academy once more. The bell signaling the end of school rang, resonating through the air. Students emerged from the gates in small clusters. On Shikamaru's side, Shikaku called out to him as he walked slowly. Choji, let us head home for some barbecue to celebrate your return to school. The jovial Choji shouted back, beaming with joy. One by one, Naruto's companions departed, reuniting with their families. Goodbye, Naruto. See you tomorrow. Although Naruto did not feel the profound disappointment depicted in the original narrative, he could not claim to be entirely elated. Among those loitering at the school gate, Sasuke stood alone, mirroring Naruto's solitude. Why hasn't my brother arrived yet? Little Sasuke pouted, feeling disgruntled. Hey, you're Sasuke, right? You seem a bit quiet. How about we become friends? Naruto, bearing the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, possessed keen perceptive abilities, and he sensed no animosity in Sasuke's gaze. I'll think about it, Sasuke replied coldly. Make sure to let me know your answer tomorrow, Naruto exclaimed. Damn. What was that guy's name again? All I can remember is that my brother was supposed to pick me up today. Is it rude to strike up a conversation like this? At this moment, Sasuke's personality was still quite shy, embodying the archetype of a cold exterior with a warm interior. Suddenly, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in Shisui's mind. Task activated. Naruto's school gift, teach Naruto the shadow clone technique. Reward, mastery of lightning release ninjutsu. Now is the time to impart a new ninjutsu to Naruto. Remaining invisible, Shisui approached Naruto and whispered, Naruto, wait for me at the training ground for a while. I'll teach you a new ninjutsu today. Brother Shisui's voice. Naruto thought, feeling a surge of joy at the prospect of seeing his beloved Shisui once more. After all, he was still a child, and he skipped merrily towards the training ground. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, the third Hokage observed Naruto's cheerful demeanor after his first day of school. It had been quite some time since he had used the crystal ball to monitor Naruto. But due to Naruto's recent remarks, he felt compelled to take a greater interest in this host of the Nine Tails. Naruto, you truly embody the principle of action and knowledge. You came straight to the training ground after school. The third Hokage thought it prudent to personally instruct him, allowing Naruto to experience the true essence of the will of fire. Oni-chan, you're late. Sorry, Sasuke. Some tasks, as you know, take precedence. Itachi looked at his younger brother with fondness. Sasuke, I promise to protect you. Even if it means sacrificing the entire family, I will ensure your survival, Itachi silently vowed. Oni-chan, are you going to guide me in my training today? Of course, today I'll teach you shuriken techniques. As the two brothers walked briskly towards the Uchiha compound, a familiar presence enveloped them. Shisui, you're alive, Itachi exclaimed, bewildered as he sensed Shisui's chakra. Their bond was undeniably strong. Your perception is remarkably acute since awakening your Manjiki Sharingan. Shisui emerged slowly from the woods. It was the first time he encountered this controversial ninja since arriving in the world of Hokage. Some regarded him as the martyr of the Uchiha clan, while Shisui, having watched the anime in his previous life, often viewed Itachi as a hopelessly deranged figure. The reason for the Uchiha clan's demise in the original story lay in their inability to unite against external threats. Despite possessing 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, they fell to Konoha due to internal discord. Shisui, I thought you were. Itachi stammered, astonished. Your eyes, they are healed. He was torn between joy and shock. As a master of Jinjutsu, he He even suspected he was under an illusion. Unconsciously, he activated his Manjiki Sharingan. This is no illusion. Sasuke, you should head home now. I need to speak with your brother Shisui alone. But Oni-chan, weren't you going to guide me in my training? Sasuke glared at Shisui in frustration, feeling that this intruder was stealing away his beloved brother. Sasuke, forgive me. Let us do it another time, Itachi said, gently poking Sasuke's forehead. In that moment, Shisui felt a palpable wave of resentment emanating from Sasuke. Shisui is so annoying. Little Sasuke felt wronged and burst into tears. Upon reopening his eyes, his originally dark irises transformed into a blood-red hue, a black tomo swirling within his gaze. The system produces only the finest quality. Sasuke, who had been destined to awaken his Sharingan only after the clan's massacre, had opened his eyes simply because his brother was not present for his training. Shisui marveled at the system's terrifying capabilities, enhancing the Uchiha's innate talents remarkably well. Could he potentially mass-produce Sharingan? Sasuke, you truly are the hope of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's awakening intensified Itachi's obsessive thoughts. If he acted decisively against the Uchiha, he could preserve Sasuke's bloodline. For a divided Uchiha clan could only lead to mutual destruction with the village. Go home. Be obedient. After awakening his eyes, Sasuke felt disoriented. The world appeared clearer, yet slowed down, leaving him bewildered. Without overthinking, he obeyed his brother's command and headed home. Shisui, your eyes are healed? Itachi inquired cautiously. Observing Sasuke's departure, Shisui nodded slightly, revealing the secrets of the Manjiki. Itachi, I am unaware of your dealings with the third Hokage, but I have one question. Do you stand with the Uchiha or Konoha? Upon hearing Shisui's inquiry, Itachi fell silent. Shisui, did you not say that peace attained through violence is a false peace? In my youth, I lacked understanding. Now I wish to elevate the Uchiha clan. Itachi struggled to comprehend, even with the Manjiki activated. At this moment, Shisui exuded newfound confidence, bordering on arrogance. I will forge my own path to peace. With that declaration, Itachi's form transformed into countless crows, dispersing in all directions. Perhaps only someone like Itachi could embody the quintessential madness of the Uchiha clan. Shisui formed hand seals, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. He arrived at the Patriarch's residence, intent on discussing Itachi's fate with Fugaku. Chapter 41. The Patriarch's Hesitation in the Uchiha clan. Within the Patriarch's residence, Fugaku leisurely sipped tea in the center of the courtyard, relishing the moment. A knock on the door interrupted his tranquility, without waiting for a response. Shisui entered. After all, knocking was already a courteous gesture. Patriarch, I wish to discuss Itachi with you, Shisui stated bluntly, not allowing Fugaku a moment to speak. Upon hearing Shisui mention his beloved yet frustrating eldest son, Fugaku wore a look of resignation. Itachi's prodigious talent was unmatched within the Uchiha clan. Yet Fugaku's decision to allow him to draw closer to the Hokage lineage had led Itachi astray. Noticing Fugaku's troubled expression, Shisui understood that the Patriarch was once again grappling with his indecisiveness. Had he been a bit more resolute in the original narrative, perhaps the Uchiha clan would not have faced annihilation, nor would they have remained a mere footnote in the annals of Konoha. It seems you have spoken with Itachi. He refuses to divulge anything to me. It appears you youths share a common language, Shisui remarked, probing Fugaku for his stance on handling Itachi. Here came Fugaku's familiar refrain. I respect your choice. Shisui, aware of the Patriarch's tendencies, recognized that despite his outward demeanor of coldness and strength, he lacked the inner fortitude to make critical decisions independently, often relying on others in pivotal moments. As Shisui's strength grew, he led the Uchiha clan to victory over the root, thereby enhancing his prestige within the clan. Even if Shisui remained silent, Fugaku was already contemplating passing the mantle of leadership to him. Patriarch, with your wisdom, you must have surmised the situation regarding Itachi. My sole request is to restrain him, ensuring he does not jeopardize our clan's future. Whether to kill him or spare him is ultimately your decision, as he is your son, Shisui stated innocently, though he harbored thoughts of eliminating Itachi to ease his own frustrations. Yet, Itachi, having committed the heinous act of betraying the clan, rendered Shisui's suggestion awkward, as advocating for Itachi's death could create a rift between them. It was prudent to let the Patriarch decide after their plans were set in motion. Let us see. Regardless of Itachi's strength, the Uchiha clan has transformed. He will not stir up much trouble now. Fugaku resolved to determine Itachi's fate only after everything settled. Shisui smiled slightly. This decision aligned perfectly with Fugaku's character. Patriarch, How are the preparations for our clan's relocation progressing? Are the clan members ready to pack and mobilize? Everything is in order. We are merely awaiting the right moment, Fugaku replied. The entire Uchiha clan now viewed Shisui as their linchpin. On his first night back with the Uchiha, he had urged the patriarch and several elders to prepare for a potential exodus. Relocating the entire Uchiha clan was no trivial task. It required ensuring that every man, woman, and child left Konoha without exception. Shisui, have you selected a new stronghold for our clan? Fugaku inquired, concern etched on his face. The Land of Rice, Shisui answered confidently. His choice was strategic. The Land of Rice lacked a hidden village and was known for hiring ninjas. Should the Uchiha clan seek refuge there, the feudal lord would undoubtedly welcome them with open arms. Although a minor nation, its fertile plains made it an excellent choice for agriculture and nurturing power. Shisui, you need only make the decisions. Shisui remained speechless. The patriarch was indeed diligent. In minor matters, he showcased his authority. Yet when it came to the fate of the entire clan, he left it to Shisui. Very well. By the way, patriarch, today Sasuke awakened his Sharingan. Congratulations. At just 6 years old, he is already a top-tier genius. What? He awakened it? Sasuke's talent is astonishing. Fugaku exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. He had never anticipated that his seemingly overlooked younger son possessed such genius. Cough, cough, he truly surpasses the previous generation. Fugaku attempted to regain his composure, reflecting on how he had awakened his Sharingan at 14. Stop pretending. Shisui internally scoffed. Patriarch, a tiger begets no dog. Shisui offered supportively, recognizing the need to flatter the capable patriarch. Let me uplift the fragile pride of this middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's smile broadened. Shisui's words were indeed charming, and both men shared a moment of levity. Meanwhile, in the training grounds of Konoha, the sun dipped low, casting a crimson hue across the sky. Where is brother Shisui? Naruto pondered, seated on a log at the training area, feeling a pang of hunger gnawing at his stomach. Since lunch, he had eaten nothing, preserving the last of his energy while awaiting Shisui to complete their training for the day. An elderly figure approached, interrupting Naruto's reverie. Hokage-sama, what brings you here? Naruto greeted the third Hokage, who feigned irritation. What? I can't come to see you if there's nothing else going on. Naruto felt a twinge of annoyance. The Hokage rarely visited him, yet today, when Shisui was meant to train him, he appeared. Naruto wished to brush off the Hokage dismissively, eager to resume training with Shisui without delay. Naruto, is your living allowance sufficient? You must maintain a balanced diet. No problem, Hokage-sama. I'll make sure to eat more vegetables. Naruto replied flatly after a moment of silence. Allow this old Hokage to guide your training. Under my mentorship, you will become a powerful ninja and achieve your dream of becoming Hokage. But I don't want to be Hokage. As soon as Naruto uttered those words, the third Hokage sensed that events were deviating from the expected script. Naruto. As the saying goes, the will of fire persists where leaves dance in the breeze. I'm the dancing leaf, burning brightly. Naruto glanced at the rambling Hokage, thinking to himself that Shisui was absolutely right. Strength was paramount. If he were stronger, no one would dare to be so arrogant before him. At that moment, Naruto was veering further down the path of seeking power. After parting from Fugaku's residence, Shisui did not head directly to the training grounds. Instead, he stopped by a small supermarket, purchasing instant noodles, bread, bottled water, ham, chips, and lunch meat before setting off. Naruto must be starving by now. Ramen would take too long, and time was of the essence. Teaching Naruto ninjutsu required urgency, as he wished to swiftly master the lightning release technique. One must be well fed to have the energy to train. With a swift hand seal, Shisui employed the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant, he arrived at the training grounds. What? The third Hokage is here? Upon seeing Shisui, the third Hokage was equally bewildered. How had Shisui appeared here? Daily reports from the Umbu stated that Shisui was behaving well in confinement, and his eyes had returned to normal. The Flying Thunder God technique. Renowned for his expertise in ninjutsu, the third Hokage recognized Shisui's sudden appearance as the long-lost Flying Thunder God technique. Brother Shisui, so cool. Naruto marveled at Shisui's dramatic entrance, glancing at the large bag of food in Shisui's left hand and then at the empty hands of the third Hokage. In an instant, the distinction becomes apparent. Chapter 42. Exposure. At this moment, Shisui seemed to have halted his thoughts, akin to a student caught by the teacher for failing to complete his homework. Hello, Hokage-sama. What a splendid day it is. Shisui awkwardly greeted, unsure of what else to say. Naruto, that rascal has put me in quite a predicament. His tranquil life in Konoha was supposed to last another fortnight. Flying Thunder God Technique. You employed the Flying Thunder God Technique. The third Hokage's expression shifted from benevolent to stern as he discerned the jutsu Shisui had utilized. The aura of a formidable ninja enveloped him, his countenance icy as he pressed for answers. The Flying Thunder God Technique was a closely guarded secret of Konoha, renowned for both its confidentiality and the difficulty of mastering it, one of the most challenging techniques in the entire village. Naturally, its power was equally astonishing. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could vanquish entire realms with merely the Flying Thunder God combined with the Rasengan, a feat truly terrifying. Uchiha harboring animosity towards Konoha mastering the Flying Thunder God was a perilous development, even more so than the demise of Danzo. Shisui, you are an exceptional genius. Join the Umbu, and I can ensure your safety. Old man, do not treat me like a fool. If I joined the Umbu, I would merely be your dog. The Uchiha clan was slaughtered, and henceforth, Konoha has become your autocracy. Shisui showed no mercy, unflinchingly exposing the third Hokage's ulterior motives. The Uchiha clan represented a thorn in the third's heart. Uchiha Madara orchestrated the Nine Tails attack on Konoha, and decades later, his descendant once again manipulated the beast. The devastation wrought by Obito was even greater. A village leader sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails. In the third Hokage's mind, the Uchiha clan epitomized chaos and slaughter. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan made controlling tailed beasts a trivial endeavor. As long as a Sharingan existed in this world, Shisui would find no peace. I initially regarded you as the inheritor of the will of fire, the successor to the Hokage position. Yet, it appears you have strayed from the path. Inheritor? Successor? What a farce. Where were you when Danzo was gouging my eyes out? Shisui retorted. The Hokage's duties are overwhelming. Managing a village cannot be done flawlessly. Oh, yet you have time to spy on the women's bathhouse. Our esteemed Hokage certainly possesses exquisite taste. Shisui teased, his demeanor reflecting his disinterest and pretense. The Uchiha had already prepared to depart at any moment. Originally intending to linger in Konoha for a few more days before confronting the third, he now deemed it unnecessary. Ding. System task activated. Detected that the host is about to complete the Konoha village scenario. Please defeat the final boss, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Final reward, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Listening to the system's notification in his mind, Shisui found himself perplexed. Could it be that by conquering all 5 great ninja villages, he would unlock unique rewards? Just as Shisui pondered this, the system notification chimed again, revealing a task panel previously unseen. Main task, explore the 5 great ninja villages. Experience their customs and culture, and defeat the 5 Kage. Completion, 15. Reward, 12 Talismans. Shisui understood that only by defeating the 5 Kage could he obtain all 12 Talismans. Indeed, the rewards from the system were not easily acquired. The other 4 Kage would be manageable, but he could not underestimate the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. His dust release could dismantle Susanu's defenses. Shisui silently resolved to place a Wagakure last on his itinerary. Next stop, the old friend in Kumogakure. He wondered how the Raikage would react upon learning that his envoy had perished. As Shisui contemplated his future, he felt assured that Naruto's presence would deter the third from engaging him directly. Naruto, you should return home. The third has matters to attend to. This sentiment felt familiar. Itachi had said something similar to Sasuke. Shisui scoffed, questioning whether Konoha's approach to pacifying children was so uniform. Brother Shisui, are we not training today? Naruto queried, noticing Shisui's apparent preoccupation. The third Hokage truly was a nuisance, disrupting his and Shisui's training time. Naruto, just head back. Take this food with you. It should last you a few days. After seeking Shisui's approval, Naruto accepted the hefty bag of provisions. Indeed, Shisui's assessment was correct. One should not judge a person's character solely by their words, but by their actions. Before departing, Naruto cast a dismissive glance at the third. A mere talker. That old charlatan. This became Naruto's final evaluation of the third Hokage. Brother Shisui, will you be all right here? Naruto inquired with concern. Fear not, just go. Adult matters are best left to adults. Shisui reassured him, simultaneously employing his mental prowess to hastily activate the Tiger Talisman. The fragmented soul bore minimal resistance against the third Hokage's sealing jutsu. In Konoha prison, alarms blared. Someone was escaping. Shisui's benevolent persona gradually became translucent, and in an instant, He was drawn irresistibly through the prison walls, soaring over half of Konoha, landing at the training grounds. Hey, have you encountered any troubles lately? Why haven't you been covering for me? Shisui's two clones had agreed to allow each to roam freely for a day while the other remained in the prison to ensure the third remained unaware of the escape. Scratching his head, Shisui concluded, well, after the fusion, it will all be me anyway. In the next moment, the two bodies began to merge, transforming into a complete soul. This sensation was truly extraordinary. Two memories intertwined. Both individuals were him. The third Hokage observed, understanding why Shisui was able to move freely within Konoha. The unique cloning technique combined with the flying thunder god enabled a flawless escape. He also grasped why Naruto had suddenly lost interest in becoming Hokage. It was all a deliberate manipulation by the Uchiha. Uchiha Shisui, you aim to regain control of the Nine Tails, reviving the chaos of 6 years ago. Please, Thutsama, do not speak recklessly. Naruto is my beloved disciple. You know that when a tailed beast is extracted, the Jinchuriki perishes. Not only escaping, but you, Uchiha, deliberately approached the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. The recent public uproar was also orchestrated by you, Shisui. At that moment, the third connected all the dots. For the past half-month, he had felt an unseen force working against him, consistently thwarting his plans. The true culprit had been unveiled, Uchiha Shisui. Chapter 43. No one left. In the brief interlude of conversation between Shisui and the third Hokage, several members of the Umbu suddenly knelt before the third Hokage. The plan had been expedited. It was time to inform Itachi to take action. The Umbu, acknowledging the third Hokage's command, bowed their heads in assent. They then vanished in an instant, one of them departing with remarkable haste. Shisui promptly formed hand seals, summoning technique. He bit his finger, drawing a line of blood on the ground, then slapped his palm against it. With a loud bang, dense smoke enveloped the area, and a pitch-black crow soared towards the Uchiha compound. Lord Clan Leader, do not let me down at this critical moment. In the distance at the training ground, White Zetsu emerged. Oh dear, the plan has changed. I must quickly inform Obito, or it will be too late. With that, he gradually melded into a large tree. The technique of the mayfly allowed him to fuse his physical form with the earth and vegetation, achieving rapid movement by integrating with the organic networks of root systems and underground water. This ninjutsu enabled swift travel across the ninja world while eliminating all traces of his presence during its execution. In essence, it was a highly convenient means of transportation, forming the foundation of the Akatsuki's formidable intelligence network. At the Uchiha compound, the Umbu's transmission of information was slightly slower than that of the crow. Fugaku was at home dining. Sasuke, do not be picky. Do not look around while eating, Fugaku admonished his son. Children must be educated early, otherwise, when they grow up, you will find it difficult to manage them. With pride, Fugaku remarked, awakening the Sharingan at 6. No matter how talented you are still my son and must obediently follow my guidance. Father, look outside, there's a crow. Sasuke exclaimed. What crow? Focus on your meal, Fugaku replied. How ominous. The crow has flown to the window. This is not a good omen, he thought to himself. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wait, is that not Shisui's summon beast? Realizing this, Fugaku hurriedly opened the window to let Shisui's crow inside. In the next moment, the crow spoke, relaying the third Hokage's plan to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Fugaku noticed a small pouch tied to the crow's leg. Your task is complete. Return now. He detached the pouch and opened the window, executing the summoning technique in one fluid motion. With a series of hand seals, Fugaku summoned the Uchiha clan's exclusive summoning beast, a ninja cat. Fugaku, it seems significant events are unfolding, the wise ninja cat Pochi inquired upon seeing Fugaku's grave expression. As a sentient summoning beast, the ninja cat clan had a partnership with the Uchiha. Fugaku, maintaining his serious demeanor, did not respond to Pochi's question but instead commanded the clan to assemble. He then opened the pouch that Shisui had provided. A note came into view, reading, the battle matters are to be handled by Uchiha Tamaki, with full authority. Shisui. Tamaki, indeed a promising talent, though he pales in comparison to Itachi, Fugaku mused, reflecting on the similar ages of Tamaki and Itachi. Yet, he decided to heed Shisui's suggestion and entrusted the command of this battle to Uchiha Tamaki. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire Uchiha clan, young and old alike, gathered in the clan's plaza, from the elderly to newborns. Despite the large number of people, over 1,000 With two-thirds being ordinary citizens, the Uchiha clan maintained order, characteristic of a ninja family. Clan leader, the clan members have assembled. Meek said gravely to Sasuke, I won't go. My brother hasn't arrived yet. Besides, I've already learned ninjutsu. I can protect myself, little Sasuke protested in a childlike voice. Fugaku's stern gaze fell upon him, embodying the reputation of Fugaku the fierce-eyed, adept at intimidating children. The elderly and children lacking combat abilities were arranged into prepared carts, while Tamaki began to assess the clan's combat strength. Including himself, there were 5 ninja with awakened Manjiki Sharingan. There were 34 J-Nin, including Special J-Nin, 54 Ch-Nin, and a mere 26 Genin, most of whom were quite young. The ratio of ordinary citizens to ninjas in the clan had surpassed 1 in 10, an astonishing figure even in the broader shinobi world. All Uchiha heed my command, Tamaki asserted, no longer holding back, as he confidently directed all Uchiha ninja. Elderly and children without combat capabilities remain in the carts until safety is confirmed. Those who have awakened the Manjiki, you are responsible for battle, the remaining ninja. Protect the clan members surrounding the carts. Our goal is to ensure that no one perishes in this conflict. Tamaki's words resonated with clarity and strength, penetrating the ears of every Uchiha. Ensuring survival was Shisui's requirement. After all, the Uchiha clan's population was limited, and establishing a shinobi village hinged upon their numbers. Each loss was significant. Our Uchiha truly boasts a wealth of talent. Tamaki has grown. I remember carrying him when he was little, one elder reminisced. I recall you carried Shisui as well? Another elder chimed in. Is it wrong for me to have held them all? The 3 Uchiha elders conversed. The upper echelons of the Uchiha were not as feudal as the High Ga clan. The 3 elders adopted a policy of empowerment towards the capable youths within the Uchiha clan. Having endured years of suppression from Konoha, the Uchiha stood united, despite divisions between radical and conservative factions. Overall, the clan remained cohesive, save for the outlier Uchiha Itachi. Thus, both the elders and Fugaku, as clan leader, hoped to see the emergence of more capable young talents like Shisui within the Uchiha. Outside the Uchiha compound, the Hokage's direct umbu had encircled the entire area. The Hokage's orders were clear. No one from the Uchiha clan was to escape tonight. Is that understood? Itachi entered the Uchiha compound alone. Let me take action myself to secure peace for Konoha. The 3rd Hokage had struck a deal with him after he executed the clan. The bloodline of the Uchiha would remain, namely that of Uchiha Sasuke. My dearest brother, I hope you can understand my painful intentions. Before taking action, Itachi had dispatched a crow to inform Obito. While unaware of the true identity behind Obito's mask, Itachi chose to collaborate with this powerful figure who called himself Madara. The reason was simple. Both were among the most formidable beings in the shinobi world. Will that masked man arrive in time? As Itachi ventured deeper into the heart of the Uchiha clan, an overwhelming sense of desolation enveloped him. The streets were deserted, as if everyone had evaporated. A foreboding feeling surged within him. Suddenly, he heard voices in the distance and quickly concealed himself. You and your friends are playing hide and seek, but everyone has gone home for dinner. Don't hide like a fool. I raised such a foolish son. Do not delay the important matters of the Uchiha. A middle-aged man, adorned with a headband bearing the symbol of the Hidden Leaf Village, ambled down the street, his ninja vest emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's crest. He held the hand of a boy, around 6 or 7 years of age, gently reprimanding him for his reckless play and urging him to return home. The weight of the Uchiha clan's affairs pressed heavily upon him. The arrow was knocked, and it could not remain unloosed. Itachi, caught in the urgency of the moment, had little time for contemplation. The child must be eliminated, and the adults could be easily manipulated with genjutsu to divulge the necessary information. Chapter 44, Fierce Battle, Tianming vs. Itachi. In the moment that Itachi resolved to act, 3 shuriken flew in a triangular formation towards the father and son. The middle-aged man swiftly drew a shuriken from his waist. Clang! Clang! In a flash of lightning, he deflected 2 of the shuriken. But just as the 3rd was about to strike the child, Tianming activated his Manjiki Sharingan ability, saving the boy from the sharp projectile. Although Itachi had anticipated this confrontation, witnessing the blade aimed at his kin was still difficult to bear. Father? From the shadows emerged Fugaku, accompanied by Tianming and 3 other Uchiha ninjas who had activated their Manjiki. The 2nd elder, filled with rage, exclaimed, Fugaku, is this the son you raised? All the resources of the Uchiha wasted on him. He would have been better off feeding dogs. Watching Itachi swing his blade at a fellow Uchiha, especially a child, ignited a collective fury among the Uchiha present. Even Fugaku, who had considered sparing Itachi, changed his mind in that moment. Tianming, you take charge. With that, Fugaku departed to gather the Uchiha clan for their imminent confrontation. You are trying to provoke me into action. Despite his poor judgment of the situation, Itachi, known for his intelligence, discerned that this was a trap set by Tianming. The moment he struck, the Uchiha would have a legitimate reason to eliminate him. Your heart has already made its choice. Even without this setup, you would aid outsiders in slaughtering the Uchiha. Am I right, Itachi? Tianming responded calmly. You are not enough to challenge me. Itachi dismissed the four before him, recalling only their strength as mere genin, hardly a match for him alone. Even if they all attacked together, they would not withstand the prowess of Uchiha Itachi. Tianming, stop wasting time with him. The second elder had lost all patience. He yearned only to rid the world of this Uchiha traitor. Your worth is not for you to determine. Before Itachi could react, Tianming unleashed his Susanoo. The others, witnessing this, activated their own Manjiki abilities. For colossal chakra giants rose from the ground, encircling Uchiha Itachi. All were in their second form, their terrifying chakra distorting the very air around them, causing Itachi to feel a twinge of fear. How could there be 4 pairs of Manjiki in the Uchiha clan? He thought to himself, realizing that had he known this, he would not have dared to harbor any rebellious thoughts. Before departing, Shisui had advised Tianming to use his powers without fear of exhausting his ocular strength. The 4 were to activate their Susanoo's second form for a swift resolution, denying Itachi any chance of rebellion. The armored chakra giants descended with a crushing force towards Uchiha Itachi. He could hardly withstand such an onslaught. Each Susanoo brandished its weapon, bow and arrow, ninja blade, short sword, while Tianming's Susanoo held a pocket watch, the purpose of which was yet unknown to him, though it surely pertained to time. Shisui, I will become the sharpest blade in your hand, Tianming thought as he continued to assault the defenseless Itachi, who could only transform into a crow to evade the attacks. In the next moment, Tianming activated the pocket watch, causing Itachi's movements to slow dramatically. Amaterasu, realizing he could not escape, Itachi opened his right eye, casting this notoriously powerful technique, the black flame spreading to the arm of Susanoo. Yet what of it? The chakra-formed Susanoo could regenerate endlessly. Under the pressure of the onlookers, Itachi ultimately activated his own Susanoo. The blood-red figure manifested before them, his negative emotions swelling. I am acting for the future of the village. Why does no one understand? He thought. If the Uchiha were to instigate a coup, it would only lead to mutual destruction with Konoha. He was determined to protect the hard-won peace. You are the true traitors of the Uchiha clan. I, Uchiha Itachi, am contributing to the clan's survival. With a fervor that bordered on madness, Itachi's ideals clashed violently with the harsh reality. He had once believed that activating the Manjiki Sharingan would grant him the power to take on half the Uchiha clan, yet now he found himself surrounded by their numbers. Is it possible that the Uchiha never intended to stage a coup, nor wished to create conflict with Konoha? Perhaps it has always been the third Hokage who has been aggressive. Tianming mused, pummeling Itachi's Susanoo. Despite his best efforts, Itachi's Susanoo began to crack under the relentless assault of the 4. Hearing Tianming's words, Itachi felt a wave of despair wash over him, tears of blood streaming down his face. It hurts. It hurts too much. He had thought himself the only one awake in a world of drunken fools, only to realize he was the jester. Pain and emotional turmoil became the source of power for the Uchiha Sharingan. Itachi's red Susanoo sprouted a thick layer of armor, producing the 8-span mirror and the 10-hand sword. Had Shisui been present, he would have exclaimed, "Is this the true power of a healthy Itachi?" Yet even this was merely a desperate escape. Tianming, sensing the tide turning, activated his time-stopping technique, freezing Itachi in place. Shisui had assured him to use his abilities without hesitation. He would heal, although each healing would cost Shisui considerable ocular strength. Tianming could not afford to concern himself with that now. Go, destroy his Susanoo with all your might. At this moment, Tianming had released his own Susanoo, leaving him with only one functioning eye. The 3 others joined forces to target the most vulnerable point of Itachi's Susanoo, the armor at the neck and body connection. Bang! Itachi barely managed to react when he heard the sound of shattering pottery, and in the next instant, his Susanoo was forced to dissipate. Tianming drew forth a short blade, propelled by the speed of his technique, rushing towards Uchiha Itachi. With a swift series of thrusts, Tianming struck 16 times in a single second, his speed astonishingly quick. Itachi's garments were soon drenched in crimson, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes reflecting his unwillingness to accept defeat. Alas, no matter how gifted he was, he lacked the chakra to activate Izanagi now. The finest talent of the Uchiha clan in nearly 30 years was destined to perish. The next time he appeared in the ninja world, it would be as Shisui's reanimated corpse. Tianming, too, had exhausted his chakra, collapsing to the ground. Brother Shisui, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. As the others saw this, they too deactivated their Susanoo, for it was an immense drain on their chakra. The battle, however, was far from over. Chapter 45, Shisui versus the Third Hokage. 5 majestic Susanoo stood in unison, as if divine beings had descended upon the world. This terrifying spectacle reached the eyes of the Third Hokage, who was currently locked in a standoff with Shisui. Despite the distance of several kilometers, the Third felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the Susanoo. The oppressive might was simply too formidable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in astonishment. The simultaneous manifestation of 5 Susanoo was an overwhelming display of power. When had the Uchiha clan acquired such extraordinary strength? This night, Konoha was destined for turmoil. Hiruzen's expression grew grave. The Uchiha clan was indeed staging a rebellion. Even during the time of Uchiha Madara or throughout the Warring States era, the entire Uchiha clan had never appeared in such force. Was Uchiha truly set on a coup? The Third Hokage pondered aloud. He had originally intended to leverage Uchiha Itachi's abilities to eradicate the Uchiha clan, thus eliminating a source of instability within Konoha. However, he suddenly realized that the Uchihas might far surpass his expectations. As Hokage, it was paramount to consider the greater good. So he softened his approach and engaged in dialogue with Shisui. A coup? Lord Third, are you underestimating the Uchiha clan? From this day forth, I declare the Uchiha clan's complete departure from Konoha. Shisui's words, although not overtly threatening, carried a palpable menace, implying that if the Uchiha wished to leave, Konoha lacked the strength to stop them. The thought of the Uchiha defecting was unfathomable to Hiruzen. After the era of warring states concluded and the shinobi villages were established, no clan could stand alone in the shinobi world. Each family had only 2 choices: to join a shinobi village and serve as its protector or fade into obscurity through the passage of time. The Uchiha clan could not be allowed to leave Konoha unscathed. If they joined another village, Konoha would become the laughingstock of the shinobi world, and its peril would only deepen. Hiruzen contemplated the dire consequences. The Uchiha defecting could spell the end for Konoha. It seemed the Uchiha were indeed intent on rebellion. And whether it was Shisui or Fugaku, neither appeared to regard him, the Hokage, with any respect. With resolve, Sarutobi issued a fierce declaration, channeling his chakra to create an almost tangible aura of pressure. The Third Hokage, though seasoned, was far from diminished. From a distance, Shisui observed as the Crimson Susanoo crumbled away, indicating that Uchiha Itachi had fallen. The only variable remaining was Uchiha Obito. He wondered when Obito would make his entrance. As he regarded the fully unleashed Third Hokage, Shisui's heart ignited with fervent anticipation for this battle, one he had long awaited. With no intention of holding back, he approached with the ferocity of a lion hunting a rabbit. Shisui unleashed his full power. In Sage mode, he rapidly absorbed the natural energy surrounding him, a violet aura forming around his eyes, yet his body remained unaffected by the natural energy. This was the hallmark of a perfected Sage mode. Sage mode? Where did he learn this? The well-informed Sarutobi recognized Shisui's current state with astonishment. To his knowledge, only the 3 great sage lands, Mayaboka Mountain, Shikatsu Forest, had complete training methods. And for an ordinary individual to gain the acknowledgement of a summoning beast was nearly impossible. But Shisui was no ordinary individual. Infusing his mental energy into the Ox summoning talisman, Shisui felt his power multiply exponentially. Sage art, red flower grab. His mastery of fire release was already nearly unparalleled. And with the enhancement from the system, it became truly terrifying. Infusing his sage technique into his kunai, the once ordinary weapons transformed into devastating explosives, each kunai now possessing the power of a detonating tag. After invoking the Ox Talisman, Shisui's strength surged, and the kunai he threw became even more formidable. The summoning technique, boom. Just this one move was enough to overwhelm the Third Hokage, who hurriedly summoned the Sarutobi clan's exclusive summoning beast, Enma. The fire-imbued kunai shot forth, striking Enma's rugged hide directly. Indestructible. Boom. Boom. The kunai, infused with fire chakra, exploded upon contact, tearing through Enma's skin. Shisui gazed at the towering, fearsome beast. Sarutobi, summoning me to deal with this Uchiha brat. I entrust you, Enma. Transform. Without further ado, the two, having fought together through countless battles, understood each other's intentions without the need for words. Bang! Smoke erupted as Enma transformed into the Rui Jingu Bang, twirling gracefully in the air before landing in Sarutobi's hands. He executed a fluid sequence of staff techniques, showcasing his mastery. Shadow Shuriken Jutsu. A multitude of shuriken filled the sky as Sarutobi merely threw one, forming seals. The final result was a torrent of hundreds of shuriken aimed at Shisui, each imbued with wind chakra, rendering the ground barren in their wake. Shisui had no choice but to activate his Susanoo for defense. Seizing the moment while Shisui was occupied with defense, Sarutobi took action. Shadow Clone Jutsu. 5 elements. 5 Great Bombardment. 5 shadow clones surrounded Shisui at the center, unleashing 5 different elemental jutsu that complemented one another, illustrating the harmony of the 5 elements. This was the third Hokage's most powerful technique, and to contend with Shisui, he needed a swift resolution. Trapped within his Susanoo, Shisui felt a sense of helplessness. Was this the power of the Hokage? What seemed like mere ordinary techniques unleashed destructive force comparable to Kekkei Genkai. The relentless barrage rendered him nearly immobile. At the moment the 5 elemental techniques intertwined, their destructive force was akin to a nuclear explosion, sending the surrounding earth flying. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, a massive crater with a radius of over 20 meters appeared around Shisui. It appeared he had withstood the onslaught. Amidst the explosions, while the 5 great bombardment ravaged Shisui's Susanoo, he tirelessly repaired it, activating his ocular power to mend the Susanoo dozens of times during the continuous seconds of chaos. At this moment, Shisui's Susanoo was reduced to a mere skeletal frame, riddled with cracks, his eyes bloodshot and tears of blood streaming forth, a clear indication of ocular strain. Hiruzen gasped for breath. The 5 great bombardment was a technique he had created in his youth, and it was also the most potent jutsu in his arsenal. As he aged, executing it had become exceedingly taxing. Both warriors appeared to be in dire straits. Shisui, on the defensive, was nearing exhaustion. It seems the old man still has the upper hand, Hiruzen remarked as he caught his breath. Chapter 46. The Sealing of the Corpse Demon Under the Moonlight. In a moment of desperation, Uchiha Shisui stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen, one hand pressed against his bleeding eye, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Indeed, experience prevails. It seems my Uchiha clan has lost. Hiruzen, wielding his staff with an air of arrogance, advanced towards Shisui, akin to a monkey that had successfully claimed a mate. The intent to capture him was not born of underestimation, but rather an acknowledgement of Shisui's depleted state, a testament to his chakra being nearly exhausted. As Hiruzen approached within a mere meter, Shisui fervently activated the Ox Seal. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped him, his wounds healed, and his chakra replenished. Ox Seal. Mighty Vajra Fist. With the invocation of the Ox Seal, Shisui's strength surged tenfold. Even a simple punch from him could shatter stone. This power can obliterate even rock. Shisui shouted, throwing a punch with fervor. Surprise attack. No honor in battle. Hiruzen, caught off guard by the sheer speed of Shisui's uncharged punch, raised his staff defensively. The impact was explosive, sending billowing smoke into the air, as the summoned monkey spirit could not withstand the force and vanished back to its homeland, the Flower Fruit Mountain. Boom. A punch landed squarely on Hiruzen's bearded chin, distorting his mouth. What the hell? You've hidden your strength. Thankfully, the summoning of the monkey spirit had slightly reduced Shisui's punch's velocity. Otherwise, Hiruzen's fate would have been far graver. Ignoring his composure, Hiruzen leapt back, creating distance. Before he could retaliate, Shisui swiftly formed hand signs. Fire style. Great fireball technique. A torrent of flames surged towards Hiruzen, who, in his long years, had never encountered such a grand fireball. Earth style. Earth flow river. Hiruzen responded, slamming his hands to the ground, causing an earthen dragon to emerge. It unleashed an avalanche of mud to counter the fireball, carving a path through the inferno. Despair loomed over Hiruzen. Shisui was a relentless warrior, boasting both formidable defense and overwhelming offense. Shisui felt exhilarated. Hiruzen was undoubtedly the strongest adversary he had faced since his rebirth, without question. Hiruzen, I, Uchiha Shisui, acknowledge you as the strongest, he declared with a wild laugh. What a thrill. The sensation of showing off was intoxicating. No wonder Madara was so adept at it. However, Shisui's expression shifted dramatically. The figure of the Shinigami flickered ominously behind Hiruzen, a ghastly visage, with a blue face, sharp teeth, and a dagger hanging from its mouth. Sealing technique. Corpse Demon Consignment. Hiruzen shouted, unveiling his final card, a move that would spell mutual destruction. The Shinigami, an indispensable force in the realm of Hokage, existed beyond the conventional power structure, yet held the ability to influence life and death. The multitude of seals adorning the Shinigami suggested that this entity was far from ordinary. At that moment, Shisui felt a chill run down his spine. He instinctively realized that neither the power of the seals, nor any ninjutsu, nor even the might of his Manjiki Sharingan could harm this grotesque figure. In a final struggle, Hiruzen summoned the Shinigami, for its emergence would herald bloodshed. Even if Shisui survived, Hiruzen was prepared to pay the price of summoning the Shinigami, sacrificing a portion of his own soul. Earth style, quicksand. Water style, water trap. He unleashed two jutsu to hinder Shisui's movement, hoping to secure victory. A vast swamp and seemingly endless viscous liquid enveloped Shisui's feet. Run. We cannot linger here. In a flash, Shisui formed his final hand sign, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting himself behind Hiruzen. Should Hiruzen gain control, Shisui would have no means of escape and would await his demise. Yet, Shisui resolved to buy more time, aiming to secure an escape for the Uchiha clan from Konoha. Moreover, he speculated that the longer Hiruzen maintained the Corpse Demon Consignment, the greater the toll it would exact on him. The two engaged in a relentless chase. As Hiruzen summoned the monkey spirit once more, the transformed spirit could elongate and even sprout a furry hand, repeatedly coming perilously close to ensnaring Shisui. Phew, that was close. I nearly got caught. Shisui exhaled a sigh of relief, his actions akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Time was running out. Just as Hiruzen's staff was about to strike him, Shisui invoked the Flying Thunder God once more. Swish. Hiruzen blinked, only to find Shisui had vanished from his sight. Having expended a significant amount of chakra, Shisui could no longer perform long-distance movements. Hiruzen, aware of this limitation, placed the staff firmly into the ground, embedding it deep. Rising, Hiruzen stood on one leg, the staff extending upwards, lifting him high into the air. Scanning the surroundings, he found no trace of Shisui. Turning to the looming specter of the Shinigami, with its ghastly visage even more menacing than before, Hiruzen felt a sense of dread. With a sweeping motion, the Shinigami reached into Hiruzen's body, intent on claiming a decade of his lifespan. Summoning aid from the Shinigami came at a steep price. The Shinigami extracted a translucent essence of life from Hiruzen, severing it and consuming it. In that moment, the Shinigami's form appeared more corporeal, while Hiruzen aged dramatically. Once a robust 60, he now seemed to embody the frailty of an 80-year-old, with white hair, age spots proliferating on his face, and a hunched posture, all evidencing the Shinigami's theft of his vitality. Hiruzen, witnessing the transformation, the monkey spirit reverted to its original form, rushing to support the faltering third Hokage. Panting heavily, Hiruzen, despite his weakened state, issued a decisive command. Monkey spirit, I implore you, take me to the Hokage building and summon the Anbu to gather in Izuka, Nara, and the Hyuga clan leaders. Chapter 47. Return to the border of Konoha. Shisui sensed the Flying Thunder God Kunai that had been left on Tianming earlier. In the next moment, Shisui appeared beside Tianming. There lay Tianming in the cart, with a member of the Uchiha clan attending to him. Shisui's sudden appearance evidently startled the girl caring for Tianming. Her name was Uchiha Kumi, who was well aware of her childhood bond with Tianming. Tianming lay with his eyes tightly shut, his clothing unchanged, lost in a daze, while Kumi was gently wiping the blood from his face. It appeared he had endured a fierce battle. Thank you for your efforts, Kumi. Please take good care of him, Shisui said in a neutral tone to Uchiha Kumi, confident that she would not neglect Tianming's needs. However, his abrupt entrance into the cart created a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Rest assured, Shirzan Kumi replied with grace. Shirzan I succeeded. Uchiha Itachi has been vanquished. I protected our clan. Tianming mumbled, as if sensing Shisui's presence. His vision had dimmed, with one eye completely blind and the other nearly so. Well done. Your mission is complete. From here on, let me handle it. When you next open your eyes, you will behold the new homeland of the Uchiha. Shisui comforted him. Although Tianming could not clearly hear Shisui's words, he understood that the most reliable man of the Uchiha clan had returned, allowing him to feel at ease. Before Shisui could finish speaking, Tianming fainted once more. The joint battle against Uchiha Itachi would not have concluded so decisively without Tianming's desperate efforts. Though Shisui had reassured them to utilize their Manjiki Sharingan without concern for ocular strain, the other three had still held back, wary of the potential blindness that could ensue. "There is still much to teach," Shisui murmured. This battle had firmly established Tianming's path to strength prior to this. He had been overshadowed by Itachi in both status and power within the Uchiha clan. Itachi was the true prodigy of the Uchiha, while Tianming was merely an ordinary talent among them. In comparison to Itachi, no matter how hard Tianming tried, he would always be eclipsed by Itachi's brilliance, akin to a mere star contending with the moon's luminescence. Nonetheless, this battle showcased the unique prowess of Uchiha Tianming. What if his talent was lacking? What if his strength fell short? Uchiha Tianming was undeniably fierce. Shisui emerged from the cart. The Uchiha contingent had reached the outskirts of Konoha. Looking up, one could see that many Uchiha ninjas bore wounds. The first to spot Shisui was Fugaku, who was overjoyed. There was no need to question why Shisui had not been present during the Uchiha's life and death crisis. He must have endured even harsher battles. The Uchiha clan had sustained no losses and was on the brink of leaving Konoha. Fugaku spoke to Shisui with the exuberance of delivering good news. The demeanor of this clan leader had undergone a complete transformation. Within the Uchiha clan, Shisui was now the undisputed leader. The primary reason for the Uchiha's lack of casualties lay in the 4 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan operational after Tianming's departure. The Manjiki ninjas had primarily engaged in combat, while the others focused on defense, ensuring the safety of the ordinary clan members. The Manjiki ninjas dispatched the normal umbu as easily as slicing through vegetables. Breaking free from the encirclement, Shisui has returned. The second elder also noticed Shisui's arrival, his joy palpable. Having endured multiple battles, his old limbs could scarcely hold out. Yet he feared showing any signs of weakness, pushing through the exhaustion. Upon seeing Shisui's return, the second elder promptly sat down on the cart, needing a moment to rest. "Everyone, quicken your pace. We are not out of danger yet. Only when we reach the borders of the Land of Fire can we consider ourselves truly safe." Shisui called out to the Uchiha. The lengthy procession hastened its steps. "Elder, please arrange for increased patrols. Especially at this juncture, we must not lower our guard." After advising the second elder, Shisui quietly made his way to the rear of the line. Channeling the snake sealing technique, he gradually concealed his presence. Konoha would not allow the Uchiha to depart so easily. "Rikuju, how shall we proceed?" A burly man with a beard and clad in armor inquired. It was Akimichi CHG, accompanied by a host of ninjas. Alongside them were not only the trio of Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, but also the Inuzuka clan, the Yamanaka clan, and the High-Ga clan, which had become the strongest family in Konoha since the Uchiha's departure. After returning to the Hokage building, the third Hokage summoned the powerful members of various clans within Konoha. The order was clear: retrieve the Uchiha clan, and if there was any resistance, eliminate them without exception. This was the mission directive issued by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "What do you think, Uchiha?" Rikuju asked. Sensing that there were likely some undisclosed secrets between the High-Ga and the Uchiha. "What do I think? They must be eradicated without delay. Defecting from Konoha is a grave sin that must be annihilated, all of them." Uchiha responded. The esteemed High-Ga clan rarely undertook missions themselves, delegating such minor tasks to the branch family. "I can't believe you," Rikuju exclaimed. "If I truly believed your words, I would be a fool." The Uchiha clan was formidable. Now that they had resolved to depart, who could stand in their way? If it came to a genuine confrontation, it would cost the lives of the clansmen. Rikuju summoned Yamanaka Kaichi to his side. "Kaichi, you will do this and that." Soon, Yamanaka Kaichi activated his clan's signature jutsu, conveying the message to each member of the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans. "When we encounter the Uchiha, be sharp and just put on a show. Your lives are paramount. Do not perish in such an inconsequential matter." The ninjas of the Inuzuka, Akimichi, and Nara clans exchanged knowing smiles. Slacking off was a requisite skill for any adult ninja. Only children would recklessly expend their energy in the pursuit of rogue ninjas. Uchiha led his clan members at the forefront, voluntarily taking on the role of the vanguard. Rikuju, seeing his enthusiasm, did not object, but soon noticed Uchiha running increasingly faster, nearly disappearing from sight, and thus could not hear the discussions of the High-Ga clan. Uchiha had brought along only the members of the High-Ga branch, most of whom were orphans without lingering attachments, and their loyalty to the main family was not as strong. There were a total of 11 individuals. Do you desire to acquire the caged bird seal? Uchiha suddenly asked. What is the vice clan leader talking about? How could we not want it? In the Uchiha clan, the main family decides whether we live or die. This fate of being controlled by others throughout one's life was one that some in the Uchiha family accepted, yet deep down, they yearned for freedom. What do you mean, clan leader? No one dared respond to Uchiha's inquiry, as it was undoubtedly a test from the main family. Chapter 48. The Hinata's alliance. Seeing that no one responded, Hinata's dissatisfaction grew. He had prepared an abundance of dialogue that went unused. Subsequently, he removed the forehead protector from his head, and the caged bird mark, a symbol common to every branch family, vanished into thin air. Lord Hisashi, what does this mean? I have always been loyal to the Hyuga clan, with no ulterior motives. We live as Hyugas and die as Hyuga spirits. The branch family's ninjas mistook Hinata for Hisashi, which was understandable, as their understanding had always been that once marked with the caged bird seal, it could never be erased. You are mistaken. Hinata began recounting secrets known only to him. Maple, you went to the red light district without money, and I was the one who provided for you. And you, Hyuga Wataru, you spied on the widow bathing, and I covered for you. Why not just use your Byakugan at home? The colors are more stimulating. Hinata shared 5 or 6 secrets that only he could reveal, fostering a strong rapport with his clan members, as they were all essentially servants of the main family. The crowd began to believe his words and could not help but inquire, Lord Hisashi, how did you remove the caged bird seal? Since you have sincerely asked, I shall generously share. Hinata rambled on, eventually arriving at a crucial point. To eliminate the caged bird seal, one must become a rogue ninja. Lord Hisashi, aside from Maple, we are all isolated. If we must become rogue ninjas, so be it. Indeed, as long as we can attain freedom, we will do anything. The Hyuga clan was stirred, lured by the temptation of shedding the caged bird seal. Observing Maple's troubled expression, Hinata offered reassurance. Fear not, someone will help your daughter escape. Just go ahead and do what you must. Shisui has promised to assist Niji in leaving Konoha. Taking one more little girl should not pose a problem. Follow my lead when the time comes, Hinata commanded. Activating his Byakugan, he saw that he was less than 2 kilometers from the Uchiha's main force. Focusing his gaze ahead while using Byakugan enhances visibility, he halted, waiting for the rear guard to catch up. The Uchiha clan had split into 2 groups, the main force heading west, while another faction moved south. The Hyuga and Inuzuka clans would pursue westward, while the Yamanaka clan would chase southward. Shikaku, you have no objections, do you? Hinata glanced at the mission commander, Nara Shikaku, while blinking frantically. Shisui had hinted that the Inuzuka clan owed the Uchiha a favor and could be utilized when necessary. Let us proceed as Hinata suggests. The ninjas divided into 2 groups, with the Inuzuka and Yamanaka clans racing southward, unaware that this information was fabricated by Hisashi himself. Hinata's group quickly caught up with the Uchiha's main force. The speed of the carriages could not compare to the swift ninjas. Hidden at the back of the Uchiha ranks, Shisui noticed Hinata rushing toward him. Hisashi, you finally arrived. Shisui exclaimed, appearing beside Hinata and patting his shoulder. Damn, this familiar sensation. He thought as Shisui activated his invisibility. What the? A living ghost. Even the Hyuga ninjas, renowned for their sensory abilities, failed to detect Shisui's presence and were caught off guard. This was the greatest humiliation for sensory ninjas. The group was startled by Shisui's sudden appearance and instinctively assumed a combat stance. Lord Shisui, it's good to see you again. Maple, have you also decided to forsake darkness for light? From their limited exchange, Hisashi deduced several significant clues. The Hyuga clan was experiencing a severe rift, with some branch ninjas even considering defecting to the Uchiha. Hinata had dismissed the Inuzuka and Yamanaka ninjas to prevent conflict. The Uchiha's plan to separate from Konoha, along with the recent significant events in the village, were all orchestrated by Shisui. Realizing this, Shikaku inhaled sharply. It was terrifying. Both Shisui's strength and strategy had reached an exceedingly formidable level. He couldn't help but wonder if he could gain an advantage if he and Shisui were purely adversaries. Lord Shikaku, do we follow protocol or simply return to our homes? Shisui inquired, handing the decision back to Shikaku, who was wise enough to take charge. Upon hearing this, Shikaku gestured towards the distant masked Umbu ninjas. They have been dispatched by the 3rd Hokage to monitor us, ensuring we do not slack off. If only the Kodo Amatsukami were no longer on cooldown, Shisui lamented, wishing he could use it to rewrite the Umbu's will. Wait, system, where's my eternal Mangeki Sharingan? Shisui recalled the system's previous task, Defeat the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to obtain the SSR-level super artifact, the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Host, think carefully. Have you truly defeated the third Hokage? Well, it seems I haven't faced Sarutobi directly. At least let's go through the motions. Shikaku replied. All right. Tell your men to keep their guard up and avoid fatalities. With that, Shisui activated the Serpent Seal and returned to the Uchiha's ranks. Although Shisui contemplated eliminating the Umbu, he realized that if even one member of Inuzuka's team perished, returning to Konoha would become untenable for them. Prepare for battle. In 3 minutes, the enemy will attack. Stay sharp and just ensure no lives are lost. I have already secured a deal with their leader. As expected of Shisui. Absolutely reliable. Little Shisui, you are indeed a blessing for the Uchiha. As long as you are with us, the Uchiha's revival is imminent. The Uchiha clan erupted in praise. Not out of flattery, but genuine admiration. Before Shisui's return, they had been forced to fight bitterly against enemies. Now, they simply needed to put on a show. The ensuing battle was both brutal and theatrical. Shisui intentionally unleashed a great fireball technique aimed at the monitoring Umbu. The enormous fire dragon surged forward, forcing the Umbu to retreat far away, as they could not discern the specific circumstances of the battlefield. Both factions unleashed extravagant jutsu, resembling a grand ninja war. However, the targets of these techniques seemed rather unconventional. The Uchiha's fire jutsu soared while the Akimichi clan transformed into gigantic forms, wreaking havoc on the ground. The earth trembled. Wow, how did I not realize you were such skilled performers? The battle continued for nearly 5 minutes, characterized by dazzling effects, smoke, and no real harm. Konoha's ninjas lay defeated, watching helplessly as the Uchiha clan departed. Shikaka smiled. After this skirmish, even if the third Hokage was dissatisfied, he could not find fault. Everyone had done their utmost. As for why no one died, the Uchiha had already defected. If Konoha lost even 2 more ninjas, who would remain? Take the injured members of the Hyuga clan away. Shisui commanded the Uchiha clan. They crafted the illusion that the branch family members had been forcibly taken by the Uchiha, preventing Hisashi from immediately activating the caged bird seal. By the time he realized it, Shisui had already lifted the caged bird seal. The Uchiha clan members rushed forward, 2 men carrying each body, resembling bandits as they took several members of the Hyuga clan away. The Hyuga individuals did not resist. It was rather comfortable not to have to walk. They soon caught up with the main force. Hey, little Shisui, why are you bringing back these corpses? Aren't they all from the Hyuga branch? You can't even extract their eyes, just toss them away. The elder and the second elder chimed in. Shisui was still too young and unaware of many attempts within the ninja world. The second elder smiled broadly and said, Little Shisui, you are still too young. There is much knowledge to learn from your seniors. Come, let your second granduncle show you some affection. The second elder was fond of this promising junior, even more than his own grandchildren. However, Shisui felt a chill run down his spine. Goosebumps erupted all over him. The second elder even reached out to ruffle Shisui's hair, prompting Shisui to contemplate using the flying thunder god to escape. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted the moment. Old soldier, you say who is the corpse? Nichi jumped up, cursing loudly. The other Hyuga members, seeing Nichi spring up, naturally dared not remain lying down and followed Nichi as they jumped from the Uchiha's grasp. Good heavens! Those who were not privy to the situation were greatly startled by this bizarre scene. The most shocked was the second elder. He never imagined that the Hyuga corpse, whom he had just teased, could actually engage in conversation with him. Don't scare me like that. I might have a heart attack, the second elder said, clutching his chest. Nichi and the others looked at Shisui, unsure of how to interact with the Uchiha clan members. Shisui understood the unspoken communication and cheerfully said, Let me introduce you to my Hyuga brothers. These 3 are elders of the Uchiha clan. As for the clan leader, I believe I need not introduce him. After Shisui introduced both clans, the second elder was momentarily stunned. He recalled the words he had just planned to teach Shisui, and his face turned crimson with embarrassment. How humiliating! Moreover, seeing Nichi's attitude towards Shisui, it seemed, all 12 Hyuga members were observing Shisui's expressions, ready to act accordingly. The Hyuga clan, which had always been at odds with the Uchiha, was now bowing and scraping before a young Uchiha. Witnessing the astonishment among the Uchiha clan members, Shisui proclaimed, From now on, these Hyuga brothers will be members of the Uchiha clan. No, they will be part of our newly established village. We shall coexist peacefully, support one another, and work together to build a new era of ninja villages. Shisui's words ignited a fervor within every Uchiha present. This was indeed the dawn of a new era for the ninja village. Similarly, the Hyuga ninjas beside Shisui were equally inspired, with even Nichi brimming with excitement. Only the second elder remained ensnared in the embarrassment of the moment. Shisui had truly managed to win over the vice-clan leader of the Hyuga family, and he had just been teasing him. As Shisui spoke, everyone quickened their pace. Although the journey was long, they eagerly anticipated their new lives. The second elder, however, silently trailed at the back of the group. The following day, in Konoha village, at Konoha Hospital, a tall man with a mane of thick white hair stood beside the bed of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a nurse conducted an examination, she endured the intense gaze of the two men. The white-haired man was none other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. He and the third Hokage were leering at a young nurse entering the room, their expressions filled with a rather inappropriate eagerness. The nurse felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny. In her 3 years of work, she had never encountered such impolite patients. Had it not been for their status, she would have lost her temper long ago. Once the nurse left, their expressions returned to calmness. "Old man, why did you have to provoke that volatile Uchiha? Now I have to trouble you to summon the reverse summoning of the toad." Jiraiya complained, exasperated. "I'm nearly finished with my work. This battle has greatly drained my vitality. It is time to pass the Hokage position to you." The third Hokage replied, "Master, you know me well. I cannot endure constraints. To become Hokage would be akin to signing my own death warrant. Rest assured, when I encounter Uchiha Shisui, I will avenge you." Jiraiya deflected the third Hokage's invitation with jest. How could he, a disciple, become the fifth Hokage after his master as fourth Hokage? It seemed utterly absurd. Furthermore, even if he were to become Hokage, his master Sarutobi Hiruzen would not easily relinquish power. One could only say that the illustrious reputation of this teacher had faded with age. As Jiraiya pondered the pros and cons, he exited the hospital room. "Old man, take care and recuperate. It's been a long time since I returned to Konoha. I'll take a stroll." Same old, same old. The third Hokage sighed with a bitter smile, knowing that his disciple remained as unfocused as ever. In a narrow alley within the Hyuga clan streets, a figure cloaked in black appeared. It was Shisui, having arrived via the Flying Thunder God technique. Hyuga Kid had mentioned his daughter was within the Hyuga clan, and without hesitation, Shisui agreed to bring both her and Niji back. After all, if someone worked under Shisui, he would ensure they had no worries. Channeling the snake summoning technique, he gradually became transparent. Arriving at Nichi's residence, he found it much smaller than the residence of Hisashi, yet it exuded warmth. Young Niji was practicing the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, but it was evident his mind was elsewhere. "Father, you must return safely." Without further ado, Shisui knocked him unconscious and swiftly carried him out of Konoha. Let us see if you can produce a few little Byakugan for us, Uchiha." Shisui remarked with a mischievous grin, mimicking the tone of the Cloud Ninja during Hinata's abduction. He then proceeded to the address provided by Hyuga Kid, North Street, number 108. Indeed, this was the one. Scaling the wall, he entered to find a young girl of about 7 or 8 years old in the kitchen. Her pure white eyes were unmistakably a trait of the Hyuga clan, yet Kid had mentioned she lacked the talent to become a ninja. The girl's name was Hinata Aya. Are the children in the ninja world this mature? Shisui pondered. Quickly, he dismissed the thought, after all. Hinata had been navigating life alone since her father was taken by Danzo. Soon, she would enjoy a secure life. Repeating the same method he used on Niji, he knocked Hinata Aya unconscious. He then placed both children into a prepared wooden box, even creating a few ventilation holes to ensure they wouldn't suffocate. Before departing, he decided to indulge in Konoha's famous dango one last time. Chapter 49. An unexpected encounter with Jiraiya Shisui, burdened with an enormous wooden crate, traversed the streets of Konoha, attracting considerable attention. Fortunately, he had employed a transformation technique to disguise himself as an unremarkable middle-aged man, thus evading recognition from the villagers. Just after exiting the Konoha dumpling shop, Shisui spotted a figure even cuter than himself, with flowing white hair, a tall stature, and clad in a striking red cloak. The individual bore a massive scroll upon his back. This peculiar character was none other than Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya was leaning against the window of the women's bathhouse, peering inside with a lecherous grin, diligently recording the events occurring within using paper and pen. Shisui mused that he ought to provide Jiraiya with a camera, or perhaps ensure that such depravity was brought to justice. With that thought, he quickened his pace. aware that transformation techniques were not without their flaws. A powerful ninja, particularly one like Jiraiya, who had studied Sage Mode, would be acutely sensitive to fluctuations in chakra. Move swiftly, distance yourself from Jiraiya's perception, and utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return. Shisui wished to avoid any confrontation, especially considering the two burdens he carried on his back. Was there a disturbance in the chakra? Could it be that someone else was engaging in the same voyeuristic behavior? Jiraiya found the sudden surge of chakra curious. There should be no ninjutsu being employed in the vicinity of Konoha's residential area. Surely, it must be some pervert employing ninjutsu to spy on the women's bathhouse. Could it be the old man? The thought made Jiraiya chuckle. Don't be absurd. After my encounter with Shisui, the old man lost at least 10 years off his lifespan. If he had the energy to spy on a bathhouse, that would be truly terrifying. Jiraiya scanned his surroundings, observing the pedestrians below. Jisui's appearance, holding dumplings and lugging a massive crate, starkly contrasted with the villagers, making him look decidedly unorthodox. Upon locking onto Jisui, Jiraiya sensed a distinct chakra fluctuation emanating from him. Why would a friend of yours need to conceal his identity with a transformation technique in Konoha? After a brief assessment, Jiraiya leapt in front of Jisui with an exaggerated flourish. Konoha had recently endured a fierce battle, and the activities of spies from other villages were more frequent than in times of peace. Jisui stood speechless, having been discovered. It was rather embarrassing. How could Jiraiya so nonchalantly perform such a shameful act? Pray tell, who might you be? Without changing my name or altering my lineage, I am the legendary sage Jiraiya. Jiraiya proclaimed. If I am not mistaken, you were just spying on the women's bathhouse, correct? I was merely gathering material. Jisui's response shifted Jiraiya from an aggressive stance to a more passive one. He understood that spying on a bathhouse was hardly something to boast about. You are the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya? Jisui pressed on. Indeed, it seems you are familiar with my renowned name, Jiraiya beamed. If you know who I am, you should promptly. Before he could finish, Jisui interjected, Oh, esteemed Sannin Jiraiya, surely you wouldn't want your voyeuristic escapades to become common knowledge throughout Konoha, would you? A mischievous smile graced Jisui's face. Do you think the recent controversy surrounding the third Hokage was orchestrated by someone else? Jiraiya was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by Jisui's retort. The unfolding narrative was not supposed to develop this way. He had envisioned a scenario where, upon revealing his identity, the young ninja would prostrate himself before him. The thought that the entire village would be aware of his actions was indeed chilling. Though Jiraiya may be somewhat oblivious, his ninja instincts quickly honed in on the inconsistencies in Jisui's words, connecting the recent scandal regarding the third Hokage with the individual standing before him in disguise. You are Uchiha Shisui? Jisui was momentarily stunned, glancing at his flawless disguise. How had Jiraiya discerned his identity? I'm done hiding. I initially wished to interact with you as an ordinary person, but I confess, I am Uchiha Shisui. He resigned himself to the revelation, unperturbed by being recognized. Jiraiya, would you care to join me for some dumplings? He tentatively inquired. The prospect of encountering the one who had injured the old man excited Jiraiya, who appeared eager to impart some lessons. Yet, deep within, he pondered whether Jisui could indeed be the prophesied child spoken of by the sage toad. According to the third Hokage, Jisui had not only mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, but had also acquired Sage Mode from an unknown source. Coupled with Jisui's actions, Jiraiya surmised that he might very well be the one destined to usher in a transformative era for the shinobi world. While the previous prophesied child had met an untimely demise, the matter of vengeance against the old man was of lesser priority compared to the search for the prophesied one. Jisui, do you believe in fate? The question left Jisui momentarily bewildered. Are you, Jiraiya, also dabbling in fortune-telling? However, upon reflection, he realized that in the world of Hokage, the only character known for such prophecies was the great sage toad, whose dreams of a prophesied child had led Jiraiya on an endless quest for an elusive dream. Jiraiya, have you ever heard the saying? What saying? My destiny is determined by me, not by heaven. Jiraiya fell silent. Such words were reminiscent of the banter among male classmates during his ninja academy days. As he matured, he had long since outgrown that adolescent naivety. I am not the so-called prophesied child destined to change the shinobi world. Nor do I have any interest in pursuing the dreams of an old toad for a lifetime. How do you know this? Can you guess where I learned my sage mode? Jisui replied enigmatically, prompting Jiraiya to weave elaborate theories in his mind. He concocted numerous plausible explanations for Jisui's actions, Jisui's sage mode must have been acquired from the Dragon Cave or another sacred place, where its master had a close relationship with the great sage Toad. Countless reasonable theories flooded Jiraiya's mind. Ignoring Jisui's advice, he became increasingly convinced that Jisui was indeed the prophesied child. Jisui-kun, I believe we should have a serious discussion. Setting aside the relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha, and consider the future of the entire shinobi world. Flying Thunder God Technique. Jisui formed a hand sign and activated the technique, returning to the Uchiha migration group. As Jiraiya watched Jisui suddenly vanish, he noted that despite their differing appearances, Jisui was somewhat handsome, but with an exaggerated nose compared to his disciple, Minato. There was an uncanny resemblance in their presence. Undeterred by the similarities, Jiraiya resolved to embark on a quest to find Jisui. Jisui-kun, we must have a proper conversation. Chapter 50. Shockingly. Shisui's eyes awakened after a century. The sky was high and the clouds were light, the weather splendid. Shisui returned to the Uchiha convoy in a remarkably good mood. At this pace, they would reach their destination, the land of rice, in 3 days. Upon entering the carriage where Itachi lay, he activated a healing talisman once more to mend Itachi's condition. Shisui. Itachi felt rather uncomfortable. This was the second time Shisui had treated him. Noticing Shisui's pallor, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern and stepped forward to support him. There is no need for gratitude, Itachi. Your dedication to our clan is the greatest reward I could ask for, Shisui reassured, effortlessly winning hearts with his words. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Itachi, they stepped outside the carriage. Now fully healed, Itachi felt invigorated and decided it was unnecessary to remain inside. Fugaku, has Sasuke awakened his eyes? Shisui inquired as he approached the front of the line where Fugaku was leading. They are preserved, Fugaku replied, pulling out a glass vial filled with a green solution. Sorrow evident in his eyes, just like when he fell. 2 crimson Sharingan eyes floated within the green liquid, their scare marred with blood vessels. Shisui regarded the Sharingan for a moment before saying, let them be for Sasuke. He will need them when he matures. Fugaku, unaware of the secrets of the eternal Manjiki, merely viewed them as a backup for Sasuke, knowing the risks of blindness from overuse. Fugaku, the pressing concern is Sasuke's upbringing. His talent is exceptional. But the truth about Itachi, will it create a rift within the clan? Shisui pondered, recognizing Sasuke as the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. If nurtured properly, he could become a formidable asset. But would the Uchiha clan, having survived, still have the potential to grow stronger? This indeed posed a thoughtful dilemma. It seemed essential to invite Naruto over once the village was established. The reincarnations of Indra and Ashura would inevitably attract each other, leading to conflict. Sasuke, for your growth. I truly worry, Shisui mused. Suddenly, Fugaku spoke with shocking news. Sasuke already knows about Itachi's betrayal. Can he accept it? How did you explain it to him? Shisui questioned. Bewildered. During the battle with Itachi, I brought Sasuke along to witness firsthand. How could you? Are you not concerned about how he might handle it? Itachi, despite his actions, is still Sasuke's brother. Shisui had never envisioned that path. Shisui, you must understand, the Uchiha emotions run deep. If mishandled, they can morph into hatred. Sasuke's most beloved person is Itachi. If I do not reveal the complete truth to him, he will become consumed by obsession. Shisui cautiously asked, so has Sasuke come to terms with it? He has awakened the Manjiki, but he has been feverish ever since. Are you joking, clan leader? A 6-year-old with the Manjiki? While the system enhances Uchiha talents, this is still alarming. Shisui was left dumbfounded. In the original story, Sasuke awakened a single Tomo after his clan was slaughtered. And now he had achieved the Manjiki after witnessing Itachi's death? Transplanting Itachi's eyes into him would grant him the eternal Manjiki. Was this not too simplistic? However, since awakening his eyes, Sasuke had remained unconscious, still burning with fever. I just knew the Manjiki was not easily mastered. Each stage of the Sharingan requires an appropriate amount of chakra, physical condition, and mental fortitude to adapt. Sasuke clearly cannot withstand the overwhelming power of the Manjiki. Why not just come to me directly, Fugaku? Your secret techniques come with a price, and since Sasuke is not in life-threatening danger, how could I bring it up? Shisui covered his forehead with his hand, revealing a helpless expression. This is absurd. Under normal circumstances, Sasuke is destined to be the Uchiha's strongest asset for the next decade. If something were to go awry, could you, as a mere clan leader, bear the consequences? Sasuke is in that carriage, and the journey is long. The Mangeki issues won't resolve themselves easily. Take me to see him, Fugaku. Inside the carriage where Sasuke lay, he was positioned in the center, covered with a thin blanket. While Makoto looked on, filled with worry. Having just lost one son, the thought of losing another was unbearable. Sasuke lay there, a towel on his forehead to reduce his fever, his expression one of distress, occasionally murmuring Itachi's name. The bumpy journey had taken its toll on him. This is dire. Shisui lamented, seeing his comrade's son in such a state while Fugaku remained unfazed outside. Makoto's plight was palpable. Shisui activated the healing talisman, directing its power towards Sasuke. Gradually, the pain etched on Sasuke's face dissipated, his breathing steadied, and he ceased his murmurs. Makoto reached out, gently touching Sasuke's forehead. Feeling his temperature return to normal. Shisui, I don't know how to thank you, she sobbed, embracing Sasuke. In the past few days, she had endured too much. The heart of a parent is truly a heavy burden, and Shisui was at a loss for words. He remained silent, knowing that eliminating Itachi had been his own strategy, yet he could not forget that Makoto was still Sasuke's mother. Chapter 51, Obito revealed. A man adorned with a swirling mask slowly emerged near the Uchiha convoy. Uchiha, you have truly surprised me. Through the intelligence provided by Black Zetsu, Obito had learned that within the Uchiha clan, 5 pairs of Mangeki Sharingan had awakened, with one possessing the ability to manipulate time. However, its user had already lost sight in one eye. Obito pondered how to utilize the Uchiha clan as effectively as the Mist Village had. For the past few months, he had predominantly resided in Mist. The so-called Blood Mist was his own meticulous orchestration, and the third Mizukage had become nothing more than a puppet in his hands. Obito was quite satisfied with this achievement, having successfully acquired the Three Tails, bringing him one step closer to his Moon Eye plan. Lin, I will create a world with you in it. Obito roared internally. After a moment of fury, he quickly regained his composure. He thought of someone, Uchiha Shisui, who had previously struck a deal with him. Gaining control over the Uchiha clan could start with Shisui. Without hesitation, he decided to test the waters with Shisui. Obito activated his space-time jutsu, engulfing his entire being into the void, and the next moment, he silently appeared before the Uchiha forces. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The Uchiha ninjas were startled by Obito's sudden appearance and quickly assumed battle stances against this unexpected and peculiar ninja. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu, the classic probing technique of the Uchiha clan. However, enhanced by Shisui's abilities, even a regular Uchiha could unleash formidable power. Kamui. Obito effortlessly evaded the attack. The Uchiha higher-ups hurriedly arrived, and the elite Jonin surrounded him. The elder was the first to notice Obito's Sharingan. Hold your fire. He is a member of the Uchiha clan. The elder commanded. Shisui observed from the side, uncertain of Obito's intentions. As long as he was present, Obito could not harm any Uchiha present. This was the confidence Shisui had gained from mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. I am Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Obito declared with imposing authority. The younger ninjas were taken aback. Madara Uchiha? The legendary ninja who, alongside the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, founded the Hidden Leaf Village. Is Uchiha Madara, from the Warring States period, truly still alive? The reactions of the crowd pleased Obito, even if it was mere intimidation. It was effective. Madara Uchiha is merely a traitor to the Uchiha clan, the second elder scoffed. Such a story. The younger Uchiha, who had just been marveling at Madara, now became your spectators. I'm not entirely certain, but it is a long tale. Faced with the inquiries of the Uchiha, the second elder faltered. He had only heard snippets from his father. In the face of the Uchiha clan's misfortunes, I, Uchiha Madara, cannot stand idly by. Since I have returned, I will surely lead the Uchiha clan to glory. Obito passionately delivered his speech among the Uchiha, expecting them to be moved to tears. Who do you think you are? You're left with just one eye and still dare to lecture the Uchiha clan. Is your vision impaired? Aside from the death of a single traitor, who else from the Uchiha clan has perished in battle? The Uchiha ninjas retorted, ridiculing Obito. He had anticipated that his timely support would be appreciated. Yet these individuals seemed utterly ungrateful. When did I, Uchiha Madara, become a mere figure to be mocked? Obito glared at the crowd with displeasure. Hit him. How dare he be so arrogant? Beat him until he spits out yesterday's leftovers. The Uchiha shouted, though no one dared to act, as the true authority, Shisui, had yet to speak, and the clan leader was hesitant to issue commands. Very well, you have successfully ignited my wrath. Obito fumed. Hold on. Madara-senpai. They are simply ignorant. Do not take it to heart, Shisui quickly intervened, realizing that Obito was easily provoked, although he was not afraid of him. Engaging with Obito at this moment was not strategically sound. It was better to wait for the system to issue a task. This is the genuine Uchiha Madara. Brothers, who else but Madara can possess such extraordinary ocular techniques? Perhaps many of you are not familiar with Madara's deeds. This part has been omitted for brevity. In summary, Uchiha Madara had fought throughout his life since the Warring States period and was undoubtedly a respected elder. Upon hearing Shisui's words, Obito nodded slightly, realizing that Shisui seemed to understand Madara even better than he did. Obito, am I correct? Shisui asked, slightly flustered. Having realized he had spoken too much. Madara-senpai, did you know? There was a young boy in the Uchiha clan who greatly admired you, but unfortunately, he died during the Third Great Ninja War. The situation worsened with every word. Could this masked man truly be Obito? Hey, did anyone confirm Obito's death? The Uchiha began to speculate, recalling the lackluster Obito from their memories. Damn it. Everyone, silence. Shisui shouted. Can't you see Madara-senpai has something to say? Obito's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. What a mess. I was so close to tricking this fool into doing my bidding, he cursed internally. This bastard has seen through my identity from the start. Obito seethed. What does his previous offer mean? Was it all a game? Madara-senpai, the younger generation is foolish. Please do not hold it against them. Shisui desperately attempted to maintain his facade. Upon hearing this, Obito's patience snapped. Kamui. He sought to escape this disheartening and awkward situation. As Obito began to phase out, he heard Shisui's voice once more. Obito, following Uchiha Madara will lead you nowhere. Consider working for me instead, with proper benefits. With Shisui's words, Obito's composure further crumbled. He realized Shisui had been aware all along. Damn it. He has been playing the fool all this time. Ignoring Shisui's suggestion, he accelerated his phasing out. He had already lost this battle of wills, and it was a complete defeat. I, Uchiha Obito, will surely return. The next time I come back, I will have the entire Uchiha clan under my feet. Chapter 52. The Daimyo's Mansion of the Land of Rice after escorting Obito away. The Uchiha convoy moved at a leisurely pace, finally reaching the borders of the Land of Rice after 3 days of travel. Ah, at last. You are now a completely free individual, Shisui remarked, casting a satisfied glance at the last Hyuga ninja who had been released from the cage. During their journey, he had taken the opportunity to liberate the caged ninjas. As for highwaymen, they were no threat, although the ninja world was fraught with peril. Who among the bandits would dare to rob such formidable Uchiha? It would be tantamount to courting death. In fact, some bandits even offered supplies to the Uchiha convoy, eager to expedite the departure of these lethal figures. Have you found it yet? Shisui inquired. Brother Shisui, there are very few in our Uchiha clan knowledgeable in geological exploration. Just one person. However, there are a few elders who understand farming. Shisui intended to identify agricultural talents within the Uchiha, but the results were disheartening. Those who had long resided in Konoha had forgotten the art of cultivation, as the village's economy had flourished, rendering self-sufficiency in food a challenge. Over half of the ordinary Uchiha were engaged in blacksmithing, and the blades produced by their clan were of remarkable quality throughout the ninja world. Very well. Let us make blacksmithing the primary source of income for our village, Tamaki suggested. In Hidden Village? Brother Shisui, have you already chosen a name without consulting the elders? Shisui interrupted, jesting. Do I, the true voice of the Uchiha, need to confer with others? You shall be the Flame Shadow. Shisui stated casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Brother Shisui, I fear I still need to gain some experience. Shisui remained silent, asserting his authority. If I say you can, then you can. If I say you cannot, then even if you try, it will not suffice. Tamaki. Ensure that our clansmen are settled nearby. I will return shortly, Shisui commanded. At the border between the Land of Rice and the Land of Fire, a vast plain stretched before him, with the forest behind and several quaint villages dotting the horizon. Although they appeared modest, the villagers were content, smoke rising from their chimneys, suggesting a life of peace and prosperity. Shisui activated the ox seal, channeling power into his legs. The principle behind body flicker technique is to enhance leg muscles with chakra, increasing explosive power for swift movement. With the ox seal's enhancement, Shisui's speed doubled, allowing him to utilize the technique effortlessly. In a mere 30 minutes, guided by the map, Shisui arrived at the daimyo's mansion in the Land of Rice. While its prosperity could not compare to Konoha, the smiles on the faces of its residents indicated a contented life. It appeared that the daimyo of the land of rice might be a good person. Contemplating a plan to employ genjutsu on the daimyo, Shisui decided to observe the situation first. "Excuse me, could you direct me to the daimyo's mansion?" Shisui asked a passerby. "Young man, are you here in response to the summons to treat the princess?" The man inquired eagerly. Shisui produced a banknote from his pocket. The currency of the land of fire, widely accepted in the land of rice due to its high credibility. The man's demeanor changed instantly. "Ah, you are well informed. The daimyo's beloved daughter had fallen ill with a peculiar ailment. What was merely a common fever had worsened day by day, leaving her increasingly frail. And the local physicians were at a loss. The daimyo had spread the word that whoever could cure her would be rewarded with the treasured sword, Kaze no Kin." Upon hearing this, Shisui smiled knowingly, realizing the disparity in medical advancements across the ninja world. While some regions had embraced modernity with telephones and televisions, others were still mired in ancient practices. The medical system in the land of rice was far from the advancements seen in Konoha, lingering in an era reminiscent of shamanistic healing. With this revelation, Shisui felt a surge of opportunity. After receiving directions from the man, he made his way to the daimyo's mansion. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a historic Japanese castle that exuded an aura of antiquity. Upon entering, despite the presence of guards and ninjas, Shisui's stealth rendered him undetectable. As he scoured the vast mansion, impatience grew. There were simply too many rooms to search. "The man told me the daimyo is seeking a doctor for his daughter. Surely I could approach the gatekeeper for an introduction." Shisui mused, reappearing at the entrance. "Excuse me, gatekeeper. I hear the princess is ill and the daimyo seeks a physician. I possess some knowledge of medicine." Before Shisui could finish, the guard ushered him through a side door. "You may proceed this way." Shisui frowned slightly. Although he remained courteous, he felt a lack of respect for his position. However, his irritation soon dissipated. "Goodness, there are so many people. Do I really have to wait in line to treat the princess?" The crowd before him numbered at least 50, each dressed in distinct attire, instantly recognizable as representatives of various medical schools. "This is overwhelming. How long must I wait?" Shisui thought, feeling exasperated by the prospect of waiting. "Quacks! Get out of here. Do not let me see your faces again." A furious voice echoed through the courtyard. The speaker was none other than the daimyo of the land of rice, a man of modest height, around 5 feet tall, with a goat beard and a stern countenance that belied his 50-odd years. Despite his usual composure, the gravity of his daughter's illness and the arrival of these inept physicians had frayed his patience. He had received absurd prescriptions, including pairs of crickets, winter reeds, and other bizarre remedies. Chapter 53. What an odd name is Ram. Shisui extricated himself from the long queue of people, weaving his way towards the princess. There, he beheld a strikingly beautiful woman reclined upon a Japanese tatami mat, her figure obscured beneath a heavy blanket. Her complexion was pallid, and beads of sweat continuously surfaced on her brow, punctuated by intermittent coughs. "Esteemed lord, might you enlighten me regarding the princess's ailment?" Shisui inquired. "Even the esteemed Dr. Baitaro cannot remedy her condition. What can a mere youth like you possibly achieve?" One of the servants retorted. "Step aside. Attending to the princess's health requires an orderly approach. Do you not comprehend? You hardly seem versed in the healing arts. Should you fail, and any misfortune befall the princess under your care, will you bear the consequences?" Interjected a waiting country doctor, his tone laced with discontent. As for Baitaro, he was the reputed physician recommended by the servant, who would earn a substantial reward should the princess's malady be cured. Everyone had patiently queued. So why should this peculiar young man with an unusual nose be allowed to cut in? Most of the doctors in line were merely gambling on a stroke of luck, for it was a promise from the ruler of a nation. Should they succeed in healing the princess, their futures would be secured. Before the lord could speak, the servants were already agitated. Shisui spoke calmly, pushing aside the servant obstructing his path. "The original cricket, Winter S. Reed, sugarcane aged 3 frosts. Pray tell, esteemed Dr. Baitaro, from whence did you derive this prescription?" Shisui jested. "Such absurd concoctions. Are you attempting to concoct elixirs?" A great Eastern writer of old once stated, "A doctor who does not aspire to be a sorcerer is not a good charlatan." "Who are you calling a charlatan?" the young man retorted, his bravado evident. "Calm yourself, young one." The servant and Baitaro were visibly flustered, as he indeed lacked medical expertise, having gleaned his prescriptions from an ancient tome. The lord of the Tianshi province discerned the peculiarity of the prescription, but chose to maintain an image of humility and decorum, lest he execute every physician who failed to heal. If he were to behead all the incompetent doctors, Who would dare to treat his family in the future? Remove him. Proceed according to protocol, the Lord commanded, studying the young man before him with a keen eye. Perhaps he possessed some merit after all. According to protocol, the servant's eyes widened in astonishment. The normally benevolent Lord had suddenly opted for strict adherence to the rules. Baitaro's fate was likely to end in execution. Deceiving a lord was a grave offense in any realm. However, Baitaro himself appeared indifferent. The protocol he spoke of merely entailed a few days in prison, a frequent occurrence for him. The servant understood his fate, a beating followed by expulsion from the Tianshi Lord's estate, never to return. For him, as an intermediary, this punishment was neither too harsh nor too lenient. Yet, emboldened by the Lord's authority, he had relished his position, and losing the Lord's protection would spell his doom. The thought instilled a sense of dread within him. Resolving to take action, he summoned his courage, breaking free from the guard's grasp and charging towards Jishui. Who gave you the audacity? Jishui was astonished at the servant's boldness, but it was of no consequence, as the rogue's servant lunged at Jishui with wild punches. Jishui met him with a single decisive blow, his gaze unwavering as it remained fixed on the Lord. With a resounding thud, Jishui's fist connected with the servant's cheek, sending blood and teeth flying from his mouth as he was hurled several meters away. Jishui deemed this wretch despicable for seeking him out unprovoked, but felt that the punishment was sufficient. Is it customary for your household servants to display such a lack of decorum? Jishui remarked, unfazed. I sincerely apologize. It appears I have failed in my duties, causing distress to our esteemed guests. Young man, may I inquire your name? After treating my daughter, I assure you I shall bestow a reward, regardless of the outcome. Simply call me Jishui. The Lord, observing Jishui's articulate manner and decisive action, resolved that even if this young man could not cure his daughter, it was prudent to cultivate a rapport, striving not to offend him. It appeared that the Lord of the Tianshi province was indeed reasonable. Jishui approached the princess to assess her condition. Though he was not a physician, he quickly recognized her affliction as the infamous ailment of past tuberculosis. Have you coughed up blood? Has this symptom persisted for nearly a month? Jishui articulated a series of observations, each resonating with the Lord's nods of affirmation. This young man possessed genuine knowledge. His insight stemmed from a lecture on tuberculosis prevention he had attended in a past life. The weather is mild. The blanket you have placed upon her is excessively heavy. Cannot you see she is sweating? He continued. The numerous individuals in this chamber hinder air circulation. Her ailment concerns respiration, and restricted airflow will exacerbate her condition. With that, Jishui opened a nearby window. The Lord furrowed his brow, pondering if his daughter's illness was merely a chill. What if she caught a cold? Esteemed Lord, I possess a method to save the princess, but it is a family secret and must remain unseen by outsiders. Kindly have the guards and doctors step aside. The guards and servants complied without hesitation, as the Lord's commands were absolute. However, the doctors at the door expressed discontent. A family secret? You seem more like a family charlatan. Esteemed Lord, you must remain vigilant. This man is no ordinary individual. Leaving him alone with the princess could pose a danger. Hearing the voices of caution, the Lord hesitated, realizing that leaving his unmarried daughter alone with a stranger was indeed inappropriate. Then I shall take my leave. Let them attend to you, Jishui declared, nonchalantly strolling towards the exit. Mr. Jishui, please, allow me, as her father, to remain. No. Jishui continued onward without a moment's hesitation. Very well, but I implore you, Mr. Jishui, to expedite the treatment of my daughter. Jishui turned back. Time is of the essence. A single injection will suffice for a while. Chapter 54. The daimyo's investment within Shisui's heart. An insidious thought took root as the crowd dispersed. He approached the princess, invoking the Horse Talisman. A verdant glow enveloped her entirely. The pallor that had once dominated her visage gradually yielded to a rosy hue. Her breath steadied, and even the muscle weakness from prolonged illness dissipated entirely. As the princess opened her eyes, her gaze immediately fell upon the unremarkable young man who had healed her. Did you cure my ailment? My name is Rem. May I ask for yours? Faced with this unfamiliar man who had appeared in her chamber, Rem exhibited no anxiety, only profound curiosity. Remington. Who named you? Shisui could not help but scoff. Was the daimyo of the land of Rice well versed in the culture of the land of lightning? In the world of Naruto, only the land of lightning's culture seemed to favor the features of foreign nationals. As Rem rose, she left Shisui momentarily speechless. The sight was overwhelming. Clad in a sheer nightgown, her ample bosom dazzled Shisui's eyes painfully. Realizing her impropriety, Rem hastily retreated to a nearby chamber. Minutes later, She emerged adorned in a kimono, her face alight with curiosity. What is your name? How old are you? Are you married? Faced with a barrage of inquiries, Shisui felt a twinge of impatience. Even if you were a beauty, it would not sway me. The two engaged in a casual exchange about the state of the land of rice. The daimyo bore the surname Tanaka, named Yamashita, as legend had it that the land of rice, devoid of mountains, was bestowed with a name suggesting elevation, hoping he would embody the stature of a mountain. Shisui remained speechless. Was the naming convention in the land of rice this capricious? Tanaka, you may enter, Shisui called out. Upon hearing Shisui's voice, the daimyo took a deep breath, having anxiously paced outside. Should any peculiar sounds arise from within, he would have stormed in with his guards. My precious daughter, you are finally well. The daimyo's spirit soared upon witnessing his daughter's recovery, rejuvenating him as if he were a decade younger. After a brief reunion, the daimyo's attention shifted to Shisui. Young man, you have healed my princess. State your demands, and within my means, I shall fulfill them, be it treasures or beauties, or splendid estates. A crooked smile graced Shisui's lips, revealing a signature smirk. Tanaka, my full name is Uchiha Shisui. What did you say? You dare address a sovereign by name? Wait, you claim to be Uchiha? The name Uchiha resonated throughout the ninja world. The daimyo found himself in a quandary. What could the Uchiha clan's objectives be in a humble nation like his? News of the Uchiha clan's defection had reached only those nations with robust intelligence networks. Leaving the land of rice in the dark, I wish to establish a ninja village in the land of rice, Injetsu village, led by the Uchiha clan, Shisui stated calmly. The daimyo's eyes widened in disbelief. Am I dreaming? It is said the Uchiha clan is notoriously proud. Why would they cast their eyes upon a small nation like ours? The Uchiha have fled from Konoha? What would be the Fire Country's stance should I accept them? The daimyo dared not ponder further. Shisui discerned the turmoil within the daimyo's heart. Establishing a ninja village in the land of rice would undoubtedly provoke the animosity of the Fire Country, given that the Uchiha's defection had indirectly weakened its power. Tanaka, your overt support for the Uchiha's establishment of a ninja village is unnecessary. Discreet assistance will suffice. Upon hearing this, the daimyo exhaled in relief. Thankfully, no outrageous demands had been made. The sooner Injetsu village is established, the better. Tanaka, it would be ideal if you could provide 1,000 carpenters, 1,000 stonemasons, and 1,000 tons of timber and stone, and a parcel of land that is both accessible and fertile. Shisui's enthusiasm mounted with each word, and perhaps 1,000 beauties. For we Uchiha can surely produce many little red-eyed children. The daimyo's expression darkened. While Shisui's demands were not exorbitant, they would stretch the resources of the land of rice. Damn, this fellow has come prepared. Each of Shisui's conditions dangled just at the threshold of what the land of rice could afford. At most, we can provide 800 individuals, and I can only offer 2/3 of the materials requested. The daimyo's last condition stirred his interest. The might of the Sharingan was renowned throughout the ninja world. Should the Uchiha clan flourish in the land of rice, their dominance in the ninja world would be imminent. No, it must be as I say. One cannot expect to reap rewards without contributing effort. My conditions have been tailored to the realities of the land of rice. Shisui declared. Fail to meet my terms, and it matters not. The Uchiha have their own reserves. As he spoke, Shisui unleashed his chakra, an overwhelming force that shattered several windows. His silence spoke volumes. I have not only saved your daughter, I am a boon to the land of rice. And my strength is undeniable. Today, Tanaka Yamashita, you shall acquiesce, whether you wish to or not. The ninjas of the daimyo's estate sensed the terrifying chakra and found themselves utterly immobilized. Shisui's strength surpassed their wildest imaginations among a dozen ninjas. The strongest was merely an elite Chenin, and collectively, they could not withstand even a single hand of Shisui's. Withdraw. Do not be rude. Though the daimyo was drenched in sweat from Shisui's imposing aura, he commanded his subordinates to retreat. In the presence of a top-tier power, these men were merely fodder. The land of Qingyuan was fertile, located 50 kilometers from the daimyo's estate. The daimyo of the land of rice acquiesced to Shisui's demands. There was no arguing with Shisui. Not only was his martial prowess unparalleled, but he had also rendered a significant favor. With the sponsorship secured, the first round of angel investment was complete. The initial step towards establishing the ninja village had been resolved. I thank you, Tanaka, for your invaluable support. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the entire Uchiha clan. Do not mention it. We shall all be family soon enough. So what is there to be modest about? Tanaka thought to himself, bemused by Shisui's audacity. After exchanging pleasantries, Tanaka said, "Dear brother Shisui, please inform me in advance when the Uchiha clan arrives in the land of rice, so I may prepare the craftsmen." Very soon. Without allowing the daimyo to finish, Shisui activated the Flying Thunder God technique, eager to witness the establishment of Enjetsu village. Chapter 55, The Elected Flame Shadow. 3 days later. Shisui led the Uchiha clan members to the designated Qingyuan village, arranged by the feudal lord of the land of rice. Qingyuan village, as it was named, was essentially a small settlement established by the river, comprising dozens of households. The agricultural resources were abundant, with crystal-clear waters flowing nearby. The transportation was relatively developed, with the bustling capital of the land of rice only a few dozen kilometers away. For ninjas, it was merely a half-day journey to arrive comfortably. Is this truly the new home for the Uchiha clan? Tianming inquired with a look of hope. The Uchiha clansmen engaged in animated discussions among themselves. In Konoha, they had faced considerable hostility. Both ninjas and ordinary citizens regarded the Uchiha as synonymous with evil. Tianming, please organize everyone for a rest. The artisans from the land of rice will be arriving shortly. We need to work swiftly with them to establish the foundational structures of Yin village, Shisui commanded. The artisans dispatched by the feudal lord were expected to arrive today with prepared materials to assist the Uchiha clan in building Yin village. From a distance, a large convoy of carts and horses was indeed approaching Qingyuan village. Not only was the number considerable, but they also brought with them a significant quantity of construction materials, creating a grand spectacle. The ground trembled beneath the weight of the massive procession. Within half an hour, the artisans from the land of rice stood before Shisui. Honorable Ninja Lord, greetings. I am Yugu Naoya, the craftsman sent by the feudal lord to assist the Uchiha clan in establishing the ninja village. The leader of the artisans introduced himself. He was a robust, middle-aged man whose demeanor was quite fitting, leaving a favorable first impression on Shisui. He appeared to be a diligent and honest worker. Tianming, please take charge of the arrangements. You will be responsible for liaising with Brother Yugu and coordinating the clan members' work. The sooner we finish, the better. Let those skilled in earth release step forward. Although the Uchiha clan had only a handful of ninjas with earth release chakra affinity, a small number would suffice for establishing a small village. I am Uchiha Tianming. In Yin village, feel free to approach me with any matters, Tianming declared. The artisan leader, having worked in society for many years, quickly understood that this young man named Uchiha Tianming held significant status within the Uchiha clan and was likely being groomed as Shishui's successor. I will count on you, young brother Tianming, in the future. You are too kind. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they began discussing specific project details. Shisui, deciding not to intrude further, wandered aimlessly. Even several elders were utilizing earth release techniques to dig foundations for the houses. Fujitaka had donned work attire and was hauling timber. The Uchiha clan truly exhibited earnestness. Shisui smirked slightly, realizing that the entire Uchiha clan had turned into mere onlookers. Approaching Fujitaka, he said, Brother Fujitaka, gather all clan members at 8 o'clock tonight for a family meeting. Shisui, I was just about to discuss something with you. Fujitaka's expression was one of discomfort, his face turning a shade of purple as he hesitated to speak. After conferring with several elders, we have decided to pass the position of clan leader to you. He did not seek power for its own sake. Rather, he understood that the responsibilities associated with the leadership role were numerous. It would be difficult for Shisui, being so young, to pursue his own development after taking on the mantle of clan leader. Shisui maintained a calm demeanor, his heart showing no signs of turbulence. He had long anticipated that Fujitaka would eventually bestow this responsibility upon him, whether he voiced it or not. I'm content to be the behind-the-scenes decision-maker of the Uchiha clan, Shisui thought to himself. He could not allow himself to become a family man at such a young age. He still wished to roam the entire ninja world. Clan leader, you are in your prime. I am still young and need to gain experience. However, Shisui, your capabilities. There is no need for further discussion. Clan leader, just summon all Uchiha clan members tonight for the family meeting. I have important matters to announce. Shisui reverted his address to Fujitaka from Brother Fujitaka back to clan leader. Not even a dog can be a clan leader. As night fell, although the Uchiha clan was somewhat fatigued from a day's labor, their spirits remained high. Setting aside the hard work, the prospect of building a home of their own was exhilarating enough. What do you think the clan leader will discuss in the meeting? Who knows? Perhaps he just wants to encourage us to work harder? In casual conversation, They portrayed Fujitaka as an unsympathetic figure, an exploitative capitalist indifferent to the struggles of the laborers. Just then, Fujitaka passed behind those speaking. Damn. Good-natured Shisui takes the credit, while I bear the blame, he thought to himself. Everyone, please be quiet. Once the Uchiha clan members had gathered, Shisui wasted no time, channeling chakra into his throat and proclaiming loudly. Our Uchiha clan has achieved a significant victory in the battle against Konoha. However, the Konoha side will undoubtedly not relent so easily. I hope all ninjas will train diligently and awaken their Manjiki Sharingan to contribute to our clan. At present, the Manjiki Sharingan was no longer a secret within the Uchiha clan. Even the inexperienced Genin were aware that there existed a form beyond the three-tomo Sharingan, the Manjiki. To uphold the traditions and principles of our Uchiha clan, and to deepen the fruits of our recent victory, we have decided to establish a ninja village led by the Uchiha clan, Yanin Village. Shisui continued. Yanin Village, what a splendid name. The Uchiha clan excels in fire release, symbolically placing us above the land of fire. The Uchiha clan would surely revive the glory of the Warring States era. Shishui's words ignited fervent discussions among the clan members. Just a month prior, what seemed an unattainable dream had transformed into reality within a matter of days. Every Uchiha present felt their blood surge. They were the architects of history. How exhilarating it was. Countless years hence, the Uchiha present would be immortalized in the annals of Yanin Village, becoming legends. With excitement mounting, the members involuntarily activated their Sharingan. A Genin single tomo rapidly evolved into a double tomo, fueled by emotion. Even a young Jainin witnessed his three-tomo directly evolve into the Manjiki. Envious glances from fellow Uchiha surrounded him. When did awakening the Manjiki become so effortless? Shisui remained speechless, pondering how the awakening of the Manjiki had become as simple as quenching one's thirst. The system's enhancement of the Uchiha clan's innate abilities was indeed somewhat flawed. He believed that it would not be long before Yanin Village emerged as the strongest ninja village in the entire ninja world. Quiet down. This time. Shishui's voice was soft yet carried an undeniable resonance, his words gaining increasing weight in the hearts of the Uchiha clan. As the saying goes, a leader is essential in any group. A village cannot thrive without a shadow. Thus, I have decided to appoint Uchiha Tianming as the flame shadow of Yanin Village. Shishui's proclamation fell like a stone cast upon a still pond, creating ripples of fervent discussion among the crowd. Tianming is so young, his experience is lacking. I question his eligibility for the position of Flame Shadow. You have never worked under Captain Tianming. Refrain from speaking out of ignorance. I believe Tianming is more than capable. In the battle against the traitor Uchiha Itachi, he contributed the most, even losing one eye in the process. Tianming's left eye is currently shrouded in a patch, and the matter of restoring his sight has been entrusted to him by Shisui, who advised him to keep this ability to pause time as a hidden card. I believe he is still quite young and requires further experience. I am far more qualified. I scarcely wish to speak of you. Below the stage, the Uchiha clan members engaged in fervent discussions, with approximately half of the Uchiha ninjas supporting Tianming's ascent. The remaining ninjas appeared to be equally divided, with one half maintaining a neutral stance and the other half opposing. Tianming felt somewhat flabbergasted, not anticipating such widespread support from his clan. He chose to disregard the opposing voices. Shisui, too, opted to overlook the dissent, firmly believing that he was the most prominent figure in the Uchiha clan, rendering any opposition futile. Shisui, we all stand behind your decision. Although Tianming is still quite young and lacking in experience, we, the elders, shall wholeheartedly assist him, the elders proclaimed in unison. Meanwhile, Fugaku quietly supported the elders from the sidelines, contemplating if the clan leader would also endorse Tianming. Thus, the matter was settled. While our Hidden Flame village is predominantly composed of the Uchiha clan, it is certain that other ninjas will join as well. Given the demanding nature of the affairs, the esteemed Fugaku shall continue to serve as our clan leader. Applause erupted as the Uchiha members discerned Fugaku's desire to step back, and Shisui's words effectively quelled his intentions. Everyone has worked hard today. Rest well, for tomorrow we shall rise early to continue building the new Hidden Flame village and fortifying the Uchiha. Chapter 56. Eternal Kaleidoscope. The following day, in the early morning, Shisui activated his snake seal and entered a state of invisibility. He then formed hand seals and sensed the flying thunder god coordinates within the Hokage's office. In an instant, he arrived inside the Hokage building. The long-distance use of flying thunder god indeed consumed a considerable amount of chakra, This particular feat depleted a third of Shisui's chakra. Shisui had 3 objectives for his return to the Hidden Leaf Village: to utterly crush the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and acquire the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan; to stealthily obtain the forbidden jutsu sealing scrolls and learn the 8 gates technique; and finally, to abduct Naruto. Having outlined his plan, Shisui set forth. The Hokage's office was devoid of the Hokage's presence. Then I shall commence with the second objective, Shisui muttered to himself. He deduced that the location of the sealing scrolls was within the Hokage building itself. The forbidden techniques were not entirely invisible. The reason for their prohibition was merely due to their overwhelming power, which the third Hokage wished to prevent the commoners from learning, thereby artificially creating a class barrier. Some exceptionally talented or gifted civilian ninjas were sometimes selected by Hiruzen to learn techniques suitable for them. Shisui scoured the entire Hokage building and ultimately arrived at a data room guarded by 3 Umbu. 1 guard and 2 sentries made it nearly impossible to extract the forbidden scrolls without causing a disturbance. In the original narrative, Naruto was able to easily carry away the sealing scrolls due to the third Hokage's deliberate oversight. Per Naruto, manipulated by the cunning old man, would now be rescued by me. The justice filled Shisui. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Shisui activated his Sharingan. The 3 Tomo spun wildly, and a simple Genjutsu incapacitated the 3 Umbu guards. Silently, they fell victim to the illusion before they even realized what had befallen them. Entering the data room, Shisui found the sealing scroll standing upright on the central table, surrounded by shelves filled with numerous documents collected by the Hidden Leaf over the years, such as detailed analysis of leaf fluid technique, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, things you didn't know, and essentials of leaf-style Genjutsu. Shisui stuffed a few useful tomes into his pocket. Fire release, great fireball technique, he muttered, incinerating the unnecessary documents for ease of transport. After securing the sealing scroll on his back, Shisui proceeded to the hospital. Surely, the old man was recuperating there. As expected, the third Hokage was in the hospital. Leering at the nurse who was changing his drip. Much older than before, Shisui surmised that this was likely a side effect of the Reaper death seal. Without hesitation, Shisui approached the bed of the third Hokage while still invisible. He sat directly on Hiruzen Sarutobi, gripping the collar of his hospital gown. "You old fool," he exclaimed, launching an onslaught. In mere moments, the third Hokage found himself utterly dominated, left defenseless against Shisui's relentless assault. Within half a minute, Hiruzen was left bruised and bewildered. Was this the second side effect of the Reaper death seal? Lying in the Hidden Leaf Hospital, how could an enemy appear? Faced with this sudden attack, the aged Hiruzen was powerless to retaliate. Just as despair settled in, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Shisui's mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of defeating the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. You have earned the reward, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan." A vast surge of ocular power fused into Shisui's eyes, prompting an involuntary smile. The Eternal Manjikyu had been attained. He could distinctly feel that the cooldown for the Kotoame Tsukumi had reset, no longer requiring the excruciatingly lengthy cooldown of over a decade. With the unlocking of the Eternal Manjikyu, the time was reduced to a mere year. Furthermore, the Susanoo could unlock more forms, a valuable asset for Shisui. With a deep sigh of relief, Shisui relished the satisfaction of his triumph. Observing the battered and dazed third Hokage, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Still wish to have Jiraiya hunt me down? Little did you know, I would strike back. Having achieved his goal of acquiring the Eternal Manjikyu, Shisui swiftly departed from the hospital, utilizing the Flying Thunder God to reach Naruto's residence. Chapter 57, The Nine-Tail Submission. Shisui's mastery of the 8-gate Shisui activated the Flying Thunder God technique and, in the blink of an eye, arrived at the doorstep of Naruto's modest apartment. He knocked gently on the door. "Shisui and I, why haven't you visited me these days? The village has been buzzing with news that the third Hokage severely injured the Uchiha clan." "I thought you," Naruto exclaimed as he opened the door, his face lighting up with joy upon seeing Shisui. "Did you think I had met my end?" "Haha." Shisui chuckled at Naruto's latter remark. The notion that the third Hokage had dealt a heavy blow to the Uchiha was merely a ruse to placate the villagers of Konoha. Remembering the third Hokage, who had just been on the receiving end of his own thrashing, Shirta couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Deceiving the villagers of Konoha was one thing, but to deceive oneself was quite another. The third Hokage's actions were akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Initially, Shisui had anticipated a strong reaction from the villagers regarding the Uchiha's departure from Konoha. But he was surprised to find that the third Hokage intended to downplay the situation, softening the conflict. He ruffled Naruto's spiky hair and reassured him, "Don't worry. The third Hokage is now incapacitated, just moments ago." Naruto, filled with excitement from their reunion, had been anxiously concerned for Shizue's safety during their brief separation. After all, Shirzue was facing none other than the so-called strongest Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Naruto, stop crying. Come with me as we leave Konoha for a brand new home. Will you?" Shirzue asked earnestly. "Wherever you go, I shall follow." Naruto replied resolutely, without a hint of hesitation. Trusting Shirzue implicitly, he believed that following him was undoubtedly the right choice. The two exchanged a knowing smile. "Pack your belongings, Naruto. I'll wait for you," Shirzue instructed. "Okay, Shirzonai." Naruto rushed to the cupboard, retrieving a small backpack to stow away his spare clothes, weapons, and other essential items. He didn't have much. Meanwhile, Shirzue found paper and a pen in Naruto's home and began to transcribe the multiple shadow clone technique from a sealing scroll. "Shirzue and I'm ready," Naruto announced as he slung the backpack over his shoulder, filling a bottle with water for their journey. "You're quite diligent, little Naruto," Shirzue teased. "Shirzue and is our destination far?" Naruto asked curiously. "Far, but we shall arrive swiftly," Shirzue replied, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Flying Thunder God Technique. With a single hand seal, Shirzue activated the technique, transporting them both to the hidden flame village. As Naruto opened his eyes again, he found himself in a foreign land, miles away. "Shirzue and where are we?" "This is the land of rice, the hidden flame village. From now on, strive towards becoming a flame shadow," Shirzue encouraged. However, Naruto remained baffled, unable to comprehend how he had suddenly traveled from the land of fire to the land of rice. Is this really happening? He rubbed his eyes and pinched his cheeks, trying to grasp the surreal nature of it all. "Surprising, isn't it? This is actually your father's signature technique, the Flying Thunder God," Shirzue explained. Father? The term felt alien to Naruto. Having been alone since birth, he had never met his parents, nor did he know who they were. "Do you know who my parents are? What were they like?" Naruto inquired. "Your father was Namake's Minato, and your mother was Uzumaki Kushina. They loved you dearly," Shirzue revealed. "Then why have I never met them? Why did they leave me with nothing?" Naruto pondered, his mind racing. Through Shirzue's guidance, he had begun to think independently. "Minato. That name sounds familiar. Isn't he the fourth Hokage?" Naruto exclaimed. "Shirzue and are you joking? My biological father is the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato? Why then? Do the villagers of Konoha still harbor hostility towards me? If the fourth Hokage died, who was responsible for his death?" Overwhelmed with information, Naruto struggled to process everything. Shirzue patiently explained, "The villagers' animosity towards you has been deliberately instigated by a man named Danzo, compounded by the third Hokage's inaction. The one who killed your parents was your father's beloved pupil, Uchiha Obito." "Shirzue and is this Uchiha Obito of your clan?" Naruto asked, piecing together his tragic past. "Indeed, Uchiha Obito is the very architect of your sorrow," Shirzue confirmed, understanding the weight of Naruto's burgeoning hatred. "If you seek vengeance, it is within reach." "Obito has completely severed ties with the Uchiha," Shirzue continued, observing the fury igniting within Naruto. Naruto's heart swelled with a desire for retribution, not only for his deceased parents, but also for himself. Had it not been for Obito, he believed he would have enjoyed a blissful childhood. The nine tails within Naruto sensed this burgeoning rage and became excited, perceiving an opportunity to infiltrate. It began to release a portion of its chakra, subtly loosening the seal. Shirzue, sensing the malevolent chakra, smirked. "Little Ninetails, your calculations are off." He placed a hand on Naruto's abdomen, channeling his spiritual energy to the place where the Ninetails was sealed. "Uchiha Shirzue, I have no interest in your motives for bringing Naruto out of Konoha." The Ninetails began, but before it could finish, Shirzue interrupted Koto Amitsukami. In an instant, the Ninetails' eyes mirrored the pattern of Shirzue's Manjiki Sharingan. After spinning in circles, the ominous patterns faded, signifying the success of the technique. "Respected Uchiha Shirzue, from now on, Naruto's affairs shall be my responsibility. Even if he commands me to traverse mountains of blades or seas of flames, I shall comply without hesitation," the Ninetails declared. Its tone strikingly different from its usual fiery demeanor, resembling a devoted and gentle fox. "All right, enough with the flattery," Shirzue interjected, almost overwhelmed by the Ninetails' effusive loyalty. "Had I known, I would have made you a charming and obedient little fox much sooner." With that settled, it was time to unseal the Ninetails. With a swift motion, Shisui tore away the seals binding the cage. Even without the release of chakra, the oppressive aura emanating from the nine tails was palpable. Naruto was drawn into the realm of his seal, where a tall, striking man with golden hair emerged from the depths. Shisui couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. What a handsome fellow, he mused before shaking his head, reminding himself that looks were futile against the reality of mortality. Naruto, I didn't expect to see you so soon, Minato remarked, his expression stern as he noted that Naruto appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, standing alongside an Uchiha. Could it be that the Nine Tails was to be unleashed once more? In this moment, he existed solely as chakra, making it exceedingly difficult to confront any adversaries. Do not be alarmed, I am not your foe, Shisui reassured with a smile. Oh, is that you, Dad? Naruto tentatively asked, recognizing the man before him from the statue he had seen at the Hokage Rock. Where have you been all these years? Naruto pressed, eager to learn more about the father he had longed to know. As I gazed upon my young son, a wave of guilt washed over me. I deeply regretted not being able to protect you and accompany you during your formative years. Naruto, you have endured so much over the years. Father, there is no need for words. I shall seek vengeance for you and mother. The beast known as Obito Uchiha must perish by my hand. Naruto clenched his fists, his eyes resolute as he spoke to Minato. Naruto, you are still young. Do not allow hatred to cloud your vision. What do you mean, Obito? You claim that the masked man was Obito? Upon hearing this revelation, Minato's eyes widened in disbelief. Who could have imagined that the mysterious ninja, who had fought him evenly years ago, was none other than Obito, his most unremarkable student, who had perished in the Third Great Ninja War? No, anyone can live, but Obito Uchiha must die. As Shisui once said, how can one repay kindness with kindness? If I do not eliminate Obito, I shall never find peace. Minato, I promise to take good care of Naruto. You can rest easy. Shisui perceived Minato's discontent and swiftly dispelled the chakra emanating from him. Naruto, there exists a power in this world that can resurrect the dead, known as the rebirth technique. Train diligently, and perhaps one day you can bring them back. Shisui comforted him. I understand, brother Shisui. I will make sure to get along well with the Nine Tails, Naruto replied earnestly. The two emerged from the ceiling space together. Naruto, I shall now impart to you the essential lessons for becoming a ninja. The body technique, comprised of the shadow clone technique, transformation technique, and substitution technique. These three ninjutsu form the foundation of an exceptional ninja. You must listen attentively and learn well. Naruto nodded, recalling Iruka's words that these three techniques were the primary evaluation criteria in the Ninja Academy. However, as classes had just commenced, the school had only covered theoretical explanations, and some students had yet to even extract chakra. With no interference from the Nine Tails, Naruto, inheriting Minato's ninjutsu talent, mastered the usage of the body technique in less than an afternoon, although he remained somewhat unpracticed. Naruto's talent for the transformation technique is indeed remarkable, Shisui observed, noting that among the three techniques, Naruto learned the transformation technique the fastest. After merely watching Shisui's demonstration once, he was able to imitate him with impressive accuracy. By the 10th repetition, the differences were nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. This not only tested chakra control, but also demanded keen observation and imitation skills. You truly are exceptional. I hope your path remains straight. The land of the flames hidden village lacks the soil for temptation techniques to thrive. Shisui remained unaware that Naruto's growth rate would soon prove him wrong. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have taught Naruto the body technique and received a reward, mastery of lightning release ninjutsu. The system's voice echoed in Shisui's mind. At the moment the reward was granted, a plethora of information regarding lightning release surged into his consciousness. Mastery of lightning release encompassed nearly all lightning techniques within the ninja world, including Chidori and a series of lightning release techniques developed by Sasuke, as well as most lightning release techniques from the Hidden Cloud Village, and even the uncreated purple lightning of Kakashi. Hey, system, why is there no lightning release chakra mode, which I desired most? Shisui inquired, visibly dissatisfied. The lightning release chakra mode is a physical technique. Strictly speaking, it cannot be classified as ninjutsu. Casting a glance at Naruto, who was diligently training, Shisui opened the sealing scroll. At long last, he obtained the long-awaited 8 Gates technique. However, unlike the ninjutsu awarded by the system, the powerful techniques in the sealing scroll required him to learn. Shisui selected several formidable techniques as his recent training objectives, the 8 Gates technique for physical arts, And for ninjutsu and jinjutsu, he chose the explosive tags created by the second Hokage, the shadow manipulation technique, and the impure world reincarnation. Combining sage arts with the 8 gates technique and the power of the ox sealing technique, I should be able to elevate my physical prowess to an unprecedented level. This trip to Konoha was immensely rewarding. Not only did I recruit the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to my side, but I also acquired the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan and the 8 gates technique along with a series of forbidden techniques. Shisui reflected on the bountiful rewards from this Konoha mission. It was a tremendous profit. He began his training. The 8 gates technique consists of the opening, life, rest, injury, closing, view, shock, and death gates. The fundamental principle involves using chakra to impact the corresponding chakra points, with the sealed scroll marking the locations of these vital points. Of course, one must possess sufficient physical strength to open these gates. Shisui tested himself. At this moment, his physical condition only allowed him to open 3 gates. Beyond that, the chakra points felt as immovable as stone, resisting all attempts to penetrate them. I shall resort to more rudimentary methods. Shisui commenced his first formal training session since crossing into the Naruto universe. He began with push-ups and handstand push-ups, then sought out a tree branch to practice pull-ups. Although these foundational strength exercises were challenging, they scarcely met Shisui's ambitious goals. He sought rapid improvement. The quicker, the better, with the ox sealing technique. He was not afraid of sustaining hidden injuries. He required a more intense training regimen. Observing Shisui's fervent training, Naruto felt compelled to quicken his own pace. While he grew increasingly proficient in the transformation technique, his progress in the shadow clone technique remained stagnant, and his substitution technique was progressing at a moderate pace. Shisui devised an excellent method. In the original story, Kakashi had used lightning release to stimulate Sasuke's muscles, thereby enhancing muscle vitality. Without hesitation, he proceeded. Crackle, crackle. Blue arcs of electricity erupted from Shisui's body. Ouch, that hurts. It feels as if my entire body is being torn apart. He exclaimed, my poor body. The pain was excruciating. He even caught a whiff of his own flesh being scorched. It dawned on him that using lightning release chakra to enhance muscle was not the same as directly employing lightning release for stimulation. After invoking the ox sealing technique to heal his injured body, he infused lightning release chakra into his muscle cells. Once stimulated, the muscle cells began to contract rhythmically. Boom. Shisui delivered a punch without utilizing any chakra, leaving a 10-centimeter deep imprint on the tree. Indeed, it was effective. Chapter 58. Susanoo Armor Mode. The lightning attribute chakra incessantly stimulated Shisui's muscle cells. After undergoing complete destruction and restoration 4 times, Shisui was now capable of opening the 6th gate, the opening of view. The talisman could only be utilized 4 times, compelling Shisui to conclude today's training. It was time to assess the results. 8th gate of the chakra, open. Shisui bellowed, enveloped in a green mist, his body tinged with crimson. His hair danced wildly in the steam emanating from him, veins bulging prominently. Clenching his fist, Shisui felt an overwhelming force within him yearning for release. With a powerful punch, flames erupted. The force of his fist sliced through the air, conjuring a massive fireball. This was the signature technique of Guy after opening the opening of view. Known as Morning Peacock, Shisui felt a surge of excitement. Although it required immense energy, the fireball was purely a manifestation of physical prowess, devoid of any chakra. This would be one of his trump cards against the Tsutsuki in the future. Now, let us incorporate the Ox Talisman. Infusing his mental energy into the talisman, he unleashed another punch. The resulting fireball was 3 times larger than before, its sheer power obliterating an ancient tree that could only be embraced by 3 people. Scorch marks marred the trunk. There was room for even greater strength. Remarkably, Shisui had expended less than 50% of his power with that last strike. When combining the 6th gate and the state of physical prowess, the full force of his punch could rival an S-rank fire release technique. The question remained, how many times could Shisui maintain this barrage? He silently pondered, 3 minutes? Or perhaps 5, under purely physical conditions. He roughly estimated he could sustain an uninterrupted assault for at least 5 minutes without taking a breath. Brother Shisui, what ninjutsu did you just use? Can you teach me? Naruto, who had been observing from a distance, gazed in admiration at Shisui's state after opening the gate. What boy hasn't he fantasized about transforming with such techniques? Focus on your ninjutsu training. This path is not meant for you, Naruto, Shisui advised, stepping away from the 8 gates. Training in physical arts was exceedingly arduous. and Naruto's talents evidently lay not in ninjutsu. Pursuing ephemeral physical techniques while neglecting the power of the Nine Tails within him was a folly of prioritizing the trivial over the essential. Naruto, consider this my housewarming gift to you. From today onward, you are a member of the Hidden Flame Village. Upon saying this, Shisui retrieved the training manual for the shadow clone technique from his empty bag, a text he had just copied from Naruto's home. Shisui formed hand seals and demonstrated for Naruto. With a loud bang, an identical clone materialized beside Shisui, capable of thought and nearly equal in strength. However, any damage taken would cause it to vanish. The memories of the clone would return to the host, along with the corresponding fatigue and pain. Brother Shisui, is it really like this? Naruto's eyes sparkled as he learned about the shadow clone technique, distinguishing it from ordinary clones. These were tangible duplicates. In the face of an adversary, 1,000 Narutos could emerge, rendering him invincible. As he envisioned this, he demonstrated, successfully creating 10 clones at once. Naruto, try communicating with the little fox inside you and ask it to provide chakra, Shisui suggested. All right, brother Shisui. Bang, bang, bang. A thick cloud of smoke billowed as countless shadow clones appeared, the cacophony echoing in Shisui's ears. As the smoke cleared, Shisui counted in astonishment. Over 2,000 clones had manifested. Brother Shisui, look at my shadow clones. What do you think? Well, the simultaneous chatter of 2,000 Narutos became overwhelming. Shisui found it rather noisy as they clamored for his praise, each believing they were being sufficiently quiet. Yet, Shisui could hardly endure it. Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Shisui activated his Sharingan, unleashing its ocular power with a mere glance. A white mist enveloped the surroundings, and all of Naruto's clones vanished, leaving only the bewildered original standing in place. Naruto, today's training has been quite effective. Let me take you to the Hidden Flame Village and arrange a place for you to stay. The village is still under construction, so you will need to make do for a couple of days. Moreover, you will have the opportunity to make new friends. An amusing thought struck Shisui. He could leave Naruto in the care of Fugaku for a few days and wonder what kind of sparks might fly between him and little Sasuke. But brother Shisui, I feel I can train a bit longer. With the support of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto's training duration could nearly reach 25 hours a day. However, Shisui himself needed to train, and making too much noise would undoubtedly disturb Naruto. Before Naruto could protest, a shadow clone that had not yet been summoned stepped forward, seizing Naruto and his belongings, delivering them into Fugaku's hands. I hope you and Sasuke will get along well. After parting with Naruto, Shisui decided to assess the cards he held. Flying Thunder God, Sage Mode, Eternal Manjiki Sharingan, 8 Gates, Lightning Fire Dual Shield, and 4 talismans representing the horse, serpent, tiger, and ox. Additionally, there were numerous forbidden techniques inscribed on sealing scrolls that he had yet to study. Shisui once more activated the 8 gates, opening a view open. Next, he needed to absorb natural energy. Absorbing natural energy required a tranquil mind. However, Shisui's heart rate had not dipped below 200 since opening the gates. He felt completely unable to sense natural energy. Must I find a toad to perch upon my shoulder to assist with this? It posed quite a dilemma. Shisui began to brainstorm. If only he could, like Orochimaru in the original story, fixate natural energy into a sealing form, allowing the seal to absorb the energy independently. Alternatively, like Naruto, he could first have the shadow clones enter Sage Mode and dismiss them as needed. Shisui favored the first option. After all, creating a shadow clone required splitting his chakra in half. Although his chakra reserves were currently abundant, they still fell within the realm of an ordinary ninja. He lacked the habit of employing shadow clones in combat. Resolute, Shisui unsealed the scrolls. He began to study the sealing techniques contained within. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were nearly comprehensive within the scrolls. So it is thus. The scroll recorded dozens, if not hundreds, of sealing techniques. Some documented by Konoha itself, while others were brought to Konoha by Mito when she married Hashirama. After reviewing the various sealing techniques, Shisui discovered that the most suitable for sealing natural energy was the 4-symbol seal, as the Nine Tails was essentially a conglomerate of chakra, a form of energy. Drawing parallels, Shisui followed the steps outlined in the scroll to form hand seals. For symbol seal, as he operated his chakra, he sensed the natural energy and stored it within the seal. Moments later, the 4-symbol seal on Shisui was filled with natural energy, roughly estimating it would suffice for about an hour of use. That should be ample, as typical battles rarely extended beyond such duration. In encounters between ninjas, It was often a matter of life and death at first sight, with few engaging in prolonged conflicts. This was why Kakashi faced such a dire chakra shortage yet still achieved great renown in the ninja world. Exceptional warriors like the third Raikage were indeed rare. The enduring power of the fourth Raikage remains uncertain when compared to that of the third. Shisui anticipated that he would certainly venture into the hidden cloud village. Prudence dictated he take additional precautions. Furthermore, he could amalgamate two force symbol seals into one, thereby merging them into the more potent 8 trigram seal, enhancing both its capacity and efficacy. 3 hours. This seal's natural energy would suffice for my utilization during that duration. It bears resemblance to Tsunade's seal. At a critical juncture, Shisui could simply activate the seal and then unlock the 8 gates, allowing the simultaneous deployment of these two distinctly different abilities. Having spoken, Shisui unleashed his chakra, impacting his acupuncture points. 8 gates, opening of the view gate, commence. 8 trigram seal, release. Jisui's visage turned crimson, and his sage mode exhibited subtle variations compared to before. The violet eyeshadow expanded, the whites of his eyes gradually vanished, transforming into an absolute black. Shisui sensed the delicate changes occurring within his body. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, revealing a stark red hue amidst the pure black of his irises, as a 4-pointed windmill shape spun ominously within his gaze. In the next moment, the once massive Susanoo morphed into armor that mirrored Jisui's own stature, enveloping him entirely. He approached a small riverbank and, through his reflection, beheld his current state. The armor resembled the renowned Mingguang armor from the illustrious history of Huagua, with its chest emblem transformed into a blood-red magatama. Majestic and imposing, the chakra armor formed by Susanoo enveloped Shisui, containing the overwhelming aura released by the 8 gates, rendering it more concentrated. Shisui unleashed a punch, unleashing a terrifying force that swept through the vicinity. Though formidable, he felt unsatisfied. The power remained insufficient. Against a martial artist as formidable as the Raikage or Guy after opening the 8th gate, he would still be defenseless. Drawing upon the surrounding natural energy, he concentrated it into his fist. Bull Talisman View Gate Susanoo Armor Natural Energy. This represented Jisui's zenith. He conjured a chakra longsword in his hand. Shisui had now mastered the use of Susanoo. He struck with full force at an open space, the long sword imbued with destructive natural energy slicing through the air, igniting a fierce blaze. Boom! The trees 30 meters ahead of Shisui were severed cleanly in half. Shattering mountains and splitting rocks was trivial. The large boulders on the ground disintegrated into dust before the might of the chakra longsword, akin to tender tofu. Although Shisui could achieve similar destructive capability with the ordinary Susanoo, the Susanoo armor mode offered greater agility and durability. It would not serve as a target for enemies to strike. With a more solid and compact form, his attacks could adapt to a wider array of combat scenarios. For Shisui, battle became increasingly effortless. Chapter 59. The Third Hokage's Coma. Kakashi's Ascendancy at Konoha Hospital. Lord Third, what has happened to you? Call for help. Adrenaline. Prepare for cardiac pacing. After Shisui departed, a young nurse entered the ward and was horrified by the state of the third Hokage. Although he had initially been in no mortal danger following Jisui's brutal beating, Sarutobi Hiruzen's mounting fury led to a violent cough that caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, which lodged in his lungs. Patient's vital signs are fading. What are you waiting for? Increase the voltage. Yes. Boom. The electric current surged through the third's body, filling the room with a thunderous sound. The heart rate, previously a straight line, began to show signs of fluctuation following the resuscitation efforts. From now on, it's possible that the Hokage may become a vegetative state. The lung damage has severely compromised oxygen supply to the brain. Thankfully, the rescue was timely. But what about the injuries on the third's face? Are the Umbu assigned to protect him utterly blind? Or have they been bribed by the enemy village? The furious director of Konoha Hospital roared. The incident involving the third Hokage within the walls of Konoha Hospital could not be overlooked. He would surely face consequences. After much deliberation, it was decided to conceal the attack on the third Hokage, publicly attributing the worsening of his condition to his original illness. Otherwise, the situation could escalate, and those present could face grave consequences, with the lightest outcome being imprisonment in Konoha's dungeons. Meanwhile, several Umbu guarding the data room awakened from their genjutsu. The sealing scroll had been stolen. Konoha's most critical documents were compromised, and 3 Jonin had failed to secure them. Within the heart of Konoha, inside the Hokage building, the 3 Jonin had silently fallen victim to a genjutsu. This is disastrous, they thought, unable to fathom the wrath they would incur from the third. Where has Naruto gone? He has been remarkably well-behaved these past few days. Kakashi, tasked with monitoring Naruto, found himself bewildered by the boy's disappearance. Naruto's routine had been impeccably structured, attending school, training, and returning home to sleep. There seemed to be little need for surveillance. As Kakashi returned, he clutched the latest edition of Intimate Paradise, which had opened up a new realm of excitement for him. However, the urgency of finding Naruto took precedence. Shaking his head, he dismissed the irrelevant thoughts. Naruto was indeed a source of concern. He proceeded to search throughout Konoha, but to no avail. Summoning technique. Pakken, I need your help. Kakashi felt a sense of urgency as he summoned 8 ninja hounds. The sense of smell in ordinary dogs is approximately 40 times stronger than that of humans. And these ninja dogs boasted an even more acute sense of smell. As long as Naruto is still in Konoha, my ninja hounds will find him, Kakashi declared confidently. After an hour of searching, he felt utterly defeated. The disappearance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a monumental crime. Hinata clan. Still no news from Hayashi and the others? Hisashi asked, his face clouded with concern as he addressed the clan members sent to track down the Uchiha. All the ninjas sent to pursue the Uchiha had returned to Konoha, none perished. Yet, not a single member of the Hyuga clan returned, which raised his suspicions. Could Hayashi have defected alongside the Uchiha? Hisashi mused, feeling an unsettling sense of loss, as if Hayashi had never existed. The others taken by Hayashi also seemed to have vanished without a trace. As the clan leader, Hisashi could sense every member of the Hyuga clan. Yet those few taken by Hayashi felt as if they had simply ceased to exist. The caged bird seal can never be broken unless one perishes in battle, Hisashi stated resolutely. Continue searching and expand the search area. Yes, the situation with the monkey is quite severe. The selection for the 5th Hokage should be expedited. Tsunade and Mito discussed, both serving as advisors to the Hokage, had no aspirations of becoming Hokage themselves. The position held both honor and responsibility. Lacking strength would only lead to ruin. The Umbu dispatched to find Tsunade returned, severely injured, having been beaten by her. Do you think Kakashi is a viable candidate? His strength and temperament are commendable, but is he not too young? He should be over 20. Kakashi graduated at 6, became a jonin at 12, and had achieved significant feats during the Third Shinobi World War. Experience was not an issue. The concern lay in potential dissatisfaction from others once he assumed the role. Aside from his age, Kakashi is indeed an excellent choice. He is the disciple of the 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, a true heir to the Hokage legacy. Let us first hear Kakashi's thoughts. And try not to place too much pressure on the young man. He is still growing. Outside the Hokage building, Kakashi stood hesitantly at the door, contemplating whether to report Naruto's disappearance. It would inevitably come to light. Better to face it sooner rather than later. After a series of internal struggles, Kakashi ultimately resolved to report the matter. After all, he would continue to navigate life in Konoha. He pushed open the door to the Hokage's assistant's office. With the Hokage absent, it was only natural to report significant village matters to these two. Mito-sama, I have something to report. Before Kakashi could finish, he was interrupted. Just as we were discussing you, Kakashi, your timing is impeccable. Mito's words sent a chill down Kakashi's spine. Had he been discovered already? Tell me, Kakashi, do you have any thoughts about inheriting the 5th Hokage position? At this question, Kakashi was left dumbfounded, his eyes widening in shock. Beneath his mask, his mouth hung agape. I come to confess, and you wish for me to become Hokage? Chapter 60. Asuma's mission. The words of the two advisors left Kakashi somewhat bewildered. No, I am here to confess. I have misplaced the ultimate weapon of Konoha, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Naruto Uzumaki. How can I possibly be considered for the position of Hokage? Advisor Koharu, I am still inexperienced. I believe Lord Jiraiya would be far more suited for the role of Hokage. Or perhaps Lady Tsunade could take it. This responsibility is truly beyond someone of my youth. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. He had no desire for the title of Hokage. Generally, only reckless fools would obsess over such a position. The two advisors exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. We are aware that Jiraiya and Tsunade are more fitting for the role than you. However, one is completely missing, and the other is at a casino, drowning in alcohol. Anyone who dares to persuade her to take on the role will likely be met with a fist. It is essential to give the younger generation a chance to gain experience, Mito remarked. Koharu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the future of Konoha belongs to you young ones. Only through experience will you grow, and it is time for the banner of Hokage to be passed to you. Both advisors gazed at Kakashi with a sense of satisfaction. It was not that they were without options, it was just that the talent in Konoha had been somewhat depleted. Those with strength lacked intellect, while those with intellect were lacking in strength. Otherwise, Kakashi would not be the only one meeting the qualifications for the Hokage lineage. Wait a moment, if I become Hokage, then the matter of losing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki might just go unpunished. Kakashi's mind began to turn. If the Hokage makes a mistake, who in Konoha would dare confront him? He had witnessed the third Hokage using his crystal ball to spy on the women's bathhouse more than once, and sometimes he even participated himself. As the saying goes, those who walk on the shore will inevitably get their feet wet. Wrongdoing will eventually be discovered. In the end, it was suppressed under the authority of the Hokage. Since the rules could not be changed, why not become the one who sets the rules? Kakashi's resolve solidified. He would accept the title of Hokage. To the two advisors, I sincerely appreciate your trust in me. I believe I can give the position of fifth Hokage a try. If Lord Jiraiya or Lady Tsunade wishes to take it later, I will gladly pass it on to them, Kakashi stated, uttering humble and eloquent words. Kakashi truly was a prodigy. Thus, the youngest Hokage in Konoha's history was born. The three exchanged pleasantries, all the while understanding that once Kakashi ascended to the position of Hokage, stepping down could prove to be a challenge. The subsequent process involved approval from the feudal lord of the Land of Fire. A round trip took 3 days. The Umbu had already dispatched someone to deliver the approval document to the feudal lord in the capital. The feudal lord of the Land of Fire, a wishy-washy individual, was indifferent to who became Hokage. He approved without hesitation. The succession ceremony took place with Kakashi donned in the Hokage robe. A large hat emblazoned with a prominent character for shadow. All notable ninjas of Konoha attended the Hokage succession ceremony. Some mocked, others envied. While a few worried for the future of Konoha, Kakashi's youth raised concerns. Could he truly lead Konoha to greatness? He had indeed graduated from the Ninja Academy at 6, became a Chunin at 7, and achieved Jonin status at 12. But could he handle the responsibilities of Hokage before reaching 20? Ninjas privy to the situation sighed heavily. With the third Hokage in a coma, the position had been handed to a youth of less than 20, an evident sign of Konoha's decline. Amidst the crowd, the most animated reaction came from Kakashi's close friend, Guy. This is youth. Kakashi, I never imagined you would become Hokage so swiftly. You are truly the man recognized by the Azure Beast of Konoha, Guy. Kakashi, let us engage in a duel befitting our youth. Guy shouted enthusiastically toward Kakashi at the podium. This guy truly lacked situational awareness. Fool. Kakashi silently cursed. Many were already dissatisfied with his ascension to Hokage. And now Guy added fuel to the fire. Hello everyone, I am Kakashi. It is an honor to succeed as the fifth Hokage of Konoha. For the future of our village, let us all strive together for a brighter tomorrow. In short, for the prosperous future of Konoha. My speech ends here. The applause below was loud but not overwhelming. It lacked the fervor that filled the venue. Kakashi was not one for grand speeches. Compared to the third Hokage's impassioned oratory about the will of fire and national duty, Kakashi's address felt too subdued. While both speeches were hollow, the third Hokage had spent years in politics, adept at stirring the audience's emotions more effectively than Kakashi could. Kakashi scanned the crowd, noticing a few individuals who not only refrained from applauding, but even spat on the ground after his speech. Enough was enough. Asuma Sarutobi, step forward. Kakashi called out loudly from the podium. Though displeased with Kakashi, Asuma emerged from the crowd. He had been summoned back from his duties as one of the 12 guardian ninja in the capital of the Land of Fire to attend Kakashi's succession ceremony. Why should this youth be Hokage? Asuma believed he was not inferior among the younger generation. Asuma returned to Konoha with a sense of hostility. He wanted to see what this man, who became Hokage before turning 20, could truly accomplish. Asuma, Konoha is currently in a difficult period. As the son of the third Hokage and one of Konoha's strongest Jonin, I am assigning you the mission to investigate the Uchiha clan. I hope you will not disappoint us, but I still have my duties as one of the 12 guardians, the feudal lord. There are no buts. You are the strongest in Konoha. If you do not go, who will? As for the feudal lord, I will inform him. And you can return once the mission is complete. He will recognize the authority of the newly appointed Hokage. It is not as if I am refusing to return anything. Kakashi insisted. Asuma, noticing Kakashi's determination, felt a tense atmosphere. Given the current state of the third Hokage, both logically and emotionally, it was his duty to participate. It is the Hokage's command. Asuma had no choice but to reluctantly agree. If this continued, Kakashi might paint him as a rogue ninja. The Uchiha were not easy to deal with. He had already heard of several new Manjiki Sharingan users emerging, each possessing strength surpassing that of elite Jonin. What to do? Asuma returned to the crowd, worry etched on his face. He could only take one step at a time. Well, this concludes the Hokage succession ceremony. Everyone, please return and rest. Asuma, come with me. I need to discuss the details and requirements of your mission. Damn it. Kakashi. Let me take part in this mission too. Guy approached eagerly. Anyone with discernment could tell this assignment was fraught with peril. Yet who could blame Guy for being a hot-headed fool? This idiot. The Uchiha clan is powerful and volatile. Who knows what would happen if they encountered someone like Guy? Kakashi felt exasperated. This mission could indeed lead to fatalities. You are not suited for infiltration work. This mission primarily involves intelligence gathering. I will take you along next time. Kakashi spoke, originally intending to assign Asuma the task of capturing Shisui. However, the unexpected arrival of Guy disrupted his plans. Very well, Kakashi, we must duel sometime, Guy exclaimed. Undeterred. Suddenly, he leaped high into the air, executing a perfect 180-degree flip, landing on his hands and walking away on his hands from the venue. Asuma. Your mission this time is to ascertain the location of the Uchiha clan, their strength, particularly the number of Manjiki Sharingan, and their general plans for the next 6 months. With a deadline of 1 month. I truly appreciate your efforts. Are there any consequences for failing the mission? Asuma inquired, but Kakashi remained silent. Alas. It seems I am out of luck, Asuma thought bitterly. Chapter 61, The Land of Clouds 1 month later. In the land of rice, Yanin Village. The village has indeed been constructed remarkably well, with all essential facilities in place. Shisui is patrolling the newly established streets of Yanin Village, accompanied by Tianming and several clan members responsible for the construction. After a month of diligent work, the village's infrastructure has become quite sophisticated, with each household now enjoying its own independent dwelling. The Yanin building is nearing completion, although it is not particularly large. Tianming has deliberately ensured that space is reserved for future expansion. Throughout this month, Shisui has devoted himself entirely to his training, without a single concern about the village's construction. After 30 days of stimulating his chakra with thunder release, his physical strength has reached the equivalent of the 7th gate in the 8 gates of opening. The power of the shock gate has undergone a qualitative leap compared to the 6th gate, with exponential increases in speed and strength across all aspects. The village's development is truly commendable. Shisui mused as he walked, having not returned to the village at all during the past month. His training has kept him in the wilderness. Tianming, you have worked so hard. You are indeed the pillar of Yanin Village. Your time has come. Give it your all. Shisui lavished praise upon Tianming without reservation. Tianming scratched his head in embarrassment. Brother Shisui, you flatter me. This is all part of my duty. However, there are still some aspects of Yanin Village that require attention. Just tell me what is needed. If you find it difficult, I can assist, Shisui replied, noticing the troubled expression on Tianming's face. We still need a barrier that can monitor the entire village. Please wait a moment. Upon hearing Tianming's concerns, Shisui recalled that one of the reasons he had brought the sealing scrolls out of Konoha was to find a suitable barrier ninjutsu for Yanin Village. After a brief moment, Shisui returned with an enormous scroll. What is this? Tianming inquired. This is a sealing scroll from Konoha, containing all the powerful ninjutsu and forbidden techniques of the village. The barrier ninjutsu we need for Yanin Village is within this scroll. A simple heavenly cover formation will suffice, allowing you, as the Yanin, to perceive the entire village. Furthermore, we should establish a barrier team dedicated to this task. You can freely learn the ninjutsu contained in this scroll, which should be preserved carefully. The ninjutsu can serve as rewards for our ninjas after they accomplish missions. As Shisui spoke, Tianming and those around him nodded fervently, akin to chicks pecking at grain. It would be ideal to quantify the assessment standards, such as allowing ninjas to exchange for an A-rank forbidden technique from the scroll after completing 2 A-rank missions, thus enhancing the operational capabilities of our ninjas. Of course, you can determine the specific rules. Brother Shisui, as soon as I return, I will implement this immediately. Tianming was perplexed, wondering why. Despite Shisui being only a few years older than him, his words resonated with such wisdom. Shisui felt a sense of satisfaction. The political acumen in the world of Hokage is woefully inadequate. Even a mere internet user who has read a few posts can wield influence here. How exhilarating. Before long, they arrived at the newly constructed Yining building. It was a splendid, stately edifice, approximately 5 or 6 stories tall, entirely constructed of blue bricks, with a roof adorned with brown tiles. The Yining building also serves the function of task distribution. It has successfully established connections with the daimyo of the Land of Rice, eliminating the need for them to hire wandering ninjas. Compared to wandering ninjas, the Uchiha ninjas of Yining village possess superior strength and a higher task completion rate, handling more complex assignments. The fees charged are also about 10% higher than those of wandering ninjas, given the aforementioned advantages. The daimyo of the Land of Rice leans towards the pricier Yining village, as they offer after-sales service. Tianming explained the recent task dispatch situation to Shisui. The primary sources of income for Yining village are twofold. First, sending ninjas on missions to earn commissions. Second, the Uchiha blacksmiths forge tools and sell agricultural implements to neighboring villagers. The farming tools crafted through the Uchiha clan's fire release techniques are vastly superior to ordinary tools, capable of lasting for over a decade while still appearing brand new. Tianming, I truly did not misjudge you. You are a born leader, Shisui exclaimed. With you at the helm of the village, I feel confident. Please find me a task, preferably one in the Land of Thunder. Tianming felt overwhelmed with emotion at Shishui's encouragement, nearly brought to tears. Well, it's not like I've been busy to the point of sleepless nights or processing paperwork until midnight. I'm doing this all for the development of the Uchiha and the future of Yining village. To live up to your trust in me, Brother Shisui. Regaining his composure, Tianming responded. Are there any tasks leading to the Land of Thunder? Task level is not a concern. Indeed, there is a task to escort a merchant convoy, which will commence in 2 days, heading to the capital of the Land of Thunder. The staff member in the task hall replied. It's merely a C-rank task. It hardly befits Brother Shishui's stature. Tianming thought to himself. Are there no higher-level tasks available? This one will do. Chapter 62, Mutual Tasks on the Journey to Yining. I shall also undertake a task for Yining village, alleviating a fraction of the burden from the busy Zioshiming. This was the innermost thought of Shisui. Being a carefree manager was truly delightful. On the day of the task, the sun shone brightly. Naruto, hurry up. We might miss the appointed time, Shisui urged. This time, he decided to bring Naruto along, who had already grasped the basics of the body flicker technique, the shadow clone technique, and a wind release ninjutsu. The Ninetales was now completely tamed. Although Naruto was only 6 years old, he was remarkably powerful, more than capable of handling ordinary dangers. The purpose of this outing was to test the limits of Naruto's abilities. I'm coming, big brother Shisui. It's my first day on a mission, and I couldn't sleep well last night because I was too excited, Naruto exclaimed, sporting 2 large dark circles under his eyes as he emerged from his home. He felt exhausted yet exhilarated, determined to showcase his prowess and earn Shishui's complete acknowledgement. Before long, the two arrived at the prearranged meeting point. At the foot of the Yining building, a merchant caravan was preparing to set off. 4 or 5 horse-drawn carts, along with 6 men aged between 20 and 40, awaited. The caravan's destination was to transport Yining village's special cast iron to the capital of the Land of Clouds. This time, we shall surely establish a trade route between Yining and the Land of Clouds. Do the hired ninjas have no sense of time? What time is it? And they still haven't arrived? A young ninja expressed his dissatisfaction while envisioning a bright future. Silence. Our journey's safety relies on the protection of the esteemed ninja. Even though we are the hiring party, you must show adequate respect, the middle-aged leader admonished. While not tall or imposing, he was decisive in action, managing to lead a merchant caravan in a world rife with violence, a feat in itself. Apologies, leader. My younger brother woke up late. Shisui and Naruto arrived 20 minutes late. Why did you bring a child? This isn't a field trip, exclaimed Senkawa. Shanjing, can't we find someone to replace this irresponsible guy who has no sense of time? Enough. How did I just instruct you? The leader, named Shanjing, glared at Senkawa, his patience wearing thin. If you utter another word, you can forget about this mission. Faced with the threat of being dismissed from the team, the young man named Senkawa fell silent. Esteemed ninja, you may call me Shanjing. I am the leader for this journey to the Land of Clouds, and your responsibility is to ensure the safety of our caravan. The journey will take approximately half a month, and we entrust you with dealing with any bandits or highwaymen along the way. Forgive my impertinence, but will this little friend impede our task? I mean no disrespect, but Shanjing waved his hands, expressing his unease while donning a fawning expression. After someone accepted the task, Yanin village personally instructed him that the one executing the mission was a significant figure from the village. In Yanin village, he held considerable stature, and as an ordinary citizen of the land of rice, he could not afford to offend such an individual. Shisui found the expression of the caravan leader quite amusing. In this world, ordinary people exhibited a degree of respect towards ninjas. He explained, "Are you referring to Naruto? No need to worry about him, despite his young age. He's indeed a legitimate ninja." He then tousled Naruto's golden hair. Naruto chimed in, "Uncle, I am destined to become a man of Yanin. You need not worry about my strength. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will ensure our journey's safety." "Young one, perhaps you should sit in the cart for a while," Shanjing suggested, his earlier displeasure easing somewhat at Jishui's reassuring words. However, he still felt uneasy, wanting Naruto to sit in the cart meant for transporting goods. The caravan had limited carts, all designated for cargo, leaving the remaining men to travel on foot to the land of clouds. Unfortunately, it was a small caravan with limited resources. After this mission, they hoped to acquire a few more carts for passengers. "Naruto, do you want to sit for a bit?" Jisui inquired. This was the caravan's gesture of goodwill towards Naruto and a means to prevent him from slowing their pace and delaying the delivery of goods, including Shanjing. The caravan's leader, they all believed that Naruto, being a child, would struggle with the journey's demands, inevitably slowing down after a few steps. Therefore, placing him in the cargo cart would also prevent the young boy from wandering off. Naruto shook his head. Upon seeing his refusal, the caravan members whispered among themselves, "This insufferable brat. If he delays our progress, I will make him pay. It's fine. Once he gets tired, he'll surely request to ride in the cart. Let us place bets on how long this little brat can last. 2 hours? An hour and a half? No more than that. Big brother Jisui, can I practice while walking? Teach me how to climb trees. 5 minutes of walking on your hands, followed by 5 minutes of normal walking. Repeat until the caravan takes a break, and then I will teach you to climb trees." Jisui and Naruto walked ahead, assigning Naruto this training task. After taming the Nine Tails, Naruto's astonishing regenerative abilities were virtually limitless. The training volume was not overly taxing, allowing him to retain enough energy for unforeseen circumstances. Walking on his hands was an excellent physical training exercise for a child of Naruto's age. Compared to adults, children found it easier to perform handstand training, which significantly stimulated balance, upper body strength, and coordination. "All right, big brother Jisui, isn't this too easy? Do not call upon Kurama for assistance. Only let him help you when you're exhausted." "Okay." Without further ado, Naruto placed his hands on the ground, kicked his legs forward, and inverted his body. "Hey, ha." Naruto walked forward in a handstand. The members of the caravan expressed their discontent at this sight. "Damn it. That little brat will burn out his energy like this. He won't last 10 minutes. Had I known, I wouldn't have bet. I bet he can last 2 hours." The bets placed by the caravan members varied from 1 hour to 3 hours. Normally, a child of Naruto's age would tire quickly. Who could have anticipated that this little brat would choose to travel while walking on his hands? Such an energy-draining act would be impressive if he could last even 10 minutes. The energy consumed was staggering. The one who initiated the betting wore a cunning smile, having guessed wrong, thus pocketing all the wagers. "Ha ha ha." The gambler let out an eerie laugh, as if he were the mastermind behind this event. "Hey, come back. The betting isn't over. We agreed that no one could interfere." Chapter 63, Astonishment Among the Crowd. "Is your stamina infinite?" Naruto was diligently engaged in his handstand training. Shisui overheard their conversation but chose to ignore it. The moment has begun. Just wait for the expressions of these fellows when Naruto delivers a decisive blow. With his arms crossed, he watched with an expression of amusement. The perfect Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was beyond the comprehension of these mere civilians. 5 minutes passed, and Naruto was drenched in sweat. Yet he had not even approached his limits. He transitioned from the handstand to walking normally. "I told you, this little brat can't last long. Even for a ninja. This training method is rather peculiar." The merchants breathed a sigh of relief, believing Naruto could only endure a few minutes. Children indeed have fleeting enthusiasm. Conserving a bit of energy while walking normally seemed prudent. "You simply have not witnessed the noble azure beast of Konoha," Shisui interjected, unable to hold back his sarcasm. After 5 minutes, Naruto regulated his breathing and commenced the next round of handstand walking training. His speed increased, from initially struggling to keep pace with the merchant group. He soon matched their stride. "This little brat is relentless. He is becoming more adept," Shisui remarked. Encouraged by the praise, Naruto's excitement surged. and his pace quickened. Naturally, the expenditure of stamina also increased significantly. As the second and third rounds progressed, the merchants exchanged glances filled with newfound respect. Was this the training of a ninja? Enduring such devilish drills from a young age, it was no wonder they appeared almost monstrous in strength. By the conclusion of the fifth round, Naruto had created a considerable distance from the merchant group, lying on the ground, panting heavily. He had discarded his shirt by the roadside, which Shisui picked up casually. Kurama, I require your assistance. Huff. Summoning Kurama in his mind was now a strenuous task for Naruto. Completing 5 sets of handstand walking on your first attempt is quite commendable. The Nine Tails, tamed by divine intervention, was remarkably obedient. Following Naruto's command, Kurama swiftly provided a measure of chakra, just enough for Naruto to regain some stamina and mend his slightly strained muscles. Instantly, Naruto felt invigorated by the warm surge of chakra. Ah, this feels so delightful, he moaned contentedly on the ground. Naruto, don't act like that. Everyone is watching you, Shisui scolded, covering his face. What is wrong with me? Brother Shisui? Am I not allowed to feel this way? Naruto replied with an innocent gaze, untouched by the world's corruption. This little brat has finally reached his limit. Look at him, exhausted and wailing. And it's barely been half an hour. Do you think he'll ride in the cart? Of course, he looks utterly spent. The merchants exchanged words, lamenting their losses. Thankfully, their wagers were modest, merely the equivalent of a meal or two. The leader turned a blind eye to their small stakes. But if they went too far, the mountain team leader would not be so forgiving. Hey, look, that golden-haired brat is standing up again. How does he still have energy? Hooray, there is still a chance to win. One excited better shouted. Naruto rose, rejuvenated by Kurama's chakra. He felt as if he were filled with vitality. With a joyful shout, he performed a somersault, reverting to his handstand posture. Naruto resumed his training, and with Kurama's restoration, the strength of his muscles surged even further. An hour passed, and feeling exhausted once more, he called upon Kurama for assistance. Was this little brat's stamina truly boundless? I had just witnessed him utterly drained. How is he now so full of life? 1 hour turned into 2, then 3. The merchant group moved further along, while Naruto's training persisted. Along the path, an odd scene unfolded. A remarkably ordinary merchant group accompanied by a bare-chested boy executing handstand walks. Naruto's muscles were taut, the outlines of his form becoming vaguely visible, though slender. He radiated vitality. Hours passed in cycles of exhaustion and recovery. Naruto had thoroughly acclimated to this training. For him, it posed no challenge or pressure. The ordinary merchants grew desensitized. Was this the power of a ninja? Even a mere child of the ninja clan exhibited such prowess. Observing Shisui's calm demeanor, they wondered how formidable his abilities must be, truly terrifying. Naruto, extend each training session to 10 minutes, while maintaining the rest period. His adaptability surpassed Shisui's expectations, evidently. Kurama's recuperative powers were exceptional. Once they returned to the village, it would be time to impose greater challenges on Naruto. Train hard. Let little Naruto deliver a grand surprise to Obito, Shisui contemplated. Does he even have a limit? Do all ninja train so rigorously? The merchants ceased their betting, now eager to witness Naruto's true limits. It's best not to pry into the affairs of ninjas. Those who know less tend to live longer, Shisui replied. It was better that these ordinary folk remain unaware of Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki. In my day, I had to double the training at his age. Alas, the newer generation seemed to fall short, Shisui boasted. So formidable, the ancient times seemed distant, though Shisui's words were somewhat exaggerated. Witnessing Naruto's near-manic training regime compelled them to believe. With his feet skyward and head downward, Naruto advanced step by step. Something was amiss. It was the chakra of others. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto possessed a keen sense of perception beyond that of ordinary folk. Enemies were near. He glanced at Shisui, who returned a supportive look, and Naruto instantly understood. Brother Shisui was testing him. Where were the foes? Naruto's mind raced. It was challenging to locate the hidden adversaries. Why were there 2 puddles on the ground? It had been sunny for days. An anomaly caught Naruto's attention. Windpalm. He formed a seal and launched an attack toward the puddles. In the next moment, 2 tall, armored ninjas wielding sickle chains emerged before the merchant group, the brothers of the Ghost Clan. Shisui recognized their attire at a glance. They were the 2 minor antagonists defeated by Naruto and Sasuke in the Land of Waves in the original story. How had they appeared in the Land of Rice? Shisui was puzzled. Chapter 64. Naruto versus the Demon Brothers. A resounding victory. After we finish this job, let us seek out some women. You are always thinking about women. Let us first deal with this peculiar little ghost. He appears to be a ninja. I believe you are being overly cautious. Do not fret too much. The demon brothers paid no heed to the merchant caravan, viewing them as mere commoners. Encountering the brothers was indeed a misstep for them. Shisui was not clad in clothing bearing the Uchiha clan's emblem, nor did he wear a headband. The headbands for the Hidden Flame Village were still in production, with samples already available but mass production yet to come. With an appearance that was not particularly striking, Shisui blended seamlessly into the caravan without a hint of incongruity. As the demon brothers laughed lewdly, they hurled their chain-bound scythes at Naruto. Let us take your life. Naruto became ensnared by the chains, blood seeping from his bare torso. The younger brother of the demon brothers, seeing this, drew 3 shurikens from his waist pouch. Swish, swish, swish. The shurikens flew in a triangular formation, hurtling toward Naruto. Boom. The instant the shurikens struck Naruto, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and with a loud bang, the lively Naruto transformed into a piece of deadwood. Substitution Jutsu. Once the attack was detected, the substitution technique allowed one to evade the enemy's strike flawlessly. In the original story, even the most absurd situations could be resolved with this technique, earning it the moniker of Kishimoto's joyful art. Shisui could not help but jest. In truth, the conditions for executing the substitution technique were exceedingly stringent. The user must possess the foresight to perceive the enemy's attack and respond with remarkable speed. It may seem like a defensive or evasive ninjutsu, but its true purpose lies in luring the enemy deeper and diverting their attention. Employing the substitution technique, Naruto appeared behind the demon brothers. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto formed a cross with his hands. Boom, boom, boom. A myriad of smoke billowed upwards, as hundreds and thousands of shadow clones flooded into the sight of the demon brothers. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Naruto unleashed his assault. The overwhelming horde of shadow clones charged towards the demon brothers. Despite their attempts to fend off the clones with their size, many of Naruto's clones dissipated. Yet the effectiveness remained minimal. Why? Why can't we finish them off? The demon brothers found themselves at a loss. Naruto barely reached their waists, his taijutsu was lacking, and the shadow clones vanished with a mere touch. Yet they persisted. At that moment, little Naruto was continuously generating more shadow clones from behind the army of clones. After taming the 9 tails, Naruto's chakra could be considered boundless. Simple and brutal. Huff, huff. Brother, I can't hold on much longer. Full force attacks were indeed taxing. The multitude of shadow clones created by Naruto were agile. If the demon brothers did not concentrate, they would be caught off guard by the little Naruto emerging from unexpected angles, striking their heads. Ah, that damn little ghost, you actually struck my pride. Ah. The younger brother of the demon brothers writhed in agony on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It can't be shattered, can it? It seemed it was time to get serious. Water style, hidden mist technique. Mist enveloped the area, causing panic within the merchant caravan. We can't see anything. Shisui observed the scene with keen interest. The mist produced by the hidden mist technique did not appear to be ordinary fog. It was infused with chakra. Visibility reduced to less than a meter. The user must rely on an overall perception of the chakra within the mist, rather than sight alone. Realizing this, Shisui activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomo spinning rapidly. He could discern the flow of chakra, with the most substantial and dense chakra being Naruto's, while the 2 sinister, sickly chakras belong to the demon brothers. Little brother, forget about the little ghost. Let us first eliminate the commoners. Remember, our objective is the caravan. We are here to rob, not to kill. The elder brother of the demon brothers displayed a remarkable sense of the bigger picture, recognizing that Naruto was a formidable opponent. Thus, he shifted their focus to the ordinary people within the caravan. Once we eliminate them, this little ghost's composure will undoubtedly shatter. Understood, brother. The voices of the demon brothers rang out loudly, showing no discretion. Within the thick fog, the silhouettes of the brothers were obscured, yet their voices resonated clearly. The members of the caravan turned pale. It was not that they doubted Shisui's strength, but the fearsome appearance of the demon brothers was simply too intimidating. Let me take the first strike, Big Nose. The younger brother of the demon brothers charged towards Shisui, intending to make him the first target. Huh. Why are there 2 red lights in the mist? I'll check it out later. The elder brother warned, but it was too late. Without hesitation, the younger brother dashed in front of Shisui. Breaking through the thick fog, the 2 faced one another. Nobody told me this little caravan concealed such a formidable warrior. The younger brother of the demon brothers stared in shock at the swirling double tomo in Shisui's eyes. An Uchiha? Or perhaps 3 tomo? Can we, Mere chunin. Truly take them on? Had they known an Uchiha was hidden within the caravan, neither of them would have dared to rob it, even with 100 times their courage. Shisui, equally surprised, realized that the sharpening stone for Naruto had come to seek him out. The Telmo spun wildly, casting a suggestion on the grotesque-looking ninja before him. Attack Naruto first. Then, Shisui moved towards the other demon brother. Employing the same technique, he compelled them to target Naruto, intending to deal with him before returning to the caravan. Responding to Shisui's suggestion, the two rushed toward Naruto's position. Damn it, why has it suddenly become foggy? Faced with this unforeseen circumstance, Naruto, lacking sufficient experience, found the multiple shadow clones ineffective, unable to even locate the enemy. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto's shadow clones shattered one after another. No longer creating shadow clones, he realized from the memories of the clones that producing more would be futile. Against the assassination attempts of the demon brothers, the clones simply could not react in time. Where is the real body of this little ghost? Has he already fled? The demon brothers, destroying so many clones, achieved nothing. They needed to find Naruto's real body to conclude the battle. Impossible. I haven't sensed anyone exiting my hidden mist technique. The ordinary people in the caravan are frozen in fear, especially that big-nosed fellow with black hair, who stands paralyzed like a statue. Truly, brother, let us hasten and locate that yellow-haired little ghost's real body, eliminating the sole obstacle to our mission. With confidence, the demon brothers conversed, completely unaware that they had fallen into Shisui's genjutsu trap. Chapter 65, Naruto vs. The Ghost Brothers, Part 2. At this moment, Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety. His vision was obscured, and despite his formidable strength, his lack of combat experience left him uncertain in the face of this unexpected situation. The wind could disperse the heavy fog. Yet, all he could muster was a single gale palm. As an offensive ninjutsu, the gale palm concentrated its power too narrowly, making it ineffective for dissipating the fog. Memories flooded in from his shadow clones, revealing fragments of the ghost brothers cleaving them down. Naruto's tension escalated as he realized the grim fate that awaited him. Brother Shisui had once said, "In times of difficulty, seek out Kurama." Could Kurama provide a means to dispel the mist? With a hint of doubt, Naruto connected with the nine tails within him. Just use the gale palm against the fog. Leave the rest to me. Though uncertain of Kurama's intentions, Naruto chose to place his trust in him. Wind release, gale palm. A strong gust gathered in Naruto's hands, merely clearing a meter of fog around him. This feels no different than usual. As he grumbled, Kurama suddenly infused the technique with a surge of chakra. The wind intensified, and Naruto's hands formed a miniature whirlwind. Now Naruto, unleash the jutsu. Responding instantly to Kurama's call, Naruto hurled the burgeoning cyclone forward. The jutsu, once released from his grasp, only grew in power, transforming into a small vortex that continually intensified. A tremendous gale erupted, spreading outward in an instant, causing the dense fog to vanish. All that remained were the ghost brothers, exchanging bewildered glances amidst the winds. It was an awkward sight. Multiple shadow clone technique. Strike. Naruto rejoiced, for as long as he could see his foes, victory was assured. Countless shadow clones swiftly surrounded the two once more, reversing the tides of battle. The ghost brothers, now nearly exhausted, faced a fully energized Naruto, bolstered by Kurama's chakra. With relentless strikes, Naruto swiftly incapacitated the two, rendering them entirely unable to fight back. Naruto, you performed splendidly. Shisui's praise brought a grin to Naruto's face. Being commended was a delightful experience. This little brat, this ninja is astonishingly powerful. Hey, show a little respect. He can take on two vicious adult ninjas single-handedly. Do you really want to provoke him? The merchant ninjas were astounded. This unassuming blonde boy possessed such incredible strength. It was fortunate they hadn't offended him on their journey. As the fog dissipated, everyone witnessed Naruto unleash countless clones, bringing the two formidable adults to their knees. His power was indeed terrifying. Oh, esteemed young ninja, your prowess is truly remarkable. This ambush would have spelled disaster for our entire caravan without your intervention. The caravan leader, Yamaki, was lavish in his praise, showering Naruto with compliments. This young ninja has certainly been well trained, he added, not forgetting to commend Shisui, as it was evident to all that he was the true leader of this operation. With such a formidable apprentice, the journey ahead seemed worry-free. Just imagine the strength of this ninja. I can hardly fathom it. Indeed, you fool. After your earlier insolence, hurry and apologize to the young ninja. Amongst the crowd, a young man had shown a lack of respect to Shisui at the onset of their journey. The others, fearful of retribution, urged him to make amends swiftly. Seeing the newfound respect from the group, Shizue's spirits soared. Initially, he had sensed the caravan leader's politeness was superficial, but now, after Naruto's display of strength, it was genuine respect. At least you have some discernment. As the saying goes, a skilled hand does not strike a smiling face. Shizue reciprocated the respect shown to him with graciousness. After a mutual exchange of compliments, they resumed their journey toward the hidden cloud village. Uncertain if Naruto could enter the sage mode, Shizue found himself intrigued. What level of power might the 6-year-old Naruto attain in such a state? Had Naruto executed his strategy correctly, he could have easily dispatched the Ghost Brothers. This highlighted the importance of experience, which was indeed a facet of strength. With equal chakra levels and knowledge of the same techniques, it was those with experience who triumphed over the inexperienced. Clearly, Naruto needed to continue accumulating experience. Brother Shizue, must I continue training? I believe my performance was commendable. Can I rest for a while? Naruto wasn't being lazy. Although the intense battle had not drained much physical energy, his mind had been on high alert, leaving him mentally fatigued. You performed admirably. Yet there remains a significant gap between us. I, at your age, had already slain 2 nin. These 2 were merely genin. Shizue remarked. Naruto, you must strive harder. With that, he handed Naruto his short blade. The true test has come. Finish these 2 off yourself. Naruto accepted the blade, his hands trembling. Even in the ninja world, the first act of taking a life at such a tender age was a monumental event. Yet, there was no choice, despite the apparent tranquility of the hidden flame village. Danger lurked everywhere. If Naruto did not strengthen himself, peril would inevitably arise in the future. Currently, Naruto possessed considerable strength, but his mindset must evolve to that of a true ninja. Shizue encouraged him. If we were lying on the ground today, whether you, I, or anyone from the caravan, those 2 would not hesitate to kill us. Naruto, do not hesitate. The path to becoming strong is fraught with bloodshed. Indeed. Had I not defeated them today, it would surely have been my demise. Even you, Brother Shizue, could have been in danger. With determination, Naruto gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. No more hesitation. I shall strike. With a swift thrust, blood gushed forth. The younger of the Ghost Brothers, who had been unconscious, awakened with a scream. Please, just grant me a quick death. Why must this little brat torment us? As Naruto prepared to kill, he needed to target the vital points with precision, aiming for a swift and decisive finish. Let me teach you a few critical targets on the human body: the neck, the temple, the heart, the spleen. Indeed, the most effective target to strike was the neck, specifically the carotid artery. Unlike the heart, which is shielded by ribs, a single cut could easily claim an enemy's life. Alternatively, targeting the spleen could induce fatal hemorrhaging if ruptured. However, as a novice, Naruto should focus on the carotid artery. With resolve, Naruto steadied himself, closed his eyes, and with 2 precise strikes, he ended the lives of the 2 ninjas before him. Chapter 67. Entering the Land of Clouds. Warm blood gushed onto Naruto's face. He touched the sticky liquid, rendered momentarily speechless. Is this what it feels like to kill? Is life truly so fragile? Naruto mumbled to himself. The merchants regarded Naruto with newfound respect. A child of 6 or 7 had managed to confront 2 adult ninjas alone. The image of Naruto, the killer, was deeply etched in their minds. There was no fear, only a profound admiration rising from within. Naruto, do not be lost. To become a ninja, you must face this hurdle. Only by bravely wielding your weapon can you truly protect others. Shizue comforted Naruto, adding, It's all right, Naruto. You will soon get used to it. The merchants swallowed hard upon hearing Shizue's words. These 2 are formidable indeed. I told you not to underestimate ninjas. The merchant leader, Yamai, smiled as he spoke. Brother Shizue, I understand now, Naruto replied, his voice trembling as he tightened his grip on the kunai. He gazed firmly at Shizue. If Brother Shizue believes I can do it, then I surely can. After resting in the carriage for a while, Naruto resumed his training. He did not bask in the pride of having defeated 2 adult genin, for Brother Shizue had told him that his ambitions reached for the stars and the sea. The attitude of the merchants toward Naruto and Shizue underwent a complete transformation, from indifference to profound respect. After a day's trek, night fell. Lord Shizue, shall we set up camp here? Yamai inquired, knowing the opinion of the team's mainstay was crucial. No problem, this will do, Shizue replied. With his consent, the group began to set up camp. Soon, thick smoke rose from the center of the campsite. Lord Shizue, come and have something to eat. Upon hearing the call for dinner, Shizue approached the campfire, beckoning Naruto. Dinner ready, Naruto. Come over and eat quickly. After that, we'll start tree climbing training. With a ravenous appetite, Naruto devoured his portion in a flash. Brother Shisui, let us begin our training. At that moment, Naruto yearned to grow stronger swiftly. Having experienced a fierce battle, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies. The ninja's tree climbing technique required concentrating chakra in the soles of the feet, allowing one to adhere to the trunk and walk vertically. The most critical aspect was to maintain a steady and continuous output of chakra. Naruto, your chakra reserves are perfectly fine. The key lies in control. Shisui explained the intricacies of tree climbing. Naruto nodded earnestly. One of the essential skills for a ninja, he recalled, was to focus and gather chakra at the soles of his feet, as instructed by Shisui. However, after climbing the tree, he fell after just one step. It was not as simple as he had imagined. Tree climbing demanded considerable skill and control. After several attempts, he still saw no improvement. 1 step, 2 steps, at most. He could manage 3 steps before crashing to the ground, dusting himself off. Damn it, why can't I do this? This was his own training. And even Kurama's assistance was of no use. You must take it step by step. Only then will your chakra control improve, Shisui encouraged. All right, I'll go rest. Practice enough and then sleep. We'll set out early tomorrow, he instructed. The next morning, Shisui awoke from a beautiful dream, noticing Naruto in a disheveled state, having practiced throughout the night. Brother Shisui, look, I can reach the top of the tree now, Naruto exclaimed, channeling chakra to his feet and walking straight up the trunk without pausing until he reached the very top. With dark circles under his eyes, he grinned and called out, Brother Shisui, what do you think of my training results? The heritage of the Uzumaki clan combined with the identity of the Nine Tails indeed made a difference, after all. You must be the most formidable among the Hokage. Shisui inwardly cursed, but with a smile, he replied, not bad. You've done excellently. Hearing Shisui's words, Naruto felt a wave of relief wash over his exhausted face. In the next moment, however, he fell directly from the tree. He was utterly fatigued. After a whole night of training, even as a descendant of the Uzumaki clan and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he could not endure such a rigorous training regimen. Shisui acted swiftly, catching Naruto as he plummeted from the height of several meters. For a child, the impact was still considerable. Had it not been for a month of intense physical training, Shisui would have found it quite taxing to catch him. The merchants, now aware of Naruto's sleepless night devoted to training, regarded him with even deeper admiration. What kind of creature possesses such stamina? Ninjas are truly formidable. Shisui carried Naruto to the carriage, allowing him some rest and instructing everyone not to disturb him. Aside from the ghostly brothers, the journey continued without incident. Before long, the third day arrived. Naruto had progressed to the water walking stage. With the foundation of tree climbing, he found learning to walk on water to be remarkably easy. In just one day, he mastered the technique, which, mind you, was several times more challenging than tree climbing. It was evident that Naruto's talent was genuinely inherited from his mother, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As the merchant team entered the borders of the Land of Clouds, the surrounding landscape transformed dramatically. Surrounded by mountains and overlapping peaks, this region is perpetually shrouded in clouds. Even when it doesn't rain, one can often hear the distant rumblings of thunder. Do not be surprised. Yamai, the merchant leader, explained to the group, having traveled extensively. He was naturally more familiar with the Land of Clouds than anyone else. Brother Shisui, do you know if there are any local delicacies in the Land of Clouds? Shisui asked. Just then, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Shisui's mind once again. It truly had been a while. Shisui marveled internally. Congratulations, host. Task activated. Explore the borders of the Land of Clouds. Task reward, mastery of the Rasengan, including various forms. Shisui felt elated upon hearing this reward, as the Rasengan was an incredibly versatile jutsu in the Naruto universe. It could be executed quickly without hand signs, perfectly suited for the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, it could incorporate various modes. Shisui speculated that after unlocking numerous forms, he might even utilize Susanu's solid green chakra to perform the Rasengan. The task provided by the system was somewhat vague, but Shisui categorized it broadly into exploring the Land of Clouds through its culture, geography, cuisine, and history. Thus, he posed such a question to the merchant leader, knowing that by tasting the local delicacies and conversing with the locals while wandering through the Land of Clouds, he could essentially fulfill the task. Chapter 68. Infiltration into the Land of Clouds, Yunin Village, Rakage Building. Are you all incompetent? It has been over a month. And you have yet to locate the whereabouts of the Union delegation? Konoha claims they left the village unscathed? Such a fabrication is fit only for a child. Do you take me for a fool? The fourth Raikage thundered in fury. Lord Raikage, please remain calm. We have dispatched our finest sensory ninjas along with the 8-tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee to investigate the borders of the Land of Fire. In 3 days, I assure you, we will provide a satisfactory explanation. 3 days. And then another 3 days. How many 3-day intervals have passed? The voice of the fourth Raikage, reverberated throughout the Raikage building. With a resounding crash, the imposing figure of Raikage burst through the wall, striding out with unrestrained fury. Lord Raikage, you could have used the door, remarked Mabui, the Raikage secretary, covering her face with her hand. Despite her repeated attempts to advise him, the Raikage would always insist on making his own way, leaving the office in disarray and necessitating repairs. Who could withstand such daily renovations? Mabui could not help but scoff. Subsequently, she summoned the Umbu of Union Village. Issuing commands, it seems the delegation sent to Konoha may not return. You must investigate the situation there and ensure the intelligence is precise. Otherwise, given the Raikage's temperament, he will undoubtedly incite war. Yes, the Umbu responded in unison. The fourth Raikage ventured into a valley, where thunder roared and rocks were relentlessly struck by lightning. The ground bore deep scars from the continuous assault of the elements. This was the training ground for the Raikage Severe, a place where they honed the lightning shield armor and lightning chakra mode, known as the Hell Valley. It was also one of the destinations for Shisui, who sought to push his physical limits to the brink of opening the 8th gate. Without even channeling chakra, the Raikage entered, relying solely on his formidable physique to withstand the onslaught of lightning. Ah, you fools! He bellowed in rage, fearing that the delegation he had sent to Konoha had likely met their demise. When the Umbu returned, he would have ample justification to launch an offensive against Konoha. And he vowed to make the third Hokage pay dearly. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Lightning Release Armor. Activate. Instantly, the Raikage's dark skin was enveloped in azure lightning chakra, countless bolts intertwining around him as his hair stood on end. He unleashed a mighty punch against the valley's rocky wall, shattering it as easily as tofu. The sheer force of his strike was a cathartic release of his pent-up fury. The finest delicacy of the Land of Clouds must surely be the cloud cattle, known for their tender meat, an exceptional choice for grilling. Shisui led me to a restaurant nestled in the bustling commercial street of the capital. I can take you there. Surely you aren't expecting a commission, are you, Yamaki? Shisui teased. Naruto, let's go. We won't trouble you any further, Yamaki. Just wait for us at the inn after our business is concluded. We will ensure your safe return to the Land of Rice. With a group of ordinary folks around, it was cumbersome for the two ninjas to act freely. The capital of the Land of Clouds was peaceful, and no malicious incidents were likely to occur. Hence, Shisui decided to let them roam freely while they proceeded to the restaurant Yamaki had mentioned, indulging in the exquisite flavors of cloud cattle. Both Shisui and Naruto were immensely satisfied. Naruto, you should return to the inn and wait for me. I have some matters to attend to here in the Land of Clouds. Brother Shisui, what matters? Why can't I accompany you? Naruto inquired, puzzled, as he felt his abilities were more than adequate. With a mysterious smile, Shisui replied softly, I am going to confront the Raikage. Upon hearing this, Naruto relinquished his insistence, recognizing that he was not yet strong enough to participate in such affairs. He could only imagine when he would attain a level of strength comparable to Shisui's. Little did he know, as long as he continued to grow methodically, the power of a Hokage would soon be within his grasp. After parting ways with Naruto, Shisui made his way toward Union Village, taking in the desolate scenery of the Land of Clouds. The rugged mountains and steep cliffs loomed before him, and due to the high altitude, he could even see endless seas of clouds, alongside lightning that twisted like a dragon amidst the white billows. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of traversing the Land of Clouds. Reward, Spiraling Sphere. The ease of receiving this reward caught Shisui off guard. He hoped for more tasks of such simplicity, devoid of challenges. Before long, Shisui arrived near Union Village, employing his psychic energy to activate the snake talisman. Gradually, his form became translucent, his presence fading from existence. He infiltrated the heart of Union, a place truly deserving of its reputation as the Western counterpart in the world of Hokage, even more pristine than the capital itself. Stark contrasts of black and white danced through the streets. The overall ambience of Union Village was robust, its people fierce and unyielding. Shisui arrived at the Raikage building, hoping to uncover the scroll documenting the lightning release chakra mode within. Yet, despite his thorough search, he found nothing pertaining to the lightning release chakra mode, but rather stumbled upon several secret techniques of Yunin village, such as Darui's black lightning. Suddenly, Shisui slapped his forehead. He had been mistaken. The lightning release chakra mode was not a technique of Yunin village, but rather a legacy of the Moonlit clan, the family of the Reikage. It was improbable that such ancestral secrets would be stored within the Reikage building. If he could locate the Reikage's family residence, he would surely find what he sought. Adjacent to the Reikage's office was the office of his secretary. A striking dark-skinned beauty was diligently working inside. Shisui entered, activating his Sharingan to cast an illusion and extract the address of the Moonlit clan. Without delay, he proceeded to the residence of the Naimun clan. Upon entering, he noted the considerable size of the establishment. Unlike the traditional Japanese architectural style of Konoha's prominent clans, the Nightmoon clan structure was rugged and imposing. Shisui casually seized several clan members who appeared to hold significant status, employing illusions to interrogate them. Through a series of clues, he swiftly deduced the general location where the scroll containing the lightning release chakra mode was stored. Chapter 69. Shisui vs. Reikage. Upon infiltrating the Reikage clan's estate, Shisui searched diligently. This elderly gentleman seemed to hold a position of considerable importance. He spotted an old man seated alone in the courtyard, sipping tea and perusing the newspaper. With flowing white hair and dark skin, although his physique lacked the vigor of youth, his robust frame unmistakably marked him as a formidable member of the Urijetsu clan from the Hidden Cloud village. In an instant, Shisui appeared before the elder, dispelling the snake seal that cloaked him in invisibility. Activating his Sharingan, the three tomo within spun frantically, and in the next moment, a four-pointed windmill shape materialized in his blood-red eyes. The old man was evidently a powerful figure. To ensure all precautions were taken, Shisui activated his eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The temporary Koto Amatsukami was swiftly initiated, and the elder's gaze gradually became entranced. I shall ask, and you will answer. Where is the fourth Reikage? Why do I not see him within the Reikage building? He is either at the Reikage office or training in Hell Valley, the elder replied. Shisui mused to himself. Surprised at the fourth Reikage's diligence, the tempestuous man, in the absence of war, would naturally immerse himself in training to vent his frustrations. Suddenly recalling that there had been a delegation from the Hidden Cloud visiting the Leaf Village, Shisui wondered if he had inadvertently eradicated them. Calculating the time, he thought. Even with an imperfect intelligence network, the Hidden Cloud Village should have gathered sufficient information by now. Puzzled, he contemplated why the notoriously irascible Reikage had not made any move. Do you know where the training methods for the signature jutsu of each Reikage, the lightning release chakra mode, are recorded? Shisui inquired once more. Of course, as an elder. I am well aware. It is located beneath the monument to the Reikage in the shrine of the Urijetsu clan, the elder replied proudly. Shisui felt exasperated at the elder's boastfulness. Looking up, he noted the towering architecture of the Urijetsu clan, markedly different from the traditional Japanese structures of the Leaf Village. Due to geographical factors, the buildings in the Land of Clouds were primarily constructed from stone, allowing for significant height. Objective achieved. You are of no further use, Shisui declared, dispelling the illusion cast upon the elder. As he departed, he uttered, You have never seen me. After Shisui left, the elder rubbed his head, feeling slightly dazed. Is it the chill in the air? How did my tea cool so quickly when it was steaming just moments ago? Is my head itching because I'm growing smarter? Shisui was elated. The coveted jutsu was finally within his grasp. Now, utilizing the lightning release chakra mode and unlocking the 8 gates, he found that a single punch could not only unleash flames, but also deliver the paralyzing effect of lightning. With sparks and flashes, he was confident he could dominate the entire shinobi world before the emergence of Otsutsuki. Shisui instantly teleported into the shrine, conducting a thorough search. He finally discovered a dusty scroll nestled beside the monument of the first Reikage. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find revelations about the first Reikage's dealings with the first Wind Shadow, as well as the clandestine secrets of the second Reikage's battle against the Water Shadow. This is quite the scandalous compilation of the Hidden Clouds Reikage, he exclaimed, bemused. I wonder if the fourth Reikage is mentioned within. Yet, he realized that the item he sought still eluded him. Cursing under his breath, he continued his search. With considerable effort, he eventually unearthed a long-sealed box containing the scroll detailing the lightning release chakra mode. The scroll explained how the user could activate their cells through lightning chakra, enhancing their physical capabilities and even forming a formidable armor of lightning release. The requirements for mastery sent chills down Shizue's spine. To practice this technique, one must first undergo a trial by lightning in Hell Valley, akin to opening the body's chakra pathways. Shizue carefully tucked the scroll away, along with the scandalous accounts of the rakeage and the myriad secret techniques of the Urajetsu clan. What is thievery to me? Once it is in my possession, it belongs to me, he declared as he exited the shrine. Utilizing his earlier tactic, he once again employed the Sharingan illusion and inquired of the elder, "Old man, do you know where Hell Valley is located?" To the west of the Hidden Cloud Village, approximately 30 kilometers away. Moments later, Shizue arrived at the entrance to Hell Valley. Before him lay an expanse of desolate mountains, devoid of life, accompanied only by the relentless rocks. Dark clouds swirled ominously above the valley, and lightning sporadically struck the stones, leaving behind charred remnants without causing any significant damage. For anything susceptible to lightning had long since perished in this ancient landscape. Indeed, Hell Valley had formed eons ago. Shizue felt a thrill. He faintly heard a rugged male voice and the sound of rocks shattering from the most tempestuous part of the storm, instantly igniting his fighting spirit. He teleported to the source of the noise and beheld a muscular man with dark skin, enveloped in blue lightning, his hair standing on end like a super saiyan, ferociously attacking the stones. As Shizue dispelled the invisibility granted by the snake seal, the man bellowed, "Who dares trespass in the sacred grounds of the Hidden Cloud Village?" Ding. Congratulations, host. Task activated. Defeat the rakeage. Reward, Dragon Seal. The cold, mechanical voice resonated in Shizue's mind. A task had been issued. As expected, facing a formidable opponent from the original narrative often triggered valuable missions. Shizue's excitement surged. He could hardly contain himself. After a month of training, it was time to showcase his prowess. 8 gates, 7th gate, open. Sage mode activated. Shizue had yet to unleash Susanoo. He deemed these two forms sufficient to confront the rakeage. Should it prove inadequate, he would augment his powers further. "Who are you? Why do you invade the forbidden grounds of the Hidden Cloud Village?" the rakeage demanded. Shizue remained silent. The rakeage had no intention of awaiting a response. Without hesitation, he charged forward. A reckless approach, indeed. The rakeage, a formidable figure in the original narrative, possessed immense offensive and defensive capabilities, affording him the audacity to act impetuously. In a flash, the rakeage launched a punch aimed directly at Shizue's face. It was astonishingly swift. This was the first time Shizue encountered such rapid physical prowess in a ninja. Even a mere probing blow would leave an ordinary person with no time to react. However, Shizue was not just anyone. With the Sharingan activated, he instantly engaged his 3-tomo Sharingan. Movements that were previously imperceptible now became crystal clear. He deftly sidestepped the punch, effortlessly grazing the rakeage's muscular arm with his palm. "Sharingan, you are of the Uchiha clan?" The defection of the Uchiha clan from Konoha to establish a ninja village in the land of rice is a matter well known throughout the shinobi world. However, their ability to coexist peacefully until now is largely attributed to the ironclad policies of the Hidden Flame Village. Observing from a distance of the Hidden Flame Village poses no issue, but any attempt to approach it even slightly will be met with merciless retribution. The rakeage wasted no words, unleashing a lightning-infused explosive strike. He surged towards Shizue with a speed approaching that of sound, even swifter than his previous blow. He intended to execute a devastating body slam capable of shattering stone. Daytime Tiger. Shizue formed hand seals and thrust forward, projecting a colossal sphere of vacuum energy towards the oncoming rakeage. Within the Daytime Tiger, an immense quantity of Senjutsu chakra intertwined. Chapter 70. The Thunder Shadow appears dazed. The Thunder Shadow unexpectedly shattered the Day Tiger, enveloped in Sage Chakra. Just a step away from Shizue, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Shizue formed a one-handed seal, almost instantaneously teleporting to the outer side of the Thunder Shadow's right arm. Sage Art, Rasengan. With the enhancement of the 8 gates and Sage techniques, Shizue unleashed the Rasengan, crashing it into the 4th rakeage's face. A tremendous explosion ensued, creating a massive crater in the surrounding rocks. Though uninjured, the 4th rakeage found himself in a disheveled state. While he was slightly faster than Shizue, he could not catch him, for how could mere running surpass instantaneous movement? Flying Thunder God technique? A technique of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, has been mastered by Uchiha. How about we join forces against Konoha? After all, your Uchiha clan has defected from the village. What? You are unaware that I was the one who eliminated the Cloud Village envoy? Shizue couldn't help but chuckle at A's arrogance. It was utterly ludicrous that the fourth Raikage sought to ally with his true enemy, the one who had slain his envoy, to confront Konoha. Choosing not to respond, Shisui decided it was best to engage in a fierce battle first. Collaboration could come later, but A needed to showcase his true abilities. With that, Shisui activated his Susanoo armor. In an instant, he was enveloped in a brilliant red hue, protected by a solid green chakra armor. Yasaka Magatama. Countless red tomo shot forth from Shisui's chest, overwhelming and howling towards the thunder shadow as if to engulf him entirely. Lightning armor. Lightning Reaper. O was confident in his defenses. The Lightning Reaper surged directly towards Shisui, moving even faster than before, leaving Shisui no chance to evade using the Flying Thunder God technique. Ox Talisman. It was a direct confrontation. The blue figure collided fiercely with the armored figure, neither yielding an inch. However, it seemed Shisui had the upper hand. As he exerted more force, the Thunder Shadow began to falter. In terms of sheer strength, he was even inferior to Tsunade. This struggle between men culminated in defeat for the fourth Raikage A. Across speed, strength, and defense, he was comprehensively overpowered by Shisui. O was perplexed. He discerned no murderous intent in Shisui's eyes. Was it possible that Shisui had purely come to challenge him and discuss collaboration? In that fleeting moment, the seemingly dim-witted Raikage imagined numerous scenarios, failing to realize that Shisui's sole objective was to complete his mission and acquire the Lightning Release Chakra mode. Only the unique physique of the Yagami clan could withstand the onslaught of lightning. Forget it. If I can't comprehend it, I shan't dwell on it. Despite his inadequacies, I had never feared anyone in terms of endurance. The legacy of the Raikage was one of stamina. The third Raikage had even battled 10,000 Awagakure shinobi for 3 consecutive days and nights. If he couldn't defeat Shisui, he would outlast him. Coincidentally, Shisui harbored the same thought. Although his attributes were nearly equal to the fourth Raikage's with the aid of the Ox Talisman, he believed exhausting the fourth Raikage would pose no significant challenge. The two continued to exchange blows, their strikes landing with palpable force, generating shockwaves powerful enough to shatter the surrounding rocks. Once Shisui's stamina waned, he utilized the Ox Talisman to recover, maintaining an appearance of seemingly boundless energy and strength at his peak. However, the fourth Raikage was not so fortunate. Nearly a few minutes had passed, yet he was on the brink of exhaustion. Even the third Raikage could not sustain full power indefinitely. His battles against Awagakure were mere displays of dominance. The lightning armor enveloping it dimmed, losing its earlier brilliance. In stark contrast, Shisui remained vibrant and poised. Suddenly, with a resounding crack, Shisui's fist shattered the Raikage's armor. A's expression changed drastically as he instinctively retreated, his first reaction being to distance himself from Shisui. He retreated further until he reached a safe distance. Huff, huff. The Raikage gasped for breath, utterly fatigued. The depletion of his chakra was severe. The Uchiha before him exhibited an aggressive fighting style that seemed foreign to the Uchiha clan's usual demeanor. Perhaps you should take my place as the Raikage, for you are far more reckless than I. Moreover, the chakra armor he donned was astonishingly resilient. Even with all his might, I had only managed to create minor cracks upon it. Flying Thunder God. Shisui instantly appeared beside the Raikage. Where do you think you're going, boy? As A attempted to retreat, he cursed under his breath. Shisui once again teleported beside him. Are you like an adhesive plaster? The Flying Thunder God technique was indeed challenging to counter. Lightning devastation. The fourth Raikage swung his arm, unleashing a chakra blade aimed at Shisui's neck. Let's see you relish this for a moment. The razor-sharp chakra blade swiftly severed Shisui's head along with his armor. Is he dead? I found it hard to believe. As his strike was merely intended to create space, something about the situation felt amiss.